propose a theory explaining that the etheric framework that would absorb quantum
No,
fluid
because it's not rooted in any
this
empirical
is why you
data.
could never debate me, because I would destroy you.
No, it's it's because you don't understand the subjects.
Self-projecting intellectual
look like
security.
a fool, like you do now.
Says the guy with veins popping out of his neck.
Can I just put it in, please?
This one
Can I
is.
No?
We'll give you a short and pithy one, Iron Horse.
Thank you, mate. I've made a video about perspective, and it's pretty straightforward. Is that everything beneath you converges upwards towards eye level, and everything above you converges downwards to eye level, and that's why we have a convergence point that we call the horizon, and we can't see through the horizon because everything beneath us isn't see-through. So it's a pretty straightforward thing, but anything that gets further away than that point of convergence at your eye level, which is due to your viewing height, it's just not going to be seen. So it's not as though it's actually going below it, or it's not disappearing anywhere. It's just been hidden by things nearer to you, which visually appear bigger. Thank you, James.
This one coming in from Must Move Fast. Nominal says the invisible matter that we can't detect is called quote-unquote dark matter from NASA.
Well, I don't know what NASA has to do with this. This was observed like independent of them. Like that there are every telescope can measure this. Like, this isn't. I don't understand why they rely so heavily on NASA, as if like NASA is the only institution that talks about this. Like it just demonstrates how little they actually understand of the subject. That's all this does.
Objectively, we don't know what dark matter is. It's a mathematical discrepancy based on the relativistic application of the universe. No one knows what it is. They say
we
it
know
doesn't
it's
interact
there.
with the electromagnetic spectrum of radiation, so they can't prove it.
Yeah.
They don't know what it is, and they're not sure exactly what to do other than
You're
use a
right,
mathematical
and
fix.
we know it's there. What's your point? The discrepancies
Only based on your presupposition and begging the question of
No.
relativity in the heliocentric model itself.
No,
We're actually
we can observe
driven.
it. So,
Yeah.
so
You didn't
how
observe
do you-
dark
can
matter.
you
They
tell
say
me-
it doesn't react with the
well, I didn't
electromagnetic
say that.
spectrum.
I never said that we did. Can you tell me why galaxies are held together despite orbiting at rates that should fling them apart?
Yeah, we have a much more dense medium.
Yeah. So what is that? What is that?
So it
What is
seems
that
like a
density?
superfluid
What is it?
medium. You
I don't
claim it's a
know what you mean
vacuum.
by
You're wrong.
superfluid. I don't even think you know what a
making my
superfluid
point,
is. Can you
Leo.
tell me
You'll
what a
get there.
superfluid is? I don't think you can tell me what a superfluid is.
You'll get there. You'll get there.
It has
No, so you don't know what a
electrolytes. It's what
superfluid
plants
is.
crave. I'm sorry.
You don't know what dark matter is, and you just claim that you can see it.
No,
by
I never said
definition.
no. I never
See,
said
I
that.
can't do this,
See,
James.
all
Every
you
time
can
I
do
talk,
is
you
just
interrupt.
straw
He's a
man
little
everything
kid.
that I
All
say.
right,
Yes,
he's a little
because
kid.
all you
Here,
do
hold it,
is
both
say
of you. All right,
things that aren't the
seriously,
things
shut
that the
up for a
person
second.
said.
All right, seriously, I don't understand. When you hear my voice, that's a great time. I'm the one that's like, it's my role to bring order. So if you hear my voice, I don't understand why you wouldn't defer to me. Instead, you want to keep talking over me. So this, we'll give you a chance to respond. With it really short and pithy, because we spent a lot of time on this question. So short and pithy, and then we've got to go to the next one.
Oh yeah, but by definition, it doesn't react with the electromagnetic radiation or electromagnetic spectrum, which means you could never see it. Saying you see it is nothing like that. We see that the galaxies allegedly move too fast if we assume relativity in the heliocentric model. Yes, there's a mathematical discrepancy. Relativity has been debunked.
This one coming in from, did Iron Horse really expose himself during this debate? Someone in live chat said, this one coming in from Brandy Beckett says, flat earth believers, what evidence would convince you that we actually live on an upside down pyramid earth?
Dun, dun, dun.
What? That was for us?
Yeah, we're of the opinion that we try not to believe in ridiculous, impossible things. That's why we understand the Earth is flat. That's how we observe water to behave. We understand that water must be contained by higher edges on all sides, not just somewhere out of sight, out of mind. So whenever somebody presents a ridiculous proposition, we just think, okay, yep, next.
Can I just comment that the reason that water is contained is because of gravity? That is
Nice reification fallacy.
What is
That's
being
not-
reified?
The idea of gravity, a conceptual abstraction that attributes physical properties to space and time.
That we can measure objectively and have for over 100 years.
You cannot measure space and time bending. And
Yes, we
warping.
can. We have.
No, you can't.
Yes, we can.
By
Do you
the
know
way,
what a
so they
Lorentz?
claim-
Do you know what? No, just one question. Do you know what a Lorentz boost is?
I don't. I know what a
didn't
Lorentz
think so.
I know what a
I
Lorentz
didn't think so.
contraction is.
I've
By
said
the
all
way,
I
I want to
need
say this. So they claim that they measured a gravitational wave displacement in LIGO. This is one of the measurements they have
And
for
Virgo.
gravity. And
And the
it's
other
the
one.
idea. It's the
And the
idea that
fourth
they
one.
measured the displacement of a string 1/10,000th the width of a proton. Yeah. Wow. Gravity proven. You don't have proof
That's-
for it. It's a concept.
I don't know what
that's
you
been
mean by
debunked.
string. It doesn't use strings. It uses lasers. And yes, we can measure the sensitivity and the displacement of those lasers on those scales. That's what like supercomputers do. Well, how do you think we like observed the Higgs boson? How do you think we've done the deep inelastic scattering to know what protons and neutrons are made of? Yeah, you just know fuck all about physics. You probably
triggered.
couldn't tell me what a tensor is.
Relativity has been debunked on the quantum and cosmological scale. This is just objective.
You're literally just a parrot in a cage at this point. It's just,
And that is also not true. Quantum mechanics and general relativity are facts. The theory of everything, which is a PR term, is us trying to figure out how to tie both of these facts together.
You are wrong. You'll get there.
The sinister porpoise.
That's the opinion of physicists. But
The
I just
sinister-
read Pittsburgh University saying that they're incompatible, so we can move on.
The sinister porpoise says, "Has Iron Horse solved the P versus non-P problem?" Is this some
Does
sort
he
of
mean the Q?
some sort of
Is he talking about-
innuendo?
If P not Q sort of thing? I don't know. What's he talking about?
This one coming in
the P
from
versus NP. I'm sorry.
James W says, "After show on Amy Newman's channel, defend your flat Earth sky daddy," as they say. Okay, open mic. James still getting a lot of feedback, buddy. I see it bounce off your mic. That's true. But yes, all of our guests, Austin and Leo and Iron Horse and Amy, are linked in the description. And after show on Amy's channel, this one coming in from Samir says, "Flat Earth, you have a model on formation of rock pizza." I don't.
No one claims a pizza. That's called a straw man fallacy.
Elijah Freeman says, "Leo said we can see the globe from the International Space Station." Paul Larson says that's mathematically impossible. Respond to previous super chat given the clarification, Leo.
Well, nothing was clarified. You just said, well, some guy disagrees. Okay, I don't care. Show me the math then. You
Okay,
can't
we'll
do
be sure
it.
and message you the math.
And you can see it because people on the International Space Station have said, yeah, you can see it. I don't think I said that you can see the globe. If I did, then you're just nitpicking at words. Obviously, what I meant is that we can see curvature on the Earth from the International Space Station. Also, I just wanted to clarify, when I said the International Space was like 8,000 or 10,000 something odd miles, I completely misspoke. I was trying to talk about the GPS satellites, not the International Space Station. That's like what, 245, 250 miles above the and then I looked it up, and the GPS satellites are 14,500 above.
Well, they
So
vary,
I
actually.
just misspoke. Well, naturally, everything does.
I just want
But
to say, I just want to say this real fast. So, actually, with the whole curvature from space, you can do the math yourself. Okay, and there's a
I have.
video. It's on my channel when I debunked the astronaut in OTS. But there's a video where you can hear Don Pettit, an astronaut on the ISS, talking to another astronaut about how once they use the fisheye lens, it drastically changes it. And the other guy says, "Wow, I'm gonna have to start learning how to use this. I love the fisheye lens." Literally sitting there talking about something that imposes curvature onto it. It maintains a certain angle. So if you're looking down, you'd have a downward convexity imposed onto a flat Earth. It's not even slightly complicated to explain, even if there were people up there, and that distance is not accurate.
This one coming in from Brandy Beckett says, "How thick is our flat Earth?" Iron Horse says, "Thicker than a bowl full of oatmeal." We'll give you a chance to respond.
Yeah, I don't believe that the Earth has a thickness. I believe it's potentially limitless, but to the best of our knowledge, as Witz had already mentioned earlier, we can dig down to as deep as about 7.8 miles, which isn't very far, really. It's not even, they say the thickness of the crust is about 14 miles. So to believe that Earth even has a thickness, I think it's basically an irrelevant question. All that we do know is that the Earth, we only need the top few inches of soil to grow our food, and it floats above or sits upon some great depths, which are really not necessary to know.
Yeah, we've never gone deeper than 8 miles. So why would we make a claim beyond that? Only the
Exactly.
globe Earth does that.
Geology.
It constantly changes.
You're right. It's called tectonic activity. Thank you for affirming.
Exactly.
No, the model keeps changing. When we dug 8 miles,
you are
the
such a
entire globe Earth-
clown. This
the
is just
entire globe Earth prediction the whole way down 7.8 miles was inaccurate with temperatures, the amount of moisture, the amount of density, the actual elemental composition. It was wrong the entire way down 7.8 miles. You just don't know what you're talking about.
This one coming in from
It's radio wave, something that's calibrated to work. Sorry, James. Sorry, something that's calibrated to work in the medium of air. And so as soon as you put it through a different medium, whether it be the ground or through a vacuum or whatever you believe it to be, then that calibration of the thing they're using, how many waves per second it's propagating, is going to differ, and it will give you completely a false reading.
This one coming
Can
in
I
from.
also, well, I just want to know, do you guys think there was a time when the government agencies didn't have control, when people could just freely go to the dome and see it and come back? And
Well, I'm sure
Not
you could
really.
do that.
That's
Just
why-
sorry, go ahead.
There
You
is
got it.
a huge amount of technology, like even building ships. Most ships weren't designed to go much more from one island to another or one continent to another. To actually travel beyond Antarctica, like once you hit that ice, you need an icebreaker to even get to the ice wall, which is even
They
just
made
the
those.
edge of Antarctica. And then you've got nothing. You've got no fuel. You've got no supplies, no food, no nothing. So I really don't think that it really mattered to people of the past, and really to us now. I think the only way we could do it is with airships, something that can float above it all. And who knows, we might even hit an actual wall and not be able to go any further. So, yeah, I don't see that as particularly relevant to what people of the past are capable of doing.
Can I ask? Do you want to move on, James?
If it's really short and pithy, I can give you a chance.
No, it's fine because it was a question. So you just go ahead and continue. I'm sorry.
This one coming in from. Do appreciate your question. Samir says, "Are there people living on the bottom side of the flat Earth?"
No such thing.
Again, no one makes claims like that. It's so weird that you guys ask questions like that. He just explained to you that it's like an irrelevant question, and the deepest you can go is 7.8 miles. That's the deepest ever dug. So why ask us the question when the truth is you're the side making claims beyond what can be verified? We're not doing that. That's our whole point. We want to empirically verify this.
They still think they're in outer space. That's why they think that way.
Yeah.
This one coming in from. Do appreciate your question. You guessed it. Brandy Beckett strikes again. If we have no way to know how thick your flat Earth is, then how do we know our Earth is not actually an upside-down pyramid shape?
Well, we don't have empirical evidence for that. So we would have to be able to get to the area where you could measure some drastic, steep drop off for anything like that to be viable. And also physics alone doesn't allow that. So it's based on what can be empirically demonstrated. The Earth is provably and measurably a topographical plane. When they ask the globe earthers, which we always do for direct physical measurement of curvature, he then says, oh, well, I think that's how hydrostatics would form around the Earth and it become a ball. Because there are no direct physical measurements of Earth curvature, and they're only showing a topographical plane. That's all we are addressing is what we know. And what it does is falsify what they told us the Earth was. That's the whole point.
You got it.
Showed it.
Thank you very much for this question coming in from Coffee Mom. Iron Horse, why is it day for you and night for us on a flat Earth model?
Well, I did actually explain that a little bit earlier. Is I basically said that the sun is small and local, and it acts basically as the hour hand of what we would think of as a 24-hour clock, basically going around the equator, getting higher and lower to give us the seasons. And so wherever it's directly overhead, which now it's actually 1 p.m. here at Australian time, 2 minutes away from, so I'm in the middle of the day. So therefore, whoever's diagonally opposite, if I pointed straight north and went the same distance through the North Pole to the other side, well, that would be virtually there 1 a.m. in the morning. That's exactly how it works. It's exactly how you'd expect it to work. The Earth is divided into 24 slices of pizza, if you want to use that terminology, and that's our time zones. It makes absolute common sense. And in fact, what doesn't work is if we were on the globe and we were going around the sun, and we use a clock to measure ourselves spinning once every exactly 24 hours, then every time we moved a degree around the sun, which is nearly a day, then our clocks would actually be out by about 4 minutes. So that every 6 months, we'd actually be having midday at midnight according to the clock. So the clock is a flat Earth proof because it exactly measures 24 hours every single day.
You got it. Thank you very much for your question. Coming in from Sky Scion says, I think Amy's obsession with religion shows that Amy is the one in a religion, but she doesn't even know it. LOL.
I always appreciate when anyone uses the word religion in a negative manner. So I just want to thank the questioner. We should keep on doing that. But no, I've been actually trying to do the opposite. I want to go as big tent as possible. Theists, especially the ones that are for scientific consensus, which I think are actually the majority, are on Leo and I's side. And so it would actually be easy and simple for me to just make this an atheist versus theist debate. But no, I think this is an epistemological debate. This is about, do you accept scientific consensus, or is it about personal experience?
This one
She's saying heliocentrism is a religion.
John Rapp says, Leo and Amy, please explain why flat Earth is foolish. Derp. I don't know if that's like if they're calling you a derp or if I don't know. Go ahead.
Well, it'd be because it's obviously wrong, and that's all I have to say.
Give your strongest reason from
Very
each
profound.
person.
And I just
It's obviously wrong.
Profound.
If it's obvious, then you should be able to demonstrate how it's obvious.
I can. I have. So has Amy.
Well, I just want to say, it is easy to just say that someone is stupid or something like that, and to dismiss. I think that skeptics, we deal with a lot of, in our opinion, superstitious and pseudoscientific beliefs, but I think it is actually worth the time and energy to go through the research to figure out why they view the way they are. We will consistently say you do not lose or gain intelligence by being a theist, and as an atheist to a theist. So I would have to say you do not lose or gain IQ points by being a flat earther. I hope that Leo and I are just trying to appeal to good science, to the empirical.
Well, then, all you got to do is prove that it's wrong. Like, if we can prove that the globe is wrong, we prove the globe is wrong by proving there's no motion, there's no curvature, that everything can be explained by perspective and diminution of things getting smaller in the distance. That all works exactly according to everything we'd expect to see on a stationary planar Earth. So if you are going to prove the stationary planar Earth wrong, you can't just say we've got thousands of proofs. That's what you'd all say, but you've got nothing. You've never done it.
But
all
Iron
you do
Horse
is trying to defend a belief that we have proven wrong.
I just want to say one final thing. I don't think that either of our two interlocutors here, Amy, could actually outline at least two of the points that we've made tonight. So I don't think they're really in a position to say, you haven't proven this. Okay, whatever. That's
they're
fine.
like five. They're like the first points we heard when we first looked into flat Earth. You're not even past the surface level misrepresentations. And you guys oftentimes use begging the question fallacies. And then you assert your presupposition as if it actually proves what's in contention. It's such a rudimentary fallacy that it just shows Dunning-Kruger is clearly present.
But how are we using a begging the question fallacy?
In every scenario, like with Aristophanes.
What questions being begged?
I asked for an example. He said just everything.
I started to give it, but both you guys interrupted because that's what you guys do. You have to fundy mute the other side.
Yeah, because you don't answer questions.
You also
I was literally answering it.
You did say everything, but the floor is all yours. Sure.
Yeah, so the begging the question would be, for example, talking about Aristophanes, who presupposed a distant sun, an infinitely distant sun with parallel rays and no refraction, and then assumed the Earth's sphere, and then used spherical geometry, or geodetic surveying that assumes the Earth's sphere used spherical geometry. This is begging the question fallacies.
This one from John, we got this one. Samir Farsain says, gas in the dome. Why asteroids don't burn sooner?
Can we see some asteroids, please? I don't think that
Haley's comet
are real.
Well, it's not an asteroid, but it's a comet.
Hear Austin finish his sentence, Leo, for crying out loud.
Yeah, like actually all the meteors, for example, come from the same 6 radiant sources in a reoccurring cycle. You don't ever see things come down from the sky and hit the earth from magic outer space. None of that's real. They claim the reason they're reoccurring is that things are dragging debris around in a cycle around us, or maybe there's just a reoccurring electrical cycle to the sky and what's around us. So yeah, there's no evidence for these things. And every time that they claim, oh, asteroid's about to hit the earth, all the flat earthers just kill back, can like maybe drink a beer and chill and laugh. And then you guys are like, oh, we're all going to die. But you're not. Asteroids aren't real. That's all part of the religion used to scare and brainwash the masses.
Go ahead, Leo.
I don't even remember the point.
I just want to point out that outer space is real. We are orbiting our nearest star. And the reason that we are able to breathe is because gravity holds an atmosphere here.
Faceless reassert it again and again and again.
This one from
I'm
Jesse.
explaining facts.
Jesse L says, Leo, how far can we see on a globe model?
In what direction? I mean, that doesn't specify a lot. I don't have much to work with here. Like, are you talking and outer space? Well, what device are we using? Like, I have no idea. I don't.
He's talking about straight ahead over the Earth.
I still what device are you using? Binocular? Like I don't have any specifications. I can't.
It shouldn't matter. There should be physical Earth curvature blocking you at a certain rate, which is 1.225 times the square root of the
but you can still see off into
your telescope
like space.
Isn't going to go
You can still see off into like space and stuff like that. So I don't understand how that solves the problem.
You'll get there.
This one from Sky Scion says, Leo sounds like the kid in class that didn't study for the test. When the teacher calls on them, they make stuff up to try to sound prepared. We see your cartoon poster, Leo. Keep worshiping the 2D.
The 2D, well, space is 4-dimensional, so I don't know what that means. I also rather excelled when I was in school, so I don't know why people comment on like stuff like that. I don't know. It makes no sense.
I also just want to jump off that we actually have nothing but cartoons and CGI to represent the 2D flat Earth model. Now, I know that is the lingo that they use. However, we have pictures, we have videos. We do not get the same in return.
You literally don't. They're all CGI, admittedly. Himawari is stitched together and admittedly not real. Their website explains that they just take stipulations of data or stitched together data and put it on a flat, on a globe Earth assumed model of the blue marble. You don't have real pictures. We don't claim that anything is 2D. We told you 7 times in this debate that we've dug down 8 miles, and then you continue to straw man us with a 2D something, which is ridiculous and goes to show that once again, all you guys can do is beg the question and then use ad homs and then use straw man fallacies. So I think the audience should understand fallacious arguments usually come from the side that is wrong.
Well, fallacious arguments doesn't mean that you're wrong. It just means that the reasoning you're using to the conclusion is not correct. It doesn't bear on the conclusion at all, number one. Number two, the distance we've drilled into the distance we've drilled, that's not a straw man. You literally just made the statement. You're making fallacies, and that implies that you're wrong, except that it doesn't. Learn a fucking logic course. Secondly, digging down 8 miles into the earth doesn't mean anything about its shape. So I don't know why you keep bringing that up. So yeah, you're just
she
not
said it was
even on
2D.
topic.
I explained we talked about the depth numerous times in the debate. So stop strawmanning us about something being
what am
2D.
I strawmanning?
I'm explaining. Amy just said that it was 2D. We talked about the depth of the Earth
I'm not
3
Amy.
times. So, yeah, but you responded. Secondly, I didn't say that because you used
To
fallacies.
you, not Amy.
I'm not saying that because you use fallacies, you're automatically wrong. You could be
Yes, you
debating
did.
something that's the truth and just not be good at debating, just be ignorant, and you could use fallacies. What I said was usually when the only thing that one side has is fallacious reasoning, it typically is coming from the side that is wrong.
But we
This
think
one-
you're using fallacies. You think, but I just... Yeah, continue.
We must move on. I want to say, folks, one interesting thing is we did a poll earlier in terms of which side you thought was more persuasive. Consider this. If you thought that your side, that you were, let's say, here and seeing represented on behalf of you was more persuasive, Great reason to share the channel. For real, consider it. If you share this video and you thought your side was more persuasive, well then you could say that your side won on a neutral debate platform, and you can share that link with other people so that they can see it, and that helps us as we're trying to expand this neutral platform where we give everybody a shot to make their case on a level playing field. So if you haven't yet, go ahead and share the video if you thought your side was more persuasive, whether it be a Discord group, Twitter group, Facebook, you name it. And this question coming in from Deej says, better sci-fi movie, The Matrix or Terminator 2? Austin, what do you think?
Wait, sorry, what was that?
The Matrix or Terminator 2? What was a better movie?
I've only seen The Matrix, and it's pretty good. I actually think everything is backwards in The Matrix, and that the angels are the good guys and Neo's the Antichrist. But I'm a conspiracy theorist. But I've never seen Terminator, so I don't know. I'd have to say Matrix, I guess.
Also, I just want to piggyback off. When I said two-dimensional, and I heard someone say it before me, nonetheless, my point was that you don't have anything but drawings or CGI. And so that would be the actual point, not focusing on the 2 dimensions, because you can make a 3-dimensional flat Earth drawing or CGI. My point would be you don't have any actual photos or video of a flat
So I
Earth.
didn't straw man you, Amy?
Oh, no, not at all, Leo.
Okay,
You're
I
doing
didn't
great.
think so.
Mwah.
Literally all pictures ever is of a flat Earth, and admittedly, for the 15th time in this debate, they don't even claim to have full, real pictures of the Earth being a globe in entirety in all of existence, other than 1972 moon missions, for like the 10th time. So whatever, bro. All you have is CGI.
But that's
It's
not
pretty
answering
obvious.
my question. I asked you, why do you not have anything but cartoons and CGI? And you're like, all they give us is cartoons and CGI.
I said all pictures are of a flat Earth. That's what I
That's not
actually
true.
said.
But
So
that's
you can,
okay.
you'll get there. You'll get there.
You could say I'll get there. What you said was very silly, but I still heart you.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Thunderstorm said the Earth without water is shaped like an egg, not a sphere.
What?
I don't know.
Water
Melissa?
just doesn't behave that way. Water fills its container and it will create a flat and level surface between any and all edges. So it can't be egg-shaped, it can't be sphere-shaped, it can't be anything else other than the edges being higher than the water level. And considering we know the known Earth is at least 70%, slightly more, water, then obviously the land masses are that which is above the sea level, so therefore it just has to be flat. It can't be anything else. It's as simple as that. That's the end of the discussion.
Yeah,
Why
fluid
does water
dynamics.
find level?
Fluid dynamics is the process
Because
that
it's
always trying to
fluid,
find a state of equilibrium.
No, because static water could do the same thing, and to which you wouldn't apply fluid dynamics. There's no dynamicity, so that can't be an answer.
Fluid
So why
statics
does water always why does water always find its
seeks its
level?
equilibrium.
Yeah, why?
Because it has mass, it has its fluidity, and therefore it will, being heavier than air, it will fall through air, and then
Why is that?
being less dense than the ground, it will rise above it and create a pool and create a sea, or whatever you want to call it. It's always going to do that because that's just the natural observable law of physics.
Pressure
Yeah,
mediation.
but what is that law? Like, why does water fall through the air?
Well, we just call it density and buoyancy. It's as
And the
simple
law
as
of
that.
gravitation.
And I
is-
have a question. Can you give me the equation for buoyancy?
it has a little g in it, but the principle of Archimedes.
Yeah,
principle
so
is
it has
long-
gravity in it, right? Gravity
But
is,
the
is an
Archimedes-
aspect of buoyancy. That's
But
why you don't
Archimedes-
have buoyancy in space.
Only
But
if you're
Archimedes'
trying-
principle of long predates the equation with little g in it. And again, I explained this, but you
Again,
just
that's
have
why
not
we don't use it,
acknowledged
because we
Little
have better
g,
equations.
Little
Hold on,
g
just
is
to hear the
actually downward. Little g is actually downward acceleration, an agreed upon average.
That's
It's just
what
the
gravity
effect
is.
that we
Hold on,
observe.
just-
It's not actually the cause claim, which is big G, which is what's in contention. No one disputes that things go up or down. It's a mathematical construct, an agreed upon average of downward acceleration.
Yeah,
not
the whole
exclusive to the
point of
globe.
it is it's just a formula to try and describe what we actually observe. It's not trying to say why it is what it is we observe. It's just saying what is happening. It's not saying why it does it. Why
Well,
it does it
I didn't say that it did.
is basically a resistance. Resistance is the only force, and resistance comes from the density of the medium that it's in. So because air has very little density, it has very little resistance. Water has far more density, so therefore it is far more resistant. Ground has far more density, so it's even more resistant. Everything is a resistant force. It's not an attraction force. everything can be broken down to resistance, not attraction. And that explains relative density and buoyancy.
So why is Earth's gravitational constant in the equation for buoyancy on Earth? And why
Because
does
it's
why is there no
Because it's a
buoyancy
medium
in
of air.
space? Why is there no buoyancy in space?
We don't make
If you
claims
put a-
about fairy
If
tales.
you put a
and
big,
vacuums.
if you put a ping pong ball in a bag of water in space, you can just literally look this up on YouTube because astronauts on the ISS have done it. The ping pong ball will actually sit in the water. Can you tell me why that is?
no one goes
probably
to
a-
space, buddy. So
Well, except that the astronauts on the International Space Station
Well,
that are
why the
literally
water
in
is-
a weightless environment, you can literally see them floating. Now,
What-
unless you
what
want to say that it's
water is-
well, that's just Hollywood with their laser beam.
All right,
The
let's,
water-
let's hear
it rise,
uninterrupted.
then you can
Let's
do
hear
that, but-
Uninterrupted. We'll come back to you, Leo, but let's hear from Iron. Go ahead for a minute.
Yeah, it's just basically saying that if you've got a glass of water in space, well, there's nothing to contain the water, and water is made out of individual molecules. So that's why it basically boils in a vacuum, because it's returning back to its gaseous state. So you can't even have a glass of water in space in the first place. You wouldn't have it. It would just dissipate into the gaseous components. And basically what they've done is they've put a little sponge into a glass of water, suspended that into it, and say, oh, look, weightlessness. It's ridiculous. It's a crazy argument.
Well, but except that the environment in the ISS is still 14 pounds per square inch because that's what humans are used to on the atmosphere. So it is pressurized still, number one. Number two, there is still gravity in the ISS. That's why it orbits the Earth. There just isn't enough to give rise to buoyancy because G is too small. Why is it that G is such an important factor? Why is it that if G is too small, you don't have buoyancy?
I'll explain it if you don't interrupt, right? So little g is an agreed upon average of downward acceleration. Everything's intrinsically electrostatic. And actually, we have an electric gradient that results in a downward bias. So there is a slight downward bias. Not all flat earthers agree on this, but it is pretty demonstrable in my opinion. And everything's electric on the Earth. And so we factor this in so that we can actually mathematically quantify the effect of the buoyant force, right? So relative density seeking equilibrium or density disequilibrium in the process of seeking equilibrium. So it's not really that big of a deal because it's in no way proving gravity. It's just the effect of downward acceleration to an agreed upon average for mathematical purposes. You're actually claiming big G is the cause of the effect, and that's what's a contention, and it's never been proven, and it never will be.
That's number one. That's not what I'm claiming. Number two, what factor in the equation for buoyancy it talks about electricity? What variables are the electric ones in that equation?
Again,
if you're claiming that electric forces are affecting it, then you need to give me what the dynamical variables for that electrical interaction are in the equation. What are those?
Okay, so electrostatic just sets the up and down. The little g is nothing more than the quantification of an agreed upon average of the down. So when things go down,
this isn't an answer to my
average.
question.
Let's give him a chance to finish. I promise.
When something goes down, we have an agreed upon average. That's the effect of downward acceleration. That's all little g is actually representing mathematically. I'm explaining that what sets the up and down is actually the electric gradient we have on the Earth, which goes up 100 volts per meter equipotential increase. And so things just go up and down. It's not very complicated. It's just a little agreed upon average effect. And I didn't say that they mathematically call gravity into the equation. It's just intrinsically what sets the up and down. The agreed upon average is the effect, not the cause for like the fifth time.
Yeah, so you didn't answer my question. What are the what dynamical variables represent that electric interaction? You just said, well, there's some variables that do that. What are the variables? Give them.
The little g itself is a quantification.
That's gravity, not electric. That is not an electric force at all. That is gravity. What is it? So what are the electric ones?
The little g itself is a quantification of the effect that comes from the electric gradient. It's just the effect.
No.
It isn't gravity itself. Downward acceleration is not what gravity is. It's the effect of gravity, which is big G. We both have the same effect. I'm telling you that the actual cause is electric, as everything is. You're claiming that space-time bends and warps, which literally is just insane reification fallacies.
I personally just, no offense to you, but I think it is actually just the resistance from the density of the medium that we don't even need to invoke any sort of force whatsoever, electrostatic or whatever. It's just the resistance factor is simple enough just to explain why a thing will drop or why it won't. So if there's no resistance of the actual medium, then that's basically all we need to say why a thing drops or why it doesn't.
This one from Brandon Hansen says, question for the Globetards. Why does all the evidence and theories that justify the globe come after the assumption that the Earth is a ball?
I would say it's the exact opposite. Saying that we have a presupposition is incorrect. Just saying like the scientists have a presupposition that the world is a globe is incorrect. What has happened is a scientific consensus has been formed in that all physicists, all people in the field, believe that the world is round. And we have multiple experiments for, at this point, hundreds of years. I would say the first empirical was thousands, but really it took natural philosophers to go into the process of science for us to really verify it.
This one from MJ says, Austin, how many empirical evidences have been given? I don't know what side they mean.
Yeah, I give a lot. Like every single time that we do anything in the world, like fly planes, helicopters, ballistic missiles, any long distance shots, anything like that, that all assumes a flat stationary plane Earth. Well, every time it's effectively implemented, the practical use case is physical evidence for that assumption of the Earth being that way. And then we physically measured it. So all physical measurements show that the Earth is flat. So the amount of empirical evidence is all of it. All replicated evidence shows that the Earth is a stationary topographical plane. What the Globe claims is, well, it does always look like it's stationary. It does always look like it's the center. It does always look like it's a plane, but actually it's too big to tell. It's curved and spinning and tilted and wobbling in a vacuum, and it always looks like it's flat and stationary. That's the actual position. That's why we say we need actual evidence.
So the Earth is the center of the universe, just like Pluto is the center of the universe, just like Jupiter is the center of the universe, just like the sun is the center of the universe, because that is how expansion in all directions works.
There would have to be a central point, wouldn't there?
No.
This one from Shapeshifting Monkey says, I feel like I'm in ancient Athens being lectured to by this soggy Aussie soaking in his pickle barrel. Okay, well, thank you very much for that. It's like you look
jealous, bro.
Look very charming in your hot tub. Deej says, sorry, Witsit, but Iron Horse is, let's see, they say he's carrying you right now. So they thought you're part
No, not at all. I think Witsit's doing a bloody great job. I just have a slightly different point of view when it comes to some sort of electrostatic attraction. I don't think it's necessary. I just think we have the bottom of the universe, and that's what the Earth is, and we have everything else above us, and I don't think we really even need to have a force apart from resistance to stop things from dropping any lower, and that's what the Earth is. It's the resistant force that stops anything getting any lower.
Yeah.
This one from the Crawdaddy 029 says, Flaters, I think they mean flatters. They said, would you donate your brains to science when you go? It would help humanity to find the flaw that leads to rejecting reality.
You're self-projecting because you haven't tested reality yourself. You just look at the cartoons and believe them. So,
Brandon Hansen says, Leo, why don't I have to take in the rotation of the Earth when I shoot long range? And why wouldn't the rotation affect the trajectory?
Because it's not when he says shoot, I'm assuming he means just like a shotgun or something, or maybe like a bow and arrow, like a compound bow or something, because you're not going over near enough of a distance. Except snipers do actually have to account for those things when they're making long range shots. So there are certain people who shoot that do have to account for that. The average hunter doesn't. The range isn't long enough.
That's what he's talking about, shooting long range. He's literally talking about why.
Well, you can't, unless he's a sniper, then he does have to account for it. So if he says that he doesn't, he's just lying.
Well, actually, I know many snipers that don't, but here's the middle ground here.
Well, not in all shots.
Is that they claim that they factor it in mathematically, but the wind almost always overtakes it. So you never really have to account for it. And then you have the spin barrel rotation itself. So like you never really account for Coriolis. It doesn't actually do anything. And when you really shoot, you're not accounting for that. You're accounting for wind and then spin barrel rotation. But
ironically, of course you wouldn't account for Coriolis. You're not nearly large enough scale.
What about the airplane that a lot further than the shot bullet? Why does the airplane not have to account for Coriolis, but this shot bullet over a period of 3 miles does? But the aeroplane can just keep on flying in a straight line without ever having to worry about the Earth moving beneath it. Or Felix Baumgartner going up to 128,000 feet, dropping 3 hours later and being 71 miles to the east when he should be at least 3,000 miles to the west. What happens
Debunks it.
why does the Earth ever move?
Debunks the globe.
Airplanes actually do have to account for the Coriolis effect to an extent. So.
What?
Tell me how
they do not. They do.
I don't know how they do it. I'm not a pilot, but I know that they do.
No, they don't. Not even the autopilot does.
If you can't tell us how they do it.
Well, autopilot would have to. Yeah.
Without making a claim.
But it's going to depend on which direction the planes are moving.
One second. Too many people speaking at once. Go ahead, Iron Horse. What have you got? We'll come back to you, Leo.
He said he made a positive claim, so therefore he has to have positive evidence in order to make such a claim. He says pilots account for the Coriolis effect. So a plane that flies at top speed of about 500 miles per hour is accounting for the Earth beneath it spinning approximately 1,000 miles per hour towards the east. How does the pilot account for that if you claim that he does?
Well, that's not the Coriolis effect isn't accounting for the opposite rotation of the Earth. You're already moving with the stationary Earth before you take off, so that's not an effect. So I don't think you understand what the Coriolis effect is. That has to do with that has to do with the conservation of momentum as one moves laterally from the I think it's laterally from the equator. As you're moving orthogonally from the equator in either direction as a result of the conservation of momentum as a result of Earth's rotation and your movement, you will veer off of a straight path.
Right.
If planes are moving in the proper direction, there are slight effects that they do have to and do account for. Yes,
they do not adjust for
the speed of the plane.
Sorry, they do not adjust for Coriolis. I just want to clear this up. They objectively don't. Also, you can talk about the conservation of momentum. Well, as you get higher and higher up off the Earth spinning, if the atmosphere was moving with it, you would have to have additional energy higher and higher up, or it would violate the conservation of energy and momentum.
You do have that.
But there's no mechanism ever proposed for why.
You want me to give you one?
They also claim something called super rotation, which they claim the top of the atmosphere is moving faster than the spin of the Earth, but they don't know why either, which also violates the conservation of energy and momentum unless you have a mechanism.
No, it doesn't.
In addition, as you have the accelerative frame of the Earth going underneath you, due to the quote-unquote Coriolis effect, you would have to bank to the left or bank to the east and speed up forward, accelerating to catch up with it due to the conservation of angular momentum, but they don't do that. Right? They actually just maintain a constant speed relative to wind alone. So yeah, globe Earth debunked.
Exactly.
Well, that's not sure. No, for somebody who claims other people like bloviate, that you're doing a lot of bloviation. I don't even remember what you said because it didn't even register. Do you want to refresh my mind on what your point was? All right. Seems you're not even interested in a discussion. You're not actually interested in helping people understand.
I'll repeat one more time.
I think that's one of the biggest things here.
All right, Leo, check it.
They're not interested in a discussion.
If you shoot a sniper rifle and you claim that we have to account for Coriolis because the Earth spins underneath it, changing the path of the bullet when we shoot north to south.
For the love of Pete, if you ask him to try to explain it, Leo, and then he's trying to explain it, and you speak over him.
But he's not explaining it, though. That's the problem.
You can do that right after he gets done finishing, but it's like when you constantly interrupt, you do interrupt an awful lot.
I know, because they don't answer an awful lot.
Okay, so here's the thing. They probably think that you don't answer an awful lot, but they're not
Except I can't explain objectively how I do. They can't.
So here's the thing, though, Leo. You have to have a perspective of other people have different opinions than you, and not everybody has the same theory of mind as you. So there are other minds, and they have different interpretations of things. I'm not saying that they're equally right, but I'm saying they probably think that you're not answering just as much each time, but they're not interrupting. But so we'll give it a chance, Austin, and then we'll go back to Leo.
The fundamental idea is that to claim there's Coriolis with the bullet shooting north to south has to be adjusted for because of an inertial and accelerative frame of reference, then it would also apply to the plane like Iron Horse brought up. The problem is that planes in real life do not adjust for Coriolis. The autopilot doesn't. Also, when someone flies a plane manually, they would have to know about that, but they don't. They maintain a constant speed. They would have to bank and accelerate forward, but they do not do that. So claiming that most Globers then claim the atmosphere moves in lockstep with the Earth, which also isn't true. It actually would lag behind due to fluid dynamics. And so then we know that actually there would be an increase of energy proportionate to the increase of speed proportionate to the increase of altitude, which means that you're violating the conservation of energy. I don't want to go. I mean, if you don't understand it, I don't know what to say, but super rotation at the top also would need additional energy to not violate the conservation of energy momentum. You can't claim Coriolis and claim planes don't have to account for the spin of the Earth at the same time. Great Meridian, great circle flights, debunk the globe if you don't account for the spin of the Earth underneath you.
All right, Leo, we'll give you the same amount of time.
You don't need extra energy. You just need less friction. So you don't even understand what conservation of momentum is. I think you're confusing it with conservation of energy. They're similar, but they're not the same thing. And there's less friction higher up in Earth's atmosphere because of the vacuum of space. So I wouldn't surprise me if there are actually currents in the upper atmosphere that move at greater rates than currents in the lower atmosphere as a result of gravitational dragging. People who actually understand these things, they know about these effects, they understand the equations that define them. And then you have those that talk about things they have no understanding of.
This
Well,
will come in from.
I would also like to see any evidence that the atmosphere would lag behind with those sort of calculations, because that is the definition of an atmosphere, is the gases that are being pushed down from gravity. So
Wow. Okay.
Well, the
So
fact
you-
that we have wind, the fact we have winds that can go westerly, they can go easterly, they can go northerly, they can go southerly. The wind is actually acting independently to the atmosphere all the time, and yet the wind
is the atmosphere.
what? Yes, I don't even understand that.
What does that mean? The wind is the atmosphere moving. It's the,
No, they claim the wind moves independent of the lockstep.
No,
movement of the
they
air with
don't.
the earth. Yes, because it moves in all directions. It doesn't just move east.
It is moving independently.
Wait,
That's how there's a wind speed going a particular direction. So you're trying to say
Well,
that
you
wait,
just
are you
said-
asking if the wind speed is like,
energy.
do we take into account the rotation of the Earth before we account for wind speed? Well, then, yeah, obviously.
No.
Well,
Yeah.
you have to if you were
We never
trying to
account
do
for it.
reality. but
Yeah, we
because
do.
we could just assume that the Earth is flat and stationary, and then we can just observe the wind speed being exactly what it is, which
Yeah.
is what it is.
It also
See, what
just
really
sounds
This
like
proves the atmosphere.
it sounds
No,
like
what
you
we're
just
saying
said
is
the
that as
water
she's-
went with the
Hold on,
ocean.
there's okay, just one person at a time. So
It's a
Amy
simple,
right?
Lorette,
If you have
then
a-
Austin.
Okay, sorry.
Oh no, it sounds like what you said is that the water doesn't go with the ocean, and that is just non-coherent. Like
I think we're
the
talking about the
wind
thing.
is the atmosphere. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So if the wind, like if you have a blender and you turn it on, the middle mechanism that is rotating, right, it's going to go a certain speed. All the stuff outside the blender is going to lag behind the middle mechanism, proportionate to the distance outside of it. It's going to get further and further behind it. It's fluid dynamics. It's a very simple concept. So as you go higher and higher above it, to go the same amount of distance or to go to a greater distance in the same amount of time requires you to go faster, right? It's very simple concept. So that means that the higher you get above the Earth, the bigger the circle is, the bigger the orbit, the further distance traveled. So the atmosphere would have to be going faster and faster, proportionate to altitude increase, to keep up with the Earth objectively. That's just basic physics. So then either it lags behind or it doesn't. They claim it does, but it's not very much. That it's just like 2 miles per hour up to about the height of a commercial airliner. So you don't have to really account for it because wind is a greater adjustment than that. We have problems with it being intrinsically contradictory to Coriolis. You have to adjust for it. The law of conservation of energy and momentum both debunk this.
move on.
Super rotation also does. All right.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Brandon Hansen says, Leo, why don't I have to take in, we got that one. Andrew Handelsman says, Witsit, I saw you and Team Skeptic at the theater the other day. Did you guys go to see Top Gun Part 2? Just thought it was odd seeing you together. Cheers. You hanging out with Team?
No, bro. Come on, man.
This
Bro.
one from Brandon Hansen says, never had to factor it, Leo. I shoot 800 plus a lot.
Yeah, that's under the limit. You're not 800 plus meters, I'm assuming. Yeah, you're not. I don't think you would really need to then.
This one coming in from Deej, thanks for your support of Modern Day Debate. Want to say, folks, our guests are linked in the description. We hope you enjoyed this debate. It has been a lively one, to say the least. All of our guests, Leo, Amy, Austin, and Iron Horse, fully in his hot tub, are linked in the description. Which, by the way, thank you to our guests, and thank you again, Iron Horse, for jumping in last minute. I know that it's been a busy day, and so we appreciate you jumping in for Davey. And want to say, though, all of our guests are linked in the description, including at the podcast, folks. So check them out. You've heard their views. You can check out their channels. And with that, thanks so much to our guests, though. It's been a true pleasure to have you.
Appreciate it. Peace.
Thank you much.
Bye.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Amy, Leo, and Austin. Awesome to team up with you both.
Yeah, you too, bro.
I'll be back in just a moment, folks, with a post-credit scene letting you know about upcoming debates, so stick around, and I'll be back in just a moment.
right, all right.
Amazing, my dear friends, thrilled to have you here. We hope that you're having a great day or great night, depending on where you are. 2 seconds, let me just move over. Can you see me? I'm here. Don't worry, I'm still here. Want to say thanks so much. Let me say hello to you in the old live chat. Thank you for all of your support. Seriously, it means more than you know. Here I am at the bottom left there. How's it going, guys? Good to see you. Thanks for being with us. We hope you feel welcome, whether you be Globe Earth, Flat Earth. Seriously, I know it gets wild and it gets rowdy, but I want to say we appreciate all of our guests. Seriously, we appreciate you, Globe Earth, Flat Earth, you name it. And we know that for our guests, I would rather it be a wild, passionate debate rather than if it was a quiet, boring debate. So we appreciate all of our guests. We appreciate their gusto. It was a great debate. Seriously, it was tremendous. Amazing. And want to say thank you guys so much. Seriously, I enjoyed this. It was a blast. I hope you did too. But before we continue, I want to say hello to you in the old live chat. Cracker Jack, happy to have you here. Globe Busters, thanks for coming by. GA, thanks for coming by. And thanks for your super generous channel support. We appreciate your support. And yeah, folks, if you didn't know, we do have channel membership support. So we want to say, hey, highly encourage you, check it out, consider it. You can become a channel member for as little as $1.99. You can use those epic emojis that you see in chat, including calling people Soy Boy, which is a favorite, or using the amazing one. So thank you guys. We appreciate all of your support. And thank you guys for being here in the old live chat. El Rowdy Guy, thanks for your kind words. Says James, you're a legend, bro. Grateful for you. Thanks so much for that. That means a lot. We really hope you enjoy Modern Day Debate, as it is a neutral platform. We strive to give everybody a fair shot to make their case on a level playing field. That is our vision, and this is just the beginning of our story. My dear friends, we are thrilled and excited and appreciate all of your support. Sharing the channel, liking, all those things really do help. Seriously, thank you guys, as we have hit 80,000 subscribers, and we appreciate all of you, each and every one of you. Thank you for subscribing, as that helps as well. Thanks for becoming a channel member, Sapo Man. Welcome to So Much Soy. Thanks for joining that channel membership level. Seriously, your support means a ton. And maybe you're like, I'm not into the whole YouTube. I think YouTube is kind of biased or whatever it is. We have Patreon. That's another way to support the channel. So I do want to mention, if you haven't yet, you can consider, hey, let's say you join the Patreon. We have different levels. That's something to consider. It's as cheap as $2 a month. That's one way of joining at the first tier. If you join at $5 a month, your name shows at the ticker at the bottom of the screen during the debates, as we appreciate all of our supporters. Thank you so much. And thanks for your super chat. Nominal says it gets quote-unquote rowdy because religious zealots tend to get triggered when you challenge their religion. Well, juicy. I don't know which side you're referring to, but appreciate your super chat. And TNA Plastic, good to see you. Jared A, thanks for your support of Modern Day Debate. Seriously, that really does mean a lot. We appreciate that. Commercial Sound and Video says thumbed up. Thanks for that thumbs up. We appreciate your liking this video. Yeah, it really does help. The channel does grow. When you might be thinking, James, how does it grow? I don't understand. Like me hitting the like button, I just don't understand that. Thanks for your support, Iron Horse. I see you there in the old live chat. And thanks again for saving this debate 2v2 format by jumping in. That means a lot. And so I'll explain, though, because like I said, people might say, I don't understand. If I hit the like video, does that really help you, James? I mean, it just seems like it's something to, it just kind of ends there. No, it doesn't really. The YouTube algorithm, from what I've read, does factor this in. In other words, for example, our YouTube videos, our debates, get recommended a pretty good amount. We've got a pretty good ratio. So that's a cool thing. They get recommended more when you hit the like button. So like I said, if you want more people to see this debate, yeah, you can share it. That helps for real. Like if you've got a Discord group or a Globe Earth group on Facebook or a Flat Earth group on Facebook, whatever it is, you can share this debate. And that's a great thing, because if you thought your side was more persuasive, well then you're sharing material where your side was more persuasive on a neutral platform. The other thing, though, is maybe you want other people to see it on YouTube, for example. If you hit like, that means our video will be recommended to more people. So for example, when you're on YouTube, like right now, you can look just below the live chat and you'll see recommended videos. So for me, I have like Kitboga, Closed on Sunday, Kimball. There's more Kitboga, Rock Collection. Modern Day Debate videos are more likely to show up in people's recommended videos if you hit like. For real. Also, though, they're more likely to be ranked. So if you search Flat Earth Debate, this will probably be, namely this video, will probably be recommended in the top 5, at least for like the next like several hours on YouTube. And that's cool because YouTube is basically like testing to see like, hey, how popular is this? And usually it falls, down the ranking, but the more likes it gets, the higher ranking that it'll get in terms of the placement when people search the phrase Flat Earth Debate. So it really does actually make a difference. So I'm trying to just give you the reasons behind why we ask you to hit like, as it's a real way of supporting the channel. It doesn't cost you a dime. Sharing the debate as well, like I said, that helps a ton too. Like maybe you're like, hey, like I don't know about channel memberships yet, and I don't know about Patreon yet. I've never done either of those, and I don't really feel like doing either of those. Well, hey, you know what? You can help this channel by, let me fix this little, this is just driving me nuts. I'm going to fix this if it's the last thing I do. On screen, do you see the little graphic there? There we go. That's better. If you're like, James, I don't know about this. I'm just not sure. Well, I can tell you. You can help this channel just by doing those things. It really does make a difference. I'm telling you. We appreciate it. And I've got to say, good to see you there in the old live chat. Whirl of Bliss, thanks for coming by, as well as Random Guy, thanks for dropping in. Mrs. No 86, thanks for dropping in. Scott Miller says hello. Thanks for coming by, Scott. And thanks, KK Pink Factor. We are glad you are here. Sean Miller, glad you're here. Greg Warrener, happy to have you here. And Slang, glad to have you in the live chat. Regis Turslow Bear, thanks for dropping in. Diamond S, we're glad you are here. As well as Ozone McWego, thanks for coming by. Iron Horse, I see you there in the old live chat. Amanda, thanks for coming by. Really do appreciate your help in finding this new venue. Seriously, we're going to make this work one way or another if you got my email already. Whether we use that venue or we might be able to talk our old venue into matching their price, which would be a
Thank you.
Yo, what's up?
Buenos días. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás?
Aquí les compartimos con todo lo que está en la mañana para toda la raza. Estamos aquí con Kyle investigando la tierra plana. Entonces vamos a seguir. What's up, man?
Somos tierraplanistas y aquí estamos para explicar a los gilipollas cómo está. La tierra no es un globo.
Así es que no se lo pierde. Aquí va a estar la verdad. Hablamos de todo lo que es la tierra plana. Entonces todos los que están aquí poniendo atención, te pueden a ponerse la extensión de Nightbot donde el YouTube live stream. Ahí les pones y vas a entrar aquí con nosotros.
Y lo que los globalistas no entienden es que no hay curva, no hay caída por la distancia. Y cuando vemos a largo plazo, distancias largas, no vemos ninguna curva. Es plana. Yeah, that debate was a good one, but man, that I forget his name, but the guy on the Globe side, he definitely got triggered.
Multiple times. Yeah.
It was crazy. He was sitting there chugging down beer, and it still wasn't helping to calm him down. Maybe it was mineral water. Maybe it should have been beer. I don't know. Something in the can.
They employ a lot of imagination when they speak, so they can't stand on certainty. They're like, yeah, we know. We don't. Those guys don't ever come in here. If they were, I would expose every single one of those guys who profess that they know what the shape of the earth is.
Well, and what I always...
Yeah, go on, Kyle.
Sorry. What I always seem to discover when I'm listening to them is like Whitsitt, for example, was explaining, some basically contradictions that, you can't violate the law of non-contradiction. So he was bringing up certain things, and anytime a Glober hears about contradictions, they immediately say, of course I understand that, but it has nothing to do with our cosmology, with the shape of the earth, with the globe. That's physics. That's separate. It's like they want to separate the two. And the globe is almost this, it's a whole separate system that has its own rules.
Let's bring up an example here. Just for context. I'll put it in live stream voice text for everybody. Now, this gentleman says, you can see the curving power lines, right? Bottom and top. You can also see refraction, right where he circled. And then when he further explains, refraction is happening everywhere. But it's negligible at the top, and it's most apparent at the bottom. So when it's convenient, the argument shifts to whatever suits the concept. And that's how they operate. So they're always staying within the boundaries of imagination. They're staying within the boundaries of imagination. So you can't really know anything. You can just give kind of an idea of what you're saying.
It's almost like cherry picking the image, whether it's from super high or super low. If there's no curve, well, of course you can't see the curve. If there's curve, well, of course you can see the curve.
Yep. It either is there or not. It's physical or it's optical.
I always wonder, it's like, okay, if light can bend over the bulge, why haven't we ever seen on the other sides of mountains? Looking over a mountain or a hill, why can't I see the other side of the hill? I mean,
yeah, it's not
come
true
on.
What they're saying. That's it's not true what they're saying. Because essentially what we're saying is Earth is in the way. Well, isn't dirt part of Earth? Earth is in the way, right? It's the same thing. A hill of water, a hill of dirt. Of course, a hill of water would seem more ridiculous to even say that.
Has there been any recent debates lately? I haven't checked on any of the popular channels.
I don't keep up with that. I'd rather.
Yeah, I've kind of just been listening in here lately.
I welcome them if they want to come in here. Those high level globes people with open arms. I'm like, come in here. I'm not going to their playground. I'm not going to do it. Because they want 5 minutes to gish gallop, and it's not going to happen in here. That's why they don't come in here. They don't have 5 minutes to gish gallop and scattergun like 20 questions and then sit back and give like 3 loaded questions, 3 questions that have nothing to do with the topic, and just keep like, no, you're going to answer what is needed. And that's demonstration, physical observation.
Yeah, and it was like we've heard with a few of these, people on the fence. I think a lot of people, they don't even realize the conditioning enough to even ask one simple question to discover. It's like all of the idea. Like we heard the other day. It's well, we've got sunsets, we've got the stars, we've got but yet, oh well, I'm just listening. Well, ask one question and let somebody explain one point. Because for me, that's what I had to do to dismantle the conditioning, was go through every single question I had. All right, let's and obviously starting off with the floor, but then after that, all right, well, let's look at other stuff and how it works with perspective, or things like that.
So what's interesting about the image that I put up there, and the gentleman who was explaining it, he came to a conclusion at the end of all of his contradictions, and I was like, draw lines on that image. Yeah, thank you. I was gonna do that too, Hilo Skeptic. Thank you very much. You're reading my mind. I was like, draw lines where you think the curvature of the Earth is, and where you think refraction is happening. And explain, and with that kind of like a diagram, or like however you're drawing on the image, you can explain to us what you mean. Because he sounded super confusing. Well, there's refraction happening because you can have both curvature and refraction. I'm like, no, you can't. You can't see if it's the curvature or refraction. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And so he's like, okay, let me explain what I mean. So he drew the lines on the power lines. As you can see, that bottom red line, the bottom top line. And of course, he's got curvature on both. But he's doing it to kind of support the claim that he's saying that it's curving, right? At the same time, where you drew that little circle, that's where he's supporting where it says it's refraction. And then on top of that, you have to listen to the wizardry, right? And the magic happens where he said, well, we have refraction happening all over. I said, everywhere? He said, yeah, everywhere. Okay. Refraction's happening everywhere. At the bottom, there's a lot. At the top, there's very little. Is that correct? And he's like, yes. Okay. Can we see it? Yes. At the bottom, you can see it. At the top, you really can't notice it. I'm like, wait a second. But we see refraction nonetheless, right? Yes. Okay. We understand that we can see refraction. He's like, you can see it at the bottom. It's noticeable. On the top, it's not noticeable. So I took him to Skunk Bay. Skunk Bay footage, the time lapse. It shows like during the time lapse, everything looks really wonky, right? Like all the image in the distance, the peninsula back there, the trees, the sky, everything is just all kind of wavy, distorted. We see that. It's noticeable, right? Over a time lapse. And I explained to him, over the time lapse footage that Skunk Bay was taken, do you think that a person could take a snapshot of a single moment in time and give us a different description or depiction of what's happening in the background of how it looks? And he's kind of struggled at that point because he didn't want his point to be invalidated, which is it's not noticeable. That was his whole main point at the top. And I'm like, you see the trees up here? And I was pointing to the top of Skunk Bay. He's like, and his out was, well, the camera was angled downward, so you can't really see up anything. I was like, no. You're not going to get away from this. I'm not talking about what the camera's doing, because the camera was looking straight on. We all know this. You can't like fool us into thinking it's doing something else. And yeah,
where did you get that image with the little white spot in there that blocked everything else out? Because it's obviously the same image, but he blocked out the
tower. He cut that tower out of the image, so he can prove a point. So he did it. That was him.
I knew I had that. I told you that. Yeah, there it is, right there.
No, he cut it out.
So if you can see the tower, and you know, and I've heard Sally talk about how he captured this. He was on the Pontchartrain Bridge, and he used his P900 and zoomed it all the way right into the horizon. That's why the pylons there look like cartoons, because it's a very high focus. And so it's not curvature that you're observing there. It is refraction. It's a
It's always
distorted
been
image. Yeah.
It's always been optical all the time.
Yep.
They want to say that it's not to support the case that it's curvature. Right, Bobby? You got our old Bobby in the chat there, Shamrock Banks Observatory. What do you think about Soundly's image, Bob? Is that curvature or is that refraction? Or is it both? Dun dun dun.
Not really sure. I'm sitting here looking at it. I'm looking for myself. I don't know.
Tell me how space and satellites exist.
You're talking about the Skunk Bay time lapse, right?
Skunk Bay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
What am I supposed to be seeing? I mean, the mountains in the distance proving that it's not curvature?
Look at the entire footage and look at the peninsula in the background. If you were to take a snapshot of one moment in time while it's doing what it's doing, do you think you could get an accurate depiction of what's happening in the background to say what you're seeing is exactly what you're seeing? Like, if I was to say it's curvature and you were to say it's not, you know what I mean? How could we go off of that image if the image is being distorted from moment to moment?
I see what you're saying. So at one point throughout, you could say either or.
Yep. Exactly. And that's what they're doing. They're cherry picking a moment where it suits them, but yet when it changes and it doesn't, they're like, no, that's refraction. That's
right,
what they're doing.
Right. Okay. I mean, that
they're
does
playing
make
both sides. They're speaking out of both sides of their mouth when they're saying this. It can be refraction.
Because it's supposed to be 7 miles, right, or 9 miles.
What, Skunk Bay?
Their theoretical curvature model is supposed to say that every 7 miles you're not supposed to be able to see over it or something.
It depends on the elevation height. There's a few factors, but it depends on the elevation height of the observer. Like at 1 foot elevation height, it's like 1.22 miles.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm just as confused as half of the rest of us.
Well, see, that's the point, bud. They live in confusion. That's where they thrive. And not only do they thrive there, they want to make people iterations of themselves, kind of like so that they can have their cake and eat it. So it's like, if I can make you as confused as I am, you'll never know the truth.
Right.
So that you can stay in confusion and you'll never be able to say for certain what you know reality to be.
These days on the internet, you can look for 10 minutes and find enough information to prove your own theory right in your own head if you really want to. There's too much.
Sure, you can almost convince yourself of anything, but that's not what we're talking about.
Because you're saying that there's actual facts for.
Yes, there actually is facts. So either we're standing on facts and we understand the nature of our reality, or we don't. Right. And it's malleable. Meaning malleable is like a term to say that it just can change whatever we can say that it is. If you live in that state right now of confusion, the 20 people that are watching, then I would say they have you where they want you. They got you right exactly where they need you to be, where you never understand the nature of your reality and you're always questioning. And what happens is you lend your mind over to the authorities where they say, well, we have the knowledge. Give your mind to us. We will supply you with the answers and explanations. Yeah, and therefore, you're just like, well, since I can't figure it out for myself, I'll go ahead and believe you. And that's what you do. Because you can't, you're just like,
I'm more of a, like, I will look for myself. There's so much information on both sides. I'm not definitive on either one.
Yeah. But see, that's the thing, though. It's different when you're actually starting to realize that you've been lied to versus you just constantly saying in your life that you can never know. There's a
Right.
difference between
And
where
then
you say
trying
that
to
you
tell other people that they're fucking stupid because
Yes,
they don't believe what you
exactly.
believe.
That's the point, bro. That right, what you just said right there. That's the point. How can you
Right.
stand on a position and tell somebody that they're wrong when you can't even be definite of what you're saying? And that's what they do, right? And I'll give you an example. They're never 100% sure of anything. Those guys. And if you don't believe me, ask them. Ask them. Are you certain that the Earth is a globe? Well, we're 99.9999999% sure because there's that little one speck of doubt that could just be, whoever. And see, that's the thing. We're not talking about
that 1%.
Here's the mind magic.
The world always makes it.
Here's the mind magic, bud. Let me explain to you the mind magic, right? The mind magic is they're talking about the Earth as a whole. Nobody knows what the Earth as a whole is. But for certain, we can know our existence from like the point of view from where we're living, right? And we can do that with assurance. I'm 100% sure my Earth that I experience, that I can see, is not a globe. It's not. There's no curvature measured. That we can say that 100%. But when they start to say, "Well, what is the entire Earth? Are you living on a flat disc? Are you in a dome?" And we're gonna be like, "No, we don't. We can't know that information. No one knows that information. All we know for right now." Is that the place that we live in, it has to be contained. It has to, because the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. That's 100%. Otherwise, you can't have pressure in this system that we're in. So, that being said, there's a difference between saying, I know what the Earth is as its entirety, and I know what the Earth is from where I can experience.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's what we mean.
Yeah, absolutely,
So,
100%.
That's what you and I can stand on. Now, when they say the opposite of that and tell you that there's curvature,
And it's
when
100% truth. There's fact, and they know it. And then you go into it, and like you said, there's always a 87% or a 72% or something here that they don't. If you ask them, they'll be like, "Well, it's more like 60%."
Yeah, well, see, you've even heard them say that because for you to say that, you might have heard them already. People that side with the globe, they're so confused, undecided, they can't. Yet they're telling you all of these things as a fact. They're like, Earth is indeed a globe. It can't be anything other than what we're saying it is. And you're like, yeah. Well, then why are you 60% sure? Why are you 70%? Why aren't you not more certain?
100%, right? And with the facts. To show it, to prove it with undeniable truth. Where's it at?
Their out is and I'll tell you, their out is science doesn't work like that.
Right. It doesn't do what you want it to do.
Yeah, so you can't say that you're certain about anything. And here's the magic though. When they say this, they've already damaged their side. But get this.
They won't
Get this. I'm gonna give you another. I'm gonna give you another mind.
Yeah, isn't that a double negative or oxymoron? Isn't that?
Yes, it is. But here's the mind job, right? So when they tell you that, people on the flat Earth side will creep in. It'll start to creep in, and then you'll start to think like, well, I can't be 100% sure of what I'm saying. So I must then say to keep it kind of like, well, if we say 100% certain, then we're gonna have to stand on some shit, right? Like we're gonna have to stand up for what our facts are. But then the people on the flat Earth side will be like, even my known reality, I can say for 99.9999% because I could be dreaming. This could be a simulation. This could be whatever. And then you're like, but you just came from this crazy idea that the Earth is a globe.
Substantiated truth.
Yeah, so it's like, how can you stand on the certainty of flat Earth if you're still doubting? Like that you might as well then that means that reality is still malleable. It could still change. And then if that was the case, then the reality isn't what you think it is. It could be whatever somebody conjures up in their own.
99.999% sure. No, it's not.
Well, and that's the thing though. That small percentage
died and came back.
Here's the thing though, bud, because a lot of people think really deeply on this. It's philosophy that can get you in such a bind. Philosophy can say, well, you can be certain to a limit, right? But that one little tiny chance, you're going to be wrong. And I can disprove that in a heartbeat. And I'm going to show you how. If we're both sitting on a train track and a train is coming, there isn't a shadow of a doubt that the damn thing's going to hit us and probably kill us both, right? If we're sitting on. you're going to say, let's get out of here because the train's going to hit. But if I was to tell you, there's a 99.999999999% chance that the train's going to hit us.
Live.
Yeah, you're going to be like, hell no, get the hell off these tracks. It's going to hit us 100% if we stay here. Right. And if I was to argue with you in debate, like, well, you know, there's a possibility.
You don't know what's on the tracks that could make the train fall off the tracks in between here and now. Like, there's a possibility it's going to derail. That trains do fall off the track.
Are you willing? And here's the thing: are you willing to bet your life on it? That's where it counts. Are you willing to bet your life on it? And so, when your life is on the line, your five senses will tell you get off these tracks. There's impending danger, and we need these senses of ours to guide us through or else, you know, we're toast. We wouldn't have our five senses to tell us.
Yeah, you'd run right into traffic.
So our reality is made up of things that we can be certain of, for sure. Like, it helps us avoid things in life that would, like, otherwise put us in harm's way. So this is what I'm talking about. You can know things to be 100% certain, right? I can tell you this in a way that we can make sense. Otherwise, you can't make sense of your reality. If you live in the 99.99999% of the reality is real, then your reality could be malleable. You could be in somebody's freaking dream. You could be in a simulation. But then those scenarios never have played out in anyone's life. The certainty of life is that you live and you die, right? There's certain, like, what do they say? The three things: tax, death, and what is the other one? You can depend on, like, for sure. But these are the things that people can be certain of, like, in life that happen, right? Entropy is a thing. Right? You grow old, you die. Like, this is the way reality works. Outside of that, right, we get into like a philosophical discussion about, like, how things can be, postulations of, like, these different kinds of realities. And it's like, none of that makes any sense. And it's not applicable to reality. When we talk about what's physical, what's real, then we're starting to deal with the real, right? Like, there isn't any curvature. Now show me where curvature actually exists. There isn't any. You know what I mean? I guess, like, in the sense of, like, me being passionate of this, I can actually come to the place where I'm certain. Like, I don't have to go to sleep at night like, damn, dude, I've explained to this guy all night and I've, like, debated with him, yet.
But I don't know. I'm not sure about what I'm saying myself.
Yeah, exactly. Because I could be wrong with that small little tiny slice.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's also power in the way that you say things, and you know, and being able to admit when you're wrong and take it back and go and understand why, and, you know, how shit doesn't actually work. You know, not being stuck to a point no matter what. Like you said, you can't have the same point as 100% and then turn around and say, you know, 99% that it's fucking.
Yeah. If anybody.
It's a oxymoron, like we said earlier. It's a double fucking negative. You can't have both. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
And I'm not saying that people on the flat side would say, because there's two different concepts, right? The concept is, you know, the entire Earth on what it is. No one can say that. So if somebody on flat Earth is telling you the whole entire Earth is X, Y, and Z, they're wrong, straight out, because nobody ever, not even one soul living on this Earth, knows the entirety of the Earth. Because, I mean, otherwise they'd know the extent of how far it is and so forth. So nobody knows that information, right? However, I'm saying that because nobody knows that information. You can't stand on the idea that we can't know reality ourselves, like from what we can know, right? You know what you know, you don't know what you don't know. That's as simple as I can put it. So when somebody tells you what's the moon, sun, and stars, we don't know. We just observe what they look like. We can speculate what they are. It looks like this to me, whatever the case is. But to stand on certainty of what they are, you don't know. So, but reality itself, yes, my friend, you can know. We experience reality. We can share ideas. We both look at a seagull and say, "Hey, that is a seagull. You agree with me? It's got wings. It can fly. It's makes a certain sound." We start agreeing upon these things, right? The collective humans that are on Earth can agree upon what a seagull is. So we start to make definitions, right? The definition of a seagull is, you know, a bird that lives near the ocean, so on, right? We make definitions of what we know to be true.
And we all agree.
Right. So we all agree. So here's the thing. When a definition is taken out of context and you're like now saying, I'm 99.99999% sure that's a seagull, how ridiculous does that sound? because you're like now disagreeing with the collective that we didn't agree on what that thing. It could be a flying cupcake, or it could be a bowl of spaghetti. Like, we don't know. You know what I'm saying? Then reality becomes malleable. It could be whatever it is.
Right, and that meme hold on. That meme I just posted shows that Michio Kaku he said that we're off in cosmology. We're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. That's way more than 99.99999%. Look at the zeros in there. When it comes to cosmology, man, this guy's a renowned astrophysicist.
He says they don't even work in the way people.
They don't even use the scientific method. That's what he said.
They don't use it. He blatantly outright said, and when these guys that are following, like people that like these astrophysicists, they're claiming that they. Okay, so when they appeal to them, like in this discussion where we're talking, well, I'm not an astrophysicist. Yeah, I know that. On top of that, if you were to hear them speak, you would be denouncing them. You'd be throwing them under the bus faster than you could blink your eyeballs, because you would be like, dude, why is he saying that? The guy's saying we're not sure, and look at how many zeros he puts under the uncertainty factor. Then you would be looking at him like, who is he anyway? He's probably not somebody that, and you would be trying to figure out if he's even worth being somebody that's actually saying these things. But these are the guys who are put in this high up on the pedestal in academia, what people look up to, and you're discrediting them. Just like I'll put them in the realm of like people that grew up with the knowledge like Bob the Science Guy, Professor Dave, these anti-flat earthers that are coming in here day in, day out.
I would put them in the realm of fantasy. I love fantasy novels. And I listen to freaking when I'm not listening here or talking here, I listen to fantasy novels about almost anything. I love mysteries. I love freaking fantasy, and so it's just like that. That's the realm I think of these guys in. They're making up fantasies, but anyway.
Let me show you. Helio, what he says, and I'll put it right now because he's typing it into the live stream. This is what he says. Shamrock Banks Observatory says, your big number has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, which is roughly spherical, by the way. This is Bob the Science Guy. 22,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel.
Yeah, Bob, I'm tired of fucking with Bob. I don't even care about him.
You see what I mean, though? Just like you said, Helio, he's living in fantasy. He doesn't want to address that Michio Kaku was saying something apparently of how they operate in their specific field. He's like, yeah, but who cares about him anyways? We know that the Earth is like negating the fact that these guys are way above their pay grade. They're still gonna like denounce them. Amazing, right? You would think. When they should be looking up to them and appealing to them.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Bob should agree with Michio Kaku.
He's like, I doubt you even understand what he's talking about.
No, I actually do understand what he's talking about. I mean, what he's talking about, Bob and Michio Kaku. Yes, I understand why you guys believe this, but it's impossible.
Right.
That's why he said we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120th power when it comes to space and our observations from Earth. That's why he said that. And so Bob should, really acknowledge that and consider it.
Because, I mean, and all we're doing is showing people this is what they're saying. And he's like, this is what him and all the rest of the anti-flat earthers say. You don't understand what they are saying when they clearly are speaking English and they're clearly stating what they're saying. We're not taking it out of context, as a matter of fact. We're pointing it out to you that this is exactly verbatim what they say. Now, when you say it's not what they're saying, you have to deal with them saying it, not us. We're just relaying that information to you and telling you exactly what they say. We're not putting words in their mouth. We're telling you this is what he's saying. Is it not? Like, that's what he says in the video, what he's saying it. CB's here. Oh, CB's here. He has
here's another. They're going to step on Michio Kaku, and they're going to step on freaking what's Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye, they're just like, I don't think they're just science communicators. Or now they're going to agree with us eventually. Just like, yeah, they're propaganda bullshit. Yeah.
It's nice to hear one.
Finally, they're going to have to admit that that's all propaganda, right?
Exactly.
Anyway, go ahead, Sasha. What were you going to say?
It's nice to hear Glober to say that it has nothing to do with the shape. They're using everything out.
Dude, but I mean, this is why that picture that Kiwi just posted, nobody should ever consider anything that ever should take Bob seriously at all.
Yeah. Question for Bob. How many times you spoke about something what has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth?
I've never talked about a hill of water.
Yeah, roll that clip, CB.
I've never talked about a hill of water. I don't know. What's Water Hill? So yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. Okay, Bob.
Oh, Bob. What a tangled web we weave, Bob.
I've never talked about a hill of water. There. Not a hill of water. So yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, Bob. In a time, Rumpus has his it is, and then after 10 seconds, it is not.
Yeah.
We do. We don't.
Yeah.
We do not.
22,000 subscribers, and they've never heard a contradiction like that. Well, guess what? He says them in here all the time.
Is it Water Hill? I don't know. What's Water Hill?
Moment. What a tangled web we weave when we conspire to conceive or support the globe.
Oh, Bobby.
I don't understand his accent. What is water?
I mean, he's in the chat like...
Blood is boiling right now. I can barely keep my composure right now.
In the chat, coping.
At least the only thing that I could say about him is that he stands on 10 toes and says 100% certainty he knows it's a globe. Everybody else would say it's 99.9999%. Everybody that I've other than him.
I can respect that.
Yeah, that's the difference between other people and him. Like, he will say it. Like, he's like, oh, I'm not afraid. I'm going to tell you it's 100%. We know it's a globe. Everybody else is like 99.9% sure. Like, even Bobby Steels, and they're all 99.9999%.
Yeah, I respect that he's willing to stand firm as just as we are. And the other people, they want to climb down the crab bucket with you. They want to drag you down. If I'm wrong, we're all wrong. I'm 99% sure, but I might be wrong. Therefore, you're also wrong. No. No one can be sure of anything. Yeah, I'm pretty sure about some things.
Yeah, me too. I can be sure about a few things. Are we saying we're sure about everything? No. You know what you know. You don't know what you don't know. Pretty simple, actually. If you're sitting down and then somebody says, hey, are you sitting down? I can't ever be 100% sure if I'm sitting. Well, how are you going to know if you are or not? Like, what the hell? Never sure, huh?
Ask somebody.
You're drinking water. You're like, are you drinking water? I'm only 99.999% sure I'm drinking water right now. Like, it could be sand. It could be a rhinoceros. It could be, I don't know. Just think. If reality is malleable, then anything goes, right? Anything goes. I could insert what you say and make it anything I want. Because you don't know.
Yeah, you could be talking on Facebook right now.
That's what I'm always saying. That it's like if the collective came together, right? People of the earth, and they weren't certain of things, then there wouldn't be any definitions. Zero definitions. Because it would be your subjective interpretation of what you see. Oh, that's a hot dog going across the street. No, it's a cat. No, it's a penguin. No, it's whatever I say it is, right? It's French toast. And I'm going to settle on that because that's my subjective experience of the earth. Pretty much French toast going across the street.
Well, how do you know the French toast is moving across the street? You could be the one moving. Maybe the French toast is just hovering in place.
Yeah, we could go. Listen, guys, we can go everywhere with this. If your reality is malleable and you can't agree on anything, there is no definitions in your worldview. It's reality's what you make of it. You know, like anything you want. So, and that's the world that I'm telling you. That's why we're in the place we're at with the society the way it is. And think about it. If your reality is subjective, my friends, you could be whatever you wish. It's not that it's gonna be that way, but you can live in your own head, and then tell people, "Well, I'm a dolphin." Oh, that's great. You can, but other people, third person perspective is gonna tell you otherwise. No, you're not. We all agree that you're a person. All of us, everybody. There isn't anyone that would. You might be the only one to disagree because you live in your own head, but.
Imagination. I can be anything I want.
Yeah, scientific reasoning is a characterization of science denial. Think about it though, man, because if this is how you guys operate on that level, then you guys have lost touch with reality. This is what I've been saying. If you're 99.9999% certain, then definitions don't mean jack squat. Because, okay, we agreed on that this thing is a rock. It's a definition. Look it up. There's definitions we can go by. Everybody agrees that we're looking at this and that's a tree. Oh, that's a dog. We can all agree because these are the definitions we attribute to the things in reality, right? That's a car, right? It's simple. When you start to disagree and saying that's a cheese omelet, whatever, whatever you think it is, then you are out of touch with reality because nobody on earth agrees with you. And that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with people that have lost touch with reality. And so be it, right? But I fear that this type of mentality creeps into flat earth. Because it gets people to think, well, I don't know reality for certain. It could be whatever. And then that's the thing. That's a poisonous kind of way to think. Because definitions aren't going to mean jack squat anymore. Because if that's true, then, could be something else. Easily. Because you're not sure. You're not certain. I always bring this point around because it should. If you're standing on truth, it's not moved, my friends. We all agree, right? Fire's hot, water's wet. These are things we know. When it becomes that you can't discern reality, then that's something that's personal, right? You've lost touch with what the collective actually is agreeing on.
What is this water is wet you speak of, Miggy?
Is that your best Sasha impersonation? That was pretty good.
I actually had Bruce Lee in my mind, but it kind of didn't work out too well.
That was my backup.
Water is wet.
That's Rich. Let me show you. Bob's listening to us, by the way. This is his rebuttal.
I said, empty your mind.
Look at that.
Empty your mind.
Shamrock Banks Observatory. Lost touch with reality, yet by definition, the Earth is a spherical planet based on measurements and facts. Yet you deny that. You have the problem, not us.
Subjective or objective reality, Bob?
There you go. Yeah. That's the difference.
Reminding you that when we go to court, we testify under objective reality, not subjective. But thanks for trying, Bob.
Yeah, that I wanted to say. He will say something like, we have gravity, and everybody knows that gravity is a fact, and everybody defined the gravity, and now you don't believe in gravity,
Yeah. I mean, he sounds exactly like this.
There are volumes of proven data.
numbers, figures. There are fossil records.
I love it.
You can't just throw out 200 years of science with observations.
I mean, Miggy, all he has to do is ask a few questions.
Have you seen these fossil records? Huh? Have you poured through the data yourself? The numbers, the figures? Well, no. No. Oh, interesting.
Very interesting.
The exasperated responses, proves that it's a religion.
Indeed.
Right.
Well, it can only be, right? How else can you believe something if it's not on faith? Because you're told to trust the people who will give you the information. So it's not that we agree on it, it's that we were told what it is. But if we were to agree, like say a mass amount of people were to disagree with it, then we have an issue. Because the reality in which you and I live in is not presenting itself like you are saying, Bob. And that's the issue. When you're telling us a duck is a car, and I'm like, no, it's not, you can't tell me that I'm wrong because it doesn't look like a car, right? So, and it doesn't behave like a car. So a duck is a duck. So that's why I said you guys have lost touch with reality. The same definitions you guys describe what it is to have curvature and what it is to be level and a straight, like horizontal, like flat, that you guys negate that fact. We agreed on these definitions, every one of us, even you. You can even state what that is. But you're saying that's what the earth is, that it's curving. And it's not curving anywhere, Bob. That's the issue.
Well, they always say things like Dennis did in that clip. There's measurements and facts, and it's like, well, why do you have to hype it up? Just present the measurements. There's no getting around a measurement. If I'm 6 foot and I present the measurements for that, there's absolutely no getting around that. I wouldn't sit and hype up, wow, there's facts and I have Instagram. It's like, just present the money. Like, put it on the table and then we can all go home. But sitting up there hyping up the cards that you have in your hand, that's called bluffing. It's your turn to play, guys. Either fold or, put them cards down on the table.
That's what he's calling measurements. That was Miggy explaining all in last 10 minutes, What measurement? It's only a word,
Yeah, right.
This is it, according to Bob right here. I'm going to show you. It goes perfect. I even saved the image. Bob, check it out. That's you. Look how you have your fingers right there.
What?
Huh?
We don't want to talk about Bob.
Perfect timing, Bob. I was waiting for you to say that, actually, so I could put the image to what you said, and you've walked right into my trap. No, I'm just kidding. No, but you did say it right. I had the image anyway, so I just might as well just connected the two.
Yeah,
that's Bob.
That's his measurements of half mile.
And in the cookie jar, or should we say fingers in the cookie jar.
Look, curvature. I need to save also this photo.
Bob's always trying to talk about his 2-incher.
Beta!
Oh, it's 2 inches.
Oh, jeez.
No, that observation, that one, what he's
called for,
showing 2 inch of drop, and that's it. You don't need now to look on 10 miles because there is on half mile 2 inch drop. That means everywhere it's curving. It's enough, that observation. Why we should to now observe 10, 20 miles?
See, Bob, what are we doing here? Like, when you actually present this, like, on it, I can't, man.
He's trying to say there's another hill of water.
Not a hill of water. So yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. Okay,
body in hills of water.
Hey, look up definition of hill and see what comes up. It won't have anything to do with water.
It's a hill of water, I guess.
All we get is water fountains, y'all.
Oh, well, maybe you just had to look up the definition for level, Helio.
Oh, level. Yeah, I'm quite familiar with that term.
Here, I'll post it for you.
We know what a wave is. Don't we know what a wave is too? We're quite familiar with that term. A wave on the ocean. It's caused by, as the ocean moves toward the shore, it creates waves. It could be in the middle of the ocean, and it could be a storm, and wind can cause waves. Kinds of different things that could cause waves. As far as like level, water, sea level, very simple concept. I don't know why they can't understand it.
You're coming in kind of low, Helio. Pretty low, man.
I'm talking soft because I just don't. I mean, I don't even know where Bob's coming from. He's
out of his head. That's where he's coming from. He's out of his mind.
Yeah, he's a religitard.
Well, you know that phrase, like, far out, man. Like, people can be so far out that they don't even know where they started. So he doesn't even know where he's coming from.
Here's Bobby. Here's Bobby trying to explain himself.
Oh, is he in the live chat?
No, but I said if you have to visualize it as a hill to understand Kurt, buddy, that's you. Oh my god.
Nobody pays, the Globers don't pay attention to their own priests of their own religion.
Bob just said, he said, I doubt you even know what defines a hill. A hill, and
bro, we're mocking
everybody knows what a hill is. Even a little kid knows what a hill is.
Yeah, not a hill of water.
But what about
water,
what the
it's never defined in water. I mean, what the hell are you talking about, Bob?
What the hell are they talking about hills anyways? Because their own scientism priest Neil deGrasse Tyson tells us all we cannot see curvature like from the Red Bull jump or in excess, I think, what is it, 300,000 feet?
Yeah, but Jenny,
63 miles.
But Jenny, did you see this? Jenny, did you see this image? Look at this image, Jenny, right here. I'm about to show you.
Mm-hmm.
Bob knows.
Oh boy, I'm here shaking my head.
That's Bob. He knows.
Red flag. Woo, 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 woo. Come on. I mean, yeah, I mean, so that's what happens when you believe in scientism, right? It's real easy to figure that out for me. Maybe I hope I could be stand corrected, but.
Well, Jenny, if Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't see curvature, then what's blocking the bottom of the boat deck in the Black Swan?
People need to figure out how their eyeballs work.
What's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly
not a hill of water.
Good one.
Listen to what he says at the end of that clip, Jenny. Watch. Play it again, TV. Watch this.
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. Okay, look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
Somebody didn't pay attention in math class. That's what I got to say about that.
Somebody didn't pay attention to what they actually said. You know,
right, that too.
That would be Bob.
He's trying to make it seem like I said it's not a hill of water. He's like, well, yeah, that is what it is. Now he's saying, though, you guys don't know what a hill means. Then maybe you should have agreed with me that it's not a hill of water, you goofball.
If you have to have a sidebar on what the definition of a hill is, I don't think the conversation should continue at all whatsoever.
Okay. Yeah, if you don't know what a hill is, I think we're way out of touch with what we're talking about.
We're talking about flat water. He says we're out of our depth. I think there's a pun in there somewhere.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I'd go for it. Yeah.
Ooh,
Jan, I meant to send you something.
Jim Brewer is about to come out as a flat earther, y'all.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
what I was about to send you that. Because
I was thinking about you.
I'm not
Dude.
well, you can watch that too.
I
But
was
yeah, Jim
talking to
Brewer.
Wixit. I was talking to Wixit, and he brought it up, and I saw a video where he's collaborating with Sean Hibbler. I'm like, oh, I know
That's what I was about to share with you.
what's
Yeah, the
next.
Sean Hibbler interview's good.
Yeah, and what topic is that on? Geoengineering, or because it's not Flat Earth that he's collaborating with.
No,
right
it's more about the CV thing.
Cocoa Pebbles, Jibby,
the Cocoa
Jabberinos.
So, yeah, I'll share it here too. If
Part
you,
of
if you have,
healthy balanced breakfast.
Oh, I cannot.
Actually, the
Jim
title of
Brewer.
the title of the thing that Sean is promoting and that he made is called Fluvid 19.
I put it up on I bought the video and I put it up on my archive.org channel. I'll share that, and I'll share the Jim Brewer video too here.
Cool.
Anyway.
I cannot get enough of Jim Brewer, where he's like, trust the science, right?
He like took that over the top. He was over the top. And, like he put that in so much. It was
Hey, what is that anyways? That video, what do you have? What is it about? Like what's going on there? Hibbler
It's about what's been happening the past couple of years.
Yeah, the whole so he did a documentary about the beer flu.
You don't have to buy it, but if you want to send Sean $5, you can go buy it. But I put it up. He said share it and buy it and share it, and I did. So
Sean's one of the hardest workers in this whole community. So
yeah,
worth it.
that's go watch that video. It's an hour long. It's not too.
In my opinion, Jim Brewer is in my personal opinion, I am dubbing him quote unquote special permission boy, because he's part of the mainstream. And so I just find it odd how he can talk about shit nobody else can.
Yeah, there's a reason for that. I don't know what the reason is, but you're right.
What we want to say about that, we can't say it on here, or they'll shut the channel down. But Jim can. So
permission boy.
Special permission boy. That's right. And what's good about it? I think you're right. What's good about it is that you can't stop the truth no matter what. So now what I think is happening is there's superstars that superstars. Hold on a sec.
I have been saying
superstars that have been truthers.
Hold on. Let him say.
Thank you. There's superstars that have been truthers the whole time. Some have probably been silenced, right? And some haven't been silenced because maybe they couldn't dig up any dirt on a guy like Jim Brewer, right? No real dirt. They're like, fuck, okay, well, we can't just kill him and we can't just ruin his career. He didn't do anything wrong, really. You don't have any videos of him having gay sex? You don't? Oh, shit. So what are we going to do?
I like that.
So here's what we'll do. Since the truth's coming out anyway, we'll just let him, because nobody takes Jim Brewer seriously anyway, guy. He's the guy, right? It's not like it's not like we have, top actors and comedians, or even just actors, right? Because a comedian could be laughing about whatever. So we'll just let Jim Brewer kind of say whatever he's going to say. Nobody's really going to take it that seriously. That's basically what I think is happening.
I've been wanting for like at least the last year, maybe two, saying that Flat Earth needs more comedy.
Let me jump in here real quick. I'm going to put a pin. I'm going to put a pin on this discussion just for a moment. I want to introduce to you guys Band Member. He's been in our chat for quite some time. However, I'm going to bring to recollection everybody's attention to what he's been doing. And when he's in the YouTube livestream text chat, he launches missiles from the text chat to us over here, saying how incredibly crazy we are, denouncing a lot of people. And I'd just like to say, now that you have the opportunity that you're in here, Band Member, because I'm going to bring everybody's attention back to what you were saying, right? Just to kind of like put things into perspective.
Let's hear it.
What's up, Bandy? You were talking a good game yesterday in the YouTube chat there, bucko. You decided to come back and spread the 24/7 chat.
Let us know.
Everybody shut up.
Let us know how you really feel, Band Member.
Yeah, everybody quiet down. Sorry, don't shut up. Just quiet down. Band Member, what's up? Hi. What's What do you think about stuff? Do you want to talk some smack here to our well, I'd say faces, but to our voices?
We
the only reason I type on the YouTube chat is
my bad.
What was Miggy? What was your favorite thing that band member has said so far in text, but it doesn't have the balls to say to us?
Well, yeah, basically that we're all crazy, right? I'm gonna paraphrase, but I'm gonna bring some things to your mind. If not, we can pull up the chat of what you really did say, band member. But I'd rather you just be honest how you feel about the whole topic, because you're talking a really big game in the YouTube live stream text chat. When I feel like we give you a platform to speak, so you can say what's on your mind. We're not going to ban you for feeling that we're crazy or that we're out of our minds or whatever, because people all the time say that. It's a part of cognitive dissonance when we start talking about the shape of the earth. But if you so feel that way, don't come in here and be Mr. Nice Guy while you're sitting in here and then Mr. Bad Guy when you're over there. Be who you are. If that's who you really are, just say it. Say that we're crazy.
The YouTube chat is amateur hour.
Hold on.
Okay, well then now that it's not amateur hour, you're in here now. Go ahead and correct me if I'm mistaken.
In case you forgot, I asked these guys serious questions. I asked you guys questions that have I'm different on the YouTube chat than here.
I'm different. Yeah, I'm different.
Well, let's do one at a time. Hold on. Let's do one at a time. Let's do Miggy and band member, please. That'd be great.
No, yeah, sure. Yeah, please. One question at a time. Band member, ask Miggy a question.
The same question I've asked on YouTube chat, I've asked here. What do you have any Earth measurements of its surface being flat?
That question is in reverse. The burden of proof is not resting on the ones who didn't make the claim. You're asking people who aren't making claims to give you a positive. We're actually telling you the positive claim rests on those who made the claim, which is the Earth having its set metrics. What you don't understand is that you grew up all your life knowing that the Earth is a globe, and the metrics that follow are something that you were told. You don't know this information until you're told. Would you agree with that? Yes or no before I proceed?
Yes, we've been taught that.
Okay, let's stop right there. Now that we know, we are taught that. We're not told when you look out into the earth and just what it appears to be, you don't assume the metrics that they're giving us, right? Radius, diameter, and circumference. You don't know that information. So you're taught that. We all are. Everybody in here has been taught the globe. This is what we're demonstrating. The claim now has been made. That is the claim. The earth is of a set size of dimensions. You didn't know that. You were taught that. Now, addressing the claim, we're going to see if the earth conforms to those metrics. Now we're getting into addressing the claim. I want to speak slowly and clearly so you understand how we're doing this. When the earth doesn't conform to the set metrics that the earth has proposed it is, right? Well, now we're going out into the field and we're going to test to see if the metrics are adhering to what they say it is. We're testing the claim, the positive claim of radius. That's what we're doing. And the earth does not conform to the metrics of the earth as per the claim. So, therefore, the earth does not curve at all. At least to the metrics that they're saying, it's not curving in that way. So there is no curvature that we can demonstrate to you because we're testing the claim of the globe earth. Now, we dealt with the claim. Now, where you guys go with it is a bit more into the weeds. You're like, it could be a bigger ball. And my friend, it can't be what you say because we tested the claim. Do you understand? We tested the claim of the shape of the earth. It is not our fault that you guys can't agree with that, but everybody else who has tested the claim that the earth has, what we've been taught, the positive claim, has now been falsified. Empirically, it is not curving anywhere. So we've validated that for ourselves. Now we're asking you to do the same. Now, when it's a burden of proof reversal, when you say, what measurements have you come up with for a flat earth? We're like, the claim is, however, that it's demonstrated to us as a globe. When we check it, it doesn't adhere to the claim. is it very clear what I said, or do we need to go over it again? Because I want to make sure you're understood on this point.
I understand when you guys keep trying to, again, maneuver the conversation to falsification of globe, and then when I say, okay, fine, if that's what you're saying you found, you didn't find. What did you find? And then you guys go off on this what do they call this? Almost like a salesman type pitch, where no, you have to talk like this and not like this.
We've proven that the claim cannot possibly be
because
true.
I'm not going to show you that is what happened.
Well, show us how
we don't
we're
owe you
wrong about
anything.
it.
Hold on, we don't owe you anything because we didn't barge into your home calling you liars. Okay, you guys owe us an explanation for that.
If I could just say real quick,
I guess you don't understand the implications of your beliefs. You don't understand.
Not a belief.
It doesn't matter. No, see, it doesn't matter, sir. Sir, it doesn't matter. You lot, right? So we were out here doing our own thing, right? Realizing it's flat. All of a sudden, Globers and anti-flat earthers come at us, calling us names and threatening our lives and our jobs, right? So we owe you nothing. I hope that makes sense to you.
The globe owes you nothing.
You came after us. We didn't come after you.
Yeah, you guys actually came after the globe.
Band member, are you the globe? Are you the globe?
We're just attacking
the globe.
Yeah, Miggy,
CB, you trying to come in?
Well, yeah, like we agree that the truth is on trial. So in terms of a trial or a court case, and there's only one burden of proof. It rests on one side, not both. So I understand that it doesn't feel good to have, the globe falsified right in front of you, but it doesn't shift. You can't shift the burden of proof in a court case. Whoever's placing the charges, it's on you to, you have the burden to either show the evidence that the charges are, valid, or, they'll be invalid, dismissed by the judge. So it's important to understand that the burden of proof rests on one side, not both.
Right, and I think a main thing here, if I could really, really quickly, sorry to interrupt, I just wanted to say this, is that before I forget, I think we're still trying to figure out who the prosecution is and who the defense is in this court case. I think both sides are still kind of confused as to who is who. Who's the prosecutor? Who's the defense?
Right. So one thing I did demonstrate, and a band member agreed with, we both agree, is that we were taught this information. It's not band members' claim. It's not my claim. It's something we were taught. We have to dig the information to find primary source, right? Where did this come from? So we're not saying it's band member because he adheres to the claim. We're saying that he supports it because he's been taught that and that's what he thinks it is. So he didn't himself come up with it, but he supports the claim. So now we want to know why he does. So and I'm giving this you to have like the weight lifted off of your shoulders, Ben, because it's not your claim, but you're supporting it. So we want to know why, because the collective in here have already discovered that claim is not true. And why do you support it, my good sir? Because it has nothing to do with you. Whoever came up with this idea has taught you, like taught us, but only thing between me and you is that we found out that it wasn't true. You, on the other hand, don't want to realize that it's true because it's scary. You have to face that you've been lied to by whoever came up with this, right? And what I would say, it's research to find out primary source. So although you're supporting the claim, you don't know the origins, right? Where it came from, why it even came to be. So we're telling you, have you checked it out? No. You're still thinking that it's us coming up with this new idea. It was us with making this claim that the earth is flat. And because you don't understand something very specific, what I just told you, and you agreed with me, is that we were both taught this information, both of us. The only difference between you and us is that we can investigate for ourselves, do the research, and see if it's not what they're saying it is, without anybody lying to us. And that's why you have a problem with it, because you support a claim that has not from you didn't come up with this. You just believe it to be true. This is the difference between you and us. And we found out for ourselves that it is not what they're telling us. So we're telling everybody else because we care. You, on the other hand, want to keep everybody in a state of ignorance and bliss. So far as you can tell, just so that they can keep being lied to. That is the issue we have when you are supporting that.
As if bliss is what we're experiencing now,
Well, hold on. There's
the
liberation.
world.
We're being liberated from lies, and that feels really good. So, band member, that's at least why I'm here, trying to, my passion here is to help you understand you've been lied to, and be like, holy shit, yeah. So come over here with me, and let's actually, bask in the truth and figure out what's real about this place. Fuck the lies. What's real about this place? We can find that out, dude.
But it's
And
just.
by the
It's
way-
just
Are you guys done? Chest pounding and
All right,
reveling
we're
in your
chest
own
pounding. All right,
self-made
band member. All right, you get a couple
He's
minutes.
just choosing to go against it because he's belligerent, dude.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you want to be here,
Let's
talk to
give
us
it,
like an
let's
adult,
give him
please.
a couple however
Yeah,
much
let him talk.
time
Sorry.
you need, band member, to say what you have to say in response. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, but again, you're saying that I believe the globe and I'm following some false logic. Fine. So I come in here with a serious question of actual measured the Earth's surface being flat, and you won't answer it. So
Because you need to go find out yourself. Go measure it yourself.
No,
Why would you?
let him
Don't
say
take
it,
our word.
let
I
him-
know.
People have posted it in the
Let
chat.
him-
That's actually
let
not
him
true.
finish,
People have
please.
posted it in the chat for
I
us.
just wanted to say, don't take our word for it. That's all. Don't take our word. Go measure.
Everybody
Everything-
knows that already. Just wanna
It's
hear what
posted.
you
everything
have to
that's
say.
been taught about science and as far as the globe particularly follows a certain logic, and it makes sense. It's not just a shape that's taught; it's what's connected to that shape that makes it.
So wait, the
that
story
shows
matches
that
the
it's
story?
true. So when it comes to flat Earth, I ask kind of those same questions that will eventually link to other things. But first, at its very basic, the shape is important, which is what you guys are believe, that it's not what you've been taught. Okay, so when I ask, what did you find, and you can't answer it, I have a problem with that. Just like if you have to finally reveal it to the world, you're just going to go out and see it, or can flat Earth even be taught as a curriculum? Because that's the implication. That's what's going to happen if you're proven right. So who's
Not
going to
necessarily.
gather up data and put it together so it can be taught? Or are you just going to teach people how to be skeptical and distrustworthy of government and how you've been psychoactively
That's wrong.
to
He was
believe
going
in
to go
something
that
else?
way. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Holy crap,
Please,
dude.
we bloviate, and all that kind of stuff. I already knew he was going
No,
to say
just
that.
just
but-
you, Helio.
No, but do you understand that what I'm looking for is positive evidence for flat Earth so I can take a look at it instead of being told to go out there and do it yourself? Just like, again, like I said, the implications are if you're right, it has to be taught.
No, that's not true. Because look, for example, I want to reverse that. If the globe is wrong, it was also taught. So it's like they can teach you a bunch of bullshit too, man. They don't have to teach you anything. Just because we know the Earth is flat doesn't mean we have to have a brochure for you when you arrive here. It's up to you to do a little bit of thinking and testing on your own.
Yes, you've already told me that, but it doesn't.
Bro, sure, I like that. I like that.
Well, that's the thing. You're saying it has to be taught, but look, bro, they taught you the globe, even if it's wrong. They're still teaching people, so that's not required.
Would you rather have been taught or find out yourself? That's the question.
And Ben, we keep asking for the drop over distance. This is what we're looking for in real life. It's not there. Therefore, we go back to what we know and can stand on. The drop over distance for your sort of 3959 mile radius claim is not there. Right? So if something's not there, you go back to what you know for sure, i.e., flat. You understand
That's what
that?
I've been telling you, band member. He doesn't understand this. This is the part where he skips over. He doesn't.
Right, and the part that gets
I said it slowly.
Hang on,
I said it slowly so you can
Everybody
understand,
got time.
band member.
I want to talk on this more. Everybody got time. I need to talk on this more. What really gets me about it personally, about you specifically, Band, is that we have continuously spoke to you when you come in here and answered questions and things like that. And no, yeah, we are not at this point in time somebody that is the all be it that knows everything. But the issue that I have right now with you personally is that you talk shit out there and then you come in here and ask questions. You really think people want to treat you like that when you act like that in public? That's shitty, dude.
The chat is amateur hour. That was my entertainment when I first found this place. So now I go to Discord,
that's cool.
and I'm going to ask you serious questions. And if you can't answer that, then you're still a child.
Once again,
what you're looking for.
I don't want to shift the focus. I don't want to shift the focus away from the point. And you're asking us a specific question, and I'm relaying it back to you. I'm relaying it back to you so you can understand. We keep going over the fact that you don't want to look at the globe being measured. You don't want to face that. I don't know why. I think it's something within what you have to deal with your own self. But why don't you want to do that? Band member, why don't you want to look at the claim that the earth has the curvature to it and test it out for yourself? Why do you want to say it has to be flat? So you guys need to tell me how that needs to be taught. The burden of proof is on the one who makes the claim. So why don't you want to test to see if there's any curvature? Why are you so afraid? That's what I need you to tell us, because you're negating that fact every single time, coming in here telling us, give me the way that it's flat. It's like, have you tested the globe? Yes or no?
Oh, you want to say go out and do it yourself. That seems to be the primary way of
you done this
as a curriculum for flat earth is go out and do it yourself.
Have you done this? Answer my question.
I'm not going to tell my son to hand him a rifle and go, okay, go do it yourself.
I'm talking about you. Band member, stop spiraling. I'm talking about you. Have you done this? Because you're in here talking a big game, but you haven't tested it for yourself. Until you do, you can come back and tell us what you've done and then critique it. But you haven't done this. You're in a Discord arguing on a point you have no knowledge on, and then saying, we need to give you the ways that it's flat. Well, you haven't even tested the globe Earth. Isn't this true?
That's completely irrelevant to what you believe.
Answer the question. I'm sorry, Ben. I'm sorry. But you need to answer the question for us to proceed. Yes or no? Have you tested the claim of the globe Earth?
I'm not playing that game. I already told you that before. I told you that
it's not a game, Ben. It's not a game.
It's called burden of proof.
Answer the question. Have you tested the claim of the burden of proof?
I'm not going to play that game because flat Earth is a point of contention in this Discord.
It's a game now, isn't it, Ben? It's a game to you. Is it a game? Is that all this is?
That's what you're doing.
Wait, BM, if we were on trial, this is how things work. There's a burden of proof. It's not a game. They don't play games in court. If you're about to go to jail and the burden is on you to prove that you did not commit this crime, there's no game involved. It's called
I'm exposing to you, and I'm exposing this to you and to everybody listening, right? We have 34 people listening to you. So when you go back to the YouTube live stream text chat, you didn't answer the question and you still aren't. Why didn't you test the claim of the globe Earth?
No one's giving me anything about learning about flat Earth. That's my point.
Why do you got to interrupt me,
10 minutes in here, and no one's anything about flat Earth except for go do it yourself.
Yes, because it involves the globe. Testing
you don't want me to say it, don't you? Why don't you test the claim for the globe Earth, Ben? Do that and then come back in and you give us your critique, but actually do the work. And if you don't want to do that, then you have no place to say whether it is or isn't or what we owe you or anything, because you haven't tested the claim yourself. Think about that next time.
And all of you have done it and you found nothing positive about flat Earth except for there's no curve. But you want to explain.
That is positive for flat Earth, my friend. That is positive for flat Earth. That's what you don't understand. Step one, if you want to test, you want to be a flat earther, you got to know about the globe. Go test the claims that they've made.
Bennett member, and you think that what is not curved there is good for the sphere?
Right.
So teaching about fire. Well, first thing you need to know about fire. Well, it's not frozen. It's not cold.
Well, good thing that's not the
red.
Conversation here.
No, you're going to describe what it is, not what it's not.
You mean if sphere is not there, then for sure must be sphere?
Okay, well, yeah, like what Sasha's saying, a sphere is curved. So yeah, and then it turns out it's not. So
the globe Earth has very specific metrics.
Yeah, very my wife's curved too, but it's not a sphere.
Here's what you want to interrupt me on. You don't want to let me speak because you want to interrupt and kind of bamboozle what I'm saying. The globe Earth has very specific metrics that adhere to what they say it is. It's not just a sphere. It's a sphere with a specific set of metrics. Those metrics are what we're testing, the actual size of the globe. That is what we're not finding is there. That is what we're telling you, and what you're saying is a game to you. You don't want to do it because it's a game. And it's not just any sphere. It's not just any ball. It's a ball of a specific set size of dimensions. Do you understand that? That's what we're testing.
Okay, I think the confusion is that I'm not standing against what you guys say you did not find, and I'm saying okay. And is that the issue? Because I'm not standing against you?
No, you're not taking a stance on your own, friend.
It's not about a sphere. It's about a sphere of a set size of dimensions. They give us the claim of radius, diameter, and circumference. You can't negate that fact. So when you go out into reality, into the field, and you test this, it doesn't come back positive. That is what we're telling you, that you keep negating. You're like, well, it's not a sphere. We're not just saying any ball size. This ball has a set size of dimensions. They give that to us. That is what we're working with. That is what it's not coming out to be. That is what you keep saying is a game, that you don't want to do it. And I'm thinking it's more psychological because you know if you find out, it's going to destroy everything you all previously thought. So you'd rather come in here and poke fun and go to the YouTube live stream text chat and just have fun with it because you don't want to face reality, which is what we're telling you to do right now.
So I'm getting the same results that I am in the YouTube chat is in here. I'm getting no information about Flat Earth. No one wants to teach it. It's all about going there and doing it yourself.
Your burden of proof reversal is not going to work, Ben. It's not going to work. You're not going to shift the burden over here. It rests on your shoulders to go and look. And because you don't want to go look because it's a game, that's your business, not ours.
How are you missing what's being said? Sure. Step 1, test the globe claims. That's step 1, BM. If you want to learn about Flat Earth, that's where you start. So how are you missing this? We're trying to help you.
It sounds like, again, and I've said this before in previous conversations, you guys have done it. You guys say you've done it and you didn't find it. Great, fine. What did you find? And your return is, well, that's not the point. Well, it is the point. What you find is what's going to be replace what the globe is. Don't you think? I mean, doesn't that make sense?
You don't have to replace Santa Claus with Santa 2.0.
Right.
But we are talking about reality. We're not talking about fantasy.
The
reality of
Santa Claus.
It's not going to end, Ben. You keep shifting the burden on our shoulders. It's saying, what did you guys find? Have you done it? You haven't done it yourself. So it's like
a Flat Earth is that you guys don't want to stand up and put something up and make a stand.
You don't want to participate in a conversation where you've actually done the work. You want to just lob a bunch of your ideas onto us and say, well, what you guys haven't done, and critique us when you have no say so because you haven't did it yourself. So you can't stand there and say anything about it because you haven't even done it. So I can look to you and be like, well, who are you? You haven't done any of the tests. We have, but why do you want to critique us when you haven't done it? Go and do it.
So attacking me in my thought process makes Earth flat. Is that what you're saying?
BM, we're just trying to help you learn about burden of proof and how to test the globe claims. How to, if you want to learn more about Flat Earth, this is where it starts. It doesn't seem like you understand what burden of proof is, so maybe we could help you.
It's like in a court case. You do, again, like you said, it has to be proven. You have to prove one way or the other.
Yeah, one side holds the burden of proof. One side, not both. Where you're saying, well, so now you guys have to prove it. Now you prove it. One party holds the burden of proof. You can't shift it to the opponent. That's called a burden of proof reversal fallacy. So we're trying to help you understand that the claim has already been made on the table. The Earth is this size. So we're simply starting. If you want to go teach me about Flat Earth, you have to test that claim first. Okay, so that's what we're trying to help you understand. What you're trying to do is reverse the burden of proof right off the gate. So it shows you don't really understand what burden of proof means or who's made the positive claim. Maybe you don't even know what the claim is. So that's what we're trying to teach you.
So you guys
can't skip past step 1.
So you guys want to do that, and so what it does, it easily
is it going to hurt you? Is it going to pain
that
you?
Belief without having to lift a finger.
Well, it's not going to cause you any harm to test these claims, and just like we all have, you'll be left with better questions if you actually go and test it.
Aren't you supposed to record what you find?
Yeah, we're here telling you right now.
Okay. I'm listening. Go ahead. Tell me what you find.
No,
or what
you
you
gotta
found.
go and do it. What we find is not going to convince you. Just like listen, and the reason why I'm saying this, because everybody has been. There's a lot of evidence. There's laser tests. There's long distance observations that have been done, but you're still here, Ben, negating the fact that there already have been people that have done this. What if you find? We keep showing you guys, and you keep coming in here asking, what did you guys find? We're like, here's this laser test, here's this. Oh no, that doesn't work. What else did you find? No. You are refusing to look at the evidence because you want to have a biased look at the earth. That's something psychological that's going on in your brain that you don't want to deal with. And that's not about us. We don't have to prove anything to you. Even if we have already given you that information, it's plentiful. Go and look at all the information that's down at the bottom where we have, more information. We're asking you to go do it, and you're refusing. So nothing that we can say or do in a Discord is going to convince you, Ben. You're going to hand wave dismiss it. This is what you're good at doing because you want for people to say, well, I've looked at their information and it doesn't stand, so therefore it's not flat. It's not going to work.
I don't want to play the game and show you guys globe stuff so they can deny it. In turn, your logic makes Earth flat because you just plain deny everything that's brought forward.
Just say it. You don't want to look. Just say it, man. You're not going to look. So that we can be done with this. You're not going to look. Just say it.
Yeah, I'm not going to look because it's already been taught and established. The last 60 years of Earth science has proven that Earth is a globe.
There's no proof, though.
You've been exposed. You're not going to look. You said it.
Hold on. Yeah, and I want real quick to make sure that he knows what that means.
It's the last 60 years of Earth science.
But you haven't.
You're not 60 years old, are you?
That's bluffing.
So how do you know that?
Just talking about the cards that you have and claiming that they're a winning hand without playing the cards is called bluffing, my friends. You can hype up the cards.
Just go check once.
All you want.
Just go check once. Show us your cards. Just go check the Earth once for curvature. How's that hard?
Yeah, he said he wasn't going to do it. He's happy in his.
So that's good. So that's your proof for flat Earth is that lazy people aren't going to go for the globe.
No, there should be no reason. It should be pretty obvious that there's curvature, and it should be very easy for you to, take a couple hours tops, go get some of the measurements, and come back and show us. I mean, why is that so hard? Or listen, prove it to yourself. Aren't you curious whether or not it has curvature, or do you just want to trust other people?
You have the belief of flat Earth. Shouldn't you be teaching people how to find flat Earth?
Do you want to believe or do you want to know?
This has been the worst argument for the globe that I've ever heard.
Hold on. I want to know. Do you want to believe or do you want to know, band member?
I want to know. That's why
Then go check yourself. Don't trust anybody else. Don't trust us. Don't trust the smart man. Go out and measure it yourself. Then you'll know.
Well, that's been said before, and again, it also lies. It lies again with nobody telling me anything about flat Earth.
Just say this really quickly, BM. I used to be into Zen and stuff like this, right? So I'll read stories of people going to Zen masters, and they say, "Enlighten me." Okay, so this is you coming to us saying, "Enlighten me." So they don't bang you over the head. They don't wave a magic wand. They don't give you a brochure. It's your ego that's getting in the way of you being enlightened. So the Zen master, what he has to do is he has to sort of unravel this crusty ego that you have. He can't give you anything. He can't provide you with anything. So
is he? Hold on, Ben member, are you trying to come in here saying, convince me the Earth is flat? That's not what we're here to do.
Correct.
No. I'm just asking what you guys found and how it.
Well, you're not aware of what we found. We've been talking about it for 3 years now on this channel. So, don't worry. If you haven't found it by now, then you're not going to find it.
So what we found is that it's not a globe. The claim of the spinning globe, we found that out. And now this term, flat Earth, this place is not an object. The flat Earth is a description. It's not what it is. This place is not 2 words on a piece of paper. Right. So if you're looking for that, if you're looking for a replacement of the globe, you're not gonna find it on a description or a depiction of the replacement of the globe. So we know it's not a globe. What it is, we describe it as a flat, level, horizontal, plane, motionless, right? Those are descriptions. But this place is not words on pieces of paper, okay? So don't try to find it on a writing or on a
sentence,
on a depiction, on a sentence.
Right.
You're not gonna find it there.
Exactly, Jim.
You have to go out there and find it for yourself.
It ain't 2D, man.
So word of mouth is the accurate form of data transfer or teaching for Flatter. Word of mouth.
Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, he just exclaimed in here he's not going to do it. He said it. I'm not going to go look. You guys should be able to provide me the evidence in here so that I don't have to look. Is basically what he is saying to everyone in here. Admittedly, he said that.
Why are you here?
Not even putting words in his mouth. This is what he wants from us. He wants us to spoon fit him with information without him having to look himself.
BM, we could just do the same thing he's doing. Let's just flip it back on him. Give us the 60 years of proof. You want proof from us? Give us the proof. And then when you don't, then you can be in the same camp as us.
Well, he's looking for a replacement of the globe, and we nobody can give that.
Well,
that's why I said there's no Santa 2.0.
Fiber optic cable.
Hold on. Fiber optic. Do we live inside of a fiber optic cable, kiddo?
No, I was just fucking joking.
Oh, well, yeah, that is funny. That is funny.
So why can't it be replaced? Gemsy,
just waiting for him to say that.
Someone said Gemsy?
Well, the curvature, because fiber
Gemsy, why can't it be replaced? You said it can't be replaced.
Because you can't
because you think this place is an object that you can depict on a piece of paper, and this is not what it is. You're not gonna look at the paper and say, "Oh, look, this is what I live." Like on the globe, when you look at the globe and you put in your mind, you project yourself into the cartoon, and you think you are some type of character that lives in that cartoon. This object that you think this place is, that's not what it is.
Right. You don't replace Santa Claus when you tell your little brother he's not real. You're not replacing him with any. There's no Santa 2.0. You're simply helping him understand that it's false.
Yeah, hang on. Did you understand what Jemsy said? This needs to be relatable to what you think, Ben. He's explaining to you. You asked him a question. Did he explain it well?
He explained it, and I don't believe it. No.
Let me help it in another way. Because what people do is they run the simulation with outer space, with all the globes and everything. And so the replacement is they want to take out the globe and put something else in. But the problem is there is nothing you can put into that simulation that's
it's a security blanket. Sometimes you can't replace something you falsified. Then that's okay.
Just like Santa Claus. There's
But
no
you're challenging the object reality of Earth's shape, so it has to be replaced.
No, we're not. We're trying to figure out. We're not challenging anything. We're trying to, other than the globe. We're challenging We're challenging the globe because the globe assumes that it knows without evidence, without experiment, without testing, without measurements, all of that. Okay, it hasn't been proven to us. So we're challenging that, but we're not challenging anything about reality. In fact, we're trying to let you know what reality truly is instead of be fooled by whatever else someone says, right?
Yeah, reality is the way it is. You don't have to make a toy of it to represent it. It's just outside. You don't need to make a little model car, like a little toy, to replace the globe toy that they made for you.
And all this derives the whole claim of they haven't done anything to prove it to you guys convincingly because you guys haven't, you don't believe that
BM, this
the
is
last
about
6
belief.
years of, I'm sorry, let me just finish real quick. The last
Yeah, let him finish. Go ahead. Let him finish.
The last
Well, he's
6
saying that
years
we
of
made claims.
science and
You don't understand.
technology,
You've already addressed how the
space
claims
travel,
have been made already.
orbiting satellites
It's not
and all
us
that.
making any
It's
claims.
not believable.
It's not.
It's been
and
falsified.
You're better
It's
than
not-
having to
it's not-
believe it.
It's not that they haven't presented any proofs or whatever. Is that whatever they claim is being falsified. There is no spinning globe. That's already in the trash bin.
Correct.
It's been falsified. So it's not that they haven't presented information of the globe or writings or books about it. Yeah, we've seen that. But when we go to reality and test it, it's not there. So it's not a globe.
So when they send rockets and they went up into outer space, which you guys don't believe in, that's why you don't believe that, and that's why you say it's not.
You think
proven.
because someone designs a rocket to go up and then come back down, that proves the globe to you?
So it's based on the Earth being a globe. So
The story is, the story is based on that. Yes, the story.
Yeah, so you're saying that it's that all this space exploration, all these space agencies is an active fakery to say that the Earth is a globe. It's like
I'm gonna say I can't make a claim. I'm not
Why
gonna
do they
speak for other
make
people.
movies? Why do they make movies and entertainment and Santa Claus every year? It's no different. It's just entertainment. It's theater, bro. And they make a lot of money doing it because they have a lot of goofballs like you who will just believe anything they say. So why not do it?
That's just the motive. What you're talking about is a why would they lie question, and we're not even looking at the evidence, which is what you don't want to look at. What I've actually shown everybody, you're negating right now.
Right. Just in case you're not following, I'm following the logic of how you guys, some of the comments that's been made.
Your logic
connects to certain other.
I'm with you. I also following logic like you. I saw the rockets. That mean it must be globe. You know, and I saw the ISS live stream. It is a globe. We can see the live stream, and that obviously it's a logic. Now, what is wrong to check that on the ground, on the surface, if is that all true?
Right. Do we just stop because we saw the video, or can we go and check to see if the video, what it's showing us, is true?
I want to ask him what is wrong with that to check. Is it surface curving real in reality? That's what we see from the space, in the space. Is that wrong to check that in reality?
Yeah, in other words, why not go test what they're showing you?
What is wrong with
far, everything follows. So logically follows as far as globe goes.
Sir, would you rather follow logic or measure the Earth yourself and find out for real?
He's not answering you, Sasha.
I know. What is wrong with flat earthers measuring things in distance? What is wrong with that method?
I'm sorry, you were kind of say that again, please.
What is wrong with measuring the Earth? He's asking, what is wrong with measuring the Earth? What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Thanks.
Okay, if it's nothing, why? I think that I understood what you want to say. You want to see all entire Earth flat from the or photo or something, and then you will believe that it's flat.
Well, I'd like to see something like a 100 square mile piece of land measured, and it shows that it's flat.
Okay. If you see 1,200 miles flat, is that enough?
I don't know, but what does that mean?
That means I can show you 1,200 miles of flat land. Is it that enough?
Well, I'd like to know how you did it. Not just show me.
He went in airplane. You know that many people said I see the curvature from airplane also. But he went to airplane. He took the photo camera with the infrared filters, and he got you could see also Mississippi River and the mountains behind, and everything is flat.
Okay,
CBM,
so
that's a good
but you don't want me to just believe that, right? You want me to get in the plane and do it myself.
No, I can show you that video with that guy. He went, and you can see. But if you will tell me that is maybe not real video, that we don't have to speak anything. But if you want to see video, there is even photo. You don't need to see video. When I post the video, you will see the photo, and you can see. And you can see.
Wait a minute, Doctor. Okay, Sasha, that's actually helpful to me. At least you gave me something to consider and look at. That's what I'm looking for with Flatter.
Well, just real quickly before you go, Eli. These are good standards you're applying now, BM. But the problem is you're not applying them. You're not applying them properly to both sides.
Right now. In 1 second, in kind of bad. If you need to fix your mic.
One at a time.
Or how about right now? Now it's better. Yeah. Because everyone heard me say, "Hold on, Sasha," and then for whatever reason, this guy continued talking.
That was me. Go ahead, Eli.
No, it wasn't you. It was the other guy that Sasha was talking to. He just continued speaking. I was like, "Hold on, Sasha," to say sorry to interrupt, and he's like, "Fine." And then the other guy just starts talking. Are you retarded? So anyway, either you want a debunking of the Earth being a sphere, which we can do. We have a method for you to do something that is that you're able. But if you're saying that the only proof you need is to see a large area of flatness, then yes, you would have to do exactly what you said. But do you expect me to get in a plane and you would have to do that to satisfy what you said you needed? But that's not necessary. But if that's what you want, yes, you would have to do that. And then you could validate that what Sasha's talking about is true, if you felt the need to do so. But it's unnecessary. There are many other ways that you can prove to yourself that there's area of flat that shouldn't be flat.
I just want to say this. I can appreciate the amount of rigor you're attempting to apply here. Well, I need measurements. Don't just show me. I want to know how you got that. These are good standards to have. This is good rigor. But I'm not noticing you apply this same standard and this same rigor to like the globe claim that they've made. So let's not have double standards. Apply the same rigor that you're having here to these globe claims.
Okay. Well, when it comes to again, because when it comes to information, we're all shown it most of the time and taught most of the time, whether it be formal or informal. That's why I'm open to anybody that can just show me something or tell me something about it. Flat Earth is I guess lacking in certain, like, I guess, research. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. It's not there yet.
What more do you need, brother? The surface measures flat. Done. We've debunked the globe. We're not coming up with this new idea that you have to, a whole new world. Like, it's not like that, bro. It's just the same Earth that we've always lived on our entire life. Nothing changes. It just happens not to be a globe. We don't have to come up with this new fancy thing to give to you, a new shiny toy. It's just the same old Earth that we've always lived on.
But it has to, because someone's going to ask in the future about what the Earth
It doesn't
is.
have to be different than the way it is now.
No, it does. The reason it doesn't, for practical purposes, is because the only thing that you have to undo in your mind is what you believe about the cosmos. Like everything else, we have to consider the Earth as flat to not only travel but also take measurements, angle measurements, elevation angle measurements to be specific, to come up with this entire grid system in the first place. All of that is assuming that the Earth is flat and stationary with the lights above us moving. Anything outside of that is a belief, but that's the only thing that the globe undoes. If you were to say, well, it's not a globe, then I would need to learn this, that, and the third. Well, what about anything practical on the ground? What would you have to change? Rhetorical, not a damn thing. But you'd have to change your understanding of cosmology, though. But, I mean, again, it was a religion to begin with. So, I mean, what do you want us to do? We're not going to replace a belief system with another belief system. All we can deal with is what's empirically validated, and that's it.
Okay, it's not really, you guys haven't really convinced me about taking you guys seriously, but I am asking serious questions. So, when it comes to our reality, like you're saying globe is, they're teaching it like a globe, but it's really flat. Okay, but the most people, when it comes to science and logic, they're going to want more information, not just we see it that way, or we didn't see what somebody else did. That's the problem.
Are you science and logic literate? Because we are. So not to put you on the hook, talking about these scientists or these philosophers in logic, we would love to talk to them. But for the same reason Fauci didn't want to have discussions with the creator of the PCR test, for reasons that our officials don't want to debate, live, they have to be structured in a way that you have to agree to many things before you can even get a public audience. In the same way, Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't want to talk to flat earthers or about flat earth. Neither does any of those people. But when you actually know someone and you have a heart-to-heart with them, then here's the logic. Everything that you believe in a globe, if I were to say prove it, you would lead with a begging the question, logical fallacy. That's a fact. You can't do it without it. So we're talking logic, we're talking science. No, we're not, because geometry and the nature of reality and how something does something, what is the cause of a natural phenomena, has nothing to do with the geometry of the earth. So scientists shouldn't even be anywhere near this.
Yeah, Elijah. I think that's why a lot of guys don't want to come in and talk, especially when they're dignitaries. I guess that's the word anyway. Because the larger implication of flat Earth is the belief of what they call established scientific fact gets brought into question, and when everything already logically follows and seems to and connects very elegantly with each other when it comes to the Earth being a globe and just natural sciences, it follows. But when it comes to flat Earth, there are certain parts of established scientific facts that get brought into question. And when you want to rewrite all of science, that becomes an issue.
Yeah, Ben.
Nothing changes.
It's reverse engineered. It's superimposed. It's reverse engineered and it's superimposed over what we understand the nature of our reality to be. That's what you're not understanding. For practical purposes, like Elijah was saying, you have to look at this Earth as flat and stationary. Even for aerospace engineering, they have to look at the Earth when they're creating their craft to operate on a flat and stationary plane for practical purposes. They have to use this type of understanding. You can't get away from that. So already you're starting with the base axiom as a flat and stationary plane. But it's superimposed, as you say, elegant, in quotations, so that it could look to be whatever the narrative is. But it's not that, because the base axiom would have been that it's curved and it's also moving. But it doesn't adhere to that. So because of our perspective and how we see the Earth, it has to be the way that it starts to be for practical use and purposes. We use and navigate this on this Earth as if it's a flat and stationary plane. You negate that by saying, well, science takes it to the next level and becomes more elegant, because then that idea is superimposed over the nature of our reality. So now the wizardry that happens is that you believe this elegant story that has no adherence to the nature of our reality. And we're telling you, go and look. And you're saying, because the story sounds elegant and I like it, so I'm going to stick with the idea that it's a globe until you guys come up with a more elegant story. And this is exactly what you're saying to us. Until you come up with a more elegant story, I'll stick with a more elegant one, which is the Earth is a globe. It might seem that way for practical purposes, but I understand that in the overall macro understanding, it is a globe. This is where you fail, because that's where you entertain these foolish notions about a spinning globe Earth in the vacuum of space. And that is not our problem. That is your problem.
And that's where flat Earth will fail, because, again, the big picture will prove it. Will prove that it has issues.
How does reality fail?
Not reality itself. The belief
That's what flat
of
Earth is.
fail.
And why do you call it a belief? Why can't you understand that it's knowledge and just admit that already? Why do you have to? You're loyal to the lie.
Well, you
Why are
call
you loyal?
a belief.
Yeah.
I mean, it's It's kind of.
As per what he's saying, it's not elegant. He's been saying this throughout this whole conversation we have with him. It's not elegant enough. You guys say, "Well, we don't know." We don't know. It's not a good answer. Yeah, I know. You're saying it's not as elegant as it is as a globe Earth. When they give you explanations to what you look up at the sky, we don't give you that. So because of that, it fails to convince people of your mindset. You want us to give you, well, we on the flat earth say that the moon is, and then you'd be like, well, at least you got an explanation. I can run with that. We're not, and people have been saying since you've gotten in here that we're not going to replace the thing that they've misinformed you on. The elegant story that they've told you has captivated your mind, and that's the only thing that you believe currently. And you want us to give you a substitute for that, and we're not going to. It never will. Because the things that we know, we know. The things that we don't know, we don't know. That's not good enough for you. So that's why you keep lobbying these crazy ideas. Is like, well, you guys need to prove to me. No, but what you're really saying is you guys need to tell me a better explanation than what you've been saying so far.
Right.
Flat Earth needs to be proven, and that's basic. That's what. If you want to redefine reality, you have to prove it. No,
you're saying give me a better explanation. Use different words, Ben. You're not saying prove it to me. You're saying give me a better explanation than the globe, and I'll go with you guys. And that's not what we're here to do. We're not here for the convincing of people. We're actually challenging you to what you've been taught, and you go look at it yourself, and then come back and tell us what you found. You don't want to do that, so therefore we're not convincing you on the level of being more elegant than the story that you've already heard. That's all it boils down to. That's your.
No, that's not even. That's not even right. But anyway,
how is it?
No one's getting anywhere because no one wants to show flat Earth and teach flat Earth. So it's going nowhere. It's just
outside. We're trying to take you outside where reality is. That is the flat Earth. It's not this side-by-side comparison against the globe. It's simply reality. Like a heart emoji isn't really what your heart looks like. So we don't have an emoji for the Earth, bro. It's just what it is. Outside, reality. That's why we've been trying to take you out there this whole time. It's outside. It's not on your screen. It's not on a map. It's out there. So we're not coming up with some idea. It's just outside. It's a reality as it presents itself.
Yeah, so what happens? So what happens is, like, I think he could see it from a perspective. It's not like a bunch of big brains gathering together and philosophizing on what they think the cosmos is and all kinds of stuff. Because to them, in their worldview, that's knowledge. That's a surprisingly intellectual conversation. And it's not. It's a bunch of fools talking about what they think the concept of reality is. That's all that is. And you're entertained by it. And you think that that's knowledge. And that's
flat
your
Earth is not a concept of reality.
The what?
It's and flat Earth is not a concept of reality. It's reality to you.
It's reality. It's what it is. It is what it. Like you and I agree. It goes so far as to say, Ben, remember, like this. Look, we can both agree on what a rock is, right? Because there's definitions that we go by. We can agree on certain things. People can agree on things and say, hey, look, we have these definitions. That's what we agree upon, right? On how we describe certain things in reality. That's what reality is. Made up of things that we experience, and we can put definitions to them. Now, when people take those definitions out of context or outside of that and try to redefine it, make it something that it's not, then it takes leaps of logic to realize, like, well, maybe you're just dreaming all of this, or perhaps it's a simulation. And then it's like we don't experience any of those things. We experience reality as we all agree upon. Yet there's these big thinkers, right, that like to sit around and peddle these ideas that you're entertained by, the cosmos and so forth. And we're trying to tell you, do you see a star looking like the sun? Or do you see the sun looking like stars, vice versa? You don't. You see the sun looking like the sun and the stars looking like stars. Yet they're convincing you with these harebrained ideas that they're something other than what you appear them to see and what we can agree on. So they take you outside of reality, and then you start being convinced of an elegant story that doesn't have any adherence to reality. And we're telling you, wake up. You're being lied to. They're telling you something that you can't provide evidence for, yet you're believing it.
So let's go back to my original question that and that nobody will answer, which is, actual positive evidence for Earth's surface being flat, and nobody wants to answer it because I have to go get it myself.
That was posted the minute you said it, like an hour ago, directly in the chat. It was posted. The very minute you said it, it was in the chat.
What's empirical to you,
I'm just
finding
trying
out
to sum it
yourself
up
or listening
here.
to the smart man? What's empirical?
I'm
Finding out
Ben.
yourself?
I'm Ben. I spoke with you.
I was just going to say, what's better, band member, finding out for yourself or trusting the smart man? Which one?
I'm not buying it.
No. I'm asking. It's a binary question. Would you rather know something? Hold on. Just say just one or the other. Would you rather know something or trust the smart man? Those are the options.
That they could go hand in hand. What you just said.
They could, but wouldn't you rather just know instead of have to trust the smart man? That's a yes or no question.
In one perspective, yes. Other perspective, no.
Oh, in what instance would you rather trust a smart man than know yourself?
Because I don't have the resources to do it.
Right, so then why would you automatically assume that the smart man is right just because you don't have the resources to check his work? His or her.
Because I'm trusting that they're not lying. Just
Exactly.
Like
You're trusting instead of finding out. Thank you for being honest.
Well, yeah, that's a logic question. That makes sense.
Whatever. I mean, you said it. You're honest. So the audience heard it, and everybody's kind of marinating in it because you said you trust. You'd rather trust than know.
There are degrees of trust. That's what you're asking.
I agree. There are degrees of trust. Right.
Well, good thing science doesn't require trust. Good thing, conducting, if you're going to measure out a gram and sell it, it's like that doesn't really rely on trust or faith. It's objective.
True.
So, good
so
thing
the
there's
difference
things like that
between
in reality.
so the difference between like a degree of trust, right? Like a degree of trust is if someone's lied to you, but you like your family member, right? They've lied to you years and years and years ago. So maybe you're trepidatious, you're apprehensive about fully trusting that somebody. To me, that'd be a degree of trust. There's other degrees of trust, but yeah, he's right. Science doesn't do the trust thing. That's the best part about science, actual, real, natural science. You can find out for sure something and never have to trust anyone else's word for it. Doesn't that sound awesome?
Yeah, I do have one question. Who would you guys figure is the authority in Flat Earth? I would have talked to them directly.
There isn't really.
There isn't one.
I mean, someone that's willing, not afraid to actually talk about Earth's surface being flat and all that. Who
We're all here right now talking to you right now.
I'm the leader. I'm the leader, but I don't tell other people because I don't want to go too much in public.
Yeah,
We're just keeping it a secret that Sasha's the actual leader, but
we're
we're
gonna
not
put a
making it
price
public.
on Sasha's head. We don't need that now.
Yep.
Okay, so they still want me to present Globe, but I don't want to.
I know how all Earth, flat Earth look like because I was in Antarctica. I made mapping because it was easy to go to Antarctica. It was 5 guys with me, and we realized everything how it's working. But we don't want to put that maps, in the public because it's still not good yet.
Well, BM, do you think we're talking about some other Earth?
Man, Bolivia. You want example? Bolivia, it's a country. There is Salt Lake City. Salt Lake. That means there is a big flat mirror in Bolivia. That means Bolivia doesn't want to curve, but on globe Earth, Bolivia should curve also. That means that if you want to look into Bolivia, Bolivia doesn't want to curve.
I'm sorry. And how was that measured flat?
Because it's a flat mirror, it's you can see the information. It's changing elevation like maybe 1 meter in 100 miles.
And how did they do that?
How they do that? You don't need to do nothing. You need to go there, or you need to see the pictures from there. It's so beautiful, the most biggest mirror in the world on the ground.
Yeah, in a conversation like this, you need to talk about specular reflection on a flat surface. Because you can have specular reflection on a smooth surface, and it could be either a sphere or curving or flat. But specular reflection on a flat surface would resemble like a mirror image of the thing that you would see. There's many examples of that. When you look over across a lake that's very calm, specular reflection could also show you what something looks like in a mirror image form. But if there was like any ripples in the water, it would distort the image, and then you wouldn't be able to see the actual reflection of it. So definitely, I have plenty of examples of that, and there's a bit of an understanding that goes behind it. But you couldn't see something in the far distance with a reflection on like a lake or the salt flats or anything if it wasn't like a perfect flat mirror surface of the water that's on the surface of Earth. You wouldn't get that. Like definitely that image that Sasha has put up, that's a specular reflection of everything that's opposite to that or in the far distance. You wouldn't get that if the angle was curved, because just like a funhouse mirror would distort the image, that image on that surface of that water would be distorted if there was any curvature. The angles at which light hits your eyes would not hit current, like the special like angle that it would from the actual image of the what it's being reflected to your eye. It would look like it was over a funhouse mirror, which would distort the image and bend it in a specific way. Light wouldn't enter your eyes at the angle it needs to. Otherwise, specular reflection wouldn't occur. So specular reflection is definitely a great example of flat Earth. It's another, I guess you could say, another proof that we would have to show people that if the Earth was curving the angle that they say it is, you wouldn't see in the far distance on those waters the mirror image of the sky above and things far beyond that as well. Like the mountain range that's far beyond, you wouldn't see that hitting the water and then the light hitting your eyes. I can put a couple of demonstrations, but that is a great example of flat and stationary Earth. Well, flat for sure. Let me dig some of them up.
Yeah, that's interesting. But
let me just show some evidence, and then to me it doesn't matter where you go with that, but we have collected over the years a lot of information on these topics. We haven't spoken of specular reflection in quite some time, but it has been part of the discussions that we've been having in here, just to kind of like for demonstrational purposes and angles and such and light and how it works, and so that's a bit more of evidence for us. But if you guys have like specular reflection on point, please put whatever you got in there, and maybe Ben can look at the information.
Yeah, I'm going to get going, but the information you guys
don't
spoke to me about is interesting at best. But yeah, maybe we'll talk again later. So
awesome. And listen, band member, you've been honest for the most part and respectful for the most part. Can you try to please do that in the YouTube chat also?
Yeah.
Don't talk trash in there.
Bring that same energy.
Don't talk trash in there, because we see what people are putting in there, and they come in here, they're a whole different person.
Yeah, bro, you're like your real self when you come in here, and that's awesome. Like, please just do that. That'd be great.
Don't dog us. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it was kind of fun while I was doing it, so that's why I did it that way.
I hear you. No problem.
Well, because and I forgot the other guy's name. Anyway, they go off on extreme tangents, but it's kind of entertaining. So.
They do. Yeah, a lot of people do. I'm not going to speak for anybody else. Just, try not to let it get to you, man to man. That's all.
All right. Have a good day, guys.
You too, man.
I'm going to put all the information I can on specular. We haven't spoken about that in a while. These are all the images. Guys, get this down if you can. Save them on your files. I just posted something. Hang on, Julius. Anybody that's posting something, just give me a moment real quick before I'm going to delete that real quick.
And did you hear, real quick, the audience? I just want the audience to understand that in the YouTube chat, he was being a keyboard warrior, right? He had a lot of ego, a lot of confidence, right? But then he came in here and heard everyone's voice, and we were kind of piling on him. I'm not going to lie, we were piling on him, and he kept his cool and he answered questions. Whether or not he changed his stance, obviously we shouldn't be able to convince anybody of anything, right? It's find out on your own. But like I said, Globers, that was a perfect example of somebody being belligerent, being a child, coming in and being an adult. That's what would be great if any of you guys could come in here and we could have this conversation with you, because I don't want to be mean. I don't want to call you anything. I want you as my fellow brother, fellow sister, to understand these truths. That's why I'm here. So anyway.
All right, real quick before before people start putting stuff in the text chat, please get that stuff that I just put in there. Save it in your arsenal. This is just a great way to demonstrate speculative reflection, and then also how to explain it. If you're going to talk to people, something happening on a flat surface, there's a bit more to it, but that's just images of what you can work with and be able to kind of talk to them and show them the images and what you mean. Diffuse reflection, speculative reflection, how things would look if the water's rippling a little bit. And when it's a smooth surface, you can see like a glass mirror image, and how light hits the water and it bounces back into your eye at the specific angle. Look at like the one that I put at the mountain at the far distance, how it even hits that water and then it winds up going into your eye. So it's very interesting. Something for you guys to consider in a conversation about flat Earth.
Thanks, Meek. I just grabbed it, stowed away in my server, so appreciate that.
Save it. Yeah, save all that stuff. We haven't talked about it very often lately, and I think that kind of all the stuff that we talk about, like the sextant, speculative reflection, anything that we can to kind of get people's minds wrapped around this understanding that we know it is reality. So if it was like curved in any way, the light that bounces off that water wouldn't reach your eye at that angle that it needs to. So you definitely would see it like a funhouse mirror, the image that's portrayed on the water, if it was curving.
Thinking about Greece now.
We got Motley Mike that's in here. He doesn't have any roles. Motley Mike, I'm just going to mute your microphone. If you want to chime in or if you want to have a discussion with us, you can do so. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We just welcome new people, and you can hop on the mic and actually talk to us if you'd like. If not, it's cool. Motley Mike, are you there? Your mic is on, by the way, because you're not muted.
Oh, so. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep.
Oh, I had no idea. How's everybody doing?
Welcome to the chat.
Yeah, I've been listening for years. And
long time listener, first time caller, huh?
Yeah, I never knew about how to sign in on one of these things, but the Discord never did it before.
Well, you made it.
Yeah. Wow. Cool. Very happy. Very, very happy. Yeah, I listen all day long, hours upon hours, all night. Pretty much stuck on the channel. But great information. Very good. I love it. It's my life. I've been flat earther. I don't know how long. I've been down a lot of rabbit holes my whole life. This it's definitely a good one. Good one. You guys just don't understand how some people try so hard with, and you put a lot of time and effort into them, and they just seems like the one guy you were just talking to. He doesn't want to do this and do that, or I don't know how much more can you do, or what? I mean, not to say to sell them on it, but you can almost don't even have to walk out your door. You can pretty much find all the information right. It's left. I mean, on YouTube or whatever. It's not really rocket science to see that we've been lied to in many, many things. And it's just amazes me.
We've been lied to for such a long time about the information on a macro scale, Motley, that the deception is so vast that when we start to address any claims about like the deception itself, it gets thrown back to us as to like maybe we are the ones that are deceiving people or misleading them and because the thing is, you're taught at a very young age, so you carry this understanding as if it were the actual paradigm, your cosmic paradigm. So we don't challenge that what we're taught, because they get you when you're very young, right? So before critical thinking begins, you're taught to believe that it's a heliocentric globe Earth paradigm, the cosmology and so forth, right? And we speak on things that we don't know anything of, like, hey, did you know that Mars is actually consisted of like iron and nickel in its core, and like just different things, right, about the cosmology. So we think we have attained some sort of knowledge, and when that knowledge base gets kind of like put in question, we wonder if the thing that's putting it into question is actually legitimate or not. So it's not uncommon for us to hear people refute the fact that they're told to look at reality for what it is, because that takes a certain person to actually face themselves into like, what do I really know? If I've been saying that I've known like information about the cosmos all along, and now it's put into question. So it really it shifts the paradigm for your own perspective as to look, what do you really know, kind of thing. And some people are really afraid of looking into that, because they don't want to like go to a place where they're telling people, well, what's that thing up there? I don't know. They're afraid of that. So it's better to have an explanation that they got from like the mainstream narrative versus them saying they don't know. And that's what they're afraid of, not knowing. It's
the bedtime stories, Miggy. Those are the bedtime stories that are comforting, right? And they've got their blankie, the gravity that holds them down, and all this other imaginary friends that keep everything going.
I've always said all they've done is reverse engineered our reality to have the globe Earth superimposed on top of it. So they're just telling you a story on top of the reality that you know. Oh, there's curvature, you just can't see it. Oh, the Earth is moving, you just can't feel it. So everything is being told to you that's on top of this world paradigm that you do know. The Earth that you do know has always existed. It's always been there. So when we observe that and we talk to people, they say like, well, you're speaking of another Earth. Flat Earth is something else we don't experience. They might think in their head. But you're telling them, have you gone and checked? Where is this curvature that you think is there? And so they are like, nah, I'm not going to believe what you guys are saying, because you guys are pretty crazy to say that it's flat when we know it's a globe. It's like, but have you looked? Have you checked?
Yeah.
Well, I don't need to. My teacher said, and on. Like that, this is band member. This is what he was doing. My teacher said, or people that told me we got a lot of experts on the field. They got volumes of data, numbers,
volumes of proven data, numbers, figures. There are fossil records.
Yeah, I divided from a lot of my family. My dad worked for the government, all this stuff, and we butt heads on a lot of stuff. And he was really open-minded. I thought when I was younger, he just closed the doors on everything. I don't understand. People in the medical field, it's just a lot of things. A lot of people just don't want to know. They're older. You just don't want to know. Some people, I believe.
Yeah, man, they couldn't be bothered with the truth. Couldn't be bothered to consider that what they think they know is not real.
I'm thinking, well, what about your kids and grandkids? I mean, because you might be ready to kick the bucket. I mean, don't you want to open up some doors, or at least help and show other people other choices out there? Or just, I've been besides the Earth thing, I mean, I've been down so many different rabbit holes, and it's amazing all the things that we've been about. They make some people look so good, presidents, and just so much. There's just so much stuff. It's never ending. It's just never ending. It's just never ending. To get off topic here, a buddy of mine in California has a dog. Real. Dog knows pie. I'm going to tell you the site. I met this dog. I thought the guy was whacked. Called, his name's Mark. Dog that can do math. You see what this dog does? blow your mind. It seems like this is something hidden. That if this dog can do this, it's I'm just telling you.
What the dog do?
Greatest show on earth. This dog can't talk. You can literally take cards out of a deck, go add them up, tap like if it's a jack, 7, Roman numerals, square roots, negative numbers. You would just not believe what this dog can do. And it's just to go off topic, but I mean, there's some thinking of dog can do it. Can other dogs or what? Just
Is that the name of the guy, or is that a literal dog?
no, the dog's name is God. I wasn't shocked that I don't even talk to too many people, so I'm shocked you're speaking now. His name's Mark, and it's called oh God, I believe it's the dog that can do math. And I'll get it on here. I'll find it actually. Just
a literal dog that can do math. Is that what you're saying?
It can do math. I've known this guy for a while in California. I'd go there for work, out knocking doors. He was out in his yard with Nellie. All this the diesel engine really messes up my dog's head, and this guy was in his yard. I was doing roofing stuff, and then when we went in his house, dog, it's a black lab. So he would take cards out of the deck one at a time, a 7, a 5, a king. This dog would just like be sitting there, not like focusing on the cards. Then you'd say, how many is that? And if it would add up to like 35, the dog would tap 3 on his leg and then 5. And he started, as the time went on, Roman numerals, negative numbers, pies, say like 3 times 7 minus 6 times 8. This dog would tap it out, or he'd write some on a piece because you couldn't talk in front of the dog. You had to write things on paper to each other, and he'd like go. He'd write on. He'd go put something somewhere in the house, and then he'd write on the paper to me, and he'd just say, "Go find my shoe. Go find that frisbee." Or dog would go get it, and it just.
Weird. It's kind of weird, but Motley, I'm hopefully you don't take this the wrong way. But what that story is very obscure. What brought you to kind of say that story in here, like as in relevance to James Earth, or do you just feel like talking about a math dog? Like I don't know. Like is there something pertaining to?
It's like things that they know that they suppress us on, the elites, whoever. Like they hold all the knowledge and wisdom, and we're just suppressed, and they obviously don't want a bunch of smart people out here. And
yeah, but you see, there's a. I guess what I'm saying is, the more we entertain some things like that, it could lead us into a fringe topic, which would then expose people to like, they're just ridiculous on the topic of the shape of the.
All right, I'm sorry.
I don't know. Do you see what do you see what I mean about it? Like, not saying that you can't have a conversation like that in here. I'm just saying, like, as far as like this goes, we're actually being live streamed on YouTube. And when somebody talks about like a math dog or something, like then it becomes like, well, you guys saying dogs can do math, and it's not that. I'm not disagreeing that.
No, you guys aren't saying that. That's me. I've never been on here before.
As an addendum, I'll go ahead and say there's a Dean Koontz series. There's a dog that came from a project, like whatever, like a monster project or whatever. Anyway, this dog like actually understood everything everyone was saying, and the guy that found him, he built a system where he could spell shit out and actually talk to the human.
Pretty smart, yeah.
It kind of reminds me of that, what he was saying about that.
Yeah, but like
That's
entertaining
a problem.
Getting into a conversation about math dogs and what dogs like, that's I don't want to.
No, sure.
Make it. Yeah, because then
But yeah,
can the math dog detect any drop over distance? That's the question.
Yeah, no, we're not even.
I'm wondering if the cat here that Cuddy just posted. No, the cat just calculated wrong here. You see that?
Back to the drawing board. Yeah, but you can understand what I mean, Motley. It's just it's already looked at it as a ridiculous topic as it is, to the world. And then when you're adding a layer of like other things that could be fringe, that would just make it even. People would just be like, "Oh, yeah,
sure." But would you consider the same thing, with a really smart dog or a gorilla that can do sign language? I mean, that's a thing,
Yeah,
So.
but it's not a thing for this forum. I'm saying it could be a thing for another, like maybe another room where you go in and talk about how smart animals are. The parakeet or the parrot can say, you know what I mean? Like there's.
Sure.
If you want to make it about that, then I mean, who am I to say?
I'm not trying to make it about that. I was just saying, it is a thing. I mean, not all animals are smart like that, but there are a few. That's all I was getting at. And I was just bringing up the fictional novel about the dog that was in a freaking scientific experiment or whatever, and he
but for future, again, people bring up French topics in here, other things, and I think it's great. Sometimes you veer off, but like at the same time, you got to know your audience. People are judging you 10 ways to Sunday, so they're going to be looking at like what you say. Oh, wait a minute, math dogs? Like, how is that flat Earth? Yeah, it lines up,
No, sure.
Just you know what I mean. That's all I'm saying.
You got to look up the boys from Brazil. That's what you got to look up.
I had a JP from, is it JP or RP from the chat come in? I think I unbanned somebody from the chat. Oh, that worked. I thought they were going to come in. It's RP12. You guys see RP12? VC verifies.
Grab a cigarette, I'll be back.
Who'd you say, Helio? RP12? I don't see
it.
It
was RP12. Let me check the.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Well, I mean, I looked through the permabans and he wasn't in there, so unbanned. And he said, "Oh, it worked, but I haven't seen him in here yet." So.
Oh, he was on the YouTube live chat. Okay.
Yeah. Are you looking at the chat now? Yeah, that's that guy. And it's just RP12. So if he actually did join the server, it should be in the new arrivals.
Yeah, but for anybody else that's listening, we got about 30 people, 40 people now listening on the YouTube live stream chat. You guys are welcome to click the link from Nightbot. It's on the YouTube live chat. So just click that thing, come in here, and come to the YouTube, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live stream. And we'll unmute you in here. You don't have to go to the check-in. We'll just unmute you in here. And we'll have a conversation with you, whether you think the Earth is a globe, you're on the fence about it, or the Earth is flat. We would like to have a conversation with you guys. It's very important that we have this as an open forum so that we can talk to everyone. And shout out to everybody, all the Flat Earth company that we have in the YouTube live chat. You guys are awesome. Keep up the good work. And we'll continue to do the same in here.
And if you got dogs that can do math, present it to us.
Yeah, we'd like to hear all the French topics you guys have, because that just makes it sound all the more palatable when somebody's just trying to figure out if the Earth is a globe or not.
I mean, who doesn't like dogs that do math? Who doesn't?
Yeah, that's it.
If you don't like dogs that do math, there's a problem with you.
That's why I was fascinated with that Dean Koontz book. And I mean, that dog is like the main character in the book.
But the real question is, can the dog do globe math?
I don't think it was confirmed.
This is a world of barnacles.
Imagine the dog thinking about 66,000 miles per hour, 10 trillion miles away. Imagine the dog thinking about that in his mind.
I don't think so. No.
What's the word, guys? I kind of stepped out when y'all were discussing with the other globe earther, but I had for whatever reason I ended up talking to a random guy in a building that I was delivering to. I don't know why. I just thought I'm gonna ask him. I said, "Hey, you heard of the flat Earth?" And we kind of had a kind of not a lengthy conversation, but we went over a couple of things because he was explaining like some of the things that in his mind was wrong about the flat Earth, and I, to the best of my ability with the limited time I had, tried to tell him that a lot of those are misconceptions, straw men of our positions. Like you would need to assume that the sun is what it is in the heliocentric model to make the claim most human about the sun being closer and lighting the whole Earth, yada yada yada. Well, the sun being wherever it is and lighting the whole Earth, things like that. But he was very open, very interested because he said that there's a guy that he speaks to at work who talks about it. So I was excited because I'm like, wow, I wonder how, I wonder, you know, what you would think or what things would change if you heard our position as it is versus, you know, all of this other. You know, I tried to get into logical fallacies and geometry and the difference between round and flat and actual shapes like spheres and you know, cubes. And yeah, so I gave him the link to the YouTube to listen in at any time, and it was very exciting. That's the thing. Every time I speak to a person in person, the first thing you realize is that they don't know what, you know, one of our positions would be. Like they have an idea of flat Earth, period, which obviously none of us really agree with. You know, and that's what I find exciting is that, well, people haven't discounted flat Earth from our perspective; they've discounted it from the perspective that was given to them by the same side. And that's good to know, because that means that we have a ton of work to do, and it's not for nothing. Like, we actually can affect change by connecting with people. The only way to do that is to get out there and talk to them.
Well, Elijah, at this point, I think most people have heard of it before, and they're going to give you the same straw man arguments. They're going to say, hey, you know, where's the edge and all that kind of stuff. They're going to give you the same standard answers. They have heard about it before. Are you talking about, is that the same for the guy you were talking to? He heard about the standard, rebuttals.
Right. Well, not even, because he said, you know, there are certain things that he's thought about that doesn't really make sense. But then, of course, like, you know, he brought up the moon. He's like, hey, do you think the moon is real? And I had to go into, like, I would say it was clumsily, because I was limited on time. So it wasn't a carefully worded thing. I was just like, does it look like a sphere? Yes, it does. That's what it looks like. I'm not even gonna hold you on that. Like, I'm not sitting here saying that it doesn't look like what it looks like. But then when I got to the whole, I started to talk to him about, like, first of all, I was telling him any speculation about the sky or anything else, or the shape of the Earth itself, is speculation, because I told him, only thing we know is that the Earth appears to be a level plane, because everywhere we measure is flat. Like, so trying to get across to him that, you know, I'm not really making any claims about the shape of the Earth, because I believe that no one has the knowledge to determine that. Like, no one. Like, and so that kind of elucidates that, okay, just because he's a flat earther doesn't mean that he believes in whatever mental image of a shape that I believe he believes in. Because, like, whatever the shape of the Earth is probably irregular, like a mountain or something. Like, we don't, like, we already know there's mountains and everything, so how could it be like a particular shape? If we went up in the air after the kid, we would call it Earth. That's Earth shaped, because it'd probably be the only thing shaped like Earth.
Hey,
so we would say,
Elijah, you know that Tuesday night there's going to be total lunar eclipse. You know that?
Yeah, I told him that. Yeah, I told him. I said. I told him
And I
about
can't
the
wait to
eclipse.
see it again. It's not going to be as cold as last time. Last time I saw it, it was like 5 degrees in Arkansas. I was like out there freezing my ass off trying to watch this lunar
What was
eclipse.
the last one, Helio?
I'm just hoping that it's going to be visible because look at it was for 4, 5, 6 days straight. The sky, I don't even know, probably longer than that. The sky has been nothing but completely clear of all clouds. Now what we have a cloudy ass day. So
Yeah, we
I'm
had a
hoping
storm
that
last night. I'm hoping the atmosphere is going to be clear for me, that I'll be able to stand up there and watch it with a coat on, and you know, not freeze to death trying to watch it. I think it's going to be cool. I think I'm good. I'll take pictures of it with my phone, but it's not really going to do anything justice. But it's it's a blood moon, eclipse. It's going to be cool. We got 2 days.
we kind of went over we got into when I was saying I don't know what's underneath. I'm like, don't actually know these things. Like, I told him about the water borehole thing that the Russians did, and that's as far as we know, and they got the composition of Earth completely wrong.
You talked
Obviously,
about
one of the first things
super deep borehole. You talked to him about that? Yeah. Oh, cool.
Yeah, but the very first thing, the main thing, I was like, it's not what they claimed it was geometrically speaking, because obviously that's the most important. So it's like, legitimately, I think that's when a person asks, well, what's this, what's that? Because now that you've told them something that may make sense, where you're like, wow, okay. Then when they ask, well, what the fuck is the moon then? That's not like the facetious way that the anti-flat earthers ask. Like, it's a legitimate question. If you thought everything was spherical and now you live on a flat plane, what the fuck is the moon? I still wake up at night sometimes going, oh, what the fuck is the moon?
I know.
I don't know what it is. I have no
Whatever it
idea.
is, it's awesome, isn't it?
Like Neil deGrasse Tyson, what it is, we don't know.
We don't know.
Like what it is, I don't know.
So anyway, I think I wanna like get some cards printed, maybe even laminated, make them look pretty, and just start sharing like with individuals that I come across, these cards, so that they can listen in on the live stream, and if they want to click the bot in the comment section to come to the Discord, they can. Like that's what we need, is to reach people who have a skewed outlook on what we're saying and what we're doing.
Sure, and we have questions, and so do they. We have as many questions as they do, but we've been doing this for quite a while, so it's not like like we have all the answers. You're not going to give them all the answers because we don't have all the answers. Why? It's like, why do you think the Earth is flat? Well, I don't think the Earth is flat. The evidence,
It's all the
shows.
answers.
Yeah. No, I mean the evidence, as far as natural observations, confirm our understanding of the Earth as a level stationary plane. That question is answered in my mind. I can't speak for everyone, but
Is Claus banned from the server? He's not, huh?
Claus.
You guys remember Claus?
YouTube channel.
Klaus. I think he's not. But also Lejla, whatever her name is, his name is not banned from this server, I don't think. So most of you guys are in there, and you want some answers. You can have a conversation with people in here.
Well, shit, Bob the Science Guy was permabanned, and you guys let him back in. So, at this
Well, he
point,
snuck in, dude, with a sock account.
Well, either way,
He snuck in with a sock
that's
account.
his prerogative. I remember that one day, Miggy, you ended up talking to, who was it? I recorded
Danny 57. Faulkner. Danny Faulkner
No,
has
no.
arrived.
Yeah, it was Danny. Danny, you didn't know who he was, and you started talking
Yeah.
to him. Yeah.
I thought it was just an average, Well, he sounded like I was like, well, I couldn't place where I've heard his
Well,
voice
he
from.
wasn't banned, but you didn't know who he was, but I did, and I was listening. It was funny.
Well, actually, I banned him after I spoke with him, but he came back.
What are what are these like? Okay, it's one thing we want as many professionals who have the most information, as much information as you have. We want the one with the most, so that we can ask them the same questions we've been asking everyone else. Where's the curvature of the Earth? Where's the proof that we're moving? Where's the evidence that the sky is this medium or lack thereof a medium that we can travel to, much less is what they say it is. Like, that's what we want, the most knowledgeable people to come in here and talk to us about. So I don't understand, though, why the Phil Bells of the world and the Bobs, the science guys of the world, these professors that apparently have nothing better to do but sneak in here after getting kicked out. What the fuck are you doing sneaking into a flat Earth Discord server that you got kicked out of? Justifiably so. Because everything is on tape. They'll lie and say, oh, this happened, that happened, but we all know
they either hate to love us or love to hate us. That's
He's doing it for science. He's doing it for science.
Yeah, science. Yeah. Lejla says, Miggy, I'm not interested, but thanks. Claus says, Miggy, maybe one day I'll join again when I'm bored or something. Laugh out loud.
Yeah, Klaus knows better. He knows better than coming in here and talking shit.
Klaus knows, because he's nonsensical. We found that out. He said, Gemsy's nonsensical, and I said that, and he came in here, and then what happened? It turns out that he's nonsensical.
Yeah, he's scared of Gemsy. That's what it is. I'm scared of Gemsy. Goddamn.
Well, that literally all of the claims that they make about heliocentrism is literally nonsense. Like, sometimes you have to break down a word to realize, like, because we use these words and then it's kind of not. It's it doesn't, because, like, considering the context and why the word was made, like, people don't do that, and the word kind of doesn't hit the way it's supposed to. Like, oh, that's nonsense. That's not. What is nonsense? It's anything that can't be experienced with any of the senses. Nonsense. Not sense, it's nonsense. So when they talk about we're moving and we're doing this, like, what senses can I use to validate that? Oh, it's nonsense then. Like, oh, we can't actually see the birth. Anyway.
But I can look at it in the TV. That means I'm looking at it. That's one of my senses because
right.
In the TV.
They do say that.
But
like, have you ever seen curvature? They're like, yeah. And then when you ask them on TV, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that guy in the middle of that GIF I just posted, that was Gemsy after he showed Klaus it was nonsensical. Everybody was like, damn. Gemsy was the guy in the middle.
That was good.
But yeah, creation, man. My bad for jumping in on that. But yeah, to your point, like, they legitimate, like people will think, no, that's like, but that's legitimately what they do. Like, sure, I've experienced it. Like, we've all experienced it. Just open up your phone. Wow. Like, and they don't, and then they won't understand why we're saying, wow. No. Well, I got a convertible. Here's a picture. We've all experienced it. Wow. Oh, okay. Well, I know the Earth is a globe. Here's a picture. We've all experienced it. Not wow. It's, yeah, exactly. Like, the fuck?
I'm just looking for this clip. You asked me to make that clip of this this guy doing exactly what you described, and it was too long to post. But yeah, I mean, they do it every time. Miggy directly asked him, "Have you seen the curvature?" Like, yeah, of course. And then when it really got down to it, he's like, "Well, yeah, I saw it on like a live stream." So.
Yes,
Right here.
can.
Hold on. This is Claus.
So, is the Earth curving? Can we witness curvature on the Earth? Yes, you can.
All right, now let me pause. I'll mute for a second and find where he does the flip. Give me a sec.
Like, these are the conversations people need to hear, because the conversation about the Earth, that they've taken the criticism off that by asking us, so what is it then? No. Let's stay here and criticize how it's not a globe, because the implications of that means you need to be asking some other people some questions, not me. I'm not a professor. I didn't create the curriculum that everyone has to adhere to. I didn't print the textbooks with the information inside it. So why don't you ask one of those people? I'm not putting I'm inundating the public with images of something that the Earth is not, like all of my favorite animes and movies. You know, Miramax Films or whatever with their, which one is it with the there's a satellite and there's just like stars and shit. I'm not doing that, so why the fuck are you asking me? You know what I mean? Like, so what's this? So what's that? So what's this? So what's that? That's all a distraction away from understanding there is a legitimate conversation to be had. And upon having it and finding that they're liars, we probably should be doing something about them lying. But everybody wants to ask us what the truth is instead of exposing them to be liars. I don't get it. I don't know shit. My name is Joe Schmo. Go ask your local astronomy professor or whoever.
Sit curvature when you're in space or close to space. Videos and pictures. Evidence. Videos and pictures. Again, evidence. Videos and pictures.
That's evidence.
To sit curvature when you're in space or close to space. Videos and pictures. And evidence. Videos and pictures.
That's Claus, right?
Yep.
That's you, Claus. We're playing clips of you, so I know you're in the text chat.
So, is the Earth curving? Can we witness curvature on the Earth? Yes, you can. To sit curvature when you're in space or close to space. Videos and pictures.
What's he saying that Vito's? What is that? Like, it does? Like, his accent's pretty heavy on that one.
He's saying we have videos and pictures.
Oh, videos and pictures. Okay.
Yeah. He's saying, well, you asked him, please. You asked him like 3 times in the beginning, very plainly, like, can you see curvature?
So, is the Earth curving? Can we witness curvature on the Earth? Yes, you can. Okay, standing on the Earth, we can see a boat going over the curve. Yeah. Okay, there's no problem with that, right? Yeah. Can you agree that we're going to see a boat going over the curve? Yes. And it's actually going over a curve, not just the imagination of a curve. It's actually the curve of the Earth. Yes. wholeheartedly you agree with it. You're not going to change your mind.
No, because that's the fact.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, you're making the clip now. It's not over yet. I'm
Elijah's
dying
like,
to hear it. I'm dying to hear it because I know it's yes, it is. Yep, I agree. Okay, well, here's the Black Swan. I don't agree.
you know how we do. We do what we do.
I know. No, you guys are strawmanning me. What I meant when I said what I said was not what I meant to say. Please. Oh,
No.
Sid curvature when you're in space or close.
Is it? No. I mean, that's pretty much all that goes. You like that the GIF? That's me. That's as Alex Jones. It was on that Reface app. That's me as Alex Jones.
By the way, that was Claus on the clip there. You guys, everybody listening on YouTube, 40 people watching. Claus, that was you saying that you do absolutely see curvature on the Earth. And then you turn around and say, oh, we can only see it from space. Oh, from videos and pictures. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah. Oh, man. That was a good setup, man. That's a good trap.
Yeah.
Wait. No.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. First of all, you're not going to speed past that like you didn't just say what you just said.
There you go, right there. Oh, we need that one, CB, every time. No. I'm not going to waffle on. No. You said it. Now own it.
Yeah, you got to own it, Claus. That's all you, man.
It's all good. Hey, check this out. RP12 I was talking about earlier is in the chat room now, has no rules. Is server muted? I'm going to unmute RP12. Do you want to get involved? You have
Who's
access
RP12,
to your microphone. Yeah, it's from the YouTube chat. That's the one I was talking about earlier that I muted.
All right.
Or I unbanned, from the server, and he said, "Oh, that's the one." Anyway, so RP12, you have access to your microphone if you want to talk to us. If you don't want to, I'm gonna give you about 10 seconds. He or she, I don't know if it's a he or she, or maybe I'm misgendering whoever might want to speak.
Yeah, that's another rabbit hole saying that word.
I know, it's freaking weird.
And these days it is anyway.
But yeah, RP12, man, you asked to come in and you're here now, so you have access to your microphone for a limited time. If you want to go ahead and speak to us, then you open your microphone and talk. Otherwise, I'm going to mute you again, and you'll still have access to your microphone. We can't give you a role until you actually speak. So.
Well, to Claus, it's all on the live stream, and I've got the full clip, so you can check that out.
You might want to run the tape back and not air this because you're going to look foolish in the presence of a genius.
Is he muted? Well, he can't speak if he's muted. Somebody mute him.
Are you talking? Well, I muted RP12 because. Yeah, because it wasn't.
RP12, talking. Do you have your mic working? Maybe he doesn't have his mic on. Settings, man.
I didn't want to let it go too long in case it was going to be a troll.
You can. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool.
All right.
I mean, if he does,
you got this, Biggie.
If he does chime in with something, dude, we got a few people that are quick on the hammer or the trigger or whatever. But either way, since he come from the YouTube live stream text chat, he knows what we're all about, or she knows. Like you said, he or she, I don't know. RP12, you muted yourself locally, so you do have control of your mic. All you got to do is just hop on here and have a conversation with us. So I'm just only assuming you're from the mindset the Earth is a globe, but you could let us know. I don't know. You want to tell us? RP12, the floor is yours.
Be on a pee break. Who knows? I mean, if they leave this room and then come back in, they'll be muted again. So that's it. Do what it do.
Those are the rules. I didn't write them. I'm afraid he's right. Take a shot, Mr. Gilmore.
That's the way it's set up. While they were, RP12 was asking to come in and join the conversation, and then once they're finally here, doesn't talk.
Dun, 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 dun. You know, like it's all anticlimactic. Yeah, man, what's up? What's up? And they come in here like, meow, meow. Come on. I mean, come on. Like Joe Biden, not kidding around here. Come on. It's all good. The silent Q&A. The old cold shoulder routine. I know that one.
And pussed out.
There's a guy in the YouTube live stream. He's like, explain a sunset in all caps. Explain it to me. What is a sunset?
It's when the sun moves, right? And then you look up and you see the sun move. That's about it, right? That's all you got.
The sun move away from you, and then you don't see it anymore. That's the explanation.
And that is all that happens, and you cannot demonstrate anything else. Now, here, check the live stream voice text really quickly for basically what is happening with our anti-flat Earth folks and Globers, and we used to suffer this too as flat Earthers, and we are no longer suffering this. So, what happens when you're born? Right away, things start being embedded into your psyche, right? You barely have a chance to think on your own. And one of those things that they do to us early on is they try to indoctrinate us with the globe. In fact, they don't just try. It happens because we're sponges, because we don't know how to think yet. So they're going to teach us what to think instead of how to think. So anyway, embedding is what happens when we're very, very young. See the child with the globe in front of them? They're having a nice time playing with it. That child doesn't know up or down, okay? Doesn't know its asshole from its oatmeal. The problem with that is they can tell you whatever you want as you're developing, and that will become not only a part of your psychology, but your physiology. So it does make sense that you guys would, not want to admit this because it physiologically hurts, but rest assured you can grow up, put your big boy, big girl pants on, and remove some of that embedding. And the embedding is the psychological tendency to latch onto and defend the first bit of information with which we are presented. Okay, yes, exactly. The mobiles, the planet mobiles above every single child's crib growing up, you can't even say whether or not that's true. They're just like, boom, here it is. So it's a problem. But again, you can fix it, anti-flat earthers. You can be better than this. Thanks.
Well, sure. If they have a fix for the simple explanation of you watching the sun move away from you until you can't see it anymore, now their definition would be like the reason you see the sunset is because you're standing on Earth and you're moving away from it. There's no physical. We can't prove that in reality. All we experience is the sun moving away from us. We can't determine the distance to it. We're quite familiar with the heliocentric idea, but everyone on Earth experiences the sunset as the sun moving.
Yeah. So big turd, the big turd. Click on that link that Nightbot has in the YouTube live stream text chat and come in here and have a conversation with us if you think that it's pretty crazy. It sounds that way. Maybe it's the first time you've heard it, but come on in here. RP12 doesn't want to chime in. He's another person, or she's another person from the YouTube live stream text chat that wants to come in and have a conversation with us, but doesn't get on the mic. So you are able to do so. However, just click that link that Nightbot has there and come on in here because we do want to talk with you. And perhaps we can speak to you about some common sense and logic, but who knows?
Sure, the link is also in the description of the video too. You can just go to the description.
Right, as Helio said, it's in the description. And if you like the content for everybody supporting, go ahead and give Helio a little love there in the PayPal. Just shoot him whatever you can. A couple of dollars doesn't hurt, but to keep the lights on and stuff, just to say we appreciate you, Helio, for having the stream on. And, the content that we bring to you guys, 47 people watching right now. We appreciate you guys coming here and listening to us, even if you don't participate, because also what you hear is us telling you guys what's really going on, and we're not invested in lying to anybody. So if anybody listening, we just want to talk to you about what's really happening out there in the world. And
seriously, 47 people watching right now. Holy shit!
48. It's growing.
Wow, that's crazy. It hasn't happened that way on a Sunday in recent times. Awesome. That's awesome. Appreciate everybody.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Yeah, we never have this many people this early on Sunday, man. Awesome.
So yeah, I'm just going back to the point. Like, Helio's been doing this for a while. He's a pretty cool dude. And just giving out of your own self is just supporting the cause. And you guys are awesome for doing that. If you do, because he has got a little bit of something from you guys, so we appreciate everything you guys can contribute. It's just like telling him thank you very much for doing this. That's all.
Love you, boys. Yeah.
Hey, and since you've been mentioning it, Miggy, I've gotten a few donations, and if it becomes to a point where I'm getting too many, I'll share them with everyone else. That's.
Well, actually, here's the thing, Helio. What I would like, man, to be honest, I would rather see you go full time as a YouTuber, because you deserve to be substantiated by a YouTube channel that can, you know what I mean, and just let it grow. And then if you want to share just a little love, you can do so, and every now and again, just help somebody out, like paying it forward. But I don't personally, I'm not looking for that. I'd just rather you become, because you had this channel up, so it's all you, man. You should feel, like this is something you built, and it's because you kept doing it, and it became what it is. So
it's all coming together.
And then you can do this full time, where YouTube is everything you do, and not
I wish.
Well, let's make it happen, man. Let's make it happen, Kevin.
Somebody's asking for the link to contribute.
I knew Lou was gonna say something too.
You should have ready all of those links. When anybody asks about the link, you should have it ready, bro.
Yes, pop them up.
Got it. I mean, like,
so I'm gonna pay you $100.
It's in the freaking YouTube live chat. No, it's in the description of. It's not.
Okay, it is ready then. It is ready. Yeah. Well done.
Yeah, just click it, man. I mean,
I agree with me. I think the work that Helio has been doing and keeping the live stream going, I think he should have enough. If he wasn't putting down the algorithms, keeping the live stream kind of held back, then you should be able to be making enough money at least to cover the internet costs, and if you need a new computer and stay up to date with a computer and that kind of stuff, should be able to at least make enough.
Just like living expenses, just to cover the cost of stuff. That's the only thing I'm saying, It doesn't have to be a lot of money, but just something. But he never goes over 53 viewers, I've noticed, or 54, I think was the highest I've seen it. And I'm always like, why? The algorithm's kind of pushing back on that, I guess.
It's actually been.
But you can't do this to me.
Open the chat
Yeah,
again,
they don't,
because a lot of the chat, people in the YouTube chat are assholes. So I just got sick of it. I turned it off, and that kind of the viewership went way down. But now they know why I shut it down, and they're more respectful now. So
It's pretty crazy how they don't censor when you search 24/7 Flat Earth.
No, they don't. If you type in Flat Earth Discord or 24/7 Flat Earth, you're gonna find our channel on the first page. Yeah. Doesn't matter who you are.
Right away. It's crazy.
We do have celebrities.
I don't know why they don't. Where the
But
loophole.
they won't. They demonetize the channel, so that's. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and e-beg, or anything, but they demonetize the channel, but they let it stay up. So as far
That's
as
so good. We don't need them to be the main stream of revenue. We have celebrities that come here. We have Plegman, who's a guy
I'd
who
love
played
to get Eddie Bravo in here one day. Wouldn't you love to freaking talk to Eddie Bravo?
Dude.
That'd be freaking awesome, wouldn't it? Maybe we can get Hibbler. Hibbler's what he produces Eddie Bravo.
Weren't we I feel like we had this conversation before. Like Eddie Bravo, we're thinking of having Neil deGrasse in here, and I think we were starting to reach out to some people that were going to get in contact with him, but Neil kind of declined. Neil declined because he's like, I'm not going to go there. Back in the day,
we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh?
I think we might be able to pull off getting Eddie Bravo in here. We've had the Flat Earth Guru. We've had him in here before, and
that would be crazy if we got Mike Tyson though. That'd be nuts.
Mike Tyson, holy shit, that would be cool.
Get Shaq in here, or Kai.
Like, hey, you guys work on it, man. It's just like, hey, part of this
it'd be cool. We should try and get Kyrie. We should try and get Kyrie Irving in here. Is what we should do.
Oh my god, that would freaking blow.
I think he would. I think if we could reach out to him, maybe in a tweet or something, maybe he would.
It would break the algorithm.
Like Eddie Bravo.
We might.
Kyrie
He might. He might listen in. Just send him a link to the live stream. Tweet it to him and see if he might listen in. You never know.
Yeah, I don't even.
We can just put an all call, man. For anybody listening right now, if you're listening and if you know any of these guys, drop them a link. Tell them to come in here. Any one of these celebrities that you guys might know, just say, hey, there's a place you guys can go chat, and you can get in contact with us. That'd be great.
Even if they just want to listen on the like the YouTube live stream, just give them that, and they have the option. It's like then there's not pressure, and they're not.
Yeah, we got 53 people watching right now, but we can't go past 54. Is there any way possible, like all of us in here can turn on the live stream and break it? Because I've never seen it go past 54.
I'm doing it right now.
I don't know. I've been sharing
One time I've seen it go past that is when Discord shut down one day, and there was like 200 viewers. I was on my way home from work one day. You remember when like Discord like failed, and everybody was looking up Discord on YouTube? Discord just totally shut down, and our live stream totally shut down. It was just like,
let's go. Let's break it to 54. Let's go. Break the algorithm. Everybody get your friends to come watch 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We'll get something popping. But you guys click that link and have your friends click it. Get everybody you know on a Sunday to come in here right now. We're at 54. We're holding steady. We haven't dropped.
I just joined. When you said 54, I joined. So it hasn't gone up to 55 yet, and at least one has joined. So I'm kind of wondering what's going on here.
Yeah, 54 is the highest.
55 right now.
Back in the day, like 2-3 years ago, when ladies like first picked off, we were getting pretty good audiences in the Discord. What kind of numbers were we getting on the YouTube during that?
56, baby. Let's go.
Yeah,
Actually, Lou, I want to answer that. It was way more. It was 60s, 70s, sometimes 90s.
Yeah, because I remember there was like a couple of weeks. There was a couple of weeks in the Discord itself. Helio, hold on. In the Discord itself, I think we had like 70, 80, maybe even like 90 people, in the Discord chat itself, like one or 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, I remember.
And then I'm wondering during those weeks, like how many people were actually watching on the YouTube also.
Through cycles. I mean, everybody be patient, but yeah, exactly right, man. It always goes through cycles, let's all be patient. But yeah,
we hit 58 though. I'm just letting you guys know we hit 50. We're at 57 right now.
That's cool.
You guys are doing awesome. Thank you very much for sharing the link. Now that we have this many people in it, we can actually grow it to at least. We're shooting for 100. We're trying to stay at a steady 100 every time we go on. And we're doing this for your benefit, guys. Let the world know that the Earth isn't a globe, and that's what we're gonna do. If you help us get there, that's all of you guys. Everybody participating and making this number grow. It's because you guys got it there. We can only do so much on our end and present the truth, but all you guys have to do is tell everybody about it. Let everyone know. Click the link to YouTube live stream, and send it to them through Discord, Twitter, any which way you can get more people in here. And we appreciate all of you guys. Thank you very much.
Amen.
Now, I think if you had a steady 100 people watching at all times, I think this thing would be rocking. We'd be able to get a lot done at 100. That's a big number.
It is.
I just spammed it in 4 channels, so we'll see.
Awesome. It's just like, I mean, YouTube's never going to demonetize the channel, but not that I'm trying to make money off this. We're spreading truth, and nobody else that's participating here is making money from this. So it's just like we're our focus is to get truth out there, meet new people. What if these people think the Earth is flat? You know, because it's just like it's a ridiculous question, just like we always thought it. You know, at first when we heard about it, you know, it was a ridiculous question. So we're not. We can host. You know. Just like Miggy, you know, inside the server, you had the arena and stuff. Oh, we're going to host a debate or whatever. But for the most part, we're focused on getting new people to join. It's like, hey, why do you guys think the Earth is flat? Boom.
You know what's great is that the more people that see, we're being honest with these people. So it's not like, hey, come on in so we can lie to you. Like, that doesn't end up working anyway, guys. Why is flat Earth growing and globe Earth isn't? Case in point, 2-3 months ago, you'd only find 10, 20, maybe 30 on a really good day people in the YouTube stream watching the stream and being in the chat. Now we got almost 60, and it looks like the average is about 45, 50. So, and that's what I call growth. And you may be like, oh, that's pathetic numbers. But it doesn't matter. It's growth. And the more it happens, the more you fail at your job, anti-flat earthers.
Well, oh, man, you're exactly right. Black Flow, bro. When I see those numbers, that's encouraging to me. That means there's new people going to find us. You know what I mean? They're going to find us, and they're going to ask the same questions that we all asked when we first came across this topic.
I just threw up Kyrie Irving's Twitch channel, so I don't know for what it's worth. Add it up and message him. Maybe we could.
I mean, we're streaming here on YouTube and on Twitch. So, I mean, not Twitch. I had like 3 channels banned from Twitch. But
let everybody message Kyle Irving. He will get like 100 messages.
Not a bad idea. You can hit him up on Twitter probably too. I mean, maybe share his Twitter.
Helio, I just posted his Twitch link. Use that because I know. I mean, the last time he was online with that account was a month ago. However, I know that he uses those touch points. He takes them on. I wonder about getting buried in the Twitter universe if message got through there. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean,
my thing is, where did he hear flat Earth in the first place for him to even say that? Was he listening to somebody in the circuit that we know, like Nathan Oakley, or was he listening to Quantum Eraser? Where did he think? Obviously, he heard it from somewhere. Because everybody's learning about this around the same time he was talking about it. So, where did he get his information from?
If I had to guess, I would say it would probably be one of the other like bigger names, like Eddie Bravo or something like that got him started. If that's just a guess though, wild guess.
Well, that's strange, Helio. You gave RP12 the permission to come in here and kind of have a chat with us, and they popped in here, but sitting in here and didn't say nothing and left. Like,
sorry, might jump back in later. I mean, I pulled up the information. Last time that person was in here was banned by Morvis or whatever, but I didn't see any other information about it. That was back in August. That was back in August, and so
RP12, try again. You seem to be having problems with your mic or whatnot.
I mean, I looked in the the permaban list, and person wasn't on there. So that'd be really cool to have some people, Kyrie or Eddie Bravo, or who else is talking about Flat Earth? Freaking Jim Brewer. He hasn't said Flat Earth yet, but he's been talking to Hibbler and all kinds of shit. Jim Brewer's one of my favorite comedians. It's about to happen. Matter of fact, I think I shared it earlier. Jim Brewer, he's the guy from the. I think they're going to make a part 2.
Hey, look at Lejla. Look at Lejla, what he says. Dave, it's hard to have a convo with people who call you stupid. Globers have been abused for so many years.
Wait, what?
Yeah. That's what
Motherfucker said they've been abused, huh? Oh.
Yeah, Alicia and freaking. I thought Alicia was Trillion at first, but they've just been, bitching.
Hold on. Here's what happened. Here's what happened for the audience.
All day long in the chat.
Here, listen. Here's what happened for the audience. We were over here doing our thing, researching Flat Earth, researching Globe Earth, and putting our findings online. All of a sudden, we get a stampede of what we now know are anti-Flat Earthers coming into our house, barging in, calling us liars, and expecting us to explain our stance to them when we were just cool, chilling, having dinner, talking amongst ourselves. You feel me?
Yep. Miggy. Yeah.
Glober's getting abused. Man, come on, get off it, kid. If that's the best you got, you can't get those curvature measurements, you're just going to appeal to your feelings? Sloppy, bruh. Sloppy.
Where's this globe that you speak of?
By the way, I unmuted RP12. They have control of their mic once again. I'm not sure if they understand how to use Discord. Let's see. When did they join?
Today.
Oh, today.
Yeah.
That account is brand new. November 6th, 2022. It's brand new.
Really? Because I thought
that account that he's on.
Okay.
Or she, because we don't know.
Who knows? I thought I unbanned that account. That's why I went to New Arrivals and I saw it. And I was like, okay, now I unbanned it. And you saw where like, all right, cool, I'm back in.
Oh my gosh.
Freaking weirdos, man. They're obsessed with Flat Earth. We're obsessed with Flat Earth because it's the truth, but they're obsessed with Flat Earth because they think it's wrong.
Oh my goodness. Jeez.
Freaking weirdos, man. What the hell is wrong with y'all?
I got a meme for that, Chelsea. You remember that?
I knew that Dave Chappelle. He's like, what do you say? Like, fuck your couch, bitch.
They beat his legs too.
Nigga, fucking couch. That's good.
Charlie Murphy.
Charlie. Dude, I was talking to my mom, like, it was like talking about Eddie Murphy, and it was like, his brother is a comedian too, and he was on, a TV show. She's just like, I didn't know he had a brother. I was like, yeah, he did. He has a brother, and I showed her some. It's like he looks almost just like him. You can definitely tell that's
yeah,
Eddie's brother, and he's brilliant, man. He's brilliant too. I love Charlie Murphy. Freaking awesome. I mean, he died. About 5 years ago? 5 or 6 years ago? Yeah, Charlie Murphy.
Who did?
Charlie. He died.
What did he die of?
some disease. I don't know if it was cancer or something. Yeah, he died like 6 years ago. Like right after the Dave Chappelle show, he died. Charlie Murphy. Yeah, so shout out to Charlie Murphy.
Was
funny.
Was that right around the same time they cloned Chappelle?
Yep.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yep.
Maybe. Yeah, because the new
people
Dave doesn't look like the old Dave. I mean, it's not as funny, but still funny. But yeah. I don't know. Yeah, probably around the same time. Who knows? It's like, oh, Dave Chappelle disappeared for 2 years. Oh, I was in Africa, nigga. All right. We'll buy that. It's all good. The new Dave is pretty funny too, but not like the old Dave. Whatever. Do what it do.
I've seen the like right when the new Dave came on the scene, he looked like he was on like highly on medication or something. Because he came out on this one episode with
he's like swollen. Like,
yeah, you remember Seinfeld? Like he used to have drinking cars and coffee with comedians or something.
Yeah.
What was the name of that show? Well, anyways, he interviewed him, and it looked like he was just like all drugged up. Like it was just like his eyes were droopy. He was like slurring when he was talking. Like way worse than he was. Now. Now it's like the speech and everything seems to have cleared up. But yeah, he's got like
that was the brand new clone. It's like we're gonna put you out there even though you're not ready. It's that way.
Well, as far as that goes, like I mean, I wouldn't settle on anything, but I would just say that he has been like different from the time where he was doing the comedy act to like his recent stuff.
He just looks different.
It's just different
from
yeah.
the old Dave. Yeah,
he was
the
lighter
old Dave was skinny as fuck. He was just.
Yeah, like charisma. This one doesn't have charisma. It's more like it's like
more
a
like
vibe.
Hollywood. It's just like the story was I'm not going to sell out to Hollywood for $50 million to do another Chappelle show because you're going to control the entire thing. I thought that was the artistic master, all that kind of shit, and so they said, well, fuck you. You're just fuck off. If you're not going to follow our program, then you fuck off. He's like, all right, well, fuck you. I'm going to Africa. Boom, and that's the last we heard of it. Last we heard was that he was going to get $50 million from Comedy Central to make another season of the Chappelle Show. But they wanted to control almost everything about it. That's what I understand was going on. And then they said nobody saw Dave after that. And he said, I went to Africa to find my roots or whatever that was. Nobody talks about that. But you heard that interview with the cousin, right? I don't know if you guys heard about it. Or if you heard it. I don't even know if it's on YouTube anymore. I heard an interview with one of his cousins. Said that's not the same Dave. Well, I think Lou probably has because that's what he brought it up. But anyway, back to Flat Earth.
RP12's still in here. Maybe RP12's a bot. Let me just check. I'm going to disconnect you, RP12. If you're here, come back. Bot check.
Just to make sure. In the freaking chat asking to join. Finally got the way in here. This is like, it's probably going to be part of the I don't have a mic gang, the no mic gang. Well, I don't have a microphone. It's like, why would you join a voice room if you don't have a microphone? That would be ridiculous. Shout out to David Voy in the YouTube chat. Big supporter of ours,
Yeah, Sundays around this time is usually dead. Like there's not that much stuff going on, but we got
holy shit,
55
there's
people.
55. Holy shit.
Yeet.
But we need to get the convo going instead of us just like flat earthers just going, oh. We didn't even know there was going to be a show today, so any detractors, get your ass in here. Or is there's something new that you've come across, Miggy, that
the thing that
nothing new under the sun, right?
There's nothing new under the sun. The current theme is that they want to talk about like band members saying they want to reverse the burden of proof onto us. That's been the kind of thing that they were trying to get us. Like Dean was in here. I don't know if you know Dean. He's pretty big in the anti-flat Earth communities, and he was like telling people about like how the Earth isn't flat and such. So he's trying to get all the flat earthers off their kilter, telling them questions that we say like 8 inches per mile squared, or that the Earth is 70% water. Why are we saying that if that's a globe claim? Like he's reversing the burden of proof onto us, and making us look like we have to explain to the people about it. So that's his perspective.
Well, that's a boring argument. We've heard that before. Reversing burden of proof. It's really winds up being justification for their belief in appeal to authority. It's like everybody knows the Earth is a globe, so why do you guys think the Earth is flat? Well,
yeah, it's been only that trying to reverse the burden of proof. Let's see, any new arguments that they've been using? Oh yeah, volcanoes. That's one. That's a new one. But not just the seismic activity that they produce when they're like an earthquake. It's more has to do with the sound of the eruption. So as it explodes, the eruption sound travels across the
I heard that.
Yeah, you hear that through the air with weather stations that are everywhere on the Earth. And let me just for you guys that are listening to me say this, I'm going to put an image so that this is what the guy was saying. Put it into context. So he's saying where the epicenter of the eruption happens and the sound that it makes travels throughout the whole globe, and weather stations everywhere capture that the sound. There's a spike in the barometers of these weather stations, and therefore that sound is recorded as a spike in their barometers, and also tells us that the Earth is a globe. I don't know how he ties that into the Earth being a globe, sound traveling over the Earth, but needless to say, he does another diagram. Let me show you. He was actually saying this.
I thought I heard someone saying PNS waves or something.
Yeah, but he used this other, and this is also an exaggeration, but it's to show you what he meant. But once again, we have a begging the question. We have a begging the question fallacy where he's showing the Earth already curved in this scenario. So with the one at the top and this one, we're begging the question, right? That the Earth is already a globe traveling over the globe, providing evidence for the globe. That doesn't logically follow. That's just a presuppositional argument.
In that image, we have the ionosphere. Now, none of us have said the ionosphere doesn't exist, right?
Well, he's saying that specifically sound bounces off of it, off the ionosphere. Sound, just like
it could or could not. Who knows?
But what he thinks ionosphere is could be something else, right? So he's saying so mainstream rhetoric is basically what he's bringing forward to say that this is what's happening. This is why we get the sound that happened from the eruption of the volcano traveling all over the globe until it goes all the way around. And, because they got recordings of it being antipodal to the actual position of the eruption. So on the other side of the ball Earth, directly across from the place where the eruption happened, they had recordings of the eruption with sound, not seismic energy from through the Earth, but with sound from the eruption traveling over.
So the original argument, which I used to think, with P and S waves, P waves and S waves, it was traveling through the Earth, but this is what they were saying exactly.
My thinking is that he got it wrong, Helio. It was exactly what we were saying, but he's explaining it above the Earth, not in the Earth. So I think he has it wrong. So
not. I mean, because they do have not motion detectors necessarily, but some types of effects of, maybe he was probably bringing a total bullshit argument that has nothing to do with earthquakes or. I don't think that's the way
nobody's explained it that way, right? And not that
I've never heard that before. So that seems like nonsense.
I've only heard it through the Earth, like seismic activity being recorded.
Yeah,
that's what I've heard.
Whatever this guy was saying, no, that's not the way they detect. It doesn't go by sound waves. It goes by
seismic.
Yeah, seismic activity. Yeah, I mean, there's detectors all across Earth that detect seismic activity. You can actually, there's a website you can go and look at this shit on a daily basis.
What's interesting? Witsit was having a conversation with a gentleman. Like early in the morning, we're listening to a debate that was on here, and this intelligent, I think he was a cosmologist. He was having a conversation with. And Witsit was saying that we can't know, like, deep in the Earth. The furthest we went in there was like 7.8 miles into the Earth's surface. The guy was saying that they do know that the Earth is the composition of the Earth past the crust and so forth, and that. And then Witsit was like, well, we have too many different things that happen when you go down on the Earth, and there's a story that's being told to you guys. And he started saying, well, yeah, but you have. He says, like, the reason why you don't know is because there's a thing called plate tectonics and shifting. And in the very next breath, he's like, but I'm not a geologist. So I'm like, well, then why the hell are you saying anything? It's so stupid. These guys, like, I would have pointed that out to him. Like, but that's what they do. They're trying to have, like, because he's a cosmologist, obviously he knows, like, the sky and that, right? But now because he's going to lean on a geologist, like, he can't really tell you what's happening in the ground, but yet he's telling you what's happening in the ground.
I'm
like,
not an expert, but I believe them. So it's an appeal to authority, like I said. But ultimately always leads to appeal to authority.
And it's like, I'm like, okay, bro, but you just finished telling me that stuff is happening underneath the Earth and you have no knowledge of it, but you're leaning on the geologist to tell you that that's the way it is. But you have a stance on it because of you're leaning on the secondhand information that you haven't done anything about it to study this. So
with these different philosophical fields of quote unquote science, which is really pseudoscience, they've built on each other, and it's all pseudoscience. So they're appealing to each other to balance the equation, which is not reality, right?
The issue, and I think what's daunting, right, is when you have conversations with these types, and they come on all many different shapes and sizes. When you have conversations with them, they sound very intellectual with what they're saying, but it's a bunch of garbage, right? Because every time they say something, they have no knowledge of the thing they're saying. The cosmologist can't tell you anything other than what you already know. That's just put it to plainly, right? Any other imagination that he has been given to him by an imagination somebody else gave.
So that's one field of philosophy.
Yeah. So there's a guy who came in here, was like, you guys are, I think it was Claus. Claus was like, you guys don't know what stars are. And I'm like, yeah, well, Claus, what is stars? What is a star? Well, it's plasma. Okay, who is it? Somebody said the stars are balls of burning gas, and he's like, no, you're incorrect. It's plasma. And then I asked him, Claus, how do you know that? And he says, science. Yeah. Like, what about science? Like, didn't give an explanation. But that's what they do. To them, their paradigm is all constructed by somebody else.
Fields of philosophy stacked on top of each other, appealing to each other, and then anyone that disagrees with them, they have their own. It's just like a field of study. What do they call it when they peer review each other? And it's like, well, it sounds logical, or it doesn't sound logical at all. They don't use even logic at all when it comes to all of this. I'm just like, well, that makes sense to me because I have a certain belief. This is why we call it religion, and everyone should at least take a look at this. Why we're reluctant to believe these philosophers.
What is the difference between somebody speaking over to you about philosophy and science and a priest? This guy's saying in the YouTube live stream.
I know you're not asking me about it.
No, he says science has done more for humanity in 4 hours than a priest did for 2,000 years. Laugh out loud.
That's the whole thing.
Yeah,
Leisha is a believer, religious believer in the globe Earth.
Leisha would be what you consider a zealot would be for the cause.
Total
Zealot for the
zealot.
cause.
Yeah, of course.
Look at this. This encapsulates that. I love my
science. Well, it's
no,
not
you
science.
love the stories.
It's philosophy. It's not science.
You love myth philosophy stories. That's all you love. You love those really cool embellished images of planets and such, so your mind can wander and think about how you're gonna gallivant amongst the stars and how you're gonna one day occupy another planet. And oh my god, like yeah. And then when you occupy another planet, use freaking domes to live inside of. Because that's the only place life can actually, the structural integrity of a dome would be the only thing that can actually be more resilient.
Maggie, have you seen that movie Martian where friggin' what's his name?
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon. He's on fucking. Anyway, Matt Damon lived on Mars for years.
Miggy, can I point it out, understanding of English? He said science has done more. Science do not do anything. Science is a word. The people who using the scientific method maybe can do something in 4 hours, but science itself cannot do anything.
Yeah, science is not a person. It doesn't have lips. I'm just saying. Just correcting the guy. Or girl. Or whoever. Oh, Leisla says, I'm from the same country as Sasha. Well, close.
Cool, Leisha.
Well, Lesla's from your country, Sasha.
I mean, Sasha's pretty adept at this talk.
Well, Lesla, why don't you come in here and talk to Sasha then? You guys are countrymen.
Yeah, let's speak about our countries, how they are curving.
Yeah, if that's what you think, Lesla, come on in. You speak to only Sasha. How about that?
Well, we won't interject.
We can speak about Croatia and Adriatic Sea and why we see flat water all the time and why water doesn't want to curve. At least Adriatic Sea, because that's my country.
All right, Lesla, come on. You're invited. Click the link. Nightbot just put it up. Click that link, Lesla. I promise. We'll stay quiet.
I will be
quiet.
quiet.
Don't have to. Actually, we have to tell Sasha to be quiet most of the time.
Yeah.
I love you, brother.
She can tell me like the towns or islands in Croatia, and she can tell me there it is Sasha Curve. There it's.
Is that a woman's name or a man's name? Sorry, if we don't.
Leila, it's a Bosnian female name.
Oh, okay. Sasha knows.
Nikad te niko neće volet ko ja, oh, Leila.
Yeah, you got some countrymen in here, Layla. So
yeah, we have songs for
talk to your fellow countrymen. She's laughing in the chat. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. 48 people watching and listening, waiting for the next evidence for somebody to come and provide evidence for that globe. Apparently, over many years, people haven't demonstrated that. So we have an open forum if you want to demonstrate evidence for that curvature.
Biggie, do you know when you say Earth is flat and they are saying, yeah, what about mountains and hills?
Oh yeah.
And now put it this way now. The Earth is spherical, and now I'm asking, what about mountains and hills? They are not spherical.
Please answer the question. Anyone who's
We are not speaking about mountains and hills. We are speaking about oceans and rivers and lakes. And all above that lakes, it's that mountains, hills. All above that oceans, it's lakes.
She's talking to you, Sasha.
Ooh.
Freaking Claus. Come in here, man. Don't be putting stuff in the text chat. What's wrong with you, man? What's wrong with you? Come on in here. Let's have a talk. And I don't think your name is banned or anything. I don't know why you don't want to come with your... That's very weird. You might know what this means, Sasha.
Don't spin that one.
Hey, look at the text chat, Sasha.
Mali Sasha, šta ti je? She's saying like little Sasha, what is wrong with you? It's nothing wrong with me. It's wrong something with the earth. My God, Layla. It's they're saying that it's curving water, you know, and then you go in reality and some people will say it's big, but there is also they're saying also how big it is. That means it's not big, it's small. You can see horizon only on 2 kilometers, not more. But we see on 18, 30, 50. How much is 207? 400 kilometers. Guinness record. What? 400 kilometers. 2,000 kilometers of flat surface from airplane. Bolivia. Kansas. Holland, even under the sea level. She's asking me, are you looking for curvature? Of course. I should not. If Earth is pyramid, I will not sure look for the curvature for sure. But there is a sphere in a question. That means sphere has a curvature. Pyramid has a triangles and base.
To be fair to Sasha, he said he's from Romania but lives in Germany, or works in Germany. Or do you live in Germany?
That's got to be get.
Oh, you live in Romania, right, Sasha?
No. I live in UK now. I'm from Croatia. And I lived in Italy for a long time. For 12 years in Italy. Now I'm 10 years in England. And also England, you know, doesn't curve. I was on the beach of the south, on the beach of the east, and nothing. Even my wife told me that she saw when she studied in England in 90s, they saw the Belgium from from England with their eyes. That's the story. I could believe or not, but they are saying that they saw the Belgium with their eyes from England. Jeez.
Hey, don't worry about it, Helio. Keep up the good work. We appreciate you guys, whoever donated that $50 to Helio Skeptic. You guys are awesome. Keep up the good work. We're going to keep talking about the truth, keep sharing the channel. And the more you guys donate, the better you're off to keep Helio, keeping this live stream up and running. And if possible, man, we want to get Helio to do this 24/7, where he dedicates nothing but his time straight to this. And, you guys supporting him, man, that's how we get there. So if we get there, that's going to be great for everyone in here. The more eyes on this topic, the more people can come in here and learn about it. And of course, tell all your friends and family. If they want to come and know about it, just give them the link to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and we'll talk to them. And we're always recording live on YouTube. So if you ever want to look back at the conversation we had with your friends, you can do so. It's recorded, so there's archives of the recordings. Just go back to the recording, take snippets of like when they were on, so that you can show them what questions they asked, or kind of review a little bit of like their experience in here. But we do this for the truth, guys, and we appreciate your help. So yeah, like I said, anybody that wants to donate, you can do so. It's always working towards a cause of helping Helio, kind of seeing a day where he's not going to do any work, but especially only this. Dedicate his time and energy into keeping this live stream like the best that it can be for everyone.
Is that on Helio channel?
It helps me. I gotta say, like, it helps me. It helps Jeshman. It helps Sasha. It helps all of us. It's good for all of us because we get the word out and people start to talk about it, and it becomes something. So we can only do that with your help, and so that's why. Like every time that I do make a plug for it, because I think it's important for all of us. So because if we all had to take like that upon ourselves to keep up a live stream, it's a lot of resources. So Helio's actually doing this, and just saying, you guys are appreciated that donate.
Yeah, and God bless whoever gave me that. I just never know. I never know one day when this computer might crash that the live stream is streaming from. So
Helio, where is that? Helio, where is that link for donating?
Oh, it's in the description of the video. It's
the link is in the description of the video. If you guys want to donate to Helio Skeptic, just go to the description of the YouTube live stream video, and the link to donate to him. He's got a PayPal link there if you want to. I think he's got Patreon, if I'm not mistaken. Helio, you have a Patreon too?
I have a Patreon, but I'd rather people donate through PayPal.
Yeah, just do it through PayPal or Cash App. I think you have your Cash App too.
Yeah, but just have Cash App. Well,
if you don't have one, I think you should probably get one.
I do have one, but I don't. I just set an account up there. I'll put that one in there in the description as well. But yeah, I mean, I just don't know how long this. Computers only last so long. It's a beast. It's been doing well for us, So I just
like I said, this channel.
You never know when it's going to collapse. It's just like a car. Once you run it for so long, there's going to be problems. So when it finally just like gets on its last leg, then I'm gonna have to get another one. So.
Yeah, either people find this amusing or they actually get into the topic. It's still providing a service to everybody to actually have the conversation. So either way, you're benefiting from it by being in here every single day, whether you're trolling, whether you're just, if it's worth it to you, contribute. Why not?
Appreciate you bringing that up. I don't bring it up often because Hey, we're all contributing, and if it gets to a point where I can share the love and people are donating, I definitely will, of course.
I just need a mic and a stage, brother. That's all I need.
Yeah, that's obvious because you're awesome.
I don't need nothing else. And if you provide that stage, then I provide the mic, the voice.
We all have fun doing this, but it's a very serious topic, and we dedicate our time and efforts into it. So time is money, but it's not money. Time is money in the capitalistic world, but time is money in the intellectual world as well. So we all contribute, in that vein. And so I appreciate everyone that does participate in here to keep
Absolutely,
the conversation going. Yeah.
And that's nothing. I don't think that's anything bad either for somebody to be like, hey, we've been doing this and we can only do it if you kind of help us keep the lights on and stuff. Cause it's hard sometimes. And he deals, doing it, the goodness of his heart. But at the same time, it does cost resources. There is internet costs and stuff to keep a live stream running 24/7. So there's a cost factor in it, a realistic cost factor. And if you guys are out there, it's like, yeah, you could help, him kind of meet those costs. Just saying, guys.
I mean, there are other like flat earth channels or whatever people enjoy, and they have like 300, 400 viewers at a time. Well, this channel, we're doing this, and it's been increasing lately as far as viewership. But those channels are monetized. This one isn't. So they won't let me monetize the channel. I've tried to get them to say, hey, what's wrong? What's wrong with you? Why don't you monetize this channel? They just don't want to monetize this channel, but they let us keep it up. So the only resource I get is from donations. That's not to mention all the resource that I get from all you guys, all the information that I get. I mean, money doesn't really add up to what I get from the feedback and the influence from all the people that are participating. It's brilliant, man. It's awesome. So I love everybody that participates in the Discord, on the YouTube. Even our detractors, they're obviously our biggest fans, the detractors in the YouTube chat. They're obviously.
You should have an anti-flat Earth donation button, Julio.
Yeah, maybe.
Just donate. If you love to hate flat Earth, click the link. Don't worry, we do too.
It's like silly, right? It's just like, damn. I think I have Cash App. I've never used it. I did set up an account, but yeah, some account. But I don't think. I think it's going to be about the same that PayPal has. It's 3%. So if you want to donate through PayPal, I mean, I'm fine with that. So
because Cash App and Cash App, you can take Bitcoin donations too, Bitcoin and cash, so it works on both. So they could actually donate Bitcoins too if they want to, and you could because Cash App gives you the option to easily exchange Bitcoin for cash. So, if somebody had Bitcoins, so you'd be working out in Web3 and in Web2.
On my Cash App is it's. I'll add it to the description on the video.
Yeah, that'd be great. Now we can have Cash App, PayPal, Patreon.
But if Cash App is fucking me on the if I was to take live, super chat donations, Google takes 30% of that. I wouldn't want. I get pissed off. People are like, "Oh, thanks for the super chat." It's like, no, Google takes 30% of that. I'm not happy about that.
Wait, Helio, you can turn on the super chats and you can turn it on?
No, because I'm demonetized. I can't do that.
So what the fuck you talking about it?
I thought I made that clear, but anyway, go ahead.
You saying they take 30%? No, they take 0% because you cannot get any super chats.
Well, I guess
you take zero, they take zero.
Jamesy, I guess you missed why we were talking about this, but anyway.
No, I've been listening the whole thing.
All right, cool.
I was gonna say turn on the chats, the super chats.
I can't.
Well, don't talk about it then.
You. I was just telling you how Google fucks you. That's all I'm saying.
Hey man, just turn on the Cash App. Take the Bitcoin, take the cash. Don't ask any questions.
Hey, I'm gonna send you $50. I'm gonna send you $50, Jamesy. Would you like that?
I'm gonna send you enough for vacations. Silly, if I send you enough for vacations, who's gonna run
Miggy,
the
you see why I don't talk about it? You see why I don't talk about it, Miggy?
Yeah, but I think James's just busting your balls though. But no, on the reality thing of it, I mean, just put more avenues to get more like a range of donations, because people usually have like Cash App and maybe they don't have the others, and if you have it like on different platforms that they could donate to you, you know what I mean? Like on different.
A lot of people don't have PayPal because PayPal shuts down many accounts.
And yeah, I've heard that too. So you just got to keep a wide range of like ways that they can send to you.
It's all good.
There's Venmo. Have you heard of Venmo? Venmo's another one.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, Venmo.
Yeah, I might check out Venmo too.
Make the accounts and don't make any excuses.
There's a lot of people are usually like in the chat. They're like, "Hey, does he have Venmo or does he have like?" And if you don't have it, it's like that's what they use. So
check that. I'll put my Cash App thing in there and Venmo if people want to donate. If you don't use PayPal, no big deal.
Sasha, what the heck is that, bruh?
But that $50 that I just got, that's going to pay for my internet. That's going to pay for my internet this month. So thank you.
That's burek, man. It's like a filo pastry with the meat.
It's a meat pie.
Yeah, let's say yeah.
So Helios internet is already paid for. We gotta get the rent now.
Yeah, we
need
one of those thermometers that has like a like, and every milestone it shows like what he's paying, like his internet, the bottom, and then like the one in the middle is like, you know what I mean, like his rent. When he reaches a certain goal, it's like, shit.
Hey Helio, tell me how much is the beer for every month or every week, and I'll cover that.
Yeah,
dude, if you will, I would tell God to bless you all day long.
No, but this is what I'm saying. Like you got all you got to do is leverage the audience, or that's it. Because you already have the platform, you have everything. All you need to do is put all the Venmo, Cash App, like all that stuff, all of it out there. And then if everybody wants to donate, they can do so in their respective, platform.
And Jamesy doesn't give me shit.
I'd rather pay for your rent than pay for your beer, bro.
Okay, that'll be quite a lot more. Well,
no, I think you pay more for beer than rent.
Yeah,
tell me the truth. You pay more for rent.
I just told you the truth. Yes, it'd probably be about the same. It's no secret that I drink a lot. Nobody's.
With prices these days, inflation isn't helping either, huh? For both.
I embarrass myself on here all the time.
We see the value.
It's not like you.
Hey, we see the value in what Helio is doing, and definitely we
you should help out. Helio, where's your Cash App? Where is it?
Well, let me figure it out. I've never used it.
You don't have to do it now.
I'm gonna. Okay, let me. How do you share it? Request. Let's see. Request.
It's like a dollar sign and whatever name you give it.
Yeah, it's $DM Cash Junior, DMCA's SHJR.
Take a screenshot and share the screenshot.
Shit, they also got the freaking QR code too, don't they?
Yeah, the QR code as well.
This is the first time I've ever. I mean, I signed up, but I never actually used it. Oh, in the wrong shit. All right, Cash App. Let me see. What's this? Oh,
I'm going on mute.
no, all good, Jimsy. Oh, no. I'll scan somebody else's Cash App. Hold on. Share my QR code, or I don't even know how to use this app.
What's up, Spake?
All right, brother. Just yelling like a villain.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. I got a rotisserie chicken from the shop, man. So I'm just munching that.
Man, that's delicious stuff right there.
Yeah.
They're just plain the rotisserie, or you eating it with?
No, you buy it. Yeah, well, I just got it just as it was, man. It's like a whole chicken for £5, so I just got that. But it's a little bit needs a bit of salt, mate, and I don't have salt. I don't use it, so I'm kind of eating it just as it is. But it's quite good.
Well, they season it before they cook it, don't they?
Yeah, not much. That's the thing. Like once they've seasoned it and put it in the cooker, that's kind of it until it comes out. It just goes as it is. So
still pretty good fresh though.
It's all right, man. It's still kind of hot, but it took me like half an hour to get home, so it's kind of cooled down a bit. But it's all right. Good enough.
Nice.
Plus, I can strip it later, maybe put it in the fridge and have some chicken sandwiches or something tomorrow.
So, cheese and mayonnaise and mustard.
I'm not a big eater anyway, man. I don't eat a lot, so. Pardon me.
I don't know how to use this app.
I'll be right back. Y'all.
So you got a Scottish guy saying y'all.
What's up, Indio? Shout out to Indio 777 or 007.
007.
Indio.
Yo.
He's in the voice room. Share your cash tag. Oh, this is what you guys were asking me to do. Copy. Cash tag. I think I figured that part out. That's something. So now I can grab that on my PC and that put it in my description.
This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water.
Empty your mind. Oh. Open your mind. Oh. Open your mind. Oh. Chicken. Chicken. That's not a bad chicken, man. Not bad.
From Walmart?
Nah, Tesco. Well, a conglomerate at Walmart, I would imagine.
Maybe. Yeah, Walmart pretty much owns everything. There's like a deli where they have the chicken just rolling around. They put them out every once in a while. This is a fresh one. I was going to ask you, Django, and that looks like pierogi. Pierogies.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know. Somebody just jumped in and played it and jumped back out, I think.
Oh.
I thought it was my chicken coming back to life.
Oh, I think somebody used the bot because I think it was the bot that jumped in, played it, jumped back out. Weird.
Oh.
Shafari. PC verified.
PC verified.
That'd be me.
Hello, Shafari. Do you want to talk to us about Flutter?
I have nothing to add, I think. I came out to listen to how you explain things.
Sure, I mean,
You're in the right place.
Kind of you're in the right place, but it's kind of like a little dead area. Do you have any questions that you want to initially ask? Have you come across this topic before and talked to people about it?
Yeah, I've heard it several times, and it's interesting. But to be honest, I don't think the Earth is flat, but I don't think it's a globe either. So.
What do you think, then?
I don't care actually, but I do like that you. What I heard before.
Do you know that we don't think that the Earth's a disc? Like, possibly a lot of people think that flat earthers think that the Earth's like a frisbee type thing. You've probably seen the memes where it kind of looks like water pours off the edge and stuff. Like, we're not claiming the Earth to be a shape. But what we mean by flat is there's no curve. That's all we're saying by the words, like describing it as flat. There's topography, there's hills, mountains, valleys, stuff like that. But we don't, according to the globe numbers, the radius value and circumference, there should be a specific amount of curvature, but we can see well further than what's claimed. Like, there should be a point where the Earth drops down and away from us, the geometric horizon it's called. But if we can see beyond that, then there must be something wrong with the globe's numbers. So that the latter's correct. We don't seem to find any curve when we look, and we see further than we should. So that's what we mean by flat, if you understand me.
Yeah.
You get me?
Yeah, I'm getting it.
Cool. So that's all we mean. Like, when we say flat, we don't mean a shape. Flat is just a description of the surface.
Okay.
Cool. So I take it that's what you thought. Did you think that flat earthers think that there's like a disc type thing? Like, you've probably seen memes all over the internet, I would imagine. Did you think that?
No, I didn't think anything. I'm a very open-minded person.
Cool.
But I also don't agree with flat. I don't know the shape, though. I don't believe it's a globe, neither. But again, that's for me. It doesn't matter. For me, I just like to hear different people's opinion about how they observe things, how they be aware of things, and it's great to hear that people start thinking for themselves. That's a true, wonderful fact.
That should be a human right for us to, or for anyone to think what they want, to investigate, to disregard stuff they feel is not correct, especially if it's like a thing believed by everyone, just like the globe. Like, we all got taught the same stuff, like roughly the same stuff at school, like the globe, we're spinning around the sun, like all these different things. It varies slightly from country to country, even from town to town, I suppose, city to city. The slightly different sort of information that we get, but it all kind of boils down to the same thing, that we're on a spinning space ball, that we're orbiting the sun orbits the galaxy, all these different facets to the information. So, but we choose not to just believe. Like, that's what you'll find from critical thinking flat earthers, that we've decided not to just keep on believing stuff.
That's cool.
Sweet. But that's, you'll find from most flat earthers that they do think, like, they don't believe that the Earth is flat and stationary. Like, that's the basics. That's what we start off with. The Earth doesn't appear to be moving to anyone, and we've never physically seen curve with our own eyes. We see it on TV, pages and books, stuff like that. There's loads of mathematics and equations, but when it comes down to it, we all experience the same thing: no curve, no motion.
Well, I do experience motion very much.
Yeah. How do you experience the Earth spinning and orbiting and barreling through space in different directions?
I don't say it that way, but I do feel its motion. Our word emotion comes from motion too.
So according to you go back to Einstein, even Einstein says that there was no instrument could verify that the Earth is in motion. Right, they've got all these globe earthers that claim that they need to use like a pendulum to show the Earth's in motion. If you could physically feel it, it would be a lot easier, surely. Like, I don't know why you would say that you feel the Earth moving.
Because the Earth is alive. and everything what's alive is moving. With speeds, that is very difficult to define. That doesn't really matter, but it is moving. Without movement, there is no life.
Life equals a sphere that is constantly rotating. I don't get it.
No.
How it moves, I didn't say how it moves. I said it moves.
Well, according to the globe, we're moving in multiple vectors at millions of miles per hour. Like right now, if you believe that the Earth's a globe, but you did say that you don't believe that. But like, according to the globe's motions, like it's mind-boggling the velocity that we're supposedly traveling right now. Mind-boggling. Like, it's not even fathomable when you think about the numbers. When somebody says them to you, like it's impossible for the human mind to even comprehend the speed that we're claimed to be. Like traveling.
But okay. For example, you sit in a driving car.
Yeah.
And you drive at a speed and that we can measure. You drive, it doesn't matter which speed, say 100 miles an hour. And a car passing you at 101 miles per hour. It goes only 1 mile faster than you. So that car seems to move actually very, very, very slow.
Yeah, but it's kind of a false analogy.
So,
like, I mean, a car's moving in a somewhat linear direction. Like, if a car's moving along I don't know, it would have to be some kind of fixed, like traveling sort of some track or something. Like for you to pass a car, both of you's traveling at 100, one's traveling at 101. Like, trust me, if you're in a car at 100 miles an hour, you can feel it. Like, even the slightest motion on the steering wheel, you can definitely feel it. Like, I've been in a car at 140 something, and I was like clinging on for dear life. Like, I was panicked, like paranoid wreck, panicking.
True. So if you meditate, you can feel movement.
In which case we can prove stationary. In which case we can prove that we are stationary.
Yeah, that's a good one too. You have to see both sides, I agree.
Just sit still. You'll notice you're still, not moving.
For sure. But just because you've meditated and you convince yourself that you're moving, that really doesn't mean that the Earth's barreling in multiple directions at millions of miles per hour. Like, that's ludicrous.
I'm not. And that's, again, the first thing I said is, as I observe everything, is that everything is alive, and everything that's alive moves.
Yeah, that's a belief.
No, that's not a belief.
Does everything what is alive rotating?
Orbiting. And tilting and wobbling.
I don't say it's rotating, it moves.
It moves, but we have Earth. Earth is rotating.
Yeah, okay. There is a rotation as the sun comes up and goes down, or whatever you describe it.
So how fast do you think it's moving then? Like, what direction, in what manner is the Earth moving?
Again, is that, for me, that's not important.
Well, it kind of is. Like, if you're making a claim that the Earth is moving, this is a flat Earth server, especially in the live stream, this is what we discuss 24/7. Literally, like, if somebody makes a claim that the Earth is moving, then we're just trying to get down to what you...
Wiggling, is that moving?
Pardon?
Wiggling, is that considered moving?
What do you mean wiggling?
I just give an option in a way we can move. We can even breathing. Our breathe, is that moving?
Yeah, but we're not talking about the human body and the systems within it. Like, we're talking about measurable or observable or somehow experienced the Earth moving. Like, we don't experience that. We've got a thing in our ear. It's called the vestibular system, and it's basically like a gyro kind of for our body that's used for balance. People that have got trouble with their balance usually have problems with their vestibular system. Now, this verifies if we're barreling in different directions.
You still believe in science? you still believe in science. I mean, one hand you say we don't believe in science and all the bullshit we learn in school. The Earth is
Nobody
not a
says
globe.
that. You won't find anyone in here that says they don't believe in science. Like, science is it's not for belief. Like, we don't have to believe in science. Science it's a way of establishing.
You have to believe because you can't know everything.
No, but no, that's what I'm saying. So we don't go by belief here. We go by what can be verified in reality, not what we can feel and what emotional like reasoning we've got, like meditating and then feeling it, like all these different things. Like, that's not what we try and establish here. We try and establish what we can verify, like, and to make sure that everybody else can do it too. Like, not just a personal thing that I experience, so I'm just going to claim it as the gospel truth. Like, we always try and stick to what me and you and them and him and her, what can everyone verify, not just one person's belief. Do you get me?
Yeah.
Sorry, you cut out there a little bit.
I said yes.
So, like, we don't feel motion. The 88 constellations, they've been the same literally for thousands of years. They rotate in circles, concentric circles, as they have done since they were named, like, thousands of years ago.
Again, someone said, unproof that it doesn't move. Can you grow? From a child, you grow. Can you feel it?
Again, that's a facile analogy. Like, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the Earth moving. Like, no, can you personally feel growth? Like, that's ridiculous.
First, we have to establish what is movement.
Right. So we're talking about what the Earth moves. No, do your fingernails grow and can you feel them? Pardon?
Is growth a movement?
Oh my God!
The Earth's not growing, huh?
Yes, it is, but has nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth.
It's not the specific type of movement we're trying to get you to show us. There's nothing to do with the spinning, rotating spheroid that they've claimed. That's what we want to know. We don't care about people growing. It's got nothing to do with the topic.
I didn't claim either that it's rotating again.
No, but what I did say to you was that the Earth appears to be stationary and then it appears to be flat. Like, there's no curvature observable or measurable, and then there's no motion observable or measurable. And you says
everything moves. The clouds move. The rain moves. The water evaporates. Trees grow.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about.
Current is there.
We ain't talking about trees.
We know that all that what you are saying, we also think the same thing.
The mountains, they grow, they go down, things change around the globe. There's an earthquake. It moves.
Right, there's earthquakes and trees grow. But we're trying to establish if the Earth is spinning, orbiting, rotating, tilting, wobbling, all these different motions claimed in the globe model. That's what we're trying to verify. And they can't be verified. There's no way of verifying motion.
Going in a spinning way. I just say it moves.
But again, that's your personal belief.
No, I
things
just
are moving.
How it moves.
Yeah, that's a belief system. You're in.
What that has with the globe model? That's what it moves.
Nothing.
Like volcanoes.
Well, who says that? What has that to do with what?
We are saying this, that when we go out, we don't feel the rotation. But in schools, in books, in television, in mainstream narrative, they are saying that we are rotating.
Yeah.
But we're not.
Yeah. And then how we are rotating if we are not rotating?
I'm not claiming that it's rotating.
But it's not that you are claiming. That's the mainstream narrative claiming. That's the scientist or whatever you want to call it. That's what kids learn in school.
Yes, I know. The kids learn a lot in school what is just one-sided view, yes?
So that's what we're sticking to. We're trying to stick to what happens on the Earth, what we can verify on the Earth, what personally each and every person can then go and verify themselves if they really want to, or they have the equipment or the know-how. So as far as we experience, there is no motion to the Earth. Like, that's really nothing to do with trees or your fingernails growing or
earthquakes.
But again, that's nothing to do with the ocean.
Does earthquakes
Okay,
make
that's what
does
you say.
does earthquakes does earthquakes making day and night on the globe Earth model or rotation?
You're skipping the subject. We're talking. I'm just talking about
does the volcanoes making day and night on the globe model or rotation?
She quit. She doesn't want to talk to you guys any longer.
I don't know if it was a he or a she.
She, I
Oh,
think.
sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know. Whoever that
I
was.
don't know. Maybe in between.
My God.
That's the worst.
We are growing. We cannot feel growing. That mean Earth is sphere and Earth is rotating. That's conclusion.
It's probably the most ridiculous answer I've heard this week.
But I didn't claim rotation. Okay. The people who believes in the globe Earth, they don't want to claim rotation. Okay, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
That means we are sphere without rotation.
No sphere, the truth.
Okay. Wiggling. Is it wiggling, moving? Shaking, it's also moving.
Wiggle it just a little bit. Shake it.
Blowing, it's also moving. You're moving your lips and mouth. Everything is moving. That means Earth is moving.
Crackpots. The globe does some damage mentally to people, man. Honest to God.
What the fuck is that logic? Because of that, I ask what is stationary. We cannot know. Nothing is stationary. Everything is moving.
Looney Tunes, man. Looney. Looney.
I find it interesting when you spoke about rotation, but you mentioned the curvature that nobody wants to to speak about that. About nobody. Like uh, moving this, moving that, these satellites, that do, but there is no measurable curvature. Yeah, but what about there is no measurable curvature? Yeah, but there is no measurable curvature. Yeah, but what? But there is no measurable curvature, people.
The lady was a wingnut.
When we will speak more about that only, let's say like we speak about gravity for 2 hours. Let's speak 2 hours about only curvature.
or your fingernails moving as they grow. Can you not feel your fingernails grow? What the fuck?
An example: one car is going 100 miles per hour. Another car is going 110 miles per hour, and that car, it looks that it's going slowly. Do you know why? Because it's going only 10 miles per hour faster. Let's take a car going 20 miles per hour and car going 200 miles per hour. That car will be very fast.
No, did you know, say, one car at 100, the other car at 101, so side by side, the car only looks like it's going 1 mile per hour. What the fuck are you talking about, man? No.
Literally.
I think what she meant possibly is when she said movement, she probably didn't understand what the definition of movement between maybe some vibration or resonance, or she said wiggling, right? So I think she was going towards that kind of like there is a vibration or a resonance of everything. And because she didn't claim the globe or the spinning or anything. Like she said it wasn't a globe. And I don't think she was meant the Earth's rotation like they claim it. She was kind of clear about that. But when she said wiggling, I think it sounded to me like English wasn't her first language. And for me, when I understood movement the first time, I thought that like vibration will be movement as well, or resonance will be movement, because if you're vibrating, you're moving, but it's actually not the same thing. So for some people, it's possible that when they say movement, it might not be from a distance from one place to another, but it might be some type of vibration or something. That's a possibility. And maybe she was confused about what it actually meant when she says moving, because then she changed it to wiggling, which is different than moving from one distance to the other distance, from one point to another point, like the globe Earth is supposed to be doing. That is moving from one point to the other. That's the movement that they claim. So I don't think she was claiming the movement like the globe, because she said it like 5 times. She's not claiming the globe. So I don't know why you guys keep bringing the globe back. Like, what the fuck? Don't talk about the globe if nobody's claiming the globe. Why are you trying to put the globe in someone's mind if they're not even claiming it?
Oh, you think because this is 24/7 flat Earth and speaking about globe and the flat, we need to speak about movement.
Yeah, because some people might want to say certain things, and you might want to understand also what they're saying, so that you can understand each other. And why would you want to push the globe like you're a globe seller or something? Globe non-believer seller. Why?
Because that's the place where we are living.
No, it's not a globe. Why you want to push something that is not real to someone that doesn't believe it? Why you do that, Sasha?
Because it must be there. Because
no, it's not there. But it's not there. If the globe is not there, why are you trying to push it to someone that doesn't believe it? Why are you trying to tell to someone about the globe when they don't believe in the globe?
How do you know that he doesn't believe?
Why are you trying to be a globe seller and push it to someone that they don't believe in it?
Why you want?
Why? Tell me why.
Boys, calm down, man. Fucking hell.
Because I want to be like
when
that.
someone doesn't claim the globe and someone is not talking about the globe, no, shut up, I'm speaking. Shut up, I'm speaking. Shut up.
Listen this. When you
No,
said
you listen.
listen to you now. When you said one time, I can say whatever I want, and that was you. I'm now quoting you. I can say on this server whatever I want. I'm quoting you. That means
I can say whatever I want, yeah.
That I'm quoting you now. That you said.
You quoting me? Shut the fuck up, Sasha. Fucking annoying as fuck.
You've been children, boys.
Bro, if someone is not trying to talk about the globe, why are you gonna bring the globe and bring it back and bring it back?
Well, I don't know what she was talking about. She wasn't even talking about the globe or flat. She says that she doesn't believe either. But if it's not globe,
exactly,
it has to revert back to what we are calling flat. Like, we're not claiming a shape, so obviously flat Earth is like, it could be any shape. Like,
so let's talk about flat, right? Let's talk about something else that is not the globe. But the globe.
Think about it. I don't think it would be a geometrical shape that we could name. Like, it wouldn't be. It's like some lump of fucking rocks. Like, I don't think it's classed as a shape.
Exactly. There's no shape, right? Shapeless, right? So why would you bring the shape again and bring it back again? Oh, the globe. They say it's a globe. But you wasn't talking today. You were talking to the girl, right? To the old lady or whatever. And she wasn't claiming a globe, but you wanted to push the globe to her, no matter what.
What was her name, by the way? Does anybody know what she was called? No.
Sasha was yelling at her about the curve and the spinning and what they are claiming. What they are claiming. This is what they claim. Yeah, but you wasn't speaking to them. You was speaking to her.
Jamesy, you're the only person that's been yelling since I came in tonight.
Yeah.
I think her name was Shafari. Wasn't it Shafari? Might get that wrong.
Don't know, man. I've never heard her on here before. Never heard any of that kind of talk, what she was talking about, man. Kind of silly.
I just can't believe that she had to say like 5 times she wasn't talking about the globe. And Sasha was like, yeah, this is what they claim, the globe, the curving, the spinning. No, I'm not talking about the globe. I don't think it's a globe. No, but the globe. Like, how are you going to find common ground? You keep trying to keep pushing this stupid point about the globe that is nowhere to be found in reality. And she agrees with you that there is no globe. There's a common ground there, but no, you want to push her, say, no, globe. Let's talk about the globe. No, I don't think it's a globe. Yeah, but let's talk about the globe.
Done now, man. It's over.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand that she's like, if she's not talking about the globe, why will you bring the globe?
Over now, man.
No, I don't think it's a globe. Oh, but yeah, but they say it's a globe, so yeah, it is a globe. It's not a globe because we don't think it's a globe. But let's talk about the globe. Let's talk about the spin. Let's talk about the curve that you're not claiming. But yeah, even though you're not claiming it, let's put it in your mind like it's something.
Let's see if I can get a customer from Cogdis, maybe. Must be somebody who wants to come and talk.
Why will anybody want to talk about the globe? I mean, we had someone talking and it was fucking annoyed the hell out of here. Fucking disgusting.
Jamesy, I gotta agree with you, man. Like, we can't forget. It actually takes a lot of courage to unmute your mic and to talk to all these guys and girls here. And so,
it's only them.
Bro, this lady came as calm as possible, and obviously she's probably maybe she never believed in the globe. Maybe she doesn't believe in flat Earth. That's totally fine. But why make fun of her? Why make a mockery of her and try to put her down like a dumb bitch or some sort?
I don't think she wasn't that bad, man. It wasn't as bad as you're saying.
No, it wasn't that bad. It was disgusting, actually. What you guys were doing to her?
What do you mean, you guys? What the fuck did I do, man?
Or whatever, Sacha was, but the globe. No, but no, I don't. 5 times she said. 5 times she said, no, I don't believe in the globe. Yeah, but let's bring the globe. Let's talk about the globe, bro. You don't have to be pushing the globe to people. Don't do that. It sounds worse than globers. Pushing the globe, like you have to actually think about the globe to understand anything. If she was talking about movement or motion, she said move. Oh yeah, I think the Earth is moving. No, it's not spinning. It's not curving. It's not a spinning globe. No, I'm not saying that. I say it's moving. Maybe she has a different understanding of the definition of the word movement. Maybe that's what it is. Because when English is my second language, I didn't understand completely what movement actually was, or what horizon actually meant. Right? And some people try to communicate, and if they're ridicule about everything they're saying, every single word would say, no, it's not what you're saying. No, it's not. That's not how it is. That's not how it is.
Well, you're getting the wrong. She wasn't getting ridiculed, man. It wasn't. She was making a bit a shame of herself, just the bullshit she was talking. But she wasn't getting mocked, mate. I thought it was quite fucking ridiculous, but she wasn't getting abused. Fuck's sake, man.
Yeah, let's push the globe to people that doesn't claim the globe. Let's just push it to them. Perfect.
No, I was just.
I'm gonna do that from now on to see how it goes, to see how everybody likes it.
What is your problem, mate? Nobody was fucking taking the piss out of her.
No, what is your problem?
I'm not the one who's got a problem. You just accused me of mocking a woman. I don't mock anybody in here, man.
You're the one replying to me when I was speaking to Sacha. I think you also were speaking about the globe, weren't you, right? You were pushing the globe as well?
I was talking about
pushing the globe. I think the globe has damaged you, and you keep pushing the globe to people. Is that what you're doing?
Can you stop on the live stream?
Stop pushing the globe to people. Stop doing it.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You're worse than a fucking glober. You and Sacha always pushing the globe.
You want to take this off the live stream and stop being an idiot?
No, you're pushing the globe worse than globers. Sacha is doing the same thing, and it's fucking annoying.
What are you talking about, man? What the fuck
the woman said, we can go back, and she said over 5 times she doesn't believe in the globe, and you and Sacha keep bringing back the globe like it was something important to talk about.
That's a flat Earth Discord, and this is the live stream. This is what we're discussing here.
So why didn't you talk about flat Earth? Why didn't you talk about why you keep talking about? No, you stop.
What are you talking about?
You stop talking about the globe. You stop pushing the globe. When you stop pushing the globe, when you stop pushing the globe, then I'll stop.
What are you talking about, man?
You and Sacha pushing the fucking globe like globers, worse than globers.
What are you talking about, man?
Do you understand English, or are you playing dumb?
Can you stop doing this in the live stream?
So stop pushing the globe to people that doesn't believe it.
What are you talking about, man? I fucking asked her to have a discussion about flat Earth. This is what we're doing here.
When someone tells you they don't believe in the globe, why are you pushing the globe to them?
No, mate. I'm trying to get her to find out what she believed, and if she decided that we were believing in the disc. That's what I was trying to get her to clarify.
And she never claimed that. And she told you that she didn't claim that. And you keep pushing ideas out of your imagination, like the globe and the disc, whatever, flat Earth. You're pushing these ideas of your mind into people. She told you she doesn't believe in the globe. She doesn't believe in the disc Earth. And you kept pushing this bullshit of your imagination into her, which is BS.
Asking her questions.
Stop pushing your ideas to other people, and that's it.
What are you talking about, man? It's a flat Earth server, bro. We're fucking flat Earthers. This is what
it's flat Earth server, and you're pushing the globe.
What? What are you talking about, man? You're a pure embarrassment.
Yeah, of course. You're asking, let's find the new people. Hey, where's the new people? Let's talk to the new people. Hey, new people. Globe. You sounds worse than a glober.
Oh my God, man.
And I was talking specifically about Sacha, not about you. But I think you also make some comments bringing about the globe.
trying to get you to calm down and stop doing this in the live stream, and you're still doing it.
Hey, where's the new people? You push her away. Bring her back or bring in someone new to speak about. If not, we'll speak about you pushing the globe.
Stop being a fucking idiot, man.
So if you don't want me to do this, stop pushing the globe, okay?
Who's pushing the globe? What the fuck are you talking about?
Whoever was speaking to her was pushing the globe.
Oh, you're retarded.
Okay. How many times did she say she didn't believe in the globe? How many times? Do you count it? How many times she said so? Tell me, how many times she said that?
Oh, therefore, mate.
How many times she said it?
I'm not talking about a globe.
You weren't talking about the globe to her?
No.
No?
I was trying to find out what she believed and why she believed it.
So Sasha wasn't bringing the globe either? Sasha wasn't bringing it? The globe?
I'm not Sasha, man.
Exactly. So when I was talking to Sasha, what the fuck are you replying to me?
All I said was lads. Talking about both of you to calm down because both of you, he was shouting louder and then you started shouting louder. So I was trying to stop you to get you to chill out, man.
You know how I stopped it? I muted
Why are you attacking me? What the fuck have I done? Ken, I was trying to get her to have a discussion about what she believed. She started speaking. We were fucking trying to verify what she believed, why she believed it, trying to make sure she didn't think that we believed something from the Flat Earth Society or that general fucking idea that most people think Flat Earthers think. So that's what.
And I agree with you. If that's what you're trying to do, if that's what you're trying to do, exactly. That's the way we should take it. Not bringing the globe, trying to talk about the globe. And if she was talking about motion, let's define motion. What do you understand about motion?
Being a fucking idiot, man.
If she's talking about movement and she doesn't understand what it actually means and what you guys actually mean about movement, maybe you could talk about that. But no, bringing the globe. What?
He's talking about the globe. What are you talking about, man? A joke, man.
Yeah, you're pushing somebody else's story. It's like if me and Jemsy worked at, the Dodge dealer and somebody came over and all we did was start talking about Chevys and Fords, that wouldn't be how to sell a Dodge. So Jemsy's right about that. It's like if we're bringing up the other side.
XO, you're on your last legs with me, man. Just stop fucking talking about this shit and move on, man. We'll get back on the Flat Earth.
I can't talk.
No, when it's to do with moderation, mate, no. He's fucking worse than anything in here, man.
Nobody can talk then. Only you can talk now.
No, man, I'm trying to just talk about Flat Earth if it's possible.
Bro, you were talking about Flat Earth and you were bringing the globe to this girl that wasn't want to talk about the globe. That's kind of ironic.
Questions. It's up to fucking me. I'm allowed to ask questions.
I think you're actively trying to push people away from this server. That's what it looks like.
Well, that's what you're doing, mate, and I continue to ask you to stop this. If you want to go to fucking the mod VC rather than do this in the...
Can you stop it? Can you stop? I think Exo was trying to say something, and you just block him from saying whatever he wanted to say about the topic.
He's got a fucking severe problem. I unbanned him the other day, and then he started talking about moderation the other day. He's done it like 3 times in the past couple of days.
So then I'm going to start banning anybody that goes against what I say. I'm going to start just banning everybody like you do. I'm going to start doing this. I'm a ban Sacha. I'm a ban whoever does anything against what I say.
Can you stop it in the live stream, mate?
So you stop.
It's not me that's going on about it, bro. Fucking hell. Bro, I am Kovac. Are you there, bro? I don't know if you're Flat Earth or Globe Earth. What's the deal? If you want to take the floor, man, you can ask a question or present some kind of information if you've got it. I am Kovac or Kovac.
Yeah, man, what's up? Yeah. Well, I've been here for a few months.
All right, right, cool, man. I think I've seen your cat, PSP, maybe, possibly someplace, or maybe I heard you talking the other day or something. What do you think then? Currently, like, are you on the fence? Are you on the flat?
Oh, no,
what's the deal?
Yeah, I'm basically a flat earther now. Yeah.
All right, cool, man. It took me a bit of time to say the words "I'm a flat earther." Like when I first got to the server, I was a flat earther for like 5 years, but I didn't want to specifically say it. It just felt kind of, I don't know, just like it was a bad sort of set of words. I am a flat earther. Kind of felt bad to say it. But once I was here for a little bit of time, and I realised all the work some of the staff had put into the server, it made me proud to say it, man. And I sort of took the name back. Hey, man.
That's it.
Well, yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah. How long would you say you've known?
Really not ashamed to say it.
Yeah.
Oh, less than a year.
All right, cool, man. So you're just you just got your foot in the water, basically. Cool, man. Yeah, this is my 9th year, bro. I've been 8 years. I've known about Flat Earth now. So it's kind of like fucking. It's just like the other day, man. It's like it all just went past in no time at all.
That's right, yeah.
And then the longer.
But I gotta, like I said earlier, like it's you can't. I just saying we can't forget that it takes a lot of courage to unmute them.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, bro. You're really roboting and breaking.
And they'll take their hits, right? But they won't really. Guys really push.
Sorry, bro. I don't know if you can hear me, but you are breaking up really badly.
So we should kind of try to. She's not here now. Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now, man. Yeah, just at the end of your sentence there, I heard you.
Yeah, I was just saying.
Fuck.
Yeah, it just takes a lot of courage for someone to unmute their mic. Yeah.
Yo, that is so funny, bro. Every time you go to say something, that shit just.
It's usually
boy,
the way. It's
like where are you at, my nigga? Like, dude.
Try not to use the N-word, bro, please. Don't know if you're still there, Kovac, but I don't know if it's maybe my end or if.
Oh, my bad, yo. I ain't mean to.
Come on. I mean, that's not what I bother.
That shit just part of my vocabulary. You feel me?
Yeah, I understand, man.
Don't Australian people say cunt a lot?
Well, Scottish people say it as well, regular. I mean, even my grandma used to say it.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. But some people just take real bad offence to it, man. We just try and, because we allow people from 13 years old upwards, right? So we try and keep it. I mean, I'm Scottish, bro. I swear quite often, but we try our damnedest to keep it as PC as possible, man.
Yeah. I feel that.
Yeah,
it was just
those
funny.
assholes that like to complain about us, mate. They can't argue with us. They've not got any like rebuttal for our arguments, so they like to like put in complaints about us, get us shut down because they're fucking assholes, bro. And there's just certain things that we try and stay away from. But are you a flat earther yourself, bro, as well? Yeah.
You talking to me?
Yeah, man.
Nah, I'm kind of like I said. Well, I had said before that I don't really believe in a globe or flat Earth.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I come in here to just listen to what people got to say because, like,
hey, man,
to be honest with you, bro, not to really put all my business out there, but I've been like super, super depressed lately, you know? Yeah. And like just coming in here and listening to what people got to say and just getting my mind off of life in general just helps a lot, you know? So I just come in here. Sometimes I chime in. Sometimes I say a little something just because I want to hear what somebody got to say. But to be honest, if I'm giving you my honest opinion, since I've been in here, the globe people be sounding dumb as hell.
Oh, the
you know, like
ridiculous,
flat earthers be kind of making them sound dumb, you know.
Yeah.
But like,
they do it themselves, bro. As soon as they start like giving us what they think is like valid information, it kind of falls apart for them, bro. I mean, I wish I found a place like this back when I knew, or back when I thought that the Earth was a globe. Like, I wish I'd came across a place such as this, man.
Like earlier this morning, I heard some kid talking about there was YouTube videos and shit of there was YouTube videos and shit of like the globe Earth and everything, and people, and like I was just the other day, I was talking to my brother about that shit.
Yeah.
And he put a video on YouTube, bro, and that shit was CGI. Like that shit was computer generated. You feel me? It was not fucking like, you know what I mean? Like wasn't real, bro. You could tell it wasn't real. They don't got no real videos about the globe Earth on there. Like every time somebody say NASA in here, I start laughing. You know, like
same though, bro. See, when I was a globe earther, I used to look at the NASA footage and I always used to think, oh, that looks quite shit. But I never thought to myself, right, I'm going to go and investigate flat Earth or anything like that. I just kind of went along with the fact that their footage looked terrible. I just kind of accepted it, man. I don't know why. I fuck knows why. You've got to, really, I suppose, if you're a globe earther, especially if you love space and you love all the information that goes like hand in hand with it, because you've just got to accept the lack of sort of credibility with the footage. Crazy shit, man. Who is that I'm speaking to? Gertie, is it?
I'm Gertie, yeah.
Oh,
Young Gertie.
cool,
Yeah.
You, bro, you in the States, bro, yeah?
Yeah, in the States, yeah.
Yeah, cool, man. Cool. Where about? North, south, east, west, or? No, asking you.
I live in New Jersey.
Alright, New Jersey, man.
Shit, I mean, I'm not scared. I got my real picture on here, bro. I'm not scared to tell people where I live.
Yeah.
I live in South Jersey, close to Philly.
Cool. Cool, man.
Dope from
I'm not afraid of none of that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I am. Yeah. I mean, I feel that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not poo pooing on nobody that don't want to give out their location and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, ain't nothing you could do to me to make my life more shitty. For real. That's how I'm feeling.
I've been fucking depressed on and off over the years as well, bro. I get you. Like, it's fucking, man. It's not an easy fucking thing, this existence, especially when you start finding out all the bullshit that's going on, man. You think to yourself, what the fuck am I? Where is this place? Why am I here? What is the point of it? Like, it's fucking shocking, man. Like, and that's us. We already know some shit. I mean, imagine the shit that we don't even know that's happening all around us, man. It's been happening for fucking centuries, bro. Centuries. I think we'd be really shocked to find out the truth about reality, man. I mean, we think we know stuff. I don't think we know much.
Check. What's going on, boys?
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Yeah, I just want to say, Gertie's been dope. He's from the time he's dropped in Spake, he's like brought us by. He's one of the real ones, holding it down down here. Appreciate the new blood.
Was that you, Kiwi?
Yeah, that's me, man.
All right. I thought so.
I do try to keep it real, just because like that's what I do in real life too. You feel me, bro? Like I'm always just 100% just say what's on my mind, how I feel. Like when I first came in here, the first person I talked to was Miggy.
Right.
And honestly, if I prefer to hear anybody talk about the flat Earth, it's him. You feel me? Because he never let nobody get him flustered and shit. He never started getting ignorant with people. You feel me? And he always just kind of present information and let you do what you want to do with it. You feel me? And I like that. I'm saying like
that's what I try and do as well, man. Give them the info. Like it's like when it comes down to like all these long range like observations and the information between them, I don't argue those things, but I'll try and like give people as much a wide sort of bed of info that I can give them. But yeah, I try and at least
appreciate you, Gertie. I keep it 100, brother. Like I can't do anything. I can't do anything else. You know. I'm just
Miggy, I hear you every day when I get up, man. That's the first thing I do is put the live stream on. I listen to you for a while before I get up and get moving.
Yeah, bro. I
Listen
do
to
it
this
for
shit
love.
and go to sleep every single fucking night, bro.
Yeah.
Well, every single
That's
night
what
I haven't been out.
I was like, man, keep it on like a podcast, man. You know, just that way you just listen. Yeah, I think that's important. You know, just to hear.
Miggy, I can't sleep if I listen to live stream trying to get to sleep, I start thinking about stuff, and then it makes me unable to sleep because I'm fucking contemplating what's getting said and thinking about what I would say if I chimed in and shit. So I need to like listen to other this kind of stuff when I'm trying to sleep, bro, or I end up my mind gets engaged.
Bro, I say this much, right? Like this process is a refinement of who we are as characters. So everything that we like, every argument that we've been in, even with our like FE people in here, if we ever have like those kinds of things, they kind of shape our character, like to kind of reassess who we are. Yeah. And I gotta say this, like, just to be real, man, I've had like falling outs with almost everybody in here, like almost everybody in here. So, but over the years, man, like doing this, I understand one principle is that we stand on truth, and it doesn't matter. Like a family, we can have our disagreements, but we always come back to like, you know, reshaping our character, like what it should be, you know, like people that stand together should be like, yeah, what it's like, what's that song that Tupac says? We might fight amongst ourselves, but I promise you this, you get us mad, we burn this bitch out. Like, yeah, that's the thing. Like, he's
it's just more important, bro. Eh?
Yeah, I mean, it happens, bro. 'Cause we're people. We can have disagreements amongst ourselves, but always got to come back to like where this is valuable. This right here, and free thinking people, free thinking, critical thinking people. That's all that common sense people, you know, because the way that they're teaching it is common sense has gone out the window, my friends, and there isn't anybody. There's no buffer between the ones who are teaching this nonsense and the ones receiving it. Except for you and me. We are the resistance. We are the ones that are going to be like, hold up a second, man. You're up here being a professor trying to educate people, but you're telling them to say that when two black holes collide, it sounds like a bird's chirping. Like, come on. Like all this is just, it's like a fantasy. And people are talking about it like some kind of thing to say. And I'm just like, you know, I want to expose that to the world. It's like, ladies and gentlemen, is this what we call intellectual, like, honesty? Like, is this where the you know, what I'm saying? Like, the way the world is going right now, and the reason why it's like that, and people don't know much, is because they're talking about nothing. It's like all of it is just, like, where does that relate to reality in which we know it to be? You know what I'm saying? Like that. And I'm just showing people, like, listen, just all you got to do is listen to what they say. Don't try to interpret like that they're saying something. Just like hear the words that they're saying, and it always turns out that they're trying to get a grasp on what reality is. So you kind of try to help them get there. Like, is this what you mean? Like, because you don't want to misinterpret the people you're hearing, right? So that's key too. So like if they're saying something and you just like, oh, you mean this, and they're like, oh, no, I didn't say that. Like, you know, then you have to really come back to, oh, well, you know, what do you mean? And they'll tell you, you know, because like, I'm real good at like listening to people. So when I hear like band member that was in here earlier, like I already understood, like he didn't want to do the research for himself. He didn't want to check into like the globe. And I asked him like, so you're saying you don't want to go and do the research and just figure it out? Because you can easily do that and find out it's not what they told you. And he's like, no, I want to hear somebody tell me like how they know the earth is flat. And I'm like, bro, we're telling you every day. Like for as long as you've been a member of coming in here, you can talk to us and we'll tell you. It's like we're examining the claims of the globe, and it doesn't turn out that what they're saying is what the globe is. And it's real simple. It's that, and he's like, yeah, but you're not telling me how it's flat. I'm like, bro, that's how it is flat, because the claim is of these dimensions, right? And that's what we're saying. We're putting that on, like, go out and looking over the beach, and you don't see that ball that's going to be like blocking your view from the thing in the distance. So, you know, it's pretty simple. It's like it's not what they're telling you it is. And you can see like a lot longer. So if it's not curving, I mean, it's only flat. Like there's no other, you know what I mean? You can't just like make something up. It's not curving like they say it is. It's just being like real with people. It's like if you observe it, then it's going to be there, obviously, you know? Mm-hmm. It's hard, man. I don't know. I guess the more educated you are, the harder this is for you to understand.
I agree with you, man. Like harder to get through. Yeah. It's like there's more obstacles in their mind, like more like go-to responses. They've got ping, 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 like everything you say, like so blocked off. I think. Yeah, man, definitely, bro.
They always say like, well, what is? I would speak to you, but what degrees do you have? What do you have a diploma? Like, oh yeah, man, you didn't even graduate high school. Like, why should I even entertain what you're saying? Because they put the standard of human intellect based upon the way people actually go through school. That's the standard by which they measure people that they can speak to. I'm like, bro, you know what? I'm gonna tell you straight. Like, I got my GED, and I only used to work at like factories, and so like doing like manual labor. But that doesn't mean that if somebody does that they're any less smart than anybody else. Because like you could learn anything you want these days. All the information you need to know is out there. The truth is out there.
Bro, I know a motherfucker. Like, I just recently went to the bar, like linked up with an old friend that I used to chill with in high school or whatever, and I was talking to him and shit, and he was telling me how he went to college and they paid for his college and shit because he was top 15 in his class or whatever, But like, I'm not going to say he's dumb, but he just don't think things through, Like, he went to college for like music, and now he like can't even get a job with that, And then like he had a job at Amazon. That's where I work. He had a job at Amazon, and he got caught stealing something that he could have just bought at the end of the week.
Wow.
Like, yeah, it's like shit like that. Like, I would never do no shit like that because I'm not fucking retarded. I know that whatever I'm thinking about taking, I could just buy that shit at the end of the week. I don't got to take that shit, Like, I just, yeah. And he was telling me how he was with some girl for like fucking 5 years and never even cracked that thing. You feel me? Like, I'm like, bro, like, how you? I just don't understand. What was you like? What was y'all waiting for?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like shit like that make me feel like. And I didn't even graduate high school. And he was in the same class that I was. And
yeah, but that's never the mark of intelligence, though, Gertie.
And he got a job now, making $13 an hour, bro. I make like 20. Yeah. You feel me?
That's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing is like, and I think that's where people are misunderstanding like the nature of reality, because they're basing it on a certain parameter. Like you have to have grade 1 through 12. You go to higher learning. What college you go to, what doctorate, what degree did you get? Like, and they put you like on a scale, and they're weighing you out. Like, okay, so if I have a conversation, I'm gonna be able to talk to you to a certain extent because I know you're not gonna know more than but they don't know you. So when you have that conversation, they start to be like, damn, you know some stuff, and you're like, well, yeah,
exactly.
Because experience is a teacher. Also, experience is a teacher. So some people that have gone through it, you know what I'm saying, they got some type of wisdom. So it's not just book smart; it's experience also.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, you're right about that.
Like the older people, they can tell you some things from wisdom. You're like, damn, how did they get that smart? It's because they lived through it. But a lot of times,
yeah, but you try to put the math problems in their face, they ain't gonna know that shit, boy.
They're gonna know that. Yeah. But what I'm saying is like
they'll tell you about life though, and how shit work.
Yep. The reality, right? The reality of the situation. Nobody's giving you a roadmap that there's like certain what do you call it, like the American dream, right? Over here in America, of how they say like, you go to college, you know what I'm saying, you get a good job, you get a nice home, like 2 kids and a dog, and you know what I'm saying, that's the good life. But they don't tell you living a good life means somebody that's can manage life on their own and able to forge and thrive and be able to prosper even without all the stuff that they said you needed, because they try to measure happiness and succeeding and all that with the certain parameters of like what it means to be successful and such. But I mean, and also they do that with intellect. How do you perceive like knowledge and stuff, and everybody has like a different take on that. But when it comes to reality, like, how do we measure who knows what's going on? It's like, well, we all agree on certain things, right? There's, and I said this before, there's definitions we all agree on. So, like, if you say a rock is this particular thing we defined it as. I agree with you. When you say that the rock that was defined as the human collective, you say it's a cupcake. No, we're gonna have some words. Like, what do you mean? Like, why is that what you just said it is when everybody else agrees that it's a rock? Like, can't eat it. But you know what I'm saying? Like that. It's like in the philosophy and higher learning gives you this idea that reality is malleable. It can change. Like, well, this one thing you were thinking of, it could be a dream. It could be a simulation. It could be something different than other than what we perceive it. It's like, man, then you're just making a mockery of what we all understand collectively what reality is. That's what I'm trying to showcase that when we're talking in here, because a lot of people take that. Well, I know this to be 99.99999% true. It's like, yeah, but like, what are you saying then? Like, there's a percent chance that it's gonna be something else. Like, what's the option here? That's what I'm trying to highlight. And it's like people get into like a defense mode and like, well, I'm just saying that I have to leave room for that little bit of, maybe I didn't know. It's crazy because you and I know when your life is on the line, your five senses can tell you things that are for sure, right? There's a car coming, get out of the way. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to stay there. Well, it could hit me and then, it could not be a car. It could be something else. Like, no, you're just it keeps you from, being in harm's way. So that's what I understand. It's like reality presents itself to you, me, and everybody a certain way. For us to negate that and then start going off on like what else it could be, I think we're just denying reality at that point. So, but yeah, it's hard because like this server is open, but we have all types of people from everywhere on the earth. And what happens is the people from the globe side, they have the idea that academia is the top-notch way to look at, what do you guys, is anybody here like expert in their field, or what degrees you have? Like, because those are the people that I would rather have talking. And then that's the thing. We're showing them, it's almost, I would take a look at it like David and Goliath. It's like, you need another giant to fight a giant. No, you don't. You just need somebody who's able to take the giant down. And that's it. You don't need to have like another giant against this giant, which is, they have like all the scientists and all the people from academia on their side, they have the whole earth on their side, like advocating for that. But they don't have the people who's looking at reality in the way they should. They're saying you can see the earth's curvature or the curvature is there, but you can't see it. Or you can't feel the spin of the earth, but it's spinning. It's like they tell you contradictions. It's like, that's the globe. You know what I'm saying? So we speak on just basic reality, what reality is. That's it.
My brother-in-law said that he think the earth is an upside down pyramid.
Holy smokes, dude.
And we live on the top.
It's cool. Like people have like different ideas, but you just tell them, all right, man. Like, what's the evidence for it? I mean, obviously, if you're saying that, like, what do you feel?
He was listening to this shit one day, and you had said that shit, like, you got evidence or articles or whatever and shit. He was like, oh nah, I don't got none of that. That's what I think.
Yeah.
He don't got none of that.
I done said to people too, like, man, it don't matter. You could believe, honestly, if Globe Earth or whoever comes in here, you think it's a simulation, that's what you think, man. Like, I'm not gonna here to convince you and make you, come on, man, you're wrong. I'm just like, if you believe that, then you believe that. I can't do nothing about that. All I can do
I know, that's really why I like listening to you, because you don't really try to force it on nobody and shit.
Yeah, no, it's like,
even like that Spanish dude was saying, like, one time I was in here and somebody asked me some shit, and I was just like, I don't really care. Like, I don't really care enough. It doesn't really mean that much to me in my life. And you were kind of like, all right, yeah, but like these other niggas, I forgot who they was, but they just started tweaking. Like, oh, so you wouldn't care if you was lied to your whole life? Like, I'm like, chill, bro.
Bro, try and not mention the N-word if you can, brother.
Yeah, it is what it is.
My bad.
Like in this, I tell you what, man, and like in this server, that happens a lot because people like, okay, so when they come from the side of being lied to, you know what I'm saying? When they come on this side, they're a bit like on the defense. So and you like happen to get caught up in that crossfire where people are like, "Oh, what you mean that you don't?" Like it's like for me, I got no beef. Like in the beginning, I'm gonna be honest, Gertie. When I first started, I got my swords out. I'm trying to chop heads off and whatnot. But over this experience, over the years, I've seen what happens with the end result to those things. So me personally, the way I do it is, man, I'm cool. Like you just want to chill, you just want to be here. That's fine with me. I have no aspirations to make you perceive what I perceive. I don't, not even a little. If you do, I'm glad, dude. Like we can chill and all that. But if you don't, fine. I'm good with that too. Like that's your walk, man. That's what you're doing. That's you doing you. I can't you know what I mean? I got no reason why I'm gonna like labor over day and night so that you can, man, you didn't get it. Like I don't care. What I will do, like if people come in here, they're like, well, I got this thought about it. I'm like, all right, present the evidence. Let's go through it. And that's when the challenge begins. But other than that, people should just be like, hey, if you think it's a simulation, so be it. Well, I don't gain nothing. You don't gain nothing. It's just your perception of what you think reality is. However, like when we talk about what's real, that's different, right? Because that's when it really matters. Because like if you're in a vehicle with me and the vehicle stalls over train tracks and the train's coming and it's coming really fast, we both know we're going to get hit by the damn thing. We got to do something, right? So our senses would tell us we need to get out the way. Let's jump out this car or get out of the way or do something, right? That's reality. But when you say, well, there's a 99.9% chance that thing's going to come, we're not going to play games when our life's on the line. So, that's what I'm saying. People get certain on things like that on each, and that's the real, right? That's being real. Like when it counts, you're going to be like, reality means something. But like in a debate like this, that's when you can use that philosophy style, mental gymnastics. And it's like, let's be real here. You know what I'm saying? Like we got to talk like reality means something. And that's it. Like other than that, it's like, it don't matter to me what they think. I sleep comfortable at the end of the night, bro. Like I don't go to bed like wondering, man, did I convince that person for that'll do me wrong, I'd rather just every day is a new day, that's it. Which I mean, I wish a lot of people could have that kind of like feel so that they won't have the burden on their shoulders. Like, man, today's a new day. I have to feel like I have to convince somebody about this, or because a lot of people they put that on themselves. Like, they have to convey what they're saying in such a way that they're gonna make that impact where they hear the person be like, yeah, man, you making some sense. Because a lot of times people are gonna look at you like, dude, you're some crazy folks, man, in here talking about flat Earth and whatnot. Like, just from an outside perspective. I never got that from the first time I came in here. Nobody ever like kind of coached me like, hey, look, let's just be chill in here. Like we don't have to be like forcing the globe onto somebody all the time. Because like they have to tell you where they stand. That's what I'm always about, man. Like you think the Earth is a globe? You think it's on the fence? Like what do you think? I mean, some people even say it's concave. I don't know if you heard that one. That's probably what your friend was saying.
Paul Curran, man. Paul Curran's been in the fucking live stream text for fucking years.
He was saying like, you know how a pyramid is, right?
Yeah.
Like he was saying, like if you take a pyramid and then turn it upside down, and we live on the top of it, like the top of it would be flat. You feel me?
Yeah,
and then,
yeah.
That's what he was saying. He think it's like.
Well, shit, dude. Like, I mean, we can't. Like, here's the thing: we don't know the entire thing, so anybody's speculation is anyone's speculation.
And that's what I was trying to tell him. I mean? I was like, nigga, you should go in there and tell him. He's like, but I don't got no proof or nothing.
Emerald alert.
Yeah, he's. I think I don't know. I would say like if you're of the ethnicity, it's like you know what I mean. Like, if I say things. I don't know. It's just a vernacular though. I don't have beef, but I get what you're saying, Speak.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Man. Just in case, man. These motherfuckers want to fucking complain about us constantly, man.
Yeah, I don't got a personal kind of, but I mean, yeah, if you feel. Anyway, man, like, yeah, when it comes to like that guy saying that, like, it's cool because we don't know the entire. Man. Like, people have said before, like, what if this is we're on a flat surface and the rest of it's a ball? Like, we're like, well, shoot. And it's really, at this point, any other concept? Yeah, what I'm saying is like, we don't know the entire Earth. We only know from what we can gather from the bits of it that we've been on. and it's not a globe from the parts that we've been on. That's for sure. Like we can say that with all assurance. There isn't like curvature happening or whatever. But what the entire Earth is, none of it. We just know we're the floor. If there's more bits to it, like outside of that, who knows? Like, you know, that's anyone's guess. But we just know like we're on the floor of it. And like anything else that we could input onto that would be like our speculation, saying like, yeah, it's you know, it's like some people say there's like more land going south, like more land outward. I don't know that. I'm not gonna be able to verify that, so I can't agree with that to be like that's like reality.
I can't believe none of y'all don't play games, bro.
I can hear.
I said I can't believe none of y'all don't play games.
Well, like gamers,
wow, man. Yeah, I've got the Xbox there, man. I play Assassin's Creed and I found XCOM, so I've been starting to play that a little bit as well. But yeah, I'm not hardcore into games, to be honest. I don't mind a wee console game now and again, but not at the time, bro.
Friggin'.
But XCOM's an awesome game, man. I found it on the iPad and on the Android as well. It was like a £5 or £4.50, so I got it for those as well. And it's almost identical to the Xbox version because it's not like a first-person shooter. It's like a strategic game, like those MMORPGs where you've got set amount of time to make set amount of moves, and then it's the alien shot. They get their time period. But yeah, it's working. It's an awesome game, man. I've been playing
Sounds
it a little
good.
bit. Yeah, it's good, man. Especially if, like, on the iPad or the phone, it's exactly the same as the 360. Exactly the same. If anything, on the iPad, the graphics are slightly better than on the 360, which is kind of
Probably.
What was that?
I said probably.
Well,
I mean, the 360 came out forever ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's like fucking 15 years old almost, I think.
I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna give Gertie the valued role, man. He's pretty legit, man. As far as I know, he doesn't have to agree on anything, but he's valued as far as like, you know.
I appreciate it.
He's a decent character, man. Like nobody can argue, like, you know what I'm saying, that somebody's in here being genuine. That's you know, you can't say that. Somebody's being genuine. That's all it is. That's all we at, like, for our perspective. It's just being here genuine. That's it.
Yeah.
You don't have to pretend to be like globe or flat or anything. Just whoever you are. Just be who you are.
Nigga, I'm gonna be genuine. I mean, homie, I'm gonna be genuine 100% of the time.
I got you, man. We'll keep the content up too, man, because I know sometimes you keep us on like a podcast. So we'll probably you're gonna be hearing me or Kiwi or one of us gonna have a conversation with these guys.
This is a big thing. I mean, again, right, is the idea that we keep the truth in check, and that's all we're doing is we're just standing on guard, standing on watch for the truth, and those folk that try to come in and pervert what we're doing is a problem, right? Beyond that, as long as you don't have any issues around here, baby.
Well, we always say we've not got the 100% truth, but we definitely know the lies. We've got some of the lies fucking wide open, man. So, like, we can point you, anyone that's listening, we can point you towards exposing the bullshit. But what the overall, like, the shape of the earth is and what this place is and why we're here, who knows? But that's still up for grabs. At least we can.
Most of the time, I guess what they ask for, like band member was in here earlier. He wants a replacement to what the globe is. You know?
Of course, they all do, bro. Yeah.
Like, they told me, you know, all this stuff about like what's going on, and you guys are giving me like nothing. Like, what is the moon?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we don't know. Okay, see, what is the sun? Well, we don't know. We see, you guys are, you know, and that's the thing. We're being honest though. We're not going to be here telling people something that we don't know.
That's exactly it. And I think the big thing too is that when you're sitting down to have a rational conversation with another human being, if they're able to say "I don't know" within the confines of the conversation, I think that you have found yourself a very honest individual.
Right.
Yeah, I've heard so many people over the years saying that, like, in various ways of saying it. Not usually, like, if band member came out with that, just like blatantly blurted that out. If I've not got a replacement, like I've hardly heard anyone be as honest about it as that. But usually they're kind of dancing around the fact that they need a replacement story.
Yeah, that was a big thing at the beginning, the replacement of the globe.
Like if you've got a replacement, then I need that, or I'm not moving. Like I don't care. You've destroyed my belief currently. I'm going to stick with it unless you've got something else.
But he has his beliefs that were built on something he was showed when he was in maybe grade 3 or grade 4, right? That helped to paint his understanding of the world. But now, unfortunately, that's been taken away. And the thing about it is, we don't have, as my friends are saying right now, a replacement. But we do have the things to equip you, i.e., the questions and things you can look for in real life that will help to maybe serve as a suitable replacement, kind of like a teddy bear you can hang on to while we find another replacement for the blanket that you lost. We didn't supply the blanket.
Yeah, I might not know the truth, but at least I know the bullshit's. At least that's been fucking exposed. It took long enough, man. It took decades growing up, loving all this space stuff. Like, I wanted to get, like, when I got my house, I wanted to get some of the Hubble images made into wallpaper, and I wanted to make it, like, literally like a living room full of space stuff. But I'm glad I never wasted my time and money.
Well, luckily now we know that the Emperor is, in fact, not wearing any clothes.
Sadly.
It's funny, Spick. I'm actually watching a guy show a condo right now on YouTube for rent. I enjoy watching his channels because it's New York condominiums or apartments for rent that he's showing. So as you're talking about decorating, he's showing these unfurnished places, empty rooms, and places for rent. Synchronicities. I love it.
Yeah, man. I see them everywhere, bro.
And and the thing about these synchronicities is that they happen to you, right? And you think to yourself, how amazing, how awesome is it to sit back and see something like this? You can't even begin to, describe it to another individual because it's literally happening for you. It's your own little mini miracle. And I've realized that after years of this happening, 6, 7, 8 years of this happening, that it only happens for you to remind you that you're on the right path. Keep doing what you're doing. You don't need to bring anybody else. The people will show up when they show up. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I've been thinking lately, and I think I'm gonna just I think I'm gonna sell most of my video game collection, and I'm gonna put that money into making my car more suitable for me to live in, and I'm gonna just live in my car.
People do that. I don't see anything wrong. If you're capable of doing it, you can do it.
I mean, I know I'm capable of doing it. I've done it already, I mean, that's just what I want to do,
But you don't want to pay rent? It's too expensive, or what?
Yeah, rent's too expensive. And then I don't want to stay in one place. I want to go other places. I want to see things.
Yeah, I'm the same, bro. I want to get a driving license, get myself a van or something, just kit it out and just go driving over Europe someplace. See some sights.
That's nomad lifestyle right there, baby.
Come on,
Where
it'd be amazing, bro. It'd be amazing. Wake up in a different place, a different country.
That's what I
man.
mean.
Awesome.
You just park up in a city. You know, I could go drive out to like Seattle or some shit and park up out there and fucking pull a hot plate out my car and, you know, start chefing some soup up or something. I don't know, some beans. I don't know, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe make some clam chowder, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Grilled cheese, like, I don't know, you know.
You're gonna have some income to be able to pay for gas and food and that kind of stuff.
Nah, I understand that, but I could I could work at jobs along the way. Like, you know what temp services are, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe get
Like, I could go to a new place and find a job, start working that next day, stay there for a month, save up some bread, gas, food, everything, go to somewhere else.
Yeah, just have some basic tools in the back of the van, like a petrol lawnmower, petrol strimmer, stuff like that. Do some gardens on the way. Take a fishing rod, catch your dinner in the lakes or the rivers or whatever. Yeah, man.
So but long term. So right now you thinking about for me it sounds like a lot of fun, right? And I think you'll save money on rent, do the jobs on your way, wherever you're going, explore. You're in the United States, right? You're in the US?
Yeah.
So in the US, there's so many places to go, right? Even if you're allowed to pass to Canada. But the US is pretty big, so there's a lot of places to go to, and you could find jobs almost anywhere, I think. I agree with you. But you don't sound too old, right? Do you have like plans to have children and a wife in the future or something like that?
To be honest, bro, no.
So you're like 20 something, right? You're like 20 something?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. So yeah, no, I think since you're young, I think you can do it.
I'm 24.
So you're 24, you can definitely do it, do the jobs, probably save some money. Maybe one day when you're, I don't know, near 30 or 30 something and you find a wife, at least have a place for the, like at least have some money to, I don't know, have a place because, wife and children.
No. I understand that, and don't get me wrong. Eventually, I'm gonna want to have a home and settle down somewhere and everything like that. But like, I don't think that I would want to do it for somebody because like the way that I kind of feel about like relationships and like love and shit, bro. People like every day when you wake up. Do you know what you're going to do every single day? Like, do you wake up and you just know what you're going to do?
Some parts of it, yeah.
Bro, some days I wake up and I'm just like, dude, I have no idea what I'm going to do today. And if there's no way to tell what I'm going to do today, how I'm going to tell what somebody else going to do today? You feel me? They could just wake up that day, bro. It just happened to me not too long ago. I was in a relationship for 3 years. They just woke up one day and just started tweaking and, things led to another and we just not together no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? You never know. Like, I got this person name tattooed on my body. They got my name tattooed on their body and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just all this and that. Like, I'm not trying to waste all my energy on somebody like that no more. I'll do like a fling or two. I'm not trying to get too emotionally attached. I don't want nobody to meet my family. I don't want no kids or none of that. And then like somebody messing around with my baby mom and stuff. And
I wouldn't want to bring kids into this world, bro. See the state of the world, man. I wouldn't feel comfortable bringing a child into this shit.
Yeah, that too.
It's your duty. It's your duty as a man. To make a wife for your own and make
what's
children.
up with everyone, bro? What's up?
Hey, what's up, Tang? How you doing, Tang? Welcome, Tang.
Amazing.
What brings you to the Flutter Discord, Tang?
I want to see what the hype was about. Can you guys explain like what Flat Earth is about? Flat Earth is about? Because like I just joined in here to see what the theory was about, So like explain like basically why you guys think it's flat.
So flat reality, bro.
What?
Go ahead, Panda.
I was just saying it's just about accepting our reality, man. What we experience is really what we're saying. Like, we don't believe these stories anymore. like James is going to tell you, like his part of it. But I mean, I don't accept the things I used to believe in, and I used to believe a lot, mate. I was really into space, loved NASA, loved all these planets and all this stuff that goes along with it. I loved it all, but as flat earthers, we just don't believe stuff anymore. We try and stick to what's verifiable, and that's the whole reason for the server. Just
I get that.
To share information, and then we hope people like yourself, they bring other information, and then hopefully amongst us all we can find a consensus on where we live, because they're definitely bullshitting for sure.
So like, why are NASA bullshitting then? Like, are they like the devil, like trying to spread?
Some people think so, man.
Conspiracy theories are like what? Are they like the devil trying to spread conspiracy theories?
Some people, like, especially
when he says
people.
NASA takes like 60 million reasons, 60 million a day, right? $1 million. So that might be 60 million reasons, right, a day to lie to you, because they make a lot of money just by
that's true. That's true.
Imagery. But there might be a higher. There might be a higher reason, but I wouldn't be able to tell you what the liar has in his mind, right?
That's true. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to being muted. I need to do some stuff viral. So yeah.
Tang is making videos about flat earth just at the moment.
I'm wondering how somebody opened up a sketch.
The only thing I really truly don't be liking about this Discord and shit is when people put on that flat earth music, bro. That is whack.
Some of
I
us
can't get down with that.
I agree with you,
I
man.
can't get down with that, bro. I can't get down with that.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Some of it's good, bro. There is like the odd one that I like, but some of it, to me, it's really terrible, man.
Yeah, man. I'm like, dude, come on, dude. Like, I'll be having to leave. I'll be like, all right, yeah, that's enough of that. Like, baby. Yeah.
Hey, did anybody see that picture I just put in the live stream? Like, in the top of the VC room, it's come up sketch heads. It says coming soon to this operating system, sketch heads, whatever the fuck that is. Coming to Discord. Strange. I've never seen it. It must have just appeared because it wasn't there like an hour ago.
I just saw that, but I don't see it anymore. Where is it? I saw it. It's gone. Oh.
Strange. Oh, it says coming soon. Watch together. Whatever that means. But when I click on it, it says failure to launch activity.
So there's also hello member. He doesn't have any rules.
Yo, what's up?
Bonjour.
Heaven is up. The sky is up.
That's awesome.
The ceiling. Heaven
above, Jamesy.
I got lights in the ceiling. Lights in the ceiling. Not to be confused with the luminaries, of course.
Were you doing some tile work? Is that why you were looking at the lights in the ceiling?
No, I just looked up and saw lights above me because there was a light above me.
Well, that proves you're on.
Does that prove globe?
So hello. You asked us what's up, right? Can I ask you what's down? Do you think below you? What do you think is below you?
What do I think is below me? You know, I'm actually eating like bread with Nutella. So listen.
Bread with Nutella.
Why do you guys
What?
believe?
What does that have to do with anything?
Listen, shut.
Hey, Tang, can you? You said
relax,
you're
guys.
gonna mute
One at a
yourself. So stay muted.
Okay, I'll calm down. I'll allow him to speak.
Hey, Tank, what do you think about flat Earth?
It's a flat Earth.
I think we got a group party, guys. We've been invaded by a group party. This is kind of cool. All right, how many of you are there? 3, 4? 2? Okay, cool. So
Hey, Tang, and hello.
Do you know of anybody that successfully measured the floor that we're standing upon, boys? What are your thoughts?
Ever.
What?
Has anyone ever measured the floor that we're standing upon? You know,
Has anybody? Yeah, like the construction workers, they like measured the floor, like the
okay.
size
How
of
big's their tape?
Very good.
How big's your tape measure?
my state measure. I don't know, bro. I got like 5 bombs fall on my head. So like, I'm
No, because you're the one that just referred to a construction crew that would have used their tape measure to measure the floor. So I want to know how big is the tape measure to measure the floor that we're attempting to.
pretty big, like a couple meters, like 10 meters.
Okay, so 10 meters. So do you think 10 meters would give you enough of a distance to be able to extrapolate if there's a large enough drop over distance to see if there's actually, in fact, a curve that they've been telling us?
Huh. Okay, listen. Bro, I am not like a fucking Einstein, okay? I'm not like Einstein. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy that lives in Ukraine that got fucking 5 bombs dropped on his head.
Oh, my bad, homie. Okay, so my bad. Did you mean to click on the Discord where it said party versus lecture? Because you walked into a lecture, not a party.
Yes, I did.
Okay. You want to hit mute then?
Why
you don't
is
have
this
to
guy?
or
No, I'm just listening.
Hold on 1 second.
No,
Hold
I'm
on.
just listening. I'm just in the activity.
You don't have any. If
Bro,
you don't
I am
have,
watching Adopt Me history, like Russian Adopt Me.
If you don't, I don't care what.
Wow, it's like sick.
I don't care what you're watching, but if you don't have any evidence as to what's happening to the floor deforming, if there's no curve showing up, then you should just put yourself on mute because we want to know the evidence that you have that would
Look
show
to
us
the horizon. Look to the horizon. Why is it like,
wow, look at the flat horizon. Wow.
Guys,
Why
I have
can
a
you not
question.
see Mount Everest?
Why is this guy streaming a Russian woman playing Roblox on this live stream? Why is he like?
Look to the horizon. Why can you not see Mount Everest?
Why is he streaming that? Like, how is that?
Can we just nominate one person to engage in conversation, please? Don't turn this into chaos.
He can do it. He likes.
I'm asking you a question, man. Why can you not see Mount Everest from wherever you live?
It's obviously
what's the angular? Can I just write? What's the angular size of Mount Everest from 3,000 miles away?
What the fuck?
If you know, you
Tell
know.
me, bro. Just tell me.
That
Why
was
can you not
easy.
see
Hello,
it?
because it's too small. As things go farther away, they get smaller. Have you ever left your house? Does your mom allow you to go outside once in a while? Yeah, thanks for playing. Maybe try leaving your house once in a while. You don't have to put a mask on either. You can actually go outside and see things, and as you go away from them, they appear to go smaller. Wow, hello. It's amazing.
Exo, can you just relax for a minute? Because like some of us have been here for a while.
Kiwi, I've been doing this longer than you have any idea what you're talking about, Kiwi. I'm sorry, you're new to this.
Yeah, Exo, man.
Yeah.
Pure troublemaker, man.
The thing about it is, we're in a community right now. You're
being trolled. That's fine. You're being trolled. Go ahead.
I know that.
Look good, bro.
What's going on? Bro, I legit said, what's up? Like, what's going on, bro? I'm just trying to have a conversation.
Hey, can we get some control back to the room? If somebody's got a question for the Flat Earthers, man, please do. But at least try and not speak over other people, and we'll try and keep it some kind of like normalcy to the room, if that's possible.
Thanks, Spake. And that's my thing, is that as Exo just came in and dive bombed and just left, which we really appreciate. If you're gonna hang out and man the door and wait for people like these to show up so that you can have a conversation with them, the first thing we're going to look for is the fact that our willing participant,
I have a question.
Came on down, was willing to
finished, bro.
on the table that a 10 meter distance that we could actually unpack and look for a drop over distance. But as soon as there was no curve to show your drop over distance of 10 meters, you disappeared like a little bitch. So I'm just curious to know what happened to you, smart guy, with your 10 meter observed distance, with your construction curve.
Hold up a second.
Where'd they go?
Alright, so while we're waiting, I got a question. So it's just purely just a question. I'm not trying to be like debunking this, but like, what about the other like planets? Like, can someone explain that?
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a minute. So you're willing to leave your 10 meter, your 10 meter distance?
That'll work.
You're willing to leave that question on the floor, and you're willing to now go to the stuff in the sky to prove that you're on a ball. Is that right?
I'm not trying to prove that I'm on a ball, but I'm just questioning. Like,
well, I'm actually just trying to figure out
is NASA lying or like, what's up?
What are you trying to do with your life right now? That's my question. Because if you're looking to prove that the fact that there's land in the sky, that proves that you're standing on land, you don't have to look at the sky to prove that you're standing on land.
Talk shaker. Do the talk shaker.
He's making a background
Talk
noise.
shaker. Shake it off.
So what is the moon exactly?
I don't know. What is it to you? What does it do?
We can only observe the moon and the sun and the stars. Like, these things are out with what we can verify. Like, we're not able to tell what it's consisted of, where it actually is. Like, we can see it, just like yourself, man. And it's up to you whether you believe the story.
Shake it off.
Yeah, and if you think you're gonna provide the idea that there's land in the sky, so that means that we're on a curve or on a ball, you've got your ideas seriously misplaced. Because there's no land in the sky, dude.
So it can basically be like anything or what?
I don't know.
Or not anything, but like it can be multiple theories or what?
As far as you know, it can be anything that your little brain makes it up to be. I know for sure that there's no land in the sky.
So what is there?
Balls.
Like, it's illuminated. It's a light of some sort. It moves across the sky. Like, we can't go there to find out.
Segment of refracted light is what I would say.
Okay, got a question.
Refraction.
Got a question. So, if the Earth is flat,
If you have a question, you have to wait for someone else to finish their sentence instead of you asking your question in the middle of their sentence. So if you have a question, wait for them to finish.
Okay.
Thanks, James. I appreciate the active moderating. I appreciate that. Go ahead with your question.
Can I go?
You go whenever you want. Stop sign. I'm yielding you. Go.
No, it's just that this guy stopped me, like, at my tracks instantly.
Yeah, because you need to just moderate.
You can just try and wait till someone finishes, bro. Try and keep a little bit of order. Hello? When you go, man,
So,
if you've got a question, fire away.
The Earth is flat. Can you explain time zones?
Sure. The sun moves. It's 12 p.m. for me, and I know in a few hours it's going to be 12 p.m. for somebody, and I can call somebody in that city, and I can say, hey, is it 12 p.m. for you? Yes. Is it a cloudy day? No. Can you see the sun? Yes. Is it above you? Yes. Is it 12 p.m. for you, just to confirm? Yes. What's next?
If you take a look in live stream voice text, any sort of related information, whatever's been discussed, so there'll be memes, GIFs, clips, links, whatever, anything to do with what you're asking, people will be posting in the live stream voice text that's directly above the VC. So that might help you. I've just posted a meme that kind of shows you, like, if you look at that, I mean, we've got concepts of what Earth is, like there's a lot of globe projection maps, like a lot of this stuff we'll use just to try and put the point across. So we've got the sun circling as it does each day over the course of the year. That orbit, the course that it's taken, will extend over the course of the year, which will give us the seasons. As well as that, it gives us the time zones. As the sun's travelling, it appears to light up. As it goes away, it appears to get dark. It comes round again, starts getting light. So that's kind of where we're at.
Do you believe that Earth is a globe?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Question. Can you explain how the zone times works in the globe Earth?
If the Earth is facing one way, like, if the Earth is facing to the sun, let's say it's a globe, right? It obviously isn't a globe by your means, but like, let's just say it's a globe, okay?
Let's just say, okay.
It's facing the sun.
Okay.
One side is sunny, the other side is not.
Okay.
It just makes sense.
Okay.
The Earth rotates, and so does the sun. They go opposite ways.
Okay.
So
That means.
basically,
Okay, sorry.
like at times, at different times, there's different time zones. After 7 hours, where it was sunny, it's gonna be like, it's not gonna be sunny. It's gonna be, it's gonna be nighttime. Like, it's not that hard to understand it. Hopefully.
Yeah, like during the summer, we will have like 16 hours of daylight, and during the winter, we will have something like 8 hours or 10 hours of daylight.
because the sun goes like further. Here's why there's seasons.
Where sun is going?
The sun goes further away and goes closer. Like it goes on an orbit.
Well,
the sun has an orbit.
The Earth.
No,
it's not. It's not the same orbit
around the sun, and it's not like in a perfect circular motion.
Same. Yes, it's not in a perfect circular motion. Why is there winter? Because the sun goes goes farther away. Why is there summer? Because the sun goes closer.
So if you take a look in the live stream voice text, does that answer what we're trying to say? Does that kind of like give you a little bit of info?
Give him VC verified. Panto, my bad. Give him VC verified because I'm driving at the moment. I unmuted them, but I didn't give him VC verified. So go ahead, so they can see the chat.
Oh, can they not even get in that room? Shit. Right, 1 second, boys. I'll give you it. Oh, fucking iPad's froze. Right, hello, I'll give you VC verified, bro. There is some rules in here. I'll just quickly go over. We don't accept trolling in here whatsoever. You will get banned really quickly because we allow from 13 years old up the way. Basically, we try and keep it as PC, as politically correct, and as chilled as possible. If you troll, bro, personal attacks for race, religion, people's sexuality, you'll get banned pretty quick. Cool?
Chill out, bro. I'm like being so friendly right now.
I'm just telling you the rules. I'm going to give you VC verified, but usually you would listen, man. Usually you would listen, man. Listen, you would usually
be racist or sexist or
listen, man. Listen, bro. You would usually get checked. Man, are you going to listen, bro? I'm just going to mute you if you're not going to listen, man. Usually you get checked in. Usually you get VC verified and check-in, and you go through the interview process. So you'd get this explained. So I was just quickly trying to tell you before I give you the role. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're keeping you in check and holding you accountable. That means if you get out of line later, we'll pull you back and get you to the curb. That's it. Plain and simple. That way, no one can say, nobody told me so. You understand? Cool.
You're practically giving you a ticket, but it doesn't matter.
So, what would you guys say to globe earthers?
About what?
Nothing. Do your research.
To globetards. What are you going to say to globetards?
Look for the 39.
First of all, you're not a globe earther. You're what's called a normie because you have no idea about these conversations just yet. You don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I came in here. I want to find out.
Sorry, you got to pay your
about
internet.
Like I want to learn.
So both of you have got roles now, so you should be able to see in that text channel I was telling you about, live stream voice text, and take a look at the two GIFs that I posted. The one above the bottom one should show you the time zones and what we were trying to describe to you. As the sun moves, it does illuminate different areas as it's traveling. It appears to illuminate locally.
Exactly.
Can you see that live stream voice text, boys?
I'm trying to
I can see that.
So, globe earthers know the arguments and can debate flat earthers. You guys cannot do that yet. So, you are not.
I mean, I'm not debating against it. I just want.
That's because you don't know the arguments. You can't because you don't have the knowledge. So just stick around and learn.
Even your internet thinks you're stupid because it won't even let you get a question out.
Chill the fuck down! What the hell? Bro, you're gonna go after him. You're gonna go after his internet. Like, what?
That's hilarious.
Dog, what happened to my internet? Wait, okay. In case you guys didn't hear, I'm not here to I'm not here to say the Earth is round.
No,
but like I'm here to just
brother here
debate. Like,
all right, address for now. Address hello, because he was asking some questions, and the other guy Tag is having internet issues, so that's gonna sound really bad for everybody. So just address hello for now, and Tag figure out your internet, and then you can ask your questions.
Okay.
So hello. Did you see what we described to you regarding the time zones? Does that make any more sense?
I got it. Have something else though.
Okay, does it make any more sense to you though, like according to what we said?
Sure, yeah. Okay, listen.
Can I comment on the time zone? Like, I don't think you understand.
I don't care about the time zones, bro.
So, like, on the time zone,
okay,
is a small local light. Okay, it's not a huge 93 million.
Wasn't there a
mile
rule
away
that you're
light.
not supposed to interrupt somebody?
Like you just did.
Yeah, no. I was starting to talk, and then he comes in.
He was asking you a question.
Sorry, were you saying something? I was just finishing up on the time zones, which I don't think you guys even understood this.
Okay. So, what do you mean by like flat Earth? Okay, listen. Do not get riled up. This is just like a simple question, okay?
There's no reason,
So-
bro.
Do you mean that the Earth is flat by it being a disc, and then all the lands and the seas? Okay.
No. Now, what you would have got told in the live stream, in the VC check-in, if you had been VC verified up there, we don't accept what the Flat Earth Society say, that same sort of idea, the disc frisbee type thing, where it makes you think water pours off the edge and stuff. We don't think that, bro. So all we are saying is there doesn't appear to be any observable or measurable curvature. According to the radius and the circumference, we've been given these numbers, so we use those numbers. According to these long-range observations and laser tests that have been done, we can see further than it's allowed according to the geometric horizon. That's the term for it. The point where the Earth drops down and away, you should not be able to see any further, but we can see further over and over again. So all we're saying is there is not any curvature and the Earth doesn't appear to move. Beyond that, we're not claiming a shape.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so
Cool, man.
I have an example. Have you ever been in a mountain, like on top of a mountain?
Yeah. Not too high, but in Scotland.
So, like, have you seen how when you're on top of the mountain and you look to the horizon, it's very obvious that it's like a circular like thing. Like, you can see that the structures and everything that is around it. Like, you look into the horizon and it's very obvious that it has a curve.
No, it doesn't, mate. No matter how high you go, even at 127,000 feet, the Felix Baumgartner, the Red Bull jump, there is no curvature, bro. They use fisheye lenses or wide-angle lenses on all the cameras outside, but the one camera that was actually inside his cab, when the door opened, the horizon's at eye level and it's horizontal. It's in the word horizon, it's horizontal, bro.
Wait,
If
so
you take a
you're
look
saying
in
that-
take
so
a
you're
look in
saying
live
that,
stream
like-
voice text, bro. Take a look in live stream voice text. I'm
Bro.
going to post some images there.
I'm not gonna be looking at that. I'm gonna be honest.
Bro, you're claiming that you see
something else.
curvature from a mountain. We've got footage from over 127,000 feet, and there is no curve.
Are you saying that you will speak with us without looking in anything? Oh, that means you will speak
Bro, if
with
you're
us.
just going to mock people, then you're just going to be muted. I don't really care. Like, you're just wasting our time.
Okay. Next
Right,
one.
so can you take a look at the images I posted that sort of debunk what you claimed about seeing curvature from a mountain?
Where is it
Like
again?
what height were you? Like, do you know the height you were at? Because
Where is
as I
it
said,
again?
we've got footage from over 100,000 feet.
Where is it
And
again?
they're
In the live
text
voice
chat directly above.
chat. Live voice text chat.
Live stream voice text.
Live stream voice text chat.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
wait. So there's people talking here.
This is the text channel that goes along with the VC.
Oh, okay. I see. I'm
So if any related information about what's being discussed, people will be posting in there. So it's advisable to be in there.
Yeah, this is the dude that he didn't realize he was showing up to a lecture. Thought he was rolling into a circus show.
Oh no, I thought that everybody was just sleeping because of how boring this is.
Well, no, you
Well, go away, mate. You don't have to be here, man.
seriously.
If we're if we're wasting our time, bro, I'm not going to waste any more. It's up to you. If you want to just take the piss, then you can go to a million other servers that allow you just to act ridiculous. But we are serious in here, and people that come in and ask questions, we try and give them information. So if you're not interested in the replies, you don't have to be here, man. Nobody's forcing you.
And just remember, you're the punching bag, right? If the punching bag,
Oh shit, that hurt, bro. What the?
cut down.
Whoa! Stop! What, bro? Why are you punching me? What the hell? Okay.
dude.
You can chill out. You can chill out.
Talk shit. Okay.
Bro,
So the
stop
foot,
fucking doing that.
Bro,
What?
see the gifs I just posted that shows you the Felix jump, the Red Bull jump, shows no curvature at that height. Also, we've got, do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is? Somebody posted the link for him as well. He states blatantly that you do not see curvature from that height. Felix Baumgartner says he did see it, and Neil deGrasse Tyson says you cannot see curvature from such a height. The Earth's too big, according to the globe numbers.
Okay, so you said that. Okay, sure, you win that thing. Okay,
You win.
you win.
Win
Sure,
that
sure.
thing.
But we're not trying to win, bro. We're not trying to argue
Fuck
to win.
you.
We're
Hey,
just
okay,
trying to answer
bro,
it.
chill out. Fuck
Bro,
you.
Shake it
Bro.
up.
I mean,
Bro,
like,
stop
let me
acting like a
keep
child.
Shake it
going.
up. Suck shaker.
Oh man, right.
Let me keep going, okay? I have
No,
another
you're getting muted if you take the piss anymore, man. Jesus Christ.
He's not receptive, guys. He's not listening at all.
Is anybody
Is Mustard Castle out?
has anybody else got serious
Hello.
questions?
Is Mustard Castle out? Hello.
Who's the guy
What's
talking?
happening? Man, what's happening, bro? You got a question? Man, have you got a serious question that you're actually going to listen to the
Oh, okay.
reply about?
I'm so sorry.
You don't have to be sorry, bro. We're just trying to keep it constructive.
But wait. Who is controlling us?
Nobody's controlling me anymore.
I don't know.
You've got a load of people over the world that are obviously presenting this information of a globe. You've got NASA, JAXA, ESA, these different space agencies presenting their footage of this supposed space ball that we live on. But when we come down to try and prove, to verify that we do live on this thing, it falls apart.
Oh, okay. I get it.
Do you?
Yeah, I get it.
I'm not sure, like, but go for it. Have you got questions about the place that we live, though? Man. Anyone else?
Ooh.
Or are we banging our head off the wall?
We don't know specifically who these controllers are, right? But if you are,
I'm not.
If you are watching the television and watching social media, and if you participate in education, you are getting controlled. If you believe in global warming and that there's wars and that you gotta be afraid of this and be afraid of that and be afraid of a meteor coming to Earth to kill you, you are being controlled.
Oh.
If you're clicking your mouse and playing video games while speaking to other people, you are being controlled.
Ooh. Okay.
Okay. So you have a question?
No.
No.
Okay. How about you put yourself on mute then? Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Guys, welcome to the 24/7 server. So very glad to have you guys here. It is approximately 4 to 3 in the afternoon, Eastern Standard Time, of course, because the sun travels above our heads, and I'm able to talk about that. We got Ball Kicker at the top of the attendance list hanging out. We got Chili, Clayandor Seal. He's on definitely though. Cuddy, and I see Exceptional. I'm not doing any role hunting. In fact, if you have any questions, educated questions at that, feel free to jump into the chat at any point in time, friends. And I see Effie Batman. Hope all is well down there in Australia. Gemsy providing some active moderation. We appreciate that as always, my friend. And that was just Godrich actually on the mic earlier chatting. And hello. He's on Deafen, so he doesn't really give a shit what we're saying right now, but he is in fact a new member to the community. I see here Stosthenes, I am Kovac, Jeshman Perman, Perham, Julius J, King Clown Kiwi, that's me. Man was just on the mic, sounded like he was in the bathroom talking with some questions. Thanks for joining the community. Morvis, Platter, Rivers, Wrecked, Dasha, Spake, Superflora, T-Wo, Tang, and Zokar is in the building. Hope everybody's having a great day, whether you're listening on YouTube or Discord. Feel free. Unmute your mic. Ask a question.
Oh, yo, what's up?
Hey,
So I just want to
Tang,
ask a question.
Go ahead, Tang. Ask your question.
Since you guys believe in a flat Earth conspiracy, do you guys believe in any other conspiracies or?
Hey, Tang. The thing is that you're coming from the perspective that you probably Google some term called flat Earth conspiracy, and you saw some results, and you believe that that's what we actually talk about in here. But that's information that is being presented to you to move you away from what we actually understand about this place. Because I believe when I go out there and I experience the world, I don't believe that I experienced something. I know I did. So this belief stuff that you've been researching on Google, that belief, that's not what we're talking about here. All right, just letting you know.
So like basically the Earth is flat and like I'm being manipulated or whatever.
Have you ever seen curvature with your own eyes and not on TV?
No.
And have you ever felt the Earth in motion?
No.
So you must agree then we all appear to experience a flat stationary Earth, bro. Like flat earthers accept this. And then
the thing is,
many of them go out and do tests, do long range observations. People have even done laser tests that show there is no curve, that like the curve that's claimed to be there, it doesn't appear to be there when we look or when we measure. So
you realize how honest you were in those questions that you were just asked?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I do think like dude, I don't want to call it a conspiracy. I do think this is. Am I allowed to call it a theory?
You can call it
theoretical that you're not
is
moving.
That like,
you think,
is that
you
like,
think that's it? Bro, do you seriously think it's a theory that you're not moving right now?
I mean, I don't know what to call it. I was trying to like put it in a sentence, but like, what do I use?
I would say right now, I accept that I'm definitely not moving, man. I don't have to claim it's a belief, because belief would kind of go hand in hand with not really having any verification, any proof, any solid evidence that you're in motion.
So Spake, hold on, my friend. Let's take this idea, okay, and let's put it into some terms that everybody can understand for everybody listening to the conversation. Okay, let's talk about how these things appeal to your senses.
You can do the rump shaker, huh? The thug shaker. Give me the thug shaker, dude. Shake your ass. Take your hands off it and shake that shit. Pull your shirt up. I know you can shake it. Shake it.
Who the fuck is that, man?
All right, he's muted now.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Guys trying to bring in the rump shaker lyrics. Man, Black Sheep did that years ago. Anyways, so with respect
to at least.
Exactly. Lift the skirt. No, I'm kidding. But with respect to your senses, okay, do any of the things that you've been told, right, appeal to your senses? I.e., are you moving or is the stuff in the sky moving? That's the question.
For me.
Yes. Senses. This is all.
I've never went outside and like looked at that stuff, like looked at the stars, see if I'm moving, or like felt moving. So I don't know, man. I mean, I do like.
All right, so let's put
want to believe this. Like me personally, I do think it's like kind of real. Like the facts that you guys are like giving here, it's like they're really good facts, right? But like it's either the brainwashing or like so like you guys are saying brainwashing, right? By NASA and all that.
Take a big breath. Can you take a big breath? Take a big breath. Calm down.
This is just always how I thought.
It's not a race. It's not a race to get your question out. It's a Sunday. We're all just chilling. So again, I'm going to appeal to your senses and ask you, as Spake was asking you in his questioning, is there anything that you have taken in that tells you that you are moving? Or does yourself? Exactly. So in fact, you would have to sell out yourself to believe that the story that they've been telling you is actually true, don't you think?
I mean, yeah, probably.
Thank you. All Spake was trying to do was get you to understand that you actually have to sell yourself out. You actually have to sell out all of your senses except for the stupid little pictures that they send us saying this is where you are, right? Yet when I go out in real life, IRL, none of my senses tell me that any of the stuff that they are telling us is actually true. So why don't you believe yourself versus what they tell you, my friend?
That's actually like, that's true. I mean,
That's
yeah,
true.
that's right, man. That's right.
Do is take a big breath and realize that there was no boogeyman chasing you, right? You just need to take a big breath and realize that the world is calm, cool, and collected, sitting upon here, chilling.
So I'm supposed to like chill out.
Mm-hmm.
Surely.
Okay.
This is a chill place, bro. Usually.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I agree. So, I'm not sure if I got my question answered about like believing any other. Okay, I don't want to say conspiracies since you guys like you guys think
Bro.
this is reality, which
Bro, can I stop you, man?
it's you guys present a lot of facts here. I'm not like.
See, when it comes
yeah.
to other conspiracies, they're off topic. Like, we do try and stick to flat earth. A lot of servers have been getting shut down when it comes to a lot of stuff that's currently in the media. I'm sure you know what I'm speaking about. But they literally, Discord just delete servers for talking about certain stuff. So we do try and stick to flat earth in here, bro.
Oh, okay. All right,
Just
well,
to keep
thanks.
the place safe, man.
I'll go do some other stuff now. Thanks for like having me on here and answering my questions.
Well, bro, there's a lot of information. If you scroll down below the VC, you'll see it's all alphabetized. Below other information or additional information, you'll see basically an answer to every question there possibly is.
All right, thanks.
Come
Bye
on.
then.
Come back anytime, bro.
Yeah, I will.
Peace out, brother. Anyone else that's in? What about the other guys? He's still here or did he leave? Oh, we've got. Wait a minute. What's that?
The
EMP.
rump shaker is still in the house.
What about Empceptional? Exceptional. I don't know. You've not got any roles. I could unmute you. Exceptional. Are you there? Exceptional. Are you there, my friend? I unmuted you. You can talk if you want. You've got the floor if you want it.
Well, that's
Maybe
too
not.
bad. I'll just take his place then. All I want to do is zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. Just shake it. All I want to do is zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. Just shake it.
Is the guy still going? That's cute.
See if I can get somebody from.
It's Teddy, ready with the 1-2 shaker. Rex and Effect. No, Rex and Effect. That's the name of the group. Rex and Effect, not Black Sheep. Sorry, guys. It was Rex and Effect that did that. Yeah, I did that song for a lip sync when I was in like grade 8.
Hey, there's actually two. Is somebody talking right now? Did I meet somebody?
No.
No, you're good.
Right. There's actually two people in chat. There was one Shamrock Banks Observatory and a Mr. Tummy that both claimed that they personally measured the curvature of the Earth. And I would sure think that maybe you guys could take advantage of that if they would just come in here, and explain that. They said that they did it themselves, and I would hope that they would take this opportunity. I think it would work a lot better on the mic that they could explain it to us on the Discord. I know that that's why this Discord exists, and I think it'd be a great opportunity for Mr. Tummy and Shamrock Banks Observatory to just come in here and explain how they measured the curvature of the Earth, and I think that would be the best bet for them. Anybody disagree?
No, click the link. Come and have a chat. Tell us how you measured the Earth curvature.
Yeah, you're welcome to come in. Be respectful. Don't overtalk other people, and listen.
Yeah, I'm certainly not going to try to steal material from the channel, and they want to talk to me, and I would like them to be in public. Let's all talk in public, and it doesn't even have to be me. I'll let the moderators do what the moderators got to do here. That's what the channel's for.
That one guy is Bob, the science guy. I think the observatory guy. I think
you're right. Yeah, that would make sense, Julius. Yeah.
I just remember maybe that's his it's his alternative account or something.
Right. Yeah. Totally. I understand. And you got a Jacques Berman Webster II came in here. And now you got Jin Zhao Kaiman in here as well with the Cookie Monster logo. I'm kind of an outsider. I'm a lone wolf, so I don't want to get in the way of what the channel does. So you guys continue. I guess Jacques doesn't have. They don't have any roles if there's any moderators in here for Jacques, or I don't know if Jin does. The Kaiman. I don't see any roles on either one of them. Spake, you available?
Yeah, man, just typing.
Hey, EXO brought some people to feast on. Let's go. Bob the science guy.
Where is he?
There's a couple people. Two just came in, but I don't know if that has anything to do with the people I was talking to in chat. They have a big game in chat. I said bring it to the Discord. You got Jacques in here. Is that how you say Jacques Berman Webster II? And Jin Zhao Kaiman is in here. I don't think they have roles yet. Right below Iron Horse on my screen.
Grim's up and checking. If one of you want to jump up there and get checked in, I'll do one of you here.
Oh, right. Bring them all in here, and we can.
We've got Manny as well. Manny's here as well.
Yeah, hold on. Let's pull their
right, Manny, you're unmuted. If you want to speak, the floor is yours, my friend. I'll quickly
what's
check
up?
you in. How you doing, my friend?
I'm good. How about you?
Okay, bro. Okay. So, what brings you here? How did you find the server? Like, were you?
I was invited by a friend already, like a few days ago. I've been here, but I just came into VC to listen, honestly, just to see what's up.
So, do you not plan on speaking? I could just give you the listening pass, and that would be
not much, no.
Well, mate, just give you a listening pass then. You can get in most rooms.
All right, yeah.
Up to you, man. Unless you want to speak at some point.
That's fine.
Cool, bro.
Okay. Just to be clear, according to EXO, our friend, you had some questions initially in typing versus now that you have voice access, it's different.
No. I just said that I've chatted here before quite a bit, but actually,
I don't think he was the. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think that's one of the guys. 3 people came in, but none of them are the ones that were in chat talking a big game. That's what my assumption is, Kiwi.
All good, thanks, man. I appreciate it. But again, guys, and this is what we do here in the 24/7. We try to have a place where people talk a big game outside with their keyboards, and have an audible place for people to come in and put their thoughts towards. So Exo's done a great job. You know, go out there, bring some people through, and put their feet to the fire, and let's hear what they have to say. Sorry, back to you, Spake. Go ahead.
There you go, man. Still, bro. I'm in the middle of typing here as well.
Yeah, and the reason I do that, Kiwi, is because I'm at the beckon of the moderators. I don't necessarily share the same opinions. I'm actually pretty sure we're all pretty different, but I'm kind of an extremist. So the moderators kind of have to wait for an extreme position to kind of allow me to speak anyway. So if people come in, it doesn't mean that I get to talk to them, right? I don't run the server and I'm not a moderator. So I just I got to give them their space. You know, even if I bring somebody in here, it doesn't mean that I'm going to get to, you know, have at it.
But and dude, it's great to get. You know, you're like the Lone Ranger, right? You go out there, you lasso the lost ones that are out there eating the flowers, and they're supposed to be back with the herd running. You know, like, get your ass back here. So you rope them in, bring them back, and expose them. So it's a group collective, man.
Yeah. If you'd want to give me an opportunity, the moderators would have to be okay with allowing me solely to speak, because it has to just work in a one back and forth kind of, you know, back and forth one-on-one kind of deal. Otherwise, I'll just sit out and listen. It's all good. I don't have to speak, obviously. It's, again, the server allows me to be here. I don't allow the server, right? So go ahead. But they're not biting anyway, because you know, once my voice is on here, they change their minds anyway. So whatever. So it's all good.
Yeah, so I I was readjusting myself here. I'll do a quick scan of the room for any unfamiliar names to see maybe if anybody wants the chance to open up their mic and say hello. I see Harry in the chat. I believe you're new with us. Harry? Yeah, don't see any roles associated with you, Harry. Do you have any questions about this realm that we're hanging out on?
Harry and Manny are together or related because the avatar of Manny matches Harry's, I guess, profile occupation right now, or what is it? His occupancy?
Right. I think.
That might be a coincidence. Harry's Spotify, he's listening to the same face that's on Manny's avatar. Could be a coincidence. I don't know.
Wanky dink.
So, Spake, did you want to hit the controls and see if we have any tugging on the line?
Here we go. Harry and who?
Harry and Manny. Seems to be a bit of a connection there, not having meshed through it.
Harry, I'm going to unmute you, bruv. 1 sec. Actually, unmuted, Harry, if you want to talk. The floor's yours. You're muted at your end, though. You need to unmute your own mic, personally, or I'll just mute you back up. It's up to you. Harry, you want to speak, bruv? Right. Who's the other guy? Kiwi, bro? Jinzu Kaiman as well.
Yeah, there's a... Well, okay, let's tie up that one. So there's Manny, M-A-N-I.
Yeah, I tried them. I gave them a listening pass.
And then actually Jacques.
Jinzu Kaiman, I just unmuted you if you want to speak. The floor's yours. How you doing, bruv?
Good. How are you?
Cool, man. Cool. So how did you find the server? Like, how did you find us?
I was just wondering, going through like a lot of different ideas and possibilities.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, but how did you physically get the link for the server, like initially? How did you find us?
Yeah, I was searching through I found it on YouTube somewhere, I remember, some time ago, and I had it saved, so...
Were you actually looking for Flat Earth Discord or Flat Earth, or what was...
I was looking for a lot of different Discords, like Globe Earth, Flat Earth, and to see a lot of different views.
So, I mean, have you came to any kind of conclusions? Have you found any interesting information that's made you keep in the topic? Has something kept your your mind hunting for info? Is there anything specific?
Yeah, I'm not sure where to lean on yet.
I see in your information you've got Globe Earth Skeptic. Is there anything that's made you doubt the globe?
Yeah, with the school, I feel like there's a lot of indoctrination happening, so
Of course.
It feels a little sketchy.
Yeah. I mean, when you think of flat Earth, what comes to your mind? Is it like the sort of disc frisbee type idea, like what's going around the internet, Facebook and stuff? Is that what you visualize when you think of flat Earth, like a disc?
I'm not too sure right now. I'm trying to find if there's like any possible modules.
Well, it's just the reason I asked that is because there's a group of people. They're called the Flat Earth Society, which we would have asked you in check-in. Like, have you heard of these people?
I have not. I don't use Facebook.
Right, no, well, I mean, if you Google Flat Earth, that's literally the first thing you'll come up with is flatearthsociety.org. They say really insane stuff, like Australia doesn't exist. They say they've got members all around the globe. They say there's no gravity, because when you drop something, basically the ground accelerates upwards to meet the object that's dropped. So we don't think any of these things, but basically, as far as we see it, we think these people are, as far as we see them, controlled opposition, disinformation. Basically, they're there. So, like a genuine person who wants to look up some flat Earth stuff because they've seen it in the media or whatever, they go there, they find out some really batshit crazy stuff. It puts most people off doing any further research. So that would be the reason for them existing, I think.
Oh, interesting.
Cool. Now, bro, before I give you a roll, there is quite strict. We are strict when it comes to personal attacks. You don't sound like a troll, like straight off the bat, but any kind of personal attacks for like race, religion, people's sexuality, any of that shit will get you banned pretty quick, bro. Cool.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Cool, man. Right, man. I'll give you VC Verify. You're able to access the voice rooms in the future.
All right. Thank you.
Cool, man. We usually check people in a different room, just basically do a quick troll check on them, make sure they're not going to scream the N-word or shit like that.
Okay.
Cool, man. But that's you sorted with a roll, well, and hopefully you'll get some good conversations going, man. There is a vast amount of information. If you scroll down below the VC, beyond additional information, everything's alphabetized, so anything we've got an answer for basically will be in the server.
Oh, nice.
Cool, man. That's you sorted, bruv. Is there anybody else? Did you come in with anyone else? Is there anybody that like you came with, or did you just come yourself?
No, I came by myself. I joined a couple days ago as well,
cool.
Another debate. So.
Cool, man. Yeah, we do have some quite feisty debates sometimes, man. It gets a little bit out of hand. That's why we are quite strict when it comes to moderation. Like, we do try and keep it as civil as we can. We allow people from like 13 years old up the way. Basically, from Discord terms of service, we allow youngsters here, so we do try and keep it as chilled as we can.
Okay. If you want, you can give like the chance for someone else to speak now.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I was just checking you in, bro. That's all. I was just asking you a couple of things, giving you the role.
Right.
Thanks for taking care of that, Spake. Looking at Jacques Berman Webster II. He is available.
If I can find him. Yeah, I've got him.
Jacques Berman Webster II.
Right, Jacques, you're unmuted, brother. You can speak and you've got the floor.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, what's happening, Jack?
How y'all doing?
Yeah, good, man, good. So how did you find the server? Like, were you searching for Discord or Flat Earth? What's the deal? How did you find?
Hey, I've been here for like a couple months, and I hopped on VC like a few days ago and today. And it's pretty interesting. I listened to a couple people debate, and I liked it.
Cool, man. Glad to have you,
plan on doing it.
Wonderful. Yeah. Do you have any questions for us while you're here right now?
I mean, if I have any questions, I will say them. Also, my name isn't Jax, it's Jaquise. That's how you pronounce it.
Jaquise. Oh, I think I heard you speaking the other day, Jaquise. Can we just call you Jack for short? Like, can we just call you Jack?
I mean, I don't mind, bro. Cool, honestly. I don't mind.
Just to ask you, bro, like part of the interview process, basically, we would have asked you in check-in. I mean, have you heard of the Flat Earth Society? Is a group of people?
I mean, society, what you mean? Like society, like a country?
They're literally called the Flat Earth Society. Basically, Trump, Obama, like a lot of the sort of superstar people, like celebrities and stuff, they've mentioned, when they do mention Flat Earth, they seem to mention the Flat Earth Society, which is, as far as we're concerned, they are controlled opposition, if you understand that term. Basically, they're part of the same system, like that tells you live on a globe. They're also trying to influence you to think Flat Earthers are insane. Like, I get it, flat Earth sounds crazy anyway, but these people, they're always LARPing, basically mocking flat Earth and making the entire community look insane. So we're not part of them. We don't think the Earth is a disk.
Yeah.
We don't think the ground is accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared. Like, as far as we're concerned, the Earth's not moving and it has no curve. That's all we're saying, bro. We don't know the shape. We don't know what the land masses, how big they are. Antarctica, the deal with that. Domes, all these things that, I mean, they're all unverifiable, bro. We don't know. That's all we can say.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, you may be right. I mean, you're allowed to believe what you want. Everybody allowed to believe what they want.
Yeah, man. Of course.
And nobody
But,
crazy for nothing. Nobody crazy for nothing.
See, but if you said to us, like, well, like, do you believe in flat Earth? Like, most flat earthers that I know of would try and kind of correct you slightly and say that we don't believe that the Earth is flat. We accept reality. Like, the Earth presents itself with no curvature and no motion. So we accept this. And a lot of people have done their own observations, measurements, using lasers, high-powered cameras and stuff. So, like, we just accept how the Earth presents itself, bro. Flat and stationary.
Yeah.
Cool, man. As I said to the other people, we are quite strict when it comes to moderation and personal attacks and trolling and stuff. So I'll give you VC verified. Take a look.
I'm just here to chill.
welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. No, I'm just telling you before I give you the role, just in case at some point down the line you say, "Oh, nobody told me." Basically, you've been kind of told in here. But as I say, we are quite strict. We try and keep it friendly because we are all youngsters here. So we do try and keep it as civil as possible, man.
I do understand. Yeah.
Cool, brother. I'll give you VC verified, man. Welcome to the server, man. Glad to have you.
Thanks.
Peace, man.
Welcome,
bro. As you got your role, man. You'll be able to access most rooms down in the chill chat. Quite often they're playing movies. It's musical day, so I wouldn't advise going to that, to be honest, like, because they're playing fucking musicals. But usually we're actually having a dystopian movie night. I think it's tomorrow. The Dark City, stuff like The Matrix and stuff will be played, I would think. Book it,
Damn, dystopian. That sounds
if you
cool,
want,
bro.
man, I'll give you a roll for that. So when the new movie does come on, you'll get a ping. It's a popcorn roll. You want that?
What's the roll call again?
Popcorn.
I mean, yeah. I'm
It's up to you,
interested in
man.
that.
Like,
If I'm free, maybe I'll hop in, yeah.
Yeah, man. As soon as a new movie gets played, basically somebody will ping the popcorn roll, so you'll be able to jump down and join in. There you go, man. Actually got the two roles, VC verified and popcorn. On a Friday night, if you want to speak to some of the Flat Earth females, we do hold ladies' night on a Friday where the Flat Earth ladies, they take over the live stream on a Friday night, like 9 p.m. for GMT. I'm not really sure what time it is over in the States and stuff like that. But Friday night anyway, man. Some nice ladies in here, man. So you're able to, even though it's ladies' night, you can join in the discussion, ask the ladies some questions if you've got them.
All right, damn.
Sweet.
That's chill.
I love it. Yeah, this is dope. Getting the opportunity to check in with everybody and actually get some roles associated with them while they, and this is the power of the community, taking 5 minutes, open up your microphone, have a conversation with somebody like Spade, and who is a mod, and actually get some roles associated with yourself so you can identify yourself here in the community and start to build a little something for yourself, a place of understanding. Because again, we do like to build a calm, cool, collected community of individuals who like to hang out and observe.
Yeah, man.
Back to you, Spade.
Yeah, bro. As calm as possible. At least I know it does kind of get out of control, Kiwi, sometimes, bro, but we need to keep on it and just try and make sure. For the youngsters, man, we need to be careful, bro.
Mm-hmm. Tell me about it, brother.
And anyone that's listening that I just checked in, if you want a globe Earth or a flat Earth role, any role associated with the Earth, you need to go through a little bit of a test just to make sure you understand the model. So if you do decide that you want the globe Earth role, if you don't want to listen in for a while and make your own mind up first, I would advise that. Don't just jump onto having a globe Earth role and then you kind of stand out as a globe Earther when you don't really know the model. So that's why we kind of make sure people understand what they're accepting when they do take an Earth role. Cool.
Hopping down to the close to the bottom of the list, I'm looking at Snick the Glastra.
Yeah, I tried to unmute them, but they never spoke, bro.
Okay. Thank you for doing that. Appreciate it. Well, I hope everybody.
Chicken's the best room, bro. All the years I've been here, all the different rooms and the different kind of conversations, I think chicken's the best, just because it's new people, completely brand new perspective on stuff. Well, obviously, you get a lot of trolling, but that kind of comes with the territory.
Agreed. Gives you an opportunity to see what that person's thinking when they're starting the journey within, if you will.
I think it's actually quite good to catch a troll, because usually when you catch them, you kind of put them on the spot. Like sometimes they're a bit embarrassed that they've been so silly, and then they end up becoming like a respectful member of the society. I was going to say the team and the server sort of rooms. Like they don't want to take the piss again because they embarrassed themselves the first time. I think it's usually better to catch them.
And
Plus
that's
you get a good laugh. It's enjoyable as well, bro. Voice changers and shit like that, sock accounts. Like, it's amazing, like some of the fucking shit that's happened over the years.
So I enjoy looking through this list, and I call it role hunting. Right? I go looking for somebody with no roles associated with their name, and I'm like, hey, and get a chance to actively check them in. Like this guy, Helio Skeptic. I clicked on this guy's name, and holy crap, he's a moderator too.
Helio.
Helio's in the building. What's up, Helio?
Here. I think he's here.
He's here.
In here, what's up?
What's going on, man? How are you?
Good. Yeah. I just came from another Discord server where it was woo.
Yeah.
Shit.
It can get a little crazy out there, huh?
We try to have a open, honest dialogue here where we try to keep, even though emotions can get high.
Mm-hmm.
But
get high.
Who get high? Who am I talking to? I was typing something. Just now noticed that somebody's trying to talk to me. Who am I talking to?
Oh wait, it's Spake and Kiwi, dude. We're just hanging out, man.
Yeah, sure.
Medication time.
But yeah, with respects to the just keeping the place cool, calm, and collected, it's you go to other communities and it can get a little crazy out there. And this is why I love this so much, is that we just hang out and stay calm no matter what the battle is outside. We stay calm, cool, and collected.
Well, we're here to promote information about. It's like if you're curious about flat Earth, this is the best place on Earth to talk about Earth. So all you have to do, if you're curious about why people think the Earth is flat, click the link. It's in the title. It's in the description. In the live chat that I bought frequently, that link is there. So if you're really curious, if you want to talk to us, it's not hard to find us. That's what I'm saying.
Oh man, I was in that 24/7 Tartaria Discord yesterday, I think it was. Like, fucking hell, it was like me against 5 Cobras. I was getting ping, ping, ping constantly on it.
That's where I just came from, Spake. Holy shit. It was... And
I've not got a clue, man. That dude, what's his name? Fucking... no, Trillian. No, the Glober dude. No, Trillian. It's kind of similar to that.
Wait, we shouldn't bring that up on the live stream, but yeah,
it was fucking hilarious, man. The bullshit that he was coming out with, bro. I was back and forth with him for like 3 hours.
They're just like, hey, whatever. They're all like, hey, whatever, man, whatever. It's like, oh, whatever is not whatever.
There you go. Jeffrey, that was his name. I just posted it in live stream voice text. He just told me that the scientific method is a lie. He said, what is science? And I said, science is a method of establishing cause and effect relationships through experimentation, following strict methodology, not shaped. That would be geometry. And he said, that's a lie. Fucking insanity.
So I was there for over an hour before I came in here now, and it's just like, bro, no, that's not the way you do it. If you want people to actually understand what we're about, not that way. So whatever. You guys can argue and yell at each other. You know, it's all good.
Yeah, and that's the big thing is, you know, from a newbie's perspective, somebody who's new to the scene, who's looking to ask questions and figure things out, it gets hard to walk into one conversation where people are talking about it versus walking into a place where you can actually just ask questions and get honest answers.
The sad part when I was in there is that the people that were yelling were flat earthers. It's like, y'all motherfuckers need to grow up. You know.
Oh shit.
I actually, I actually was guilty of it at a certain point. I was like, God, this is so stupid. People actually, it's a weird server. I was tripping. I was like, God dang. I don't want to be there that way. It's like, don't. I mean, I guess it's kind of a challenge for your psyche, for your spirit, and all that kind of stuff.
That's exactly it, right? And I think Helio, exactly what you're speaking to, and is the issue is that when we venture outside of home, right, outside of where we know it to be, you know, our place of reasoning, there's going to be attackers. There's going to be people who don't see it the way that we do. So then it becomes a question of how do we interact with those individuals? Because again, we have to realize that we put ourselves there, right? We chose to put on our coat and go for a walk out on the streets and realize that not everybody sees it the same way. So from a standpoint of like the actual truth and what's behind it, that's one thing. But putting yourself out into, you know, into harm's way, if you will, of the chance to be beaten off of that place that you've gotten to, I think is where those folk can get at you in those communities.
That's cool.
Right.
But I had a good time, and Black Float was in there too. You know, there was several people from the server that jumped in every once in a while. So good. But
I walked in.
Live stream. Yeah, you jumped. No, what was
I jumped in. I saw your conversation. And I was witnessing your conversation between you and one of the Globers. And I'm not going to, of
Well, it
course,
wasn't
name
just Globers, even flat earthers in there making asses of themselves, which I often do. So, you know, I'm not. I'm not. You guys already know I'm an ass, but whatever.
But it's it then becomes a question of like, you know, personalities and how we attempt to talk about what we observe and whatnot.
A strange experience.
Exactly. And if you're not aware of it,
it's Ricky 1973's fault. He was like, "Are you in here?" And I went to that server, and he's like, I clicked on the link, and I was like, "No, I think I'm banned." And it's like, I'll fix it. And then I went in there, and I'm like, "What the fuck is going on here?" But anyway, that's not for the live stream. Flat Earth. through a whole experience there in that server for like 2 hours. It's pretty weird. So I see there's 27 people in the live stream. Why is nobody talking besides me?
Yeah, I actually had a question for you guys.
Awesome.
In school, we're taught that continents drift. Do you think that's real?
Continental drift. That's. Are you talking about like the idea of Pangea?
The idea of them like moving. So like a lot of years ago, they were in a completely different position.
So you've never heard of the word Pangea? Or
He doesn't know what Pangea is. Why don't you explain to him, Hideo?
I can't explain the entire thing, but I can go through. If you know it better than I do, why don't you explain it to him?
Pangea means all the continents were in one piece. You had Earth on one side, you had the water on the other side of this sphere globe. This is Pangea, as it's taught in education. So the idea is that all these because of earthquakes and whatnot, all these continents broke off and they spread it out, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Equally, so they're all kind of like spread out, and there's oceans in between each one. So that is related to continental drift. Does it happen? I don't know. I can't confirm it myself. I don't believe it. I don't believe it's a thing. I don't speak for everybody in here.
Yeah,
when we talk about this stuff, we can confirm and we can check for ourselves. We can't confirm that.
I don't think it is either, but obviously this guy didn't know what it was called. What's your name again?
You can call me Jin.
Jin? I can't. I'm not looking through the list. I want to address you correctly. G?
Yeah, Jinzu Kaiman. He's
Alright,
the cookie
cool.
monster.
So you are familiar with the idea of continental drift and the idea of Pangea over millions of years, and we were taught this when we were in high school and all this stuff. There's no physical evidence for it. It's just an idea to explain some aspects of geology. Is you asked us, and we answered it. What do you think about that? Yeah, we're all familiar with it. Are you going to ask us why we think that's either plausible or wrong?
Yeah. Why do you think that's like not real?
Like I said, we can't confirm it, right? Can you confirm that the continents are moving?
No.
The only way you can confirm that. So what you're doing, you're trusting this authority that knows, supposed to know science education. But see, real science doesn't take trust. Real science is demonstrable, repeatable, observable. So you should be able to do it yourself. If you can't do that, then you have what's called appeal to authority, right? Understand?
Yeah.
Because you're trusting other people to tell you what's happening. So that's why I say I can't confirm it. That's why I don't believe it, because I can't confirm it. That makes sense, right?
And if it was true or wasn't true, with this continental drift idea, if it was true, what would that mean to you? What would it explain as far as history of Earth? and creation and humanity. Would that, like, does it prove anything about evolution theory or anything like that?
I feel like if it's real, then that means that other things could be real, even if we don't have like evidence for it. Maybe.
If that's real, what other things could be real?
I don't know. Maybe like on a larger scale, that the Earth might be a globe.
Dude, this guy's got a good starting point.
Hang on,
He's got a good starting point because go ahead.
How does continental drift have anything to do with a globe?
No, I mean, like, if they are like correct about continental drift, they might be correct about other things as well.
Such as?
Hang on, wait. Okay, can you confirm that there's continental drift? How would you do that?
I cannot.
How? So we're intelligent, right? Science is something that can be proven, right? Correct?
Yes.
I mean, if there's evidence, if there's a proof, then it can be confirmed. So how do we confirm that the continents are drifting?
We cannot. I don't think so.
Right, so that's kind of where I am. If you want to study that science, quote unquote, you can do that and come back and let us know, right? But back to my other point, what does that have anything to do with a globe or a flat Earth? I mean, can't the continents drift on a flat Earth the same?
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't mean that it's a globe because the continents are drifting. Either way, right? I'll admit that I don't know that it's happening. I'll say that. But I don't know that it's not happening.
So would you start, with the continental drift idea, would you start with the Earth being a globe as a result of the Big Bang, or, certain parts of the Big Bang, the moon crashing into the Earth? And is this a part of your reality, or where did you come up with this question? I'm curious about why you're bringing up continental drift.
I was just thinking about it because it felt kind of weird as a concept.
It is weird as a concept.
It is weird. I'll tell you what. If you believe in gravity, right? Stuff sticks together, right? That's true. If the continents are breaking apart, how is that even possible? Wouldn't they come together? Wouldn't it all be together like one big piece of mass? How would they break apart if there's gravity? It's doing opposite of what it should do, right?
Yeah. Like if as they believe gravity is real, they would like pull each other and they'd be connected.
Right. And they would kind of be like water on one side and then the mass on the other side. I think that's what makes more sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead, Helio. I wasn't cutting you off. I was trying to.
No, dude. I only say these things to trigger conversation. You guys freaking roll with it.
Helio was asking, "Do you believe in the Big Bang made the Earth?"
That I don't think it matters if I believe in it because we cannot confirm it.
But it does actually matter if you believe in it, doesn't it?
Well, let's go back. We talked about gravity, right? If there's gravity, right? Massive, like they talk about black holes can suck in light and stuff, and all the mass is going to get sucked into a black hole. And if all these masses attracted the masses, then gravity will bring all the masses together, right? So if you have like this singularity, all that mass together in that initial beginning of this universe, all that gravity would make some kind of a black hole situation. How would it even expand and explode in the first place? If there's gravity to begin with. How would you have a Big Bang expansion if there's gravity? Wouldn't all the mass just cling together like in a black hole? Have you thought about that?
I have not.
I mean, if one black hole can suck in light, if it's that much, if that's that strong, right? The gravity is that strong. Then consider all the universe in one little clump, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking now. That if it's true, then it should all be like together.
How would it even, And then not only that, but they'll tell you the universe is still expanding. So where's the gravity?
Did universe give birth to humanity? Consciousness? I mean, think back to when your mother gave birth to you. Another human.
Wait, I want to touch back on like if the universe is expanding still, wouldn't that like go against what they believe about matter not being able to be destroyed or made?
Well, sure. Yeah. Well, not necessarily, in their opinion, not necessarily the way they describe it, because it's expanding from the Big Bang, So, but it does definitely violate that natural law. Yes, matter cannot be created or destroyed. You're exactly right about that. Yes. As far as the expanding universe, they claim that it's coming from the same substance. Yeah, you're exactly right, man. That's good intuition right there. That's good stuff. But as far as proving their Big Bang theory, that's like a lot of people that are like either Christian or any spiritual people. It's like in the Bible it says, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, and the earth was out for him. It's just, it was word. Boom. God said, let there be. And it happened. It's not the Big Bang, but it's creation of our reality. How can you know anything that exists without what we experience? We have a lot of stuff to figure out beyond that, but their creation story is that everything came from nothing. Our creation story is everything came from
something or someone.
Something, yeah.
Like coming from nothing makes no sense to me.
Okay, me either. So.
Yeah, sorry.
As far as any religion about it, I mean, you can figure that shit out for yourself. But
somebody was talking. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm kind of new here. I have a you would say basic question, but what's like at the edge? Say.
Edge of what?
Of the Earth, if it's flat.
We don't know. We don't know there's an edge, right? It could go on indefinitely.
But wouldn't that mean you just could go on and on and on?
Hey, where do you think that?
That's right.
Where do you think that we think the Earth is?
I'm sorry, I don't really understand the wording of that question.
Where do you think that we think Earth is? Did I make
the solar system? I suppose.
Okay, well, we don't think that. Earth is the only place that exists, so it's nowhere and everywhere at the same time. So.
Well, then how would you explain like the sun or the moon?
This is how I explain it. Okay, so flat Earth isn't the acceptance of the heliocentric model, with exception to Earth being flat. The entire heliocentric model is justifiably disregarded. Now, if others want to go into the reasons why it's justifiably disregarded, they may. but that might give you an indication that it's two separate cosmologies. It's not replacing globe Earth with a flat disk or another shaped object.
Okay, I see.
But you also have to realize that we aren't allowed to go to certain places, so nobody could ever make a claim of the size of anything because you're not even allowed to go there. You see what I'm saying?
And why is that? Why aren't we allowed to go there?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's my point, is that you've never been there, right? And do you know anybody who's ever been outside of the known existence of these continents that we're allowed to go on? There's rules that I can't even go to Canada unless I have all my, paperwork in line and have a passport and I have a good record, let alone going to Arctic regions of the farthest, parts of known existence that, again, nobody can even tell us about these places. It's a lot of top secret area, a lot of military installations, a lot of off limits to the world's governments. You might hear of something called an Antarctic Treaty. So they've made a treaty decades ago, not allowing anybody to go there. So there is no knowledge of how large existence is. It's much, much bigger than anything we could understand. There is no measuring existence.
But let's say, for example, you just took a boat and just started going forward from like a certain point. If you would like circle back to the same point at some like point after you started the journey, would it like that disagree with the whole flat Earth theorem? Let's say.
Well, yeah. If we lived in a cartoon, it would disagree with reality. Would be my claim. Yeah, we can't do that. There's no such thing as anybody going in a straight line ever to end up where they are. It's never been done. It can't be done. You can go try it, and then you can make a claim. But until you try it, you can't. And that's why there is no claim. Not even an aircraft cannot do it, let alone you in a boat. So good luck.
Okay, I think I'm done with my questions.
Have you seen, sir, have you seen the flat Earth concept where the North Pole is in the center? And the flat plane is the continents are all around circle. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I think I have.
If you look at in the Discord, the 24 live stream has a picture of a flat Earth concept, right? And if you look at it, they have all the continents in the center, then surrounded by oceans, and then there's a local sun and moon, right?
Okay.
Do you see it? Can you look at it?
Yeah.
Okay, so millions of people circumnavigate the world on this concept, going west to east or east to west, right? You can jump down to all the continents. Your compass will keep north. As the compass keeps north, you can just go around the whole world, basically. You can visit all the continents and come back to where you started. You'd be making a mild arc, right? Make sense?
Yeah.
Now,
by seeing that,
hang on.
Yeah, okay.
Hang on. So we can do that, right? And millions of people have done that every day, right? But nobody has circumnavigated the world going north to south to north, right? And in this concept, and I'm going to say concept because I can't say that it's a true map of where we live because I haven't confirmed it myself. But if you were to go basically south, you end up at the southern ice ring, which is Antarctica, which in this case is surrounding all the ocean, right?
Okay. Yeah. Now I have another question.
So that's where the globe model fails because nobody's went that way and somehow come around the other side of the Earth.
Okay. Yeah, by seeing that,
that's my point.
Like photo though, how would you explain like solar and lunar eclipses?
Oof! Oh boy. Well, that's an eclipse in the sky, right? We don't live in the sky, so an eclipse in the sky has nothing to do with the Earth. They've lied to a lot of people and told you it does, but I don't have to explain it because that's not on Earth. That's in the sky. Things in the sky do not dictate what Earth is anyway, so I don't have to explain it.
Okay.
If somebody makes a claim, though, if somebody tells you, oh, the eclipse happens because this, and that, well, then they are the ones that have to explain it, which is, of course, men like to lie, and then they'll just, paint themselves in a corner. But men do not understand eclipses. They are actually heavenly bodies. They are beyond our understanding. And the predictions are based on a serocycle. And those people never knew about outer space balls, right? The people that invented the serocycle and to find out when we can do all these predictions, all of those people just realized they lived on Earth in reality. Nobody knew about balls in outer space back then. So it already depends on not experiencing this outer space cartoon religion. Yeah.
Adding on to that, what do you think are stars?
Well, I would say that a lot of people here would probably claim they're lights, and there's some extracurricular, maybe biblical information, but that's not what this server's about, right? So they're not going to let me tell you my personal opinion, right? It's not about the EXO's opinion, but they are lights that we can see. I think that we'd agree on that. I think you would agree that they are lights in the sky, right? We can see their light, but what they are made of, if a man tells you they know what a star is made out of, they are lying, or they are extremely deceived or suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. No man has any clue of what a star is made out of. That's a fact.
Yo,
player.
Hey, what's up? I got a question, man. I've been holding on to this, but I've been listening, and I guess I gotta do like slightly with celestial bodies. How old y'all think like the universe is, like Earth as well, and how do you think that relates to like humans? How old they are?
Why is that important to you? Seriously, why is that important?
I mean, Fraud, let me, Jack. How do I say your name? Jacques? How do I say it again, sir?
You pronounce it Jacques, bro.
Jacques is good. Go ahead, Fraud. I'll wait.
I'm just curious. I want to know, why is that important to you?
I mean, why is the Earth shape important? I mean, they're like equally important.
Well, first of all, hold on. First of all, you came here to find out the information about the Earth being flat. And then you're going to ask, why is it important? Why is it important to you for you to come here and ask that question?
I think both.
They don't believe in the universe. They don't believe in the universe. So it's
there is a universe. It's just not how we don't see it.
They already said that the Earth is everything. That's it. That's all that there is. There's nothing beyond Earth.
That's not true. I gotta interrupt. That's not true at all. That was one claim from one person.
Are you guys high or something? Are you guys smoking weed right now or something? You guys sound really, really nuts.
Man, not right now.
Exactly. So this is what we do.
I'm sober.
We deal with people who come here inebriated and cannot think properly, have no critical thinking part of the brain engaged. You just basically parrot what you've been told by everybody else. Every other man that came before you, you believe what this guy says. But you probably have a best friend.
I'm a critical thinker. I don't believe in a globe Earth or a flat one.
Oh, so that makes you a critical thinker. So what evidence do you have for to eliminate both of those? What evidence do you have?
The thing is, I agree with the homie that was saying that no man know what a star is made out of, and if a man tell you that they know what a star is made out of, I believe that same thing about the Earth.
Okay, now when it comes to the flat Earth, we have given people information that you can go and figure it out for yourself. So you can measure the Earth to find out that it's flat. This is something you can demonstrate for yourself if you go outside.
Mad about this.
But it's annoying.
Angry.
Wait, how could you measure the
What you mean measure? Yeah, I want to know.
How old the universe?
I feel like you need to get a little less angry if you're gonna just.
But think about it.
It's all right, man.
Why are you mad?
That question. How old is the universe? How the hell are we supposed to know that? For real? How are we supposed to know that?
Man.
I mean, think about it. How are we supposed to know that?
How are we supposed to know anything, man?
Why would you believe me if I told you?
Asked what you thought. He didn't ask what you. He just asked what you thought. Why you gotta be so angry about it?
It's silly.
Okay, slow down.
We're talking about the Earth. We're talking about the Earth. Hold on. We're talking about the Earth. We're not talking about space. So stop doing that.
People like you is why people don't want to believe in flat Earth.
Who cares? Who cares? Because we want people that believe. We want people that focus on the Earth, not outer space.
You care.
I don't. I'm annoyed by people like y'all. that come in here talking about space. We're talking about the Earth.
Nigga, I haven't said shit about space. What you talking about?
Well, I'm not talking to you in the first place. You interrupted. I was talking to the other guy.
Nigga, suck my dick.
Bye-bye, crybaby. The other guy.
What's up? Nah, you ain't know.
Suck my dick, you faggot ass nigga.
We talk about the Earth. We don't talk about. We don't talk about space. We talk about the Earth. That's what we focus on. So when you come here, have questions that concern the Earth, not space, not in the sky.
That nigga mad as hell because he don't got no
space in relation to the Earth, bruh.
Talk about fucking
but you don't need to talk. You don't need to talk like that, mate.
He get angry because people got fucking opinions and shit. Fuck that nigga, bro.
Yeah. Man, that's W.
Let's just do one at a time. Just one versus one. No, we just do 1v1, please.
Soft ass, lethargic ass, weed smoking, high weed drug addicts. We don't need that kind of people in here. We don't need you. Seriously, go do your drugs somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? We need people to hear that think for themselves. Go do that stuff somewhere else, man. Ridiculous.
Shut the fuck up,
man. What we gotta do with this, bro? Hey, this is a place to talk about the Earth, man, not weed.
I'ma still be in here. I ain't going nowhere. Shut the fucking mouth. You mad as shit.
I get out when I want to, buddy.
You on here mad as hell. You don't got nothing else to do but just be angry, nigga.
It's not about mad. It's annoyed. It's you guys ask some silly ass questions, man. It's ridiculous.
Nigga, I didn't even ask a question. I was just telling you to chill out. You ain't have to be so
angry. Giving some silly answers, man.
I was just telling you you ain't had to be so angry. That's all I was just trying to tell you, and you just got more angry.
You interrupted. I was talking to somebody else, and then you feel like you gotta talk. You know what I'm saying? Why you feel like you gotta talk, man?
All right, let's just back it up. Let's just back it up.
This is an open forum. People come in here and people talk.
But
what you mean?
Talking to the other guy, not you.
Like, what are you saying? I have permission to talk in here. Like,
we gotta get it back, guys.
I can unmute my mic whenever I want to and decide to talk. Like,
you can do that. Let's just try to keep it on topic. I know some people get upset about other people, and that's fine. But let's just keep it on whatever topic you guys want to talk about. It's all good.
Good grief, man.
So
try to focus.
Anybody has any questions or?
Yeah,
Ridiculous.
fraud. Focusing on the Earth. You said we can measure the Earth, but I think Helio said that it's indefinite. So
who said that?
Yeah, I think Helio said it. That
Helioskeptic said it's everything and anything. He just made a broad statement. He didn't make anything finite. He just made a broad statement. It's fine.
I heard somebody say you can measure the Earth too. I don't know.
All right, so your question should be, how do I do that? You understand? So you have to follow the information. If I say you can measure it, your next question will be like, oh, wow, well, how can you do that? And then I would follow up with like, well, this is how you do it. You see, it progresses.
Yeah, but how can I believe that everything you say?
If you can do it for yourself, dude, come on, man.
Yeah, how I do it for myself.
Okay. All right, so you would go outside, right? And you would, if you live near a body of water, right? So basically, there's the equation 8 inches per mile squared, right? So for every mile, the Earth has got to curve a certain degree, right? Because it's supposed to be a ball. So what happens is when we go outside to measure this, either by observation, by visual observation, or you use a laser, perhaps you could use a laser, and you would measure the length, right? So if something's supposed to be at a certain distance and it's supposed to be behind the curve.
What are you asking about? About measure? Measure what?
We're trying to measure the Earth. We're trying to explain to him how you can measure it for yourself.
What was the question?
Measuring the
can
Earth.
you use centimeters and
bro, I got a question. What exactly is 8 inches per mile squared? I don't understand.
Okay,
like
good.
kilometers. Can you
Can somebody post that in live stream?
It's a rate of drop based on the radius.
But they need to see the
3959 miles, 3,150 miles. Then you do a rate of drop per square inch. So you do 8 inches per mile square.
Pretty much.
So it's like a calculation, like an approximation of the Earth's drop.
It's an equation that's meant to figure out the Earth's curvature. But like you can't if you go to actually put it into practice, it won't work.
Oh my gosh! See, this
is just an approximation.
Oh my gosh!
Like if you pretty much if you try to find the Earth's curvature, it's not there. You know what I mean? Either by trying to measure yourself or by trying to look. You know, you're not gonna really find it.
He's asking how. Yeah, once you go to try to find it, and he's asking how you try to find it. So you can use lasers. Also communication system like radio.
Have you guys personally done that?
long distance observations.
By lasers, they mean like an auto level.
Telescope.
Like how an auto level uses lasers to see if the ground is level.
And you can use either binoculars, telescope, or laser, right, to figure this out. It's not difficult. So this
But you do agree that if there's a certain perimeters, certain dimensions, it has to be there in order to be real, right? It has to be there. Like the drop rate, it has to be there for it to be what it's claimed to be.
I don't really think that using a laser level would do anything.
No, it's not gonna do.
You know why a laser level wouldn't do anything to prove anything about a globe? Because it's flat. That's why. When you use a laser level,
no, I just don't think it would cover that much distance.
All right, because it's locally flat. How many flat spots can you measure on Earth before it's a globe? To make the Earth become a globe, how many flat spots does it take?
I don't bloody know. I haven't done it.
Okay, but there are people that have, and all the surveyors are measuring flat everywhere they go. So how many measured flat spots does it take to make this globe that you speak of?
I mean, technically, even if you would take a few kilometers, it would still be flat because
we understand trigonometry. Yes, we measure triangles, right? Boom, easy. Flat spots. How many flat spots does it take to make a globe? 0. The number is 0. 0 flat spots make a globe.
So,
do you understand that?
I don't know. If you accept the information that has been provided, then the Earth is flat. Do you understand that?
He's saying that lasers are not good enough, right? Lasers are not good enough. There's also infrared observations that you can see way further than the claimed
distance
radius, right? There's also communication radio towers, right? And you can connect from point A to point B, direct two-way communication for thousands of miles, 3,000, 10,000 miles, tower to tower. So on a globe, the tower will be at the other side of the sphere, but in a level plane, horizontal plane, the tower is parallel, horizontal to the other tower, and that's why they can communicate.
Was it T-Wad that was asking the questions and stuff?
I just said something about I don't know who it was, but I just said something about the radio towers. And,
all right, well, whoever asked the question about measuring the Earth or whatever, I just want to say I used to do construction a little bit. Like when I was in another state for a little while, and I was doing construction for a few months or whatever. And when you do construction, I was doing concrete mainly. You know what I mean? So pretty much clearing out areas, making the area level. You know what I mean? Making it all flat and level, and pouring the concrete and making sure the concrete was level, and you know what I mean, brushing it out and everything like that. And when I was doing that is when I kind of started to really think about okay, you got a level, right? and you can't find level on a curved surface. Like, it's impossible. Like, if you took like a cylinder and took a level and put it on there sideways, you wouldn't be able to find a flat area on it. It's going to be curved. It's not going to be level. In order for something to be level, it has to be flat. And then
if it's flat,
I think
500 yards, if it's flat, 1,000 yards.
Let me finish. Why, and we got all these buildings, and we got all this shit, all built, all these streets, all that shit was leveled out. All of it. Every single thing. Every single thing was leveled out. So you telling me we got all this flat, leveled shit on a curved surface?
Yeah.
I mean, like I said before, I don't believe in neither or, like flat Earth or round Earth or none of that, just because I haven't gone and seen it myself like I like the star shit, you know. But there's more than a few things to make me believe that I don't live on a globe or a fucking sphere or whatever they want to call it, you know.
A level, I think, just like measures the surface it is on. If you had like a gigantic level, like the size of the Earth, it might have not been level, because a level is just measuring.
Yeah, but did you hear what I said about the buildings and the streets and everything else?
Yeah, you just
not just one level on one singular surface.
If you had like a gigantic, like Earth-sized level.
But that's why the equation 8 inches per mile squared is your foundation. Do you understand? Because you don't have a giant level, that's what you have to use.
Yeah,
so
you have. Yeah.
How do we know that's correct?
Okay, hold on a minute.
Because, all right, here's the thing. Hold on.
That's what you believe in. You believe in. Oh, sorry.
The globe theology presented that equation. Do you understand? So this was given to you by the people you believe.
Yeah.
So therefore, if you don't believe the people that gave it to you, then you don't believe in the globe. Simple.
Then why do you believe them?
I don't believe them.
Then why are you using that equation that they produced?
Because I don't have to use that equation. I can just look. I can just do an observation and understand. Oh, wait a minute! I see something that I shouldn't be there, given that the Earth should be curving. So obviously, if I can at a certain distance that should not be there, the Earth isn't curved. Simple. Why are you making this difficult? It's not that hard.
Yeah, but can't your eyes deceive you? Like,
hold on. He's using their formula, applying their formula, right, in real life, and it's not there. And therefore, if you apply their formula and you realize it's not there, that's called a test. It fails the test. You go back to what is normal, quote, so to speak, which is what we observe being flat. That's the alternative at this point, my friend.
Yeah.
Can I point something out real quick?
Your eyes actually can deceive you at some point, but logic and reasoning in your soul, in your mind, in your spirit, that's something you have to devise for yourself. So anyway, continue.
If we see curvature, can we say our eyes deceive us then, or is it our eyes are only deceiving us when it goes against our religious beliefs?
Curvature. What curvature?
Wait,
what curvature?
Well, Haley, I just want to ask a question. Should I just claim my eyes aren't working when it contradicts my religious belief? Then all of a sudden they'll say, no, my eyes aren't working. But if it agrees with my religious belief, then I'll say, okay, now my eyes are working. Right? Is that how it works?
No, that's not what I'm saying. But like, if you just have done the like equation once and you found out to be wrong, and you've only done it once, then you could have done it wrong. You need to do it like multiple times at different locations, like different
right, and it's been done right. So it's been done millions of times by the military-industrial complex, and all their weapon systems are based on line of sight for all distances, even 5,000 miles with radar systems. It's been done millions of times, and it only works level or linearly. Yeah, it's too easy.
What I'm failing to understand what you're thinking. Like, do you think that one guy just went out, did it, and then everyone just said, "Oh, it's flat" because one guy did it? What? Do you think that people haven't gone out and done it thousands of times? That's ludicrous. Think about what you're saying, man.
Been done. We don't even have a claim for when Earth curvature starts to be visible ever. Nobody treats the Earth as if it's a ball. 7 billion people admit they don't experience curvature or spin. Just go out and ask anybody. When have you experienced it? Never.
Yeah. Never observed it. Never measured it.
Well, okay, so I'll take an opportunity because, well,
If I have, what would you say about that?
Well, hold on a second. I think that's Lando. Yeah, Lando. I'll take an opportunity because T-Walk is here in the chat and Timbo is here in the chat, and I know they're my friends. And I'm in Ontario, Canada. Now, here's the thing that I know that everybody here in this chat has in common, and that's level. Level. If you look at the counter on your kitchen, right? The countertop itself, it's level. Everybody has a kitchen, hopefully. Everybody has a roof, hopefully. Floor, etc. It all shows level. So my question to you is, and again, this is how we can measure something, is by touching it. You can agree to that. I know you can because
I can agree to that, but I can also add something on it.
Hold on, you're not going to interrupt me on this one. No, you're not going to interrupt me on this one because you have to understand the premise before you can interrupt me, right? Is that everybody touching the surface at the same time, including the stationary things that young Gertie was referring to earlier that are built upon it, all show level. So again, my question to you is, if everything touching the surface shows level all at the same, in fact, time, because I can shout out to Tiwo and Timbo here in the chat right now, who are located down under, i.e. Australia, can put up their hands and say that they observe level. So where does the curve show up?
Yeah, what I will add to that is that the level only measures the surface that it is touching.
But you have to understand that level exists simultaneously in all aspects at the same time. It's like you've got the hand in the cookie jar of level. Everybody's got their hand in the cookie jar of level at the same time. Right?
Do you believe in gravity? Do you believe in gravity?
No, you're not. You're not going to straw man my argument. You're asking of gravity. You can slow down, my friend. Right? Understand that when you are interacting with the surface, you measure a surface to figure out if the dimension is there. 3959 mile claimed radius is not there. And everybody around this place is all showing level. So again, where does the curve show up? Don't bring gravity into this discussion because gravity has no place yet.
No, gravity does have some place.
No, because gravity only affects things in motion. And you're presupposing that the Earth is in motion, right? Just on me asking you to observe level. And level is a stationary thing. It doesn't move. Do you understand that?
A bubble in a level, though. How do you think a bubble in a level works?
Do you understand? You're attempting to cut off my entire observation with you by attempting to ask me to rationalize your gravity. We're not there yet, young.
No, I'm asking you, how do you think a bubble in a level works?
No, we're not there yet.
Wow.
You're still looking at level. Do you understand that everything constructed upon the surface observes level before we go to your question of gravity? Do you understand that?
Yeah, and do you understand that due to the size of the actual Earth, the surface you are...
Listen, you're not going...
You don't cut me off this time. No, you don't cut me off. You don't cut me off. I didn't cut you off. You don't cut me off.
Let me be clear. You're not going to...
Well, let the guy respond. Just let the guy respond, please. Just let him respond. You've been talking.
I want you to understand
let him
that
shoot back.
Due to the scale of the Earth, the surface you are measuring with a level is like too small. It will be flat.
What is the scale? Do you know the scale? You said based on
the
the
scale
scale.
doesn't matter. The scale doesn't matter. I'm just saying it's too small.
I was
That's exactly what we're discussing.
And
the
also,
size of
what I'm asking you is,
size. You said, do you not realize how big the Earth is? Well, that's what we're trying to determine. The claim that they've made about how big it is, but they've given us a specific dimension.
And you're stuck with those dimensions. The dimensions are very specific. The radius is 3,959 miles, and the circumference is what, 24,000, right? Rounded up miles. So you are stuck with those dimensions, and those dimensions can be measured. And when you go and look for those dimensions, there's no way on the earth that you ever find it.
okay, the final thing I want to ask you is, how do you think a level works?
I can tell you, mate. I build houses every day, all day. I use bubble levels, laser levels. What do you want to know?
How do you think a bubble level works?
I use them every day, mate. I know exactly how they work. They work when you put it on level, and that is level.
Yeah, but how do you think the actual bubble moves?
Because it's level.
That's not answering.
The bubble has to sit in the middle if it's level.
Yeah, I know how that works. I'm just asking, how do you think the bubble moves?
How many times have you used a bubble level in your life, mate?
Multiple.
Multiple, like what, 5 or something?
At least 20.
What were you leveling? Your model,
doesn't matter
model ISS or something?
Yeah, that doesn't matter at all to this.
So you're asking us if we know how a bubble level works?
Yeah, I'm not asking how a bubble level.
Well, hang on. Where does you talk about level? Where does it curve outside of NASA picks? Where does it curve?
What? What do you say?
Where is the curve? You're talking about level.
I think a bubble
Where's the curve of the Earth? Where do you see the curve of the Earth?
Basically, what I'm trying to ask you is that the bubble in the bubble level works
it's level
because the air in it is less dense than the liquid. The liquid goes further down because it's more dense, which I'm pretty sure gravity has to do something with that equation. So I'm asking you, do you believe in gravity?
Actually, it doesn't.
Then
wait. You're claiming buoyancy and density, and then you went to gravity. Which one is it? Does the bubble work on buoyancy and density or gravity?
Look, it has to do with gravity.
Just answer it. So now the bubble is
density
gravity
has
and
to do
not
with gravity. To find density, you need gravity. Because you need the mass and the gravitational of said planet. So
density in water is now gravity. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, I don't understand what you're saying. We're talking about a bubble level which has liquid in it. So are we now saying that bubble works with gravity or buoyancy and density?
Buoyancy and density have to do with gravity. That's what I'm saying.
Oh boy.
No, it has.
It has
to do. It has to do with an agreed upon average of fall rate, right? The assumed cause of that does not come into it. It is irrelevant to the equation.
So you're basically disapproving everything that physics explains. You're saying
no.
Physics explains bubble levels, does it?
Theoretical physics.
Did they have bubble levels before physics, or did they have bubble levels after physics? Do you think they've been around before physics or after physics? How long do you think they've had bubble levels?
Look,
it's got nothing to do.
Buoyancy and density has to do with the medium in which they are, nothing to do with the gravity.
theoretical physics deals with the assumed cause of the acceleration rate. But when, as far as practical physics is concerned, it only uses a figure, a number. It does not assume cause.
That's correct. The thing that you're saying is falling down has to do with the medium and the medium it's in and the density of the object, right? So if you drop a pen in the air, the pen will fall down, right? But what if you let go of a helium balloon? It's going to drop on the ground?
Yeah, but you also have to
Hang on, let him answer. Let him answer. If I let go of a helium balloon, is it going to fall on the ground?
Sorry.
I blow smoke from my cigar. Is it going to go? Is it going to go up or down? You still there, gravity guy?
It's
Is he gone?
Yeah, up. It's gonna go up.
Oh, okay. So light stuff on top, heavy stuff on the bottom, right? Has to do with the density of the object and the medium it's in. It's the equal balance. It's an equal balance. There's no downward bias. Ken? You don't need gravity for that.
All right, so when we're talking about bubble levels, we're using it to establish horizontal, correct?
I think I may have left him away.
Horizontal and vertical, yeah.
All right, and vertical
yeah.
for practical purposes. Yeah. So these are horizontal is defined as being flat and level. And in the study of hydrostatics, any pressure at the same distance below the surface of a body of liquid at rest measures the same. You can draw a line between those 2 points, and it'll be a horizontal line, flat and level with the surface.
Big thing to remember with bubble sextants is that as soon as you invoke the idea of a bubble sextant, it presents the idea that you're using the sextant as if you were standing on top of a bubble, so an elevated plane. So you're on an elevated plane using a bubble sextant, then you're able to observe what you need to do. But the idea of a bubble sextant is just an elevated viewing plane for the observer.
Yeah, and the pressure or quote force that he's trying to invoke here is equal along all parts.
Well, again, it's like we went from. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just finishing it off with the word horizontal.
I just want to ask people, like, so when he claims, so he goes buoyancy and density and gravity are in the equation. What's this equation that includes buoyancy, density, and gravity? Have they got one?
The other interesting.
Hang on, the claim is that the Globers claim that gravity is necessary for buoyancy. It's in the equation of buoyancy. I don't know that. You can check it out.
Yeah.
Right. If you take the idea of a level, right, which is a liquid-filled canister with an air bubble inside of it, 2 lines for the markations, so you can figure out which way is which and which way is level. How does quote, gravity impact a closed measuring device like a level? Because a level would be a closed measuring device.
Yeah, gravity's got nothing to do with it because the air is the thing that's doing the bubble. So, what you know, like the bubble goes up because of buoyancy and density. The bubble doesn't go to the bottom because of gravity. It doesn't make any sense.
So that's actually perfect because right there, Timbo, we have a closed measuring device, which would be a level, right? And the only thing that's actually doing the work in that measuring device would be the air itself. The two mediums, we're strictly observing how those two mediums interact with one another within that closed system. Interesting point. Thanks for that, man.
Yeah, the air wants to find its equilibrium. So that glass is actually slightly curved. So slightly, ever so slightly. The level's not curved.
So that was my original point in that entire argument was that, you know, whenever we're going to measure something, we have to obviously pick it up and touch it in, I would say, interact with it so that we can ascertain it. But hey, thanks for the that was awesome. But yeah, everybody seems to show a level.
We have Theophilus. You've been unmuted, Theophilus. Are you there? Is that the guy that you guys were speaking to? No.
No, I didn't have permission to speak, so I was just listening in. Someone unmuted me. Thank you very much.
Now you're welcome to open your mic. Welcome to the Discord. Okay.
Thank you very much. I think I've been a member on this server for quite. Pardon me. You actually caught me at the tail end of a bong hit, so just let me catch my breath here, bro. Really.
Go ahead, man. No problem.
All right.
You were
I've been on this server in and out for a while. It just been a listener and a spectator. I know I'm at least in the spot, the position that I don't think that we can prove either way. But yeah, it's been just interesting listening to you guys chit chat. I'm a carpenter, so I'm working with a level all day, every day, and that was an interesting thought pattern to have to kind of walk out in the relationship to this whole conversation. So appreciate that, but yeah, I can't say that I can't say I've got feedback. I'm just listening.
What? But hold on a minute here. So you're telling me that you have an actual measuring device that you use daily in your walks of life, which is amazing. Well, for the community, and I'm very glad that a blue-collared member of the community join us. So my question to you specifically is, how do you figure that if we had carpenters in every single corner of this realm all showing level, where can you rationalize the curve showing up?
See, that's where I'm like, I recognize your guys' language, how the level has nothing to do with supposed term gravity. You know, it's definitely it's definitely physics of air and water and, you know, and buoyancy. And yeah, for everybody to have the same buoyant effect, whether we're on a flat surface or on a globe, I think both of them have pretty strong explanations why buoyancy works the same there. Yeah, like I said, I'm really stuck. I'm super stuck. You know, and that's the only reason why I'm here listening, because I cannot say I can prove one way or the other. I can say I can go get on my telescope and I can go look at Mars right now, and I can go look at the moon. I know I can actually go look at objects in the sky that most people don't get to just see with their eye. That makes me lean that makes me lean more to that it's possible that that I might be on one of those looking back at one of those.
Did you ever look at down
at the Earth with my telescope?
Yeah, or with that, whatever, maybe some kind of optics or whatever.
Yeah, it just doesn't really do much when you point it at the ground.
Like across the board.
Because if Earth is, because they are saying Earth has the dimensions, it must start to curve at some point because it's sphere, logically.
Yeah, I haven't actually. So I'm in a building downtown, and I'm on the roof of a building, and I haven't tried to actually look sideways with my telescope. That might be kind of interesting. Yeah. But even low 10x,
you get that level of yours. You get that level of yours, establish horizontal with your telescope, and have a look.
Look sideways and see if I can. But that'd be kind of fun. I could play with that.
Not only sideways. For example, it depends of your height elevation, but let's say 1 meter or something like that, you cannot see more than in global Earth model, you cannot see more than something like 3 miles. I'm not saying not the big numbers, but the correct numbers. But when we make observation, you can see more than that, even 10 times more.
Yeah. No, even 10, 50x on my telescope is way, 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 way far away. How do you guys deal with that though? You guys know that all pictures of planets aren't just from NASA. You can take pictures yourself.
I was going to talk to you about that because I heard you were mentioning, I have a telescope and I look up and I see things, right? But would you say that it doesn't matter who says it, right? There's a narrative behind the things that you're seeing. So you are not actually seeing, let's say, a planet with a rocky surface. You're actually just looking at something that looks like a light in the sky, maybe a different color than the other ones, right? But there's nothing you can attribute to
have colors.
No, what I mean is you can't attribute physicality to these things. When you do, it's because the narrative that's backing it is an explanation that you have to give that thing that you're looking at physicality. But you
just because it looks like it's got a rocky surface doesn't mean that it necessarily is.
No. Well, I'm saying the narrative, right? So when you say things about what you look at in the sky, it's usually backed up by what they say, right? Well, the narrative, right? Whatever narrative is about what the Mars is, that's why you say Mars is X, Y, and Z. It's got a nickel iron core, or whatever the case is, right? With the things in the sky, because you're basically just saying, when I look through my telescope,
it's actually, this is weird, bro. It's actually blue. Actually, yesterday it was blue, which is a really weird thing. For some reason, it's kind of blue, and you can see it's changed colors, which is whatever the fuck they are. You got to admit they're kind of strange,
But what I'm saying is to anybody who's looking at the telescope and kind of questioning what they are, you're in the same place everybody is, right? But when there's an actual, when I look through my telescope, I see Mars, and Mars is X, Y, and Z, whatever you might exclaim it is. That's usually the narrative that you're thinking about, whatever they told you, whatever you learned. But in all reality, they don't know those things. There's a story attached to it. There's a robot running around on the surface, and there's people that set foot on the moon. Just different things, right? But
my narrative is very different because I study ancient texts, the Marian texts. I study all ancient sources of where we got the ideas of these planets, that go way before the conversations that we're having now. And because they've been observing and studying the effects of the planets and their work in the Earth for thousands of years. There is a reason why they associate certain metals to certain planets, because there's chemicals that work in the Earth that they started to notice seem to follow the same types of cycles that light in the sky was. It's really weird. Strange occurrences.
You can say that they attribute the things to the sky to things that we know here on Earth, but certain mythological gods and whatever else you can discover from just ancient text, right? But as far as like what we know and what we think that they are two different things. Like people can think they are, whatever it is. But as far as what we can tell, like we can't investigate those things in the sky. We can only have ideas of what we think they could be. And that's what all of people have been doing. They basically say
most of my research has to do with watching nature and plants and why plants have colors, why plants have shapes.
Good. That's good.
It's fucking amazing that the reason why plants have certain colors have to do with essences, and that it could have something to do with these lights. That's kind of amazing.
Well, it's cool because you can study things here on Earth, right? And I agree with that. We can all agree on what those things are. But when people start attributing things like physicality to things that are up in the heavens, like I think that's a leap of logic that everybody buys into with the story, and we can say, well, how do they know like what those things are? But like that's where you should be. Like we should all look at things from a perspective from, we can't know those things what they are. We can attribute ideas to them. That's as far as it can go, though. Like we don't really know. We can't investigate those things.
We have to apply ourselves. We have to apply ourselves to physical investigation. I mean, and that's the reality of it. And that's why I'm like, we could talk about this all day and opinions and he said and she said, and I read this book and this book says that. I read the Bible and the Bible says it's flat. Like, are you serious, you guys? We're gonna,
but you'll reach
trust the Bible for anything. But anyways,
are we allowed to talk about evidence? That's the issue. That it doesn't seem like we're often asked about evidence. We're just asked to explain other things.
Amazing, and that's why I'm hoping I can find.
Well, yeah, I mean that's my point. Is that all physical evidence depends on not experiencing a ball in space. That's the point.
I'm just trying to bring a distinction between what we read as far as explanations go, and when you look in through your telescope, what you're actually seeing. Because what you see and what they're telling you is you're mixing them into like what reality is, and that doesn't jive because just like you said, we can only work with things like we. Do you know what I mean? Like hopefully that makes sense because I just want you to see like that perspective. You can't really work with things in the sky to say like, oh, it is this.
Yeah,
we can only
correlate. It's totally tough to work with things that you cannot physically touch and handle. And so I mean any ideas I think that I derived, and see I've got the blessing and the curse of having 7th grade be the highest grade that I ever completed. I fucking checked out. I didn't do school. Don't like the program.
You can be a flat earther.
I'm totally I'm self-educated. I haven't been to college. I do have to say that I did somewhat get indoctrinated by the church system because they fucking swooped me up as a little homeless kid and fucked with my head a little bit. But I just want to be able to look at it logically. I can see, from both sides, I can see just a frustration, and I can see why one side's frustrated, and I can see why people on the flatter side are frustrated. And I think one side's frustrated because they want to think that their evidence is conclusive, and it's not. And the other side's frustrated because it's obvious the evidence isn't fucking conclusive. So quit acting like it is. So I'm stuck, bros.
You claimed that the planets have an effect on the Earth. You just said that. Can you elaborate on that?
I'm pretty positive, and I'm willing to say I may be indoctrinated, but I've started from the beginning, and just understanding basic cycles of the sun and the moon. And the more that I work with the model, there's plenty of reason for it to have cycles with metals, gases, all kinds of stuff going on here that we experience as color and flavor and scent. It's interesting.
When you say effect on Earth, do you mean astrologically, in an astrologically sense, or are you speaking physically or metaphysically?
As in, physics is physical sense.
Right.
You said colors and smells. That's what you said. So, not really conclusive.
Do you understand chromatography on any level? Gas?
No, but I'll give you the colors. I'll give you the colors, but we're at colors and smells, right? That's it. Is there more?
Well, so yeah, gas chromatography is smells, oils, liquids, and actually colors too, because the gases give off colors when they're heated. I mean, like if you think about this is a stupid question. If there's no fucking oxygen in space, then what's the sun burning on? It's definitely not on fire. That requires oxygen, right?
They claim it's a nuclear fire.
These are like things that.
Well, how does it work in? How does it work in Looney Tunes? You know, it's outer space is Looney. It's not reality. Yeah, how does the sun work there too? You know, no such thing.
Fucking crazy.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm gonna push back. I've seen one of those flares underwater, working underwater. So what's happening there? Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you take gas and you don't heat it up, you put it inside a sealed box, and you start going down into deep sea. Eventually, it'll hit its other state, and it will phase into a fucking I lost my word. It'll phase into a plasma through pressure. So you can activate plasma by going down deep in water and getting to a pressure place where what was just normal gas is now an illuminated plasma.
Or if you put the gas in infinite vacuum, what will happen then?
Man, that would be. So I've ran vacuum ovens for a job, so I've put all kinds of shit in vacuum ovens. and believe me, if you put a jointed action figure, you know, with maybe some really hard plastic gloves, and it was full of air, and you stuck it inside my vacuum, that thing would either not be able to move, or eventually it would explode. It would be pretty fucked up. And so things like that have always made me go, you know what? There's some weird shit going on.
Hey, question. That's very interesting what you said. But what you said before between there was a term that you used between the relation of the colors and the scents. What was the name of that? You said that term that you used.
Gas chromatography or liquid chromatography?
Yeah, that's interesting. Can you? I'm gonna give you. Do you have any links for that, or any documents, or anything that you want to post about that, or can you post
I can
the term?
share, but like it's a common science. Like that's why they think they know what the planets are made of. Is that they do?
I get what you're saying. I want to look into that, but remember what they're claiming. Because remember, we observe the phenomena, and we observe from the ground. We look up and we observe the luminaries and the cycles and all that stuff, and then they stretch that, and they say that they know the distances and the whatever they're made of, right? And they say the sizes, and they start claiming trillions of miles away, and the sun is 1,000,000 times bigger than the Earth, and they're making all of these leap of logics that have nothing to do with what you're trying to say, that it might be something that is reasonable and we can demonstrate and maybe look into, but then making the claims about the globe and that the Earth is a globe spinning through space. Those are a bunch of leap of logic that probably have nothing to do with what you're saying about the you said I need to read the term to be able to say with words.
Yeah, I'll put something in there for gas chromatography. The only reason I know anything about it is from cannabis. When you test cannabis terpenes, you do liquid gas or gas chromatography to distinguish all the different terpenes that are inside there. And so I just had to do a lot of research and understanding in that area. It's very interesting. It's really freaking interesting.
Exactly, and I agree with you. It's just that you gotta kind of hold yourself a little bit, and whenever they say this stuff is happening because the Earth is a spinning globe, that's where they're doing the leap of logic. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah. No, that's where I'm at too. And I'm like, so I mean, I do have very logical tools, like physical tools that I've used seriously right in front of me that work. Like it's gas chromatography isn't magic, you know. It's pretty basic. Everything evaporates off at a certain temperature, and if you bring a substance up to a certain temperature and let it sit there, only the product that burns off at that temperature will burn off, and then you weigh that. And then you turn it up to the next temperature, and only the stuff. It's very simple.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's very simple and straightforward, and I can see why somebody would try to make super huge leaps, you know, mathematically, or like with talking about chromatography, thinking I know what gases are on Mars because I've done a chromatography readout on, you know, what gases burn that color. Those are leaps. I know it's that temperature.
And I think that field of let's say I don't know if it's field of science or some type of studies or tests that can be done. You mentioned the turpentines that can be extracted from cannabis. I've heard about that before, and I think you could do it from pine trees and on other type of plants, right? Turpentines.
Yeah, everything that has a smell on the planet is giving off a terpene.
Just gonna correct you there. The plate you're standing on, where the trees are growing, is not a planet, because the planet is a label that we put on the lights, the wandering stars that we see in the sky. All right. So what you're standing on, it's not one of those lights that you're looking at from the ground.
Conclusively, you're gonna have to help me get there. Because I hear you.
It's good that you brought up this.
I know what you're trying to say.
Hey, it's good that you have that kind of understanding, and how do I say? It's good that you have a little bit of that mentality, because you probably haven't talked about this alternative view of reality than the one that we were given, right? The globe, whatever. But the thing is, the first thing you said,
stretch. It's a bigger stretch for me to try to back up and say, wait a minute, no, these things aren't suspended in space on heliocentrical, you know, paths, but instead I'm in a flat Earth, and there's something that's beyond all the physics I observe in the natural world right now. It doesn't function hold on, let me finish.
Yeah.
This is where my brain jumps. This is where I'm trying to help you guys understand. Like, if you can help me. My brain does this jump because I have things that I observe right in front of me, right? In my little lab. And then I've got to say, wait a minute, those things up there, that's not functioning the same way this stuff is, but that's different. And those things up there, I'm on a flat Earth, and something else is controlling those. Like, who's controlling those? How is this? Like, that's where the jump is going. Holy shit! You know, is there something playing a big trick on all of us? Is that the deal? Like, what's up?
Well, the big trick is the globe. That's the big trick. It's just that you have to look at the alternative possibilities and alternative. Because if you only know about the globe and those ideas, you might come to flawed conclusions about what you're actually experiencing down here by looking at the sky and following whatever someone told you about what's happening in the sky, right? Because someone is giving you an idea, oh, this is what's happening up there with the luminaries, and it's most likely just stories. But that doesn't mean that there is an alternative that could be an actual the actual reality that is happening. Even though we can go up there and verify it and actually science what's happening in the sky, because we just can't. But we can kind of demonstrate similar light effects and certain effects that can happen down here, and we can demonstrate happen and light doing certain things that could be similar to what's happening in the sky. It's just that going to the sky and verify that, I think it's out of our scopes at the moment, because we can't go up there and verify it. So
yeah, think about this.
yeah.
And to Jemsey's point, if you think about this, what he's talking about, look into sonoluminescence. If you can see, like, it's a star in a jar, but you can get that with a cavitation bubble in water, and that happens like with sound, like as it passes through the water. So you can get the same type of, like, the way a star looks, like you can get that in a jar. So you can, that's would be like what he's saying, an alternative. Instead of they're telling you the narrative of what it is, and you can't like attribute anything on Earth, but like when you see something like that, you're like, well, this is kind of similar to what a star looks like, and it could be like a cavitation happening inside water that could produce by sound, with these things that we see in the sky that people call stars that are like suns. So it's an alternative. So if you can think about that, that would be like what he's saying, an alternative to what we see or what we've heard.
And I'm gonna add, I'm gonna mute in a second, but I just want to tell you that we can concentrate on the ground, and once you realize what's happening on the ground and that it's not a spinning globe, and then you have certain fundamentals of how things actually work, not based on the story and the cartoon that they're telling you. Once you grasp a lot of the, like you say you're a carpenter, so you understand level, horizontal, you understand that stuff, and once you realize that stuff doesn't work on a spinning globe going through space, and also gas pressure and all that stuff, then when we go out there and we try to find the claim perimeters of the claim measurements of the globe, there's nowhere in reality that you can find that. Then I think we can kind of go in the sky and maybe speculate a little bit about that based on things that we can demonstrate down here. But until you realize that you're not standing on a spinning globe, going to the sky could be a little tricky. Even though one of the first things that I realized when I realized that the luminaries work in a cycle and there is no parallax, and their cycles reset every certain time, like a clock, like a very complicated clock up in the sky. Once I realized that, then I said, yeah, that definitely makes sense that it's not a spinning globe. I knew about flat, level, and I put everything together. But I would say, don't just go to the sky trying to understand the sky if you don't get the ground yet. You know what I'm trying to say? If you don't get it yet that you're not on a spinning globe, try to maybe put the sky on the side for now. Understand some important things here.
That's a very hard thing to do. It's hard for me. I'm just saying that it's difficult because it's like that's actually that's not an option for me because I'm 50 years old. I've already spent 30 years studying the stars on old esoteric occult levels. I know the planet on deep levels. I spend, it's actually become more of a clairvoyant thing than even and I didn't learn it from school. So like, there's things I have to.
Yeah, I think there's a mechanism between the ground,
That's what you're saying,
between heaven and earth. There is mechanisms that we observe as effects. And there's a mechanism in place that show us the effects that we're observing, but it has nothing to do with the globe.
Yeah, no, and I'd love to. I'm very physical. I love to do physical experiments. I really hate secondhand information. I'll accept anything anybody says as information. I don't judge anybody, but I go test it. I do, and I go and figure it out. But yeah, I'm just going to sit and listen, you guys. I really have very little input. Very, very little input.
Sorry, one question. Can you see the live text, voice text chat?
If I get up and go to my phone onto my pedestal, and it's a pain. Let me see here.
People were posting in the time where you were speaking all the informations connected with your.
Which you guys have quite a few different threads in here. It's labeled live text. Let me see.
Do you have any role?
I don't think I set a role yet.
He does. He has the VC verified, so he can see the VC text.
Okay.
So there's welcome, announcements, VIP, new featured entry level lobby, VC check-in, voice text. That's where it is, right?
No, it's directly above this voice.
Oh, above right where we are. I can see it. All right. No, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
I think he was talking about vacuums earlier, and I think if you want to expand on that, what you were trying to say, because you say you have some knowledge about that. Vacuum chambers?
So I used to own a cannabis extract company, and before the feds came and fucked me really, really hard. But I mean, spent about 7 years processing cannabis, and so I had an entire wall of vacuums. And as you could imagine, you get bored and you just want to try funny stuff. And I was hearing thoughts about people about flat Earth and just space being a hoax. And one of the first things that came to my brain, just being around vacuums all the time, is that if I tried to create an exoskeleton and then stick it in a vacuum and think that I was going to have any kind of mobility, like, you're just mistaken. I mean, I guess if I had it on the end of a hose and somehow I was able to counter pressure, and then I wouldn't totally fuck the human up on the inside. But yeah, there's just levels of consideration that I just did not see possible at the moon landing. Them hopping around in those spacesuits like that, if they were actually in a suit, there would be some serious fucking problems.
Bro, that's great. I think you have a lot more common ground than some people have been thinking for the past 10 minutes. So that's great.
So listen, you don't think that you can propel through a vacuum to Mars or to the moon? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying that if you're in one environment, okay, and you put on an exoskeleton suit and I stick you inside my vacuum, the effect is going to be life-changing for sure.
Change you
Can you get more specific? Can you get more specific?
You will explode.
For one, the vacuum would cause the suit to be like a tight balloon. You'd be completely rigid. You would not be able to fluidly move.
So not like what
pressure from outside to the inside.
So you wouldn't be able to like play golf and like drive around in your Land Rover and play golf and shit and jump up and down.
Yeah,
you look like the Michelin Man, all puffed up, right?
It would be pretty different than that. You know what I mean? You would have to have something in your backpack that somehow was creating a reverse pressure. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And I can see that whole bunch of bullshit just being a commercial, space race with Russia and all that making sense. And I can even see NASA doing a lot of bullshit all around that. But I do know that NASA's not the only one that gets pictures of these things. And there's telescopes and, there's levels of bullshit they're doing. But, I'm actually physically looking at some of these planets. So I can't say it's 100% bullshit. I can just say that where they're trying to get paid, it's full of bullshit like everybody else.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
I wish, yeah. I just wish we had some access, guys. None of you guys think you can get on a ship with bozos and take the tour? Or maybe hop on a balloon with Red Bull? and do this big old fucking space dive. I don't know. I've seen some weird shit out there. It's pretty funny.
I'd love to if they paid for it. I'm not paying
If they paid for it.
Right, yeah. I'm not for that.
Has anybody tried doing weather balloon things, sending cameras up? I know recovering has got to be a bitch.
They don't travel that far from where you actually put them up. Like it's only like a handful of miles. It doesn't go like hundreds of miles or anything like that. Showing that they are definitely not moving.
Wind.
But yeah, people have done that.
Yeah, thousands of these weather balloons show this flatness or this level or this linear system. And it doesn't change anybody's mind that has to believe in a cartoon. It's not going to matter. It's never been about the evidence anyway.
And vision is very subjective. Vision, our senses are really fucking screwed up and subjective too. Like trusting our senses is really questionable.
Well, if you can't trust your senses, though, then you have to just admit that you don't know. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. Like, some people just have to stay and say, I don't know. But other people that have confirmed it can trust their senses and know that we just see reality. There it is, the linear system of Earth under the heavens. That's it.
Well, someone brought that up earlier before, didn't they? So when we're seeing what we expect to see, we're trusting our senses. But when we don't see what we expect to, then we're not trusting our senses.
That's right. That's what they do, T-Wad, right. It's because obviously our vision completely contradicts their religion. They admit that they don't believe in reality. They admit they think reality is an illusion now. That's literally the best evidence I could ever ask for, because that shows the dangers of this outer space religion. No other religion says you can't trust your eyes except the outer space ball religion.
Yeah.
That in its sense is one of the most powerful things you can realize when you just have people telling you, oh, no, we can't trust our eyes and claim refraction. Well, right away, as soon as they do that, they no longer can make a claim when they can trust their eyes. Now you've removed all the ability to make a claim. You've now turned into a sophist.
Right.
And if it's a foggy day, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying, without any expectations or any bias, I just stand at the beach, looking out at the water, the horizon. I see a flat horizon. I'm not seeing it, curve X, Y, and then also I can stand there and go, well, and I also don't feel like I'm in motion. I'm just standing still, feeling the wind against my face. That's just the direct observation without any bias or expectations. That's just how you would just simply describe it if you were just simply placed out of the blue into that environment and asked to describe it. That's how you'd describe it.
Well, they actually admit this, that you're actually experiencing the opposite of what your senses are pointing out. Like, when you look at the sun moving, it's you that is moving, and the ground that is moving. When you don't feel any movement because your senses are telling you you're not moving, again, you're moving. When you see the luminaries moving, your vision is telling you the luminaries are moving, it's because you're spinning. So the opposite of what you experience that your sensors are telling you is nonsense. They're telling you nonsense is reality, and your senses are wrong.
Yeah, let them know, Jemsy. A lot of people don't know what nonsense and sense means, and when you can't use your senses, it becomes nonsense, right?
The Glovers tell you your senses are lying to you. They're telling you, they actually said that many of them, I heard them saying this, that your senses are lying to you. So your senses are conspiring to deceive you and lie to you. That's what your senses are doing. There you go.
I just posted a quick picture. It should be 1 minute before the hour. It should be 2:59 my time. There's my cat on my dashboard. I'm on Puget Sound. I'm looking towards Seattle. And then when you do a digital zoom, because it's not a physical, that's just my cell phone, you can see the skyline of Seattle on the left, and you can see Mount Rainier way past there. The city's 15 miles away, and the mountain is a lot farther than that. And even below the mountain, you'll see a dark shadow, which are small mountains. There's a small mountain range before Mount Rainier. That entire small mountain range would be invisible if there was this supposed cartoon Earth curve. And Mount Rainier, the tip of Mount Rainier, 73 miles away. That's over an entire degree of supposed curvature. So you're saying 360 of those is a circle around the Earth? Sorry, you're going to have to get some life experience. That's it.
Where did you posted this? Because I don't see it in the live stream voice text, bro.
It's up a little ways. They're posting fast. Yeah, it's before the hour. So 1 minute before 3 my time. Yeah, and you can see right past my cat's head, you'll see a little tree. Then when you digitally enhance, you'll see there's a big difference. And you can see the water showing that I'm just above sea level. I'm looking 73 miles inland, and I'm on a small boat. Yep.
Wow. It's weird. Like I totally hear, like, on one level, you guys talking about things, actual experimental, physical, perceptual things. But then on the other side, like, you guys keep alluding to this, like, really big thing, this them. It's
not just our alluding of our senses. You can extend your senses into devising equipment and devices that will show you that what your senses are telling you is true. Because when we devise the lasers of the or the radars or the radio towers, and we can connect one tower to the next tower 10,000 miles away. It's level and horizontal.
Well, I knew what you were getting at. Let me look at your name real quick. Theophilus. Sorry. You're talking about the mass of people that are all saying the same thing. We live in a cartoon, and how does that happen? Well, remember, the TV programming started in the 50s. 1957, they broadcasted this Sputnik thing to every family in America, and 250 million Americans, or probably at the time less than that, but 100 million Americans thought that the Russians were going to nuke us from outer space because there's a small little silver basketball with antennas sticking out of it on the television. And then ever since then, the entire Western society has been brainwashed by this outer space religion. It has nothing to do with lying. You're all brainwashed by it. You all grew up on television. It wasn't even 5 years later, Kennedy was killed again. Some more television and Vietnam War and just more television, more Cold War. It's all just a lie. Your parents were raised by this indoctrinated television operated system. So it has nothing to do with them lying. They fell for the lie. So it's just millions of people believing in a fantasy. And now that forces them to admit they can't trust their eyes. It's that easy.
And I think the thing that I was curious about is, like, what is this thing that we're looking at? If it's not what is being said, what is it? Like, is there something? What's controlling these lights? How are these lights doing what they're doing?
You're talking about the heavens. You're talking about the heavens above, Theophilus.
Yeah.
That's the point. Is that
I have to admit, I am obsessed with the heavens. This is what I've spent a lot of my time, just knowing, understanding, is connecting the heavens to the plants. Like, what the heck is going on up there that is causing this little plant to do what it's doing? And those connections are actually pretty solid. Like, it's not hocus pocus anymore. But now you're kind of asking me to think that there's something else going on up there, and I would love to know. I mean, what is it that's happening? Like,
Yo,
what is it?
When I finish driving, I'll send you some DMs because this might be under the speculation thing, and but I'll send you some electro-optical observations that you can do with that what you will. But there is actually visible stuff that you can put together and come to a conclusion. Is the only thing that you cannot verify it because obviously you can't do it yourself. So yeah. But yeah, there is things to look at.
You guys know what the implications. You guys know what the implications are because you can feel it in your guys' speech. So what is this that's going on? Like,
well, the implications are
beating around the bush, you boys. I'm not fucking stupid. I'm 50 years old.
So here's the deal: here's the deal: is that in order to understand heavens at all, you have to first admit that you can't understand them because they are not of this world. They are above our plane of existence.
Not a minute ago. Hold on.
I can almost get a sentence. You feel this. You just gotta let me finish a sentence real quick.
All
right. Trying to explain something that if you look at the heavens, yes, we can observe that, man, the heavens declare the glory of God and the firmament showeth his handiwork, but there's no way you can understand the heavens. People can't even understand what a line is. Do you think you're going to find out what a star is or how the celestial bodies move? We can see, though, what it's not. It's not an outer space cartoon. If we see concentric star trails that are converging and diverging, that proves we're not moving. And that's how gears work. If I paint gears on a wall, no amount of moving and dancing are going to make the gears start turning. Unfortunately for them, the sky literally acts like gears in a clock, and it's linear. It's actually more of a two-dimensional system. There is no celestial sphere. It literally looks like there's a plane above us. I don't even call Earth a plane, but it looks like heaven is a plane. It's very linear. I don't like to use the F word, but you can't understand heavens. No man can.
So again, you're back to we can't trust what we're seeing or experiencing.
No, well, that's you're panicking because you want an answer. No, I'm not saying you can't trust. I'm saying you can only. No, I said the exact opposite. You can only trust what. No, that's what I'm saying is that you can't make stuff up. I'm saying don't make stuff up.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that's very circular reasoning.
Right, but you're making stuff up right now by saying we can't trust our eyes. I'm saying we can trust our eyes. I just gave a demonstration. You're missing the point.
I'm not.
Speak one at a time. Oh, can you speak one at a time, Mama?
I said we can trust our eyes, and you got the impression that we can't, so you didn't listen. That's what I'm saying, is that we can see what they're doing, and that means we are not moving. So that means I trust my eyes when I look at the heavens above. Yeah, we're not moving.
So meteor showers, planets, systematic zodiacal star systems passing over you seasonally, cyclically, like a well-set clock. I mean, everything is perfectly set in its form. There's only 7 visual moving objects up there. That's it, 7. I mean, you have to have a telescope to see anything other than those 7.
7 what?
Moving planets.
Wandering stars, also wandering stars. Yeah, stars.
Yeah, the 7 wandering stars. There's only 7 of them. Everything else is just moving like clockwork, seasonally, cyclically.
As they always have done. So
as they always have
definitely
been.
We cannot be battling in different vectors.
That's right. I see them. That's right.
It's impossible for us to be moving at such mind-boggling speeds, man. If all these things have been the same for millennia.
All the seasons, everything that we experience is all being a direct effect of those things and how they're working on it on this flat plane, if you want it.
Actually, those are still effects between the ground and what's above that. So what you see from here, those are effects. Still, there is a mechanism in place that will that causes the effects that we observe.
Oh, I'm out. All right, you guys are good. I'm detected. I'm a troll. I'm out of here. Love you. I'm just trying to learn, but I don't like being bullshitted, so it's all cool.
Is somebody trolling you? Who's trolling him?
Wow, he already left. Wow, that's weird. I didn't get that from you, Jemsy. I don't know what Jemsy said, but I didn't hear anything negative or problematic at all.
No, I thought maybe somebody's trolling him in the text chat or something. Did somebody say something, or because I didn't hear
Who's
anything?
trolling in the text chat? Who's saying that? Who called him a troll?
Yeah, is somebody trolling? What's going on?
Not that I can see. Not that there's no real.
I think he got mad at Jemsy. That's what I heard him get mad at Jemsy. I don't know why. I don't know. He was trying to extend some.
It said troll detected, and he got mad.
Where?
I don't know. That was weird.
Might have been. Well, that might have been you, Matthew. It doesn't have a name on it, Matthew. It might have been you.
9 past the hour, Cuddy posted something that says troll detected, and I think that's
Matthew, you scared him away, Matthew.
Yeah. Well, he was right. There is.
I think he was referring to money.
If he's that sensitive, he's not going to last here.
That's true.
But why would anybody call him a troll?
Cuddy was referring to Manny in the text chat.
But I
yeah, he was right. Yeah, he's yelling. Yeah, he did. Look, he did. Yeah.
How did he apparent to be a troll? Like, who came to that conclusion?
He didn't.
It's a separate conversation. There's no correlation. I don't know.
He was not trolling.
Yeah, that's directed at Manny. I mean, right? They're talking. Yeah.
So, have you guys ever heard of Waterworld?
A movie.
Speaking of trolls,
movie with Kevin Costner. No.
Globe Secret.
I saw the movie with the Exxon Valdez.
Yeah, is that Sasha 2.0?
Yeah,
the
that
best
is
scene was when the guy. The best scene in that movie was when the guy was up to his waist in oil, and his old man, like white hair, he was like his job was to measure the oil every day, and he did look down.
I remember that. Yeah.
We had how many days we got left, and one time someone dropped a match down to the oil, and this old man looks up and says, "Thank God." That's the best scene ever.
Amen, and God bless the guy getting banned there as well. Harathastini's, good job.
Who got banned?
I don't know. I was just right there. Well, Manny got banned. Yeah.
Not Theo, right? The guy that we were speaking to. He wasn't trolling.
No. He left on his own.
Okay, yeah. Because even if he was trolling, at least he was having a cordial conversation. So I don't see why there should be any issues.
I still think in the end that Theo is attached to the idea that he is actually seeing what Miggy was saying, that he's seeing the narrative when he looks into the sky. I don't think he can get past that at this stage.
Actually, he was kind of like in the border of that, because he was questioning it actually and saying, so what's in place that is causing the effects? He was questioning that.
Yeah, he's on the scale somewhat.
That and also the planets give us all the colors and smells. That's what you were talking about. Have an effect on the Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Uranus.
I think there is something to that, what he said. There is something to that.
Chromatography.
There is definitely something to that.
Yeah, he also demonstrated that when he was looking at Mars, it was blue. It wasn't red, like the way they were telling him. So he was even questioning that. Like, how come it was blue? Like, when he looked through it, telescope. That was interesting. Like, he didn't come up with, like, just what you would think somebody that was, like, totally in love with, like, the narrative. Like, he was questioning it. So, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've also seen demonstrations where the flame of hydrogen, isn't always consistently the same color.
Because the way I was thinking when he said that, it kind of died with me a little bit. That for my belief, my understanding, there are layers above, and if there's multiple layers, what we call the wandering stars, the planets. and we cannot see different colors. It could be gases or layers of gases. It could be. I'm speculating, guys. But yeah, do you know how they say we know what is up there because we can, even though they claim the distances and the sizes are definitely wrong. But what he was saying about the color of them being in relation with certain materials, certain gases, there is a big possibility that there is something there. But yeah, he was talking about the color of Mars, was it, or even someone posted a photograph of the moon in the past few days, and they call it a blue moon. It looked blue. I don't know. It's just that there is, people that like questioning and thinking about what's happening in the sky. He said he has a telescope. He observes the luminaries, and there's nothing wrong doing that and questioning. And but we just gotta be specific about the claims, because making the claims is the difficult part about what's actually happening. But guys, someone said he was a troll. I just wonder why.
No, nobody said he was a troll. Cuddy was referring to money.
Matthew said he was a troll. Right. He was talking to somebody else.
Yeah, Matthew can't read for some reason.
Oh,
No. I think Cuddy posted like an image say troll detected, but maybe he thought it was him. I don't know if Cuddy sent it to him or to someone else.
No, it was just in the voice guy. He just misinterpreted it and probably had to leave anyway. And just.
Well, I thought he called himself a troll. Did he not?
Yeah, possibly he did.
Maybe say I'm a troll and I'm being trolled. I think
he says, "Oh, somebody." No, what he said is, "Oh, somebody found out that I'm a troll. Well, I guess I'll just leave then." And I think that was in response to him thinking that somebody had called him a troll, but he was just not reading the text chat carefully.
Yeah, Cuddy put that for Manny, and I guess it's whatever. I was just it was a cool conversation. So I just like the term that he brought up, and I never got the term, so I'm gonna have to DM him because I want to look into that, because that, in a sense, it spoke to me a little bit for what I think is happening, maybe between heaven and earth. There's something to it, but I just want to look into it to see what's there. I don't know exactly what it is. That's it. And he also spoke about the vacuum chambers, and that was interesting. He said that he put like a toy inside a vacuum chamber, and you couldn't move, you couldn't have the movement that they show in the moon landings. I mean, that's great that he said that.
Yeah, specifically when he said he's testing it out, and the way it would seem would be like they'd be blown up like a balloon, like the Michelin Man. It'd be like you wouldn't be able to move in those suits. You'd have to have like something inside of the suit to kind of bring the pressure back into the person, like because they'd be ballooned out like that. That's crazy, right? Like how the vacuum would work.
Which makes me think it would be rigid. The astronaut suits would be rigid, and you couldn't move around.
Miggy, you're not quite as loud as what you were, Miggy. Maybe it sounds like you're a bit further away from it, or your mic's like switched around or something. I don't know. Just seems a little bit further away.
Sounds like he's driving.
Yeah, I'm on the move. Yeah.
Oh, you're driving? Well, that's what it is then, bro.
He sounds good. He sounds okay.
Yeah, I can hear him. Why is Manny asking me? Manny, I don't know. I'm not a moderator. Sorry, I can't help you. But to the other guy, what's his name? Norris. Now he's saying that my pictures are not sea level. I put 2 screenshots from the video, so I just decided to post the video there. This guy can't even. He's just saying like, "What am I faking this?" What's the problem with this guy?
Bring him into the chat.
Yeah, can he come back here? Yeah, I mean, my goodness, this poor guy says that's not sea level. Yes, land is sometimes above sea level. I don't know what the confusion is.
The good thing about
go ahead.
What you posted there, it's verifiable, right, or falsifiable?
Yeah, 17 minutes after the hour. There's the video I took the screenshots of. There's my cat, right? Obviously, there's 2 different videos. I did this twice. The screenshots are obviously above there, but there it is. I did it twice. You can see Mount Rainier and the mountains below it 70 miles away. And those mountains would actually be completely hidden. And you notice there's no tilting. That's, again, over 70 miles. That's inward, right? That's inland. And you can see clearly, I look to the right, I look to the left to show you I'm on the body of water. I'm only 15 feet above the water. That's 3 men. 6, 12, 18. That's 3. You know, I'm on a ferry, exactly, with my car. And there it is. Past my cat's head is Mount Rainier. I zoom in. There it is. That's it. It's there. There's no claim. That's reality. Thanks.
Your cat goes on journeys with you. That's cool.
Well, you got to take the kitties, man. Yeah, Empress Tiger. She's the best. She's very. She's a blessing for sure.
What was that guy's name? Was it Theodophilus?
Theo, Theo something. Yeah. TE. Or something like that. I DM him.
I'm just sorry I didn't get a chance to ask about Uranus. Like, hot, is it cold?
You know, some people are definitely a little bit sensible, and we are a little rough in this chat, and we are kind of questioning a lot of beliefs from people, so that sometimes rubs people a little bit wrong. And I think everything was pretty cool. Earlier, we spoke to a new lady that I muted her, and me and Sasha, we had a little bit of brushing, but we spoke to each other, and everything is good. It's just that some people do take they take it a little bit too. I don't know. I don't know if it's emotional or
it is. Yep, you got
whatever we're saying. So yeah, we try, and a lot of people here try their best just to talk to people and show them the alternative ideas. And I guess that the girl left because she was a little bit triggered, and this guy left because he was triggered. Someone called him a troll or whatever. I'm not saying anybody did anything wrong, but I just hope we can keep talking to the new people and try to, because that was pretty good conversations. I just hope the new people can manage themselves a little bit, and that we're not. I mean, we're having a conversation about this stuff, and we're not trying to troll them or mess with them. We're just talking about these things.
And he was cordial for the most part. Really, a bit of talking, but he was fine.
He was, he was, and I'm not going to be mean, but he was very, I'll just say, hyperactive about it, right? So, it is emotion. Gemsy, if I walk into a room with 10 people about a topic I haven't talked to them about, and they seem to actually have a lot to say, it would intimidate me, right? That's very normal. That's what's going to happen. So yeah, we sometimes, maybe one-on-ones we should set up, but you guys got to figure that out. Obviously, if there's 2 or 3 of us talking, it's by default going to be intimidating, right?
That's right. Also, people come into the voice chat, and the VC, then they look at the text chat, and they get triggered. It's just too much.
There's certain things that I can't say on the live stream, but if I say I trust the sky, therefore I'm not moving, and then someone says, "Oh, so you can't trust the sky?" Then there's a serious problem there. That's all I'll say. Thanks. Everybody wants to be the smartest with the gold star.
Sir, what do you mean by trust the sky?
Yes, I believe it's real, Sasha. It's right there. I can see it. The heavens declare the glory of God. Aren't they amazing?
I said there's a sky, but the sky's there, right?
Yeah, I actually believe the sky. Can I just say this real quick? I believe the sky. I believe the stars. You don't. You think some of the stars aren't there anymore because this outer space cartoon dictates that some of them have exploded, and we're actually seeing the light that is still traveling from stars that no longer exist. So you don't believe the stars. I do. They're there. We see them. That's it.
Sir, the speed of light has been.
Yep, that's God taking your microphone away right there.
Look, we go on a rocket and we go towards Alpha Centauri. By the time we get there, it'll be gone.
Exactly. Sasha, how you doing 2.0, Sasha? That's you. I haven't seen you for a while. You kind of went quiet for a while. How you been?
Hello, I've been very well. I've been seeking truth, of course.
Sure. Sure. Yeah. When people say they can't trust their eyes, it's kind of hard to believe, though. I got to be honest with you. So I'm not going to buy it.
Exo, how would you interpret what you see 2 nights from now when the full moon stays the same size according to your eyes all night?
Yeah, that's exactly what it should do. And the full moon should be the full moon, and it should be the size that it is under the heavens over the linear existence of Earth. That's what we should expect and see. Just like the Bible says, it's the lesser light for the night. Yeah.
Yeah. So would you say that means that it's not changing distance? It's not coming closer and farther. It's staying the same size, same distance.
That's actually your belief. You know that in your belief, the moon is changing distance and still staying the same apparent size. So that would contradict your belief. I didn't make a claim. Yeah, you see, that's your claim that you've made. So the moon is a heavenly object. We cannot understand how heavenly objects work. And when people make claims about them to dictate the Earth, it's actually a form of Satanism, because the moon has nothing to do with Earth anyway. If to say that my neighbor's car tells me what type of tortoise I have, that is evil, actually, and it's a form of abuse. That is a disease, it's a sickness, and it shows the severity and the evil of this outer space religion. The moon is the moon, and that's it. And if anybody claims the moon changes something about the Earth, that's evil. Sorry.
Yes, and Matthew, do you have, as far as the moon, you mentioned the moon, do we have a temperature for the moon? Is it cold? Is it hot? What is it?
Well, I was just talking about the size, the apparent size. Like, how are you going to put a thermometer up there?
Well, I'm asking you because wouldn't reflected light have a heat signature? Because I can reflect a mirror and I can burn it in.
So there probably is a temperature. I don't know what it is.
Well, see, what I was trying to do, Matthew, you were saying something that we couldn't explain, and I was giving you something that perhaps you couldn't explain.
Okay. The moon doesn't give off much heat, if that's what you're asking.
So it does give off heat, so we can measure the heat.
I think you would have to.
You said much, meaning there's little.
I mean, I'm looking across the street at the car parked across there by my neighbor's house, and his car's probably giving off heat, but I can see it there, but...
Completely irrelevant. He completely left the moon and went to a car. He can't stay on top of God because he doesn't have a claim. He's never measured it. It's just part of his religion. Yeah.
I was saying that just because we can see something doesn't mean that it's easy to feel the heat off of it.
Right, so there's no claim, Godric, but instead of just admitting that he can't make a claim, he has to make up a story.
Oh, I was answering his question.
Yeah, well, you actually told a lie. You've never detected the moon emitting heat. It does not.
No, I never said that I did.
Oh, Godric, when I re-asked the question?
Yeah, well, I asked, does the moon have, is it cold, is it hot? He said, I don't want to paraphrase, but he said it doesn't have much heat.
There you go.
So I said,
exactly.
There is some heat as well.
That's right. Yep, that's deception.
I don't know if he knows. He could say I don't know, or he could say there is some heat. Here's the heat of a full moon, or here's the coldness of a full moon.
Yeah. So if you're asking whether the object itself has a certain amount of heat, I don't know. But when I said we don't feel much, I was talking about from here we don't really feel the heat. I mean, same with like a landing light on an airliner, right? You can see them coming late at night, and there's an airplane landing at night.
No, that's not the same as the moon at all. No, that would be another lie. That's not the same as the moon.
It might require the second half of my sentence to explain.
Nope, you already lied. Yep, you have to.
Okay.
Sentence.
A landing light on an airliner is several thousand degrees, those halogen lights typically. However, if I'm sitting here looking up there, I don't feel that landing light. I don't feel the heat from that landing light. That's a similar idea is what it was.
Yep, nothing to do with the moon. Yep.
An analogy, you're right. It's an analogy.
But Godric, they have to talk about the moon because there's no way they can talk about obviously determining any sort of Earth curvature because that doesn't exist. So they have to talk about everything else but the actual topic.
So I thought you were the one that brought up, hey, look into the heavens and see what's going on. You just see what you see. And I said, okay, well, we see this moon.
I said, I trust the heavens. That's how I know we're not moving. Yes, the heavens are moving. Therefore, we cannot be moving. Because if we were moving, the converging and diverging star trails would not leave their star trails with time-lapse camera. That's just basic understanding about how cameras work. And that proves we're not moving at all. Yeah, all you got to do is ask any of the outer space believers just to take any moving camera on a time lapse and show any converging and diverging star trails. Any way, shape, or form with a moving camera. It's impossible because as soon as the camera moves, the circle is no longer a circle. It's too easy. And that's why they will never even attempt to show you that. Go ahead, Godric.
I think Matthew mentioned a airplane light. Is that what you?
Yeah. So when you were asking, is the moon hot? I was giving an example of the airplane light being hot.
But
you don't feel the heat.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I read an article that lights do give off heat. You can measurable heat. Flashlights, airplane lights, etc. Car lights. There is some heat.
Sure, you'd have to have a sensitive enough instrument depending on the distance and what kind of heat and all that type of stuff. So light
and then we can take that to the moon. That was what I was getting to. Can we?
Yeah, so heat, infrared light is heat, but sometimes it's just so faint that we can't detect it. Like when you're standing 10 miles from that airplane light, you're not going to feel anything. I suppose there's some instruments that might be able to detect it at that distance. I don't know.
But if I go outside, like so let's say I'm at camp and I'm on mountain, see all I can see all the stars. I can read my book in the moonlight. So is that enough light to detect heat?
I don't know. I'm not an expert in this area. I mean, light is heat, but I don't know what the how much you need before it's detectable by current instruments.
And there are other things that we can focus on, like if we want to bring up the moon. I mean, it's like there's things that about it where it's like it's not terrestrially explainable or demonstratable. Like we're told that it's made of rock and dirt, but yet, I mean, we'll see it fully lit up equally across its surface, and there's no dirt or rock on Earth that we can duplicate that with.
Oh, so they can shoot lasers off the moon. They were doing it before Apollo went, before the retroreflectors. They were shooting it in 1962, I think it was. The laser ranging experiment. So how the fuck can a laser shoot off a rock and return 500,000 miles? Well, 250,000 there and back. Impossible, man.
And I was just kind of thinking of, because it's like with Globers, a lot of the time they will bring up the moon like over and over again. So it's like, well, maybe we can look for more things to talk about with it. I mean, but yeah, it's just being able to terrestrially explain, demonstrate it. I can't do it. Yeah, no, Matthew.
What's your opinion of that image?
That's not. I mean, like the sun isn't, or not the sun, but the moon. It's like it doesn't just seem to be reflecting light; it seems to be shining itself.
Well, I thought you were saying that there's no way terrestrially where a sphere could have like even light all the way across. But here are some that seem to be fairly even. I mean,
fairly even, but yeah, like that middle one, for example. It's like that's could be considered somewhat close. I'll even grant that. But the thing is, it's like you can still tell it's there's shadow at the bottom.
Yeah, just like the moon. If you look at the moon.
No, not just like the moon. Yeah, XO. That is so weird. And
it's even weirder that you can see the other half. The dark half you can see with the telescope.
Never once has that ever been seen with a new moon. In fact, I hope most of you guys know that new moon means no moon. It has never been visible once. It disappears completely. But yeah, they have no choice though, because we can't talk about the actual topic of the channel, right? We can't talk about, removing the fact that we're not on an object. So they have to talk about what's in the sky, which isn't even verifiable anyway, and would never prove anything here anyway. And just the notion, the religious idea to think that the sun or moon would prove anything about the earth, that is evil. That's what's destroyed the minds of millions of children. That's one of the most evil religions in history. Not anything else ever throughout history has ever proved anything with an unrelated object. Somebody's car is not dependent about, the fact that somebody has a riding lawnmower across the street. There's not one example in history when leaving the topic has proven the topic. Not once.
Sir, it's the law of large numbers.
I think you got to get some new headphones, Sasha. I know you're trying, but I think they might have a disconnect or something. Unless it's me.
He needs a new microphone. I mean, even with the exposed part, Matthew, of that moon, where it's shining, I mean, that is really bright.
Yeah, that's what you have to do to see the dark side.
Well, no. See, the problem is I don't know of dirt on Earth that can duplicate that.
Yeah, you remember those concrete spheres that I showed you earlier? What if you took one of those and hung them way up high at a stadium next to the bright lights, and the rest of the stadium was dark, but just one of those big bright lights was on. That looked pretty bright.
Well, I mean, perhaps that could be an experiment for the future or something. And if that's done, I would enjoy seeing it. Sure.
I almost feel like the game of the globe has became a game of gotcha. We're almost trying to, and I would say we, the folk who support the model of the globe, they're almost in a position where they're trying to find evidence of things that support, like fully support their notion, which is like a game of gotcha. Ah, I gotcha. I found it. Bring it back to the table.
You kind of reminded me of something. It was like an older Star Trek episode where Data got into a game with this like Grandmaster, whatever. I'm not sure what game it was, but like the only way to win sometimes is to just keep pushing for a draw.
Yeah, constant concession. Or constant. Yeah. Well, and the thing about it is.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, no, the thing I want to illustrate in Elvis Draw is just the idea that now that we're at a point where we've seen so much, we can no longer just look for one point of evidence to support the globe. It's the idea that we've in fact found so much evidence that shows it's not in fact this way. And because it can't in fact be this way, i.e. gas with a container, as an example, it has to fall back almost to a position of default because the story we told has so many faults. Sorry, go ahead, Derek.
Well, I was just kind of, you reminded me where, a lot of the time it happens on both sides, whether globe Earth or flat Earth, where people do look for the gotcha. And the thing is, when it comes to something that's true, there's no room for ego, no room for an ego, collar pop. I mean, like, even if you're right, there's a wrong way to go about it. And so, just when you reminded me of that, it's like, that's kind of how we have to approach it. Where we're not looking for the gotcha, but we're just looking for a, like, even just to meet them halfway or something.
Yes, sir. So Matthew, like, speaking to and good day to you, sir. Speaking to the example that you supplied, it's one of those things that it's like you sort through all the evidence and you find that one thing, you're like, ha! And then there's the quick explanation that, okay, there's one thing. What about all the other stuff?
Yeah, no, the picture I posted was because somebody I thought had said, oh, you would never see the dark side of the moon. I'm like, what are you talking about? Here's one picture that, I just found it easily. So that's why I posted that. It wasn't meant as a gotcha. It was just like an example of where you can see the dark side.
Right. No. I hear that, but again, I'm strictly being an antagonist to what we're doing, the suggestion, such. It's the idea that there is, in fact, number one, the moon is a quote object, which we still have yet to be able to find anything that supports that. As Exo said earlier, it's the idea that, and I think a lot of people don't realize, a new moon, this thing disappears every 28 days, right? And even to support that observation, you have that same quote-unquote object disappearing and appearing, waxing and waning, right, where you can almost see through it, where that quote-unquote object appears to be translucent, and you can even see stars through. So that's where I start to say, okay, can an object that disappears every 28 days and we can see through it every 14 days, this
this theory of it being an object starts to fall apart completely, right? Because it's the one time that it goes invisible that takes away its ability to become an object. I hope you.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I would say that the new moon is just not lit up, and so we can't see it because it's in the daytime. The atmosphere is too bright. And I would also say that you can't see stars through the dark part of the moon.
Okay. Again, I'm going to come back to you and say that, and I appreciate the fact that you're honest in your answer. You started by saying, I would say that, right? Now, the thing is, you would say that. My issue is, I look to the sky, and this happens 13 times a year, every 28 days, right? It disappears. And that's more consistent than what you think. And that's where I can hang my hat on observation versus thought. And this is why I have a problem appealing to men that came before us and constantly appealing to their thoughts versus the consistencies that show themselves every day.
Hello, everybody.
Bonjour.
Good afternoon.
How you doing?
Good evening. Welcome to Masterpiece Theater.
Where's my boy Helio?
Sleeping, I think. He was in there earlier, but he disappeared. I think he's maybe crashed out. I know he was over in that Tartaria server earlier. Maybe went back there, I don't know.
Matthew,
you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
I had a discussion with Ruhith. You know Ruhith?
Yeah, I've heard him some. I haven't spoken directly with him much, but yeah, I've heard him talk.
And the discussion we're having was about pressure, like if it were a vacuum, if in a vacuum. So discussion is that a vacuum, like this vacuum of space, would be considerable, and he thinks not. He thinks it would be 15 pounds missing, effectively. So, like, we use a soda can, for example. Soda can takes like 30 pounds of pressure.
A soda can takes 30 psi. You said?
I think it was it. Yeah, I think it was it, and that doesn't matter the exact amount, but
we could use a car tire as a better example because we could measure that.
Well, let's use a soda can because let me tell you why. Because a soda can will bust in a vacuum; it'll explode. And this debunks Ruhif's theory that only 15 pounds of pressure is in space. I mean, the absence of 50 pounds, right? So he would say, based on that, a soda can would be fine in space. You can throw a soda can to Mars, to the moon, it would be fine. It wouldn't expand and explode. But I'm showing these soda cans exploding in a 5th grade vacuum chamber, right? School, or like a very basic minimum price vacuum chamber. Then he says, no. What's happening is they're heating the soda can up. They're heating it up, but before they do it, they're doing a trick. They're heating it up. That's why it's blowing up. Otherwise, it would be fine in space. So he wasn't buying it, right? So what he's saying is, and I don't want to quote him, but he's saying so much that if it's 15 pounds of pressure on Earth, right? Take that away, it's only 15 pounds of pressure difference. Vacuum. and I disagree. I think once you go below, let's say 1 pound of psi, to take away all the rest of that to get the close to zero, right? It's relatively zero, right? I agree. It would take thousands of pounds of let's say vacuum. For example, if you let's say you have a syringe needle, you know how when you pull the liquid into the syringe, you pull it with that with the knob at the end. It's pulling causing a vacuum, right? So to take the air, take all the air out, say at least a contained environment, it would take. I think it would take thousands of pounds of pressure to get everything out, similar to space. And he says it only takes 15 pounds. And he says the soda can will be fine, and we would be, basically fine in space. He does say it eventually kill you because of no oxygen, but like your head wouldn't explode, for example. So, what do you think?
Yeah, so I'm not sure what you mean by thousands of pounds to get rid of it, because PSI is literally a measure of pounds per square inch. So what do you mean by taking thousands of pounds to get it?
Right, to get the let's say how you have a syringe needle, you create a vacuum by pulling the liquid up through the needle into the container, right? So like in the same sense, if you had an empty container and you wanted to pull that air out, right? It would take more than 15 pounds of pressure to suck that air out, would it not?
I see what you're saying.
All of it.
Like if the needle has exactly 1 inch of area,
it would just take 15 pounds. It's only 15 pounds difference. What you're saying? I'm saying it would be a lot more than that.
I think like let's say that your syringe is exactly 1 square inch of like area. I think it would only take 15 pounds because that's what 15 pounds per square inch means. It's 15 pounds. Now, the rubber and the plastic and all that is probably not very good. And so you won't get a perfect vacuum. But same thing, you can't suck something up with a straw higher than 33 feet because of the weight of the weight of the water, or maybe a couple feet with mercury because of the weight of the mercury.
You mean like with your mouth? You can't suck a straw 30 feet with your mouth?
Right. Or with, well, I mean, you can't, even if you had perfect vacuum, a 34-foot straw, you would only be able to suck the liquid up to 33 feet because that's where it would be 15 pounds per square inch. That's about it.
Doesn't that, well, your example, doesn't that weigh towards my point that you can't suck all that air out with only?
Yeah. So I think when I've talked about this idea of pressure with other people, I think the fundamental difference or disagreement usually ends up being me saying it's the pressure differential that matters, and then other people saying no, it's the pressure divided by the outside pressure. Talking about the ISS, for example, how much would it take to keep in 15 pounds per square inch on the ISS, and they're dividing, by 10 to the negative 17 or something like this. But here's what I'd say. Let's say that you have, my car outside has 30 pounds per square inch in the tire right now, right? And so that's a measure of a pressure differential from the inside of the tire to the outside of the tire. So technically, based on, absolute zero, I would say the inside of my tire has 45 pounds per square inch and the outside of the tire has 15 pounds per square inch. That's why we measure a 30-pound differential. And so the question is, if you could take my tire up into space, empty, and blow it up to 15 pounds per square inch, would it burst? And I would say no.
Well, I think you're using a fallacy with the tire analogy because you're saying 45 pounds to 30 pounds, right? So there's a difference between 45 to 30 than 15 to 0.
That's where the fundamental difference is. So I would say that the 45 inside and 15 outside is a differential of 15. And I would say that is the same as 15 inside and 0 outside.
Yeah, I would disagree, and I'm only going by the amount of, I don't know what you want to, how you want to weigh like vacuum pressure, if that's even a thing, but to pull that air out, take more pressure, 15 pounds, goes back to basic.
Yeah. So okay, sorry, I think I said the wrong number. So on Earth, my tire has 45 pounds per square inch inside, and 15 pounds per square inch outside. So my tire is pumped up to 30 psi. That's a difference of 30. Now, let's say we take my tire up into space and inflate it to 30 pounds per square inch inside. It's 30 pounds per square inch inside and 10 to the negative 17 outside. And I would say it would survive just the same because it's the differential that matters. The 30 pounds inside versus outside in both places is the same. And so it would survive in space and on Earth.
I say it wouldn't because it's a percentage difference.
Yeah,
not
so
not the additional subtractional difference.
Yeah, now you're seeing this is a fundamental difference when we talk about this. I end up saying it's not a percentage difference; it's a subtraction. How much is inside versus outside? That's pressure differential. Differential means difference, which is a subtraction. And most people who disagree with me would say what you did, which is no, it's about the percentage, how much percentage difference is, or you do a division.
I just imagine once you get below 1 pound, it would be extremely harder to get all that other air out. And
well, it definitely is harder
space,
to make a vacuum chamber. Yeah, you're right about making a vacuum chamber, just because trying to pump it out is a difficult thing.
I mean, think about the power of these motors that suck out the air from the basic vacuum, right? When you would consider that power to be more than 15 pounds. And consider that the vacuum chamber, on Earth, the one that we can buy, at least the one we can buy, can never reach a 17 torr vacuum, not even close.
Right.
So wouldn't it be a simple matter if it was only a different 15 pounds?
Trying to make a pressure differential is a different question than trying to keep one in. Right, like the motor trying to like get all the air molecules out, but to keep the other ones in, that type of stuff. That's a different question than can a rubber tire hold the pressure or not.
Well, I can show you videos of vacuum chambers that blow up a soda can. Okay. Do you think that's happening, or do you think they're heating them up beforehand to make them more volatile?
I don't know what's happening with the soda can. I mean, if it's a YouTube video, who knows? Maybe Ruhif was right. I mean, they're doing stuff for the video. But the soda can, if you take a soda can on Earth and then take it all the way up to Mount Everest where there's less pressure, it might explode because the soda can isn't designed to hold that much. I mean, he has something to do with it too, but not a whole lot.
I think if you heat it up, it would be more combustible. It would
yeah,
expand.
For sure.
Matter of fact, I wonder why soda cans tend to explode in the freezer. Also, you notice that?
That's because the pressure of ice is higher than the pressure of water. Water is one of the few molecules that takes up more space in solid form than liquid form.
So they expand with heat, then they expand with ice. So
yeah, not because of the heat, but because the water turns to ice, which takes up more room. Which is why ice floats, which is fortunate for all of the oceans on Earth and for my ice cubes in my drink.
And does that mean ice is less dense than water?
Yes, that's right.
Not to detract from you guys' conversation, but yeah, I'm still kind of on the moon light. Like, for example, like this picture I'm just posting here. I took that last night. There's a moon halo around the thing. I mean,
Yeah, it must have been hazy that night, right? Like a little bit of.
I mean, it was actually brighter. That was just with my phone. So
Bro, I was just looking at my moon. It's a halo outside my
really?
balcony door. Wow. Go ahead, Derek. Sorry, buddy. I had to outline.
No problem. Yeah. And I'm just wondering, like, what on earth could I use to repeat that? Like, that's still technically dirt, a basic rock. And I can't think of anything. I mean, not unless, like, they're still, not telling the truth about what the moon is made of or something. I agree, Bree. The moon is beautiful. So yeah, when it comes to the moon, it's like I'm totally comfortable with not knowing how that light is produced.
Sure, and I'm comfortable with an explanation that seems to make sense to me. So yeah.
Well, sure, but I mean, I used to be there too. As far as in demonstration purposes, I can't do it, and I enjoy being honest. Oh, sorry, is my microphone working?
Yeah, man. Sorry.
Cool.
Hey, I gotta say this too. For a lot of people that are globe earthers that ascribe that they need a flat Earth model and they use that azimuthal equidistant map. Like, to me, that makes perfect sense. That makes sense. Just no different than the globe model makes sense to Matthew. So I'm okay with that. If that's what he wants to believe. If he's just downright on top of that, that's what he ain't gonna let it go. I mean, I can't let go.
It seems internally consistent to me. It like works together, so that's why I like it.
Hey Matthew, I have a question for you. How you doing, by the way?
Hey, I'm doing okay. How are you?
Good, man. Good to hear from you. Do you think that there's anything that you can say for 100% is factual information that you have knowledge of? Like, I can say right now that I am 100% confident when I say that I have a coffee mug in my hand that information is true, accurate, and factual. Like, I can know that. I have knowledge of that. Do you think that there's things that you can
know something we can all agree on. We all need oxygen to breathe. Without oxygen, we don't breathe. We die. We can all agree.
I wasn't asking, whether we can all agree on something, because I don't think we can all agree that I have a coffee mug in my hand. I know that I can say with 100% confidence that that's truthful and factual information. So, Matthew, I have a question. Do you think that there's anything that you can say for 100% is truthful, factual information?
Yeah. Like so first of all, I'd be confident enough to say that I believe that you have a coffee mug in your hand, but obviously you have direct experience of it, so you have a much stronger claim of knowledge than I do. Just hearing you say it. As far as so basically you're asking the big question of epistemology. How do we know what we know? What counts as 100% knowing something? I would say the things in math and logic are the highest in that category for me. So I would say that I'm 100% sure that there are an infinite number of prime numbers.
Okay, cool. No, I was just saying, is there anything within your life that you feel confident with that? I can say confidently a bunch of different things that I know are factual regardless of whether you believe me or not, right? I know that what I'm doing, where I'm sitting, what I'm observing, and the things that I have around me, right? Would you say you could do the same?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So you do find that that's something that you can do, is have 100% knowledge and fact about something. So let me ask you a question.
I would say something like 99.99. I mean, I would want to leave a little bit of room for something like, I'm actually having a illusion or something like that. But I'm saying that it's not 100%.
But then that would be so you're holding out hope that there is or you're giving some possibility that everything is just some illusion, blah blah blah, and then we can't really have a discussion about reality itself, right?
No, we can. I'm saying I want to leave a tiny little percent for that possibility. I actually don't think that that's happening, and I think we have really, really good reasons for not saying that.
Right, like the coffee mug in my hand, it's either in my hand or I don't have a coffee mug in my hand. The question deals with reality, right?
Right.
It's dealing with reality.
Right. Anything that deals with reality, there's a little bit of doubt. Whereas something like the infinitude of the prime numbers, there isn't any room for doubt about that. We know for sure that there's, with 100% certainty, that there are an infinite number of prime numbers.
So have you ever held a coffee mug and not had 100% confidence that you were doing so?
Practically, no.
Okay.
So that's the other thing too, is that when we talk about practically, then we live our lives as if we have 100% confidence, and that's fine.
Sure, right. So you guys were discussing the moon earlier. So can you give me some tidbits of information that you could say you have strong confidence in, similar to the coffee mug when you hold it in your hand? When it comes to the moon, can you give me anything?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it seems to be a physical object. To me, I'm pretty confident that light comes from it, and whether it's reflected or generated, that's a separate question. I'm pretty confident that it stays the same size all night long, like the full moon that's coming up in 2 nights. So those are some things I'm fairly confident about. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, because I know there's things about the moon that I could say, right? Like it's somewhere above me in the sky, and it appears to be some sort of light or something that is reflecting light. Don't know which it is, but it is in the sky, right, above me, and it appears to move. So those are 2 things I'm confident about, right? I see it above me, and it appears to move. Outside of those 2 things, like even the light aspect of it. Yes, I see light, but I'm watching the sunset right now, and I see clouds that are lit up by the sun, but then I can also see objects that appear to be giving off their own light. So I'm confident, based on my knowledge of being in a plane, being up in the clouds, that the clouds are not giving off light, but they are reflecting light from the sun, right? So I can say that with a larger degree of confidence, but I can't really say the same for the moon. Like, I don't know if it's giving off its own light or if it's reflecting light. I also don't know the distance to it, and I certainly don't know its material makeup. I have nowhere near the confidence I have in the coffee mug that's in my hand when it comes to those things about the moon. Would you be in agreement on that?
Right. I think that everything that we know it to different levels of confidence. things that we immediately experience, we have much higher confidence in things we hear or that we remember from the past even, or that somebody told us, or that somebody unreliable told us. So you're exactly right that we would have different levels of confidence. By the way, I would ask that you delete the word agreeance from your vocabulary. It's agreement. There is no such word as agreeance. Just FYI.
So would you agree that you've definitely got a hand then? Would you agree with that? You've definitely got a hand to hold the coffee cup.
Sorry, I wanted to hear what Napalm said first. What?
I was just asking, did I say agreeance?
You did.
Oh.
Don't worry about it. I don't care. I'm just saying, yeah, whatever. Spake, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, if you've definitely got a hand that you're holding that coffee cup, are you sure about that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I mean, look, I'm sure about my physical surroundings. I just know that optical illusions can sometimes exist. So some things that we see, we're like, wait a minute, that's not really what we're seeing. So there's always a little sliver of possibility that it might be.
Yeah, but that doesn't apply to the dark side of the moon that you're convinced that you've seen, huh?
So Matthew, you mentioned earlier that you would be somewhat confident that I have a coffee mug in my hand, right? Because you and I have history, and you would leads me to believe you trust me somewhat, right?
Right. Although there's a part of me that says, oh, maybe he doesn't. He's just using it as an illustration. He doesn't really have one. But so of course I would believe you, but then I'm not super confident. I'm not going to bet my life on it.
Nice.
Cool. So let me ask you a question then. Would you make any specific claims about the color of the coffee mug that's in my hand, or like the shape of it? Would you?
That would just be speculation and guessing, but statistically, I'd probably get fairly close to the right answer.
Fairly close. And would you know how much coffee that my coffee mug holds, or would you just kind of assume it's probably within a certain range?
Yeah. So the expected value is 1/2. If as you drink the coffee, it starts full and goes to empty, and at any moment in time, you're likely to be somewhere around half. Am I right?
Statistically, probably I would say that you're close to right, but I was talking about just in general, like what would be the maximum volume in which my coffee mug would hold.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, but I just got to know how much coffee is actually in your coffee mug. Is it about half or full or empty?
No, right now I've got one big gulp or two small drinks left in my cup of coffee.
So I guessed wrong. Okay.
And mine's almost full.
Yeah, mine's about to be replenished though, Matthew. So
if we take the average of those two, the almost full one and your almost empty one, then I was right.
Right.
No, that wouldn't be half.
But as far as the moon is concerned, would you say that maybe some of the claims that you have made earlier this evening are pretty low in confidence level? Or do you have?
No, I'm happy to admit that. Sure. Like I said, you were right that we have different levels of confidence in different things. So the moon is something that I've never touched. I've only seen at a distance. So obviously it's way lower than coffee mugs.
Right. So maybe if somebody said something contrary to what you were claiming, right? Maybe it was a distance claim or a heat claim, or whether it's giving off light or if it's reflecting light. So if you had a fairly high confidence that the moon was reflecting light, and somebody had a fairly high confidence that the moon was giving off its own light, would you say statistically there's a 50% probability that you're right, and there's a 50% probability that the other person is right, based on the amount of knowledge that you have about the moon?
Just because there are two options doesn't automatically mean that there's a 50-50 chance. You'd have to look at the different evidence and weigh the different evidence for each side. I don't know if you can quantify it like 50-50 like that.
based on your professional opinion, what would you say the statistical probability of the moon giving off its own light would be compared to being a reflection of light?
I'd say it's fairly low, like 5 or 10%. I think there's at least a 90, 95% chance that it's actually reflecting light. I mean, chiefly due to the, looking through a telescope and it kind of looks like that, and shadows, mountains and that type of stuff.
Okay, cool. So celestial objects, right? So we're talking about giving some sort of comparison of the moon with things that you know about here, or are you comparing them with other things in the sky and kind of giving your approximation based on what? Where are you drawing this 95 plus statistical probability that it's reflecting as opposed to giving off its own? Where would you draw?
Based on how sight works, how light works, how things look down here. I mean, things that are sort of rough and like we're looking at it with a light from the side and we see little shadows in it. Even like a stucco wall or something like that. All these types of things lead me to believe that that's what's going on up there too, because it seems to look similar.
Cool. So would you say that you would use a similar process when dealing with other celestial bodies that may be of a similar makeup, at least in your approximation or your belief?
Sure, but the moon seems to be fairly unique. We don't see anything else, big enough to see up there, except for the sun.
Oh, well, I mean, there are other celestial bodies that we can see up there, right? Especially with telescope, like you were talking about earlier. You're talking about looking at the moon with a telescope, and you could look at, Mars, Jupiter, Venus.
Yeah, which I have, but I've only seen like small little round dots. nothing with nearly as much detail as the moon. So yeah,
Gotcha. So would you say that your confidence level on something like Mars being some sort of physical object that is reflecting light from the sun, the probability of that goes down from that of the moon?
Sure, it's a little bit harder to see, so it's a little bit less sure, and so
a little bit less. Yeah. Like how what percentage wise? Since
I don't know if
since we're talking
about it.
Would it be difficult to quantify? Why would it be difficult to quantify in your opinion?
Because those types of things don't lend themselves to like raw numbers. Are you gonna eat a hamburger next week? Well, maybe, but maybe not. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know what that has to do with the celestial bodies.
Well, it's just exactly.
I can say with pretty good confidence that for me, I 100% will not eat a hamburger next week. One, because I'm vegetarian, so that's probably a pretty good chance that I'm not going to eat a hamburger.
100%, I will eat a hamburger by next week. I'm not back in an hour.
Godric
I might eat one on the way home. So
right, but as far as the celestial bodies are concerned,
and that'll be a double patty.
Yeah, 50-50.
Now that we go from like 95% confidence of what you're claiming the moon may or may not be, right?
Right.
Kind of 95% confident that it is a physical object that is reflecting light from the sun. Now we move to something else within the solar system, the alleged solar system, the planet Mars. And, based on your understanding, what is Mars comprised of? What do you think it is?
Dirt and atmosphere. So I see what you're saying. Like it's a little bit farther away, so I'm less sure. So if I said 95% for the moon, I'd say 93% for Mars or something.
Okay, so you say dirt and stuff for Mars, and you're pretty confident that it was much more difficult to kind of view the details of that celestial body compared to the moon, right?
Right.
And I would say that, I can't claim dirt and physical tangibility of the moon with much confidence myself, right? But you seem to have a lot of confidence in it. And then something that is even less defined, that certainly, at least for me, appears to be leaning way more towards it's emitting its own light than the possibility of it being a reflection of light from somewhere else in direct, contrast.
Yeah, I see.
So for me, it's, I don't have much confidence to be able to claim one way or the other, whether it's the moon is tangible or not, giving off its own light or reflecting another light. And then we have this other celestial body, which I made me make a guesstimate on size difference there and the ability to define details on it. I don't know. I'd say it's 1,000 times harder to see, 1,000 times harder to determine what its makeup is. You only drop your probability 2% that object is going to be of dirt and material nature.
Right.
But if you look at that,
go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you look at that object that we call Mars, and then you look at something we call Jupiter or Venus or one of the gas planets, what leads you to be so confident that the one is terra firma and that the other is gas? Or do you think that Venus or
no, I see what you're saying, yeah. Because Venus,
whichever ones are the gas planets, you know what I'm saying? What gives you an inkling one way or the other of the makeup of these celestial objects?
Yeah, so you're right that when I'm looking through my own telescope with my own eyes, Mars and Venus, which are the rocky planets, seem to look almost identical to the way that Jupiter and Saturn look, even though they're gas planets and not rocky planets. So at that point, based on my own observations, I wouldn't know the difference. And what starts to kind of replace my own observations is my trust in what other people have said and done. And so I believe astronomers. And so my belief in the reliability of astronomers starts taking over at some point. And then there's some things I've never seen with my own eyes, but I still think, oh, the astronomers are right. Like the New Horizons spacecraft that went by Ceres or whatever it was, or Pluto. I've never seen those with my own eyes.
Right. So these people that you're saying you're kind of trusting, would you say you have more of a relationship with them or somebody in that field that you know specifically than you would say you have with me? I mean, you and I don't have an extensive relationship, but we've discussed things online quite a bit for a decent amount of time, right?
Well, so it turns out that I work at a university, so I do know people who teach astronomy and are astronomers, and so I know them, and I trust them.
But do they have any more like empirical data than you? Like, have they been able to see or do anything more than you have, or do they just happen to be teaching these classes based off, just as much empirical information as you have, and kind of just reiterating what they've already been taught about these things?
Yeah, both. Some of them have, all of them have learned way more than I have, and sort of are more versed in the basic idea. But some of them have done some research. I'm sorry, I don't know much about
as they've been told, right? But as far as maybe one of them maybe has had access or viewed these objects with a little bit better telescope than you have, right? Would you say that maybe that's the extent of their increase in empirical knowledge compared to you?
Yeah, that'd be fair.
Okay, cool. So let me ask you a question then, right? So you said most of what you are basing your confidence level on about these celestial objects being either dust or gas is based on trust of these people. So if I asked you the question again, if I said, Matthew, what is your confidence level about me having a coffee mug in my hand? What would you say? What did you say it was initially?
Oh, I can't remember. I said 90%, something like that.
90%, yeah. Would you, if I asked you that question again, would you say, yeah, it's still 90%?
I can't remember if you claimed to have one or if you said if I had one. So I don't remember exactly what you said, but are you? Well, let me ask you, do you have a coffee cup in your hand?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so my confidence level goes up to like 95% because you said you do.
95%.
I mean, what does 95% really mean? I mean, how is 95% different than 96? It's slightly different, but like
You're the math professor. You tell me. I don't know. I'm just
things
trying to
like
figure out
this-
what you're basing this confidence off of.
Yeah, you can't quantify confidence very well like that. I mean,
Yeah,
you can
it's
say
a
high,
hard
you can say
measure.
low, you can say I have
It's
more or less, but yeah.
Sure. It's a hard measure. Well, just to let you know, like right now, I don't have a coffee mug in my hand. When you asked me if I did, and I said yes, I wasn't lying. But right now, I do not.
Yeah.
You
can't put a number on confidence.
Right. You can't. It's tough to quantify your confidence in something.
Right. I mean, you could say high or low, or I'm more confident about this than I'm less confident about that, whatever. But I mean, it doesn't really make sense to say, wait, why did you choose 87% confident instead of 84%? I'm like, well, I don't know.
Well, the more I catch somebody lying, the more my confidence level goes down.
Right. So I was just trying to illustrate that there are things that you could say kind of, I mean, I guess you wouldn't go with 100% confidence, but that the average person would say 100% confidence, right? Like, I have a coffee mug in my hand. It's back in my hand, by the way. I have a coffee mug in my hand. Like, boom. If I doubted that I had a coffee mug in my hand, like, I would have to rethink and re-question literally all of existence and everything that I'm doing within every second. And then that wouldn't really be reality, right?
Right. You got to live your life.
I think it's more so than just living your life, Matthew. Like when we're talking about reality and what we know and understand, like we have to be able to come to some sort of consensus, not just because we have to live our life, but I think we have to come to an understanding of what we're talking about when we're talking about reality, right?
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, are you guys having a one-on-one? You want me to back off? Or?
No, we'd be happy
No,
to
you can
jump in. Go
you
ahead.
can speak up. I was just trying to allude to Matthew that if he's honest with himself, there's many things that he may portray as confident in saying that he probably doesn't have as much actual confidence in when he really thinks about it.
And I totally agree with that. In fact, I 100% agree with that. How about that? I 100% agree that I don't know everything. There's something I'm confident about.
Wow. That's useful. 100% being useful for only the fact that we don't know everything. Okay. Jupiter is all in it, fam. Like, it's so far away now. Like, there's no rhyme or reason. Well, there is, but it's just like I don't know how
Elijah, it's because the moon rose an hour later tonight than it did yesterday. So it moves across the sky relative to the stars about an hour each day.
Right, an hour.
It's actually 24 divided by 29. 24 hours divided by 29 lunar days.
Right, an hour yesterday was only just let me tell you something. The difference between where it was when the star was 180 degrees to the moon's orientation, like 4 days ago, 3 days ago, whatever it was, like, it's like the star is moving exponentially, though. Like, it just moved this many degrees. It's a huge jump from last night. And last night was kind of a big jump from when anyway, that doesn't matter. That's not why I interrupted the conversation. Would you allow me to get you in a gotcha? Now, I'm honest enough to actually ask you beforehand. I don't like.
Oh yeah, I'm totally up for like being in a gotcha. I like that type of situation. That's usually when you learn, when you like realize that you said something wrong.
Okay, cool. So now you said that you typically don't go with 100% when it comes to, I guess, science.
Right, just
Or
because the physical world, like, because I'm so confident in logic and mathematics and those type of proofs that I would want to have those be higher than the physical world.
okay. Now you know about how we talk about how there, like, you can't go beyond the 60 degrees south
Yeah, I've
latitude.
heard that.
And you've heard, like, people's reasons. Like, people question us about whether or not, there will be people with guns on the like perimeter. If it really is an ice wall or an ice shelf or whatever it is, that's crazy flat earth thing.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah. What do you think when we say, well, there are government entities, or maybe even one would dare say one entity that lords over all of the separate governments, and that rule is definitely not to overstep this number one rule, being that you can't just cross the 60th all willy-nilly, as a regular citizen of any country or place. So what do you say to flat earthers that say that they're guarding this perimeter or whatever it is?
Yeah, so you're asking about laws and, like, places that are far away from where I am, and I have zero direct evidence either way because I've never been south of the equator. Probably you never have either. And so then it comes to be a question of, like, okay, do I believe the governments that say that they aren't protecting it with, like, these, military, or do I not believe them? And then it's a question of, like, who do we find credible and what stories do we find credible? And that's a complicated question. I don't think I could convince you one way or the other.
Are you saying they're not guarding this area? Or that they, or are you saying that they don't say that they guard this area?
I don't think they guard it with, like, as much military as I've typically heard flat earthers say that they do. There might be a few boats down there, but I guess I'm saying I don't know.
It isn't a very strong gotcha. I mean, on one hand, this is just like, an ad. It's not really like, it's like, who's really going to put all their stock into this? Also, you didn't really, like, take a definitive stance. So good on you, but I'm going to post it in the live stream anyway. Because I just thought it was funny what Miggy had. Oh, man, I don't have it, do I, in this phone? Okay, what I'm going to have to do is click search for Miggy images.
Matthew said they guarded, but not a lot, basically. They got a little bit, but not something like that.
I think you're hot micing?
No, he was talking about, yeah, he was quoting me.
I know they're here somewhere. Man. Man, this totally fell flat on his face. Well, I'll read it to you from my other phone then. So, I grabbed these screenshots from Miggy, and it says 70% of the world is covered by water. 80% of all people live near water. 90% of all trade travels by water. That's actually an interesting tidbit. And then it shows like a fleet of fighter jets. And then it says 100% on watch. America's Navy of global. So they're 100% watching the water. Man, that was pretty much it. Carlos R.
Elijah, you did all that and didn't post nothing?
Well, I read it. You guys didn't hear me just now?
Yeah, no, we heard you. He was just
Yeah, I'm
complaining
waiting
he
for the
didn't
gotcha.
post it. It was
Waiting for
about
that
the
gotcha,
Atlantic
man.
Treaty. I mean, sorry, the Antarctic Treaty. But apparently it didn't take the bait strong enough. Sorry.
No, it wasn't even the treaty. It's just the fact that the Navy says that, the Earth is 70% water, 80% of people live by the water, 90% of trade is by water, and we're 100% on watch. "100% making sure none of you flat earthers get any ideas." They put that out right in 2014. What a coincidence. So people are gaslighting us. "Oh, you scared, bro? Go to the 60th. You scared?" Yeah, because the fucking Navy is threatening us. That's why. All right, no one cares. Fair enough. I'll go on mute.
I've still had a previous thought in my mind from God Rockin' where he asked Matthew about the moon and how God said it's its own light. I mean, what are your thoughts about that, Matthew?
It seems to me to look like something that is reflecting light because of the shadows. If you get a telescope and look, and especially when the moon is like half phase or something like that, it just looks like. I mean, I'm just reporting what it looks like to me.
Matthew, have you ever seen a light that shines on a ball? Isn't there generally or normally, let's say, a bright spot where it is lined up perfectly where the angle of incidence of light hits its bright spot? And then as you go around the edges of the ball, the light is no longer reflected directly back toward you. So it dims, the light dims as it goes around the edges. That you can demonstrate that. So why is the moon not doing it?
Yeah, the same reason these concrete spheres aren't doing it. It's a little bit lighter in the center.
No, they're doing it. Those spheres are doing it. You can see it's very much bright on the far right sphere. It's very, very bright on the right side. It dims quite a bit. Then it gets to next to the shadow. It's quite a bit dimmer there. And then it goes completely dark on the back side. When the moon's full, it doesn't ever do that.
Yeah, when the moon's full, you're looking straight on. Like,
how's the light? How is the light getting around the edge? The angle of incidence is, and the light would be reflected away from your eyes. Not only one spot on the moon would it be reflecting light directly back to you. So I can't even imagine.
Yeah, but there's no one shiny spot in those concrete spheres either. There's not like a shiny spot. There's a lighter spot maybe.
Well, a lighter spot. Okay, let's play with semantics. Come on, it's obvious that it's brighter right where the light is hitting, and it is on the edge. It just is. You can't say that it isn't. You just did say it was. Since it's not shiny, it's lighter. I mean,
Matthew, you're not addressing his point. The moon is evenly lit on a full moon. Yes. Not the case for this. Not the case for his example.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It looks evenly lit. I don't know why.
Okay.
Well, if it were a light, that would make sense as to why, wouldn't it?
The light could be coming from behind it. That would make sense. I mean, for the effect that it glows or lights up in the sky.
Yeah, if the light was penetrating through it, yeah. Light was behind it. It's going to be described as what the astronauts and NASA says that it's a ball of dirt.
Yeah, and also the moon is made up of different types of things, different colors of things. So it'd be hard to see exactly which one is brightest if parts of it are dark and parts of it are light.
Do the moons have different colors, Matthew?
I only see.
What color are you talking about, Matthew?
Can I just ask that Rocking question? The Bible says that the moon is a light. You said, I'm going to go off of my reasoning, what I observed, which actually I kind of agree with. But what say you? When I say agree with, I mean agree with going with observation. Like, if there is an observation I can go with that didn't coincide with the Bible, I probably would question the Bible. Luckily for me, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I feel the same. Luckily.
Hey.
I don't feel very comfortable with this scripture.
Mic working.
Hey, Matthew, what do you make of that moon, out of focus moon pic I posted? Scroll up a little bit.
That's a pretty interesting photo there, by the way, Oz.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? I was focusing in on the moon, and kept taking exposures. I'll show you the focused version, but that line, it's strange. What do you make of it, Matthew?
The line that separates the left from the right? Which line are you talking about?
Well, there's two lines that go through the center. The front line and the rear line appears you can see through some translucent area of the moon. It appears to be translucent to me.
He's talking. I think he's talking about that. Yeah, there's like a line to the left.
There it is, out of focus and then focus. I've got a bunch of both.
What is that next to the moon?
I don't know if that's a star or a planet.
No, but can you see it without the camera?
You mean the little dot? Yes.
Yeah.
It's probably a
Did
star.
you take that last night or a couple nights ago?
I took that actually last year.
That was Jupiter.
Yeah, it might have last year. It could have been Jupiter, but look at the moon though. What's up with that line? How is it we're seeing that line that corresponds with the front line?
Yeah, I mean, I would suspect that that's a camera artifact, and if you look through a powerful telescope, it wouldn't have those kind of weird artifacts on it.
Answer: artifact.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm just looking at typically what fuzzy pictures look like. And
yeah, I get it. But that line that is picking up on the backside of the moon should be blocked by the moon. So I'm just getting that quote unquote artifact through the moon.
No, I think that line, I think that straight line doesn't actually exist. I think it's something with the lens or the, I don't know. I don't know if it's.
Yeah, I don't know either. I just wanted to run it by you.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Man, I definitely think it's picking up. The reason that all of this wonky stuff is happening is because it is some kind of light, or dare I say, projection of light. So it's light regardless. Right. I think that's why. Because when I take pictures of the street lamps, and they do it's pretty much the same shit. So, it's weird. Unlike an object that's as a matter of fact, I was gonna ask Matthew, that picture you posted where I've always thought that looking at the moon that way was very weird. Can we recreate that with like an actual object where it looks where the line, the Terminator line looks like that?
Which picture are you referring to? Sorry.
The one you took of the moon. I mean, sorry.
Yeah, can we throw a basketball up in the air and photograph it and see through it?
No.
No, that's not what I'm asking. What I'm saying is that Terminator line, it looks mighty pixely. I don't even know if that's the right word. It looks really. I don't know. It doesn't. Shadows are typically smooth. So I'm wondering.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think it's because it's way overexposed.
Can we get like something like on Earth that's like half lit, like a sphere half lit, and overexpose it and get the same effect?
You'd have to do something like somebody's saying, throw a basketball up in the air in a dark night where there's only a spotlight or something. Who knows?
You can just hold it up in a dark room, like, right?
Right.
You don't have to do all that.
Or hang it from a string, something.
I have a question for Matthew. If you're done, Elijah.
Yeah. Thank you.
So you see the picture that Gizbo posted of the moon? It's yellow, top right. It's kind of glowing like a full moon does.
43
See that
Pascal?
picture? Yes.
Yes, I see it.
So, seeing that you believe that the moon doesn't have any of its own light, does the Earth also glow like that? We can get that perspective with the sun's light.
I think so. I mean, if you were away from the, I think they even say that the Earth reflects more light than the moon does.
And it's funny you mentioned that what they say. So, and I'm asking you, I want you to use your logic now. See how the moon is glowing? Does the Earth also glow without worrying about what they say, Matthew?
So it still is based on what other people say, but I actually believe their explanation makes sense to me. And the fact that the Earth is made up of mostly water and white clouds, it makes sense to me that it would reflect more light than the moon, which is mostly kind of like darker asphalt colored stuff. Well, lighter than that, I guess, like grayish stuff.
So there's more light coming off of the Earth from the sunlight. So here's my little gotcha, Matthew. Never has NASA showed us a glowing Earth with a yellow light color like that. Never.
Well, but the all the pictures of the blue marble, those ones are the Earth shining. Which ones are you talking about?
I don't think any of them have Earth shine. I see a moon. I see a moon light. There's a distinguishable glow, like a light coming from the moon.
Oh, you mean the glow around the moon?
And the glow around it, and also the moon itself is bright yellow. You don't think the moon is actually yellow, do you?
No.
So this is the sunlight. So the Earth, and NASA has never shown us Earth with a glowing light or a yellow light or any kind of effect like that, have they?
No, because they got the exposure right. What are you talking about? It all depends on the exposure.
Okay, the exposure, right? Okay, so when we look at the moon, it's lighting up the sky. We got the exposure wrong.
I'm confused.
If I can read my journal at midnight, if I can read my journal under the moonlight because it's so bright, I got my exposure wrong. I'm confused somehow.
So the moon lights up the Earth. At, the full moon, you can read your journal. That's right. So I would
get that kind of light from the Earth.
So if you were sitting on the moon and the Earth were above you, a full Earth were above you, you'd get way more light, and you could have no problem reading your journal because, first of all, it would appear 4 times bigger in the sky, and it reflects more light than the moon does.
Okay, so we have never seen that. We've never seen it from NASA ever.
Well,
So think about that.
Yeah, nobody. I don't think. Let's see. That would be during a new moon. You'd have to have people up there on the moon during the new moon, looking back at Earth. So you're right. NASA's never shown that.
How about the Earthrise? Was the Earthrise glowing? Was the Earthrise glowing with the sunlight, like the moon glows? That showed that, didn't it?
Yeah. So I'm confused about what you're saying. I mean, the Earth is glowing in that. I mean, you can see it.
Gizbo, I think you're hot micing a little bit.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Matt, did you have a response? I think if you had a response, I missed it. Sorry.
The Earthrise photo that I posted, the standard NASA one at 50 past the hour, that shows the Earth glowing. Is that what you're asking? I'm still confused about.
Yeah, I'm saying that moon glow we get in the sky. Saying, does the Earth do that? NASA hasn't shown us that.
Well, like the glow around the moon is because of the atmosphere here on Earth, and so the converse, we're not going to see any glow around the Earth from the moon because there's no atmosphere there.
Those are the images that they kind of showed you. They held your hand and showed you how they were made on the funny thing happened on the way to the moon. And it looks bright because that's the circle. What's outside is bright in relation to what's inside the cabin with all the lights off. And if you run that through a negative image, you'll find that looks like a color photograph stacked on top of a black and white negative, maybe with some sort of toner. It doesn't look like one legitimate piece of color, or, well, it would have to be color film. Just saying.
I'll just finish by I don't think you can read a book in the dark. That Earth light they're showing you. That's all I wanted to say. So not the same light from the moon.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to try it. I mean, nobody's tried it, but I would say that I think you can. There you go. Two different speculations.
Oh, the negative image. Yeah, it's like, where's the rest of the Earth? Because we know Earth is made of dirt and soil. And I'm not actually asking for an actual answer. It's a reciprocal question.
Well, it's too dark to see. That's the answer.
And to be fair to Matthew, I mean, this this shouldn't even be on him to answer. The point is, the authorities who claim these things aren't taking responsibility for answering. They leave it to the people who simply believe them. That's disingenuous.
The Earth is flat.
We got it on recording. We got it on recording.
Now listen to the rest of that video.
I knew Matthew would come around.
All the way around the ball. If I can find it.
And right, Matthew, yeah, in that photo, yeah, we can see like, you know, the dark part, like there's a full circle in it.
Yeah, and if it were exposed a little bit more, you'd see it even better.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to go back to like 5:55 my time, and I'm just gonna have to like pull that little excerpt out. Hey Matthew.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Go ahead.
You ever thought about doing an experimental class?
I'm sorry, what did you say? An experimental
whether or not
class?
the Earth. Yeah, experimental class. Like, some colleges do that, right? Like, they're not like true classes, more like philosophical classes.
Yeah, I'd be willing to do that. That'd be fun.
Like, is the Earth all?
Gizmo, you're roboting.
Sorry.
No worries.
No, I like the idea. In general, I think people should do their own research, buy a telescope, go look at stuff, like research this stuff, look into it, get educated. It's all good stuff.
Build your own rocket, shoot it up in the space.
Well, if you're a tech billionaire, go ahead, but the rest of us can't.
Where does your confidence come from that the dark side of the moon images are legit that they've presented?
Trust in the people who've done it.
Why do you trust them?
Because what they say makes sense. It fits together well, and I'm generally a trusting person.
Well, it's like, yeah, it kind of goes back to the point of, where the moon is its own light, says God, but it's like these other people who you put trust in are saying he's a liar.
And you can dismantle all the Apollo mission photographs if you just enroll in if you handle some black and white negatives, you'll see that it's not the creations. They're darkroom creations. They're not single frame photographs. It's not possible. And those are the people that you trust. Things that are easily debunked.
Got to be careful who you put trust into, I assure you.
Well, damn. How's everybody doing?
Doing well, thank you. Hope you're doing good too.
I'm robotic.
Who's roboting?
Gizmo.
Ah.
Are you driving or something, Gizmo? Or?
I am. I live out in the country.
Oh, that makes sense then.
Uh-oh.
Is Elijah still here?
No, he's not here.
He talked about the U.S. Navy 100% guards the ice wall. Is that what he was saying? I didn't get his whole presentation. Is he got an ice wall? They're going to 60. Taylor, what are they doing 100%? The Navy.
No, I'm actually the one that brought it up in the very first place. I've been saying this for many years, but when we haven't really talked about it too much. When you go past the 60th parallel, the Antarctic treaty that's set up right now from all the countries that have signed the treaty would say that that's a protected land. So you can't just freely traverse that place. You have to have like special permission to be down there. So anyway, on that, there is as far as like what the has put out there in their information on YouTube is like, it's let me just bring up the images that I showed him.
So would you say it's a no exploration zone?
Yeah, but like they're always patrolling the waters, but not because of that, right? Like obviously, but because of there's like most of the trade from around the world are being taken in shipments over boat. So just give me a moment. I'm going to look all that stuff up for you.
So you're saying the Navy patrols 100% of the waters?
Hang on a second. There you go. I'll put the images up for you guys to look at. I took snippets of the video, so you can get all those images. That's off the video. I'm not saying that they are. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's their claim. That's their claim.
And that would be a bad claim to say down there. It's just over there.
The U.S. Navy is 100% on watch of the water.
But they claim.
So I couldn't just like get a little sailboat and head towards the southern ring, and climb the ice shelf, and just make a dash for the dome. I mean,
well, obviously, it's not as easy as what you just said. You need to have, like, when you leave port, like where you're going and all that kind of stuff. There's rules to this, right? Logistically. So somebody just thinking they're gonna get on a boat and go somewhere is just like the most ludicrous idea ever. That's not how that works ever. And if they do it, then they're doing it illegally. If you know what I mean.
No. Because I'm a non-citizen, so I can travel wherever I want.
No, that's incorrect. You can't. It doesn't matter who you are. If you're not allowed to be in some place, if that was the case, then you'd be able to go to military zones, no-fly zones, and all that because you just claim you're somebody that rules don't apply to, and that's not how it works, at all. Trust me. And if you want to test the limits, I'd say be careful because I wouldn't do it like on the basis of what you just said. You're gonna get put in harm's way, and I wouldn't want that for you.
Is it like that guy who got arrested and his boat got impounded?
I don't know, but on the case of like saying that rules don't apply just because you're a non-citizen, yeah, I don't think that's how this works.
They're not going to fall for that trick?
Yeah, no.
I also say I'm Amish and I get the right to live on the land and traverse the seas and
yeah, there's obviously different. There's obviously different regulations when you're traversing the waters and air and land, right? There's different rules that apply, but there's always restrictions. And when you become someone who says those restrictions don't apply to me, then you just like obviously you're gonna get put in some kind of like trouble, and then you're gonna be like, well, those rules don't apply to me. They're like, we don't care, get in jail. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they don't. At some point, you know what I mean? Like, there's laws that protect you, but then when you're doing something that's against like what they've already signed treaties to, then imagine if that was the case. People could do it like, hey, those rules don't apply to me. They're like, yeah, that doesn't work. You can't do that.
They arrest you, throw you in jail. I wonder what judge you would get. Would you get like a military judge somewhere out in Antarctic?
That's
probably not. There's international court.
Godric, I don't know why you would even say in the Antarctic. Like, why would that even? I don't know if you're being silly or on purpose, or if you're really being it. Like, 'cause it doesn't sound like it's something logical.
Do you know about the international court?
You actually think there would be a judge in Antarctica? Like, I mean, I don't know. Does that make sense to you?
No, because when I got a ticket going to Vegas, I had to go back to Vegas to fight the ticket. It was bullshit.
He's talking about a local judge.
We just like I'm a realist,
like,
right?
So like international waters, right? They arrest me. Who do I have to? Where are they gonna put me?
There's an international court. There's an international court in the Netherlands. Look it up. It's in The Hague. HAGUE, International Court. Usually it's reserved for people who commit crimes against humanity, but I'm sure that they do other international crimes.
So I tell them, listen, I'm fishing and don't bother me. Give me my boat. I'm going to Antarctica. I'm going to make igloo and I'm going to live alone. And what are you going to say? What are you tell me?
Yeah, that obviously works. Yeah, do that.
Right. Come with us. Come with us. You're going to come with us. We're going to give you supplies for your igloo. Come with us.
I can do ice fishing. Leave me alone. But ice fish and my igloo and leave me alone. That won't work?
Yeah, I don't think.
How are you going to cook your fish?
Raw.
You know you can't have fire and
raw.
You're going to eat it raw.
Sushi, bro.
And what's the end goal for all of this? What are we trying to do with?
Defy the laws.
Defy the laws and just live
Trying to
on
break out of the matrix.
Fight the system.
The envelope.
Okay. Well, good luck.
Speaking of the Matrix, did anybody here ever see the last Matrix, the newest one?
Yeah, it's real good. I like it. I like all of them.
Oh, it was the most silliest thing ever, dude. The first three were awesome, and the last one, I'm like, dude, this is silly.
Was Morpheus an agent?
Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like Morpheus was born again in the Matrix. It was the weirdest thing ever. Because Niobe was old. Remember, she was young. She was Jada Pinkett. And then in the fourth Matrix, she was old, like she had lived to an old age and died.
So Morpheus wasn't who they thought he was at all, you know?
Right, he was a program.
Mm-hmm.
So Morpheus was a program that went rogue.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then-
Spoiler alert.
Let's not give any spoilers out, man. But yeah, that's only what you find out in the movie. It's not the ending or anything.
Right.
We haven't spoiled anything. Just go watch it.
Right.
Like I haven't seen it.
No, I mean it was a good story. Like it. I mean, it made sense. I was just like, oh my gosh, I'm doing this all over again, but with a different group of people, and it just felt silly to me. But I recommend everybody watching it. It was pretty good. The storyline, it had a good story.
I seen the other day the guy that used to want to like rally everybody to go to Antarctica, Hollywood. He was in here. I didn't jump in when he was in here though. He usually comes in here with the mission. I get like, what do you guys? Are you still on Discord? Like, we're supposed to be rallying and going to Antarctica.
He didn't say anything.
He didn't
I
say
didn't hear
anything
him.
this time. I'm surprised, man, that he didn't say
I
anything.
know. I was here. I think I was in here for like an hour or so with him, and he didn't say anything.
Man, that's what like. I was thinking, man, it was just only a matter of time before he starts like, are we still here? Like, what's going on? Like, why can't we just meet somewhere? And like, maybe he needs to team up with Godric, man. You guys head down there.
Dude.
Head down there. Pack a few lunch sacks and sleeping bags.
Leave your flint at home.
Dude, I got my fishing pole. That's all I need. I dig a hole. Always I fish down there.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't even stop you, man, if you're going in that kind of a boat. They're like, no, just guys, just let him go over there. He's gonna find out what it's like.
That man's a goner.
We'll let nature just take care of him. We don't even have to stop him. Yeah, go on, buddy. Keep going.
We'll find a note.
You know that they show that picture of the ice shelf that's like 100 feet tall, and they have that ship on the bottom and the little people on top climbing up. That's my biggest challenge. Once I get there, I gotta climb up that ice shelf. I guess I'll take like ice picks. I guess like go up to like Wolverine.
Yeah.
Make sure you bring a bag to poop in.
Obviously.
Once I get I'm just a shit right in the ice, so they're gonna have to like. I don't know.
Hey, but you know what I find that's weird, Gizmo, is that like they want it like pristine and clean. You know that area.
Yeah.
Yet the astronauts that went to the moon, they left their poop bags, vomit bags, and like pee bags up there. That's something I don't understand. Like they don't want you to touch Antarctica like that. Yet the moon was like, well, let's just leave our waste up there. 96 bags of waste up there from
Wait,
all
can
the.
can you at least pee on the ice?
Yellow snow cones. Yellow snow cones. Lemon flavored.
Are they gonna monitor where you piss? Seriously?
Like I said, they probably wouldn't even monitor you, but like let you go down there. Just you. It's a one-way ticket, though. I mean, you ain't coming back. They'll just wave you on
It's
from
like-
their battleship. They're like, just
It's
keep
like
going,
right.
man.
There is this Robert Falcon Scott, early in the century. He was an experienced explorer, right? His whole team died going to the South Pole. So, yeah, there's something that with that.
It's like when you try to swim underwater, you hold your breath and swim all the way across the pool underwater. And then you're like, okay, I can do it all the way underwater to the pool. Now let's do it to the end, all the way across and back. And you swim all the way underwater and you do a flip and you start to swim back. You get like maybe 10 feet. You gotta come up.
Yeah, the question used to come out a lot on the server back in like maybe 4 years ago.
All
They would
right.
always ask that. Why don't you guys just go south? Like, what happens when you go all the way south? They're like, yeah, that's not. Nobody does that.
Yeah.
And why? They would. We'd have to explain the whole Antarctica treaty, and like it was just crazy. And then
You still have to do it.
Not to mention just the logistical like issues that would occur, of such a campaign, to go down there. But I don't know. People, maybe they live on tropical areas. They don't really experience like cold weather like this. So to them, it's just like, what do you mean? It's just cold. Like, no, this isn't.
Just pack a few extra jackets. Oh, did you cut out?
Like,
did I cut out?
Like frostbite would be a real challenge, over there.
Sure.
Dehydration is a thing in the cold too. Gotta, yeah.
There's a lot of.
Oh yeah. That ice down there is different than the ice we drink, or water we drink.
Got to be able to have enough water.
If it doesn't freeze, you'd have to keep it somewhere warm where it stays fluid.
There's a lot to consider.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Sometimes people I don't know if they're being funny or they don't really see how dangerous it would be in a cold environment. I'm not even talking about Antarctica, like anywhere in the north of United States. Like if you've ever been,
you're in the north, Mig.
Yeah, no, but I meant like in Canada and such. Like when the polar vortex came, I think there was one winter. I remember it was negative 40 degrees over here. Like it was reading negative 40, and it was so frigid. I mean, it would bite straight through all of your clothing. Like whatever you wore, it was just you felt the cold on your skin.
It didn't
matter what you were wearing. Even if you had like the warmest stuff underneath, it would unless you were wearing like like a diver suit. That cold will go right into your clothing.
Lake effect is real, man. Lake effect is real.
And that's not to mention the wind chill.
Yeah.
So it was like frigid. It was like it's unnaturally cold. Like you don't even that kind of cold. Your eyeballs hurt. Like you seriously, like your tear. You could feel your like.
You have to blink 3 times as much.
Yep. Your like your breath. As soon as it goes out of your face, like the heat from it starts to collect on your eyelashes, and it freezes, and you have to like keep wiping your eyelashes. Like it's serious. Like this is crazy. Like stuff happens in the super cold that you wouldn't think would happen.
That's why they have ski masks.
Yeah, you see the guy. Look at the guy's like his face when it's really cold. That's what really happens. Like all that ice that collects on that beard and everything, like on the thumbnail of that video.
Mm-hmm.
That's for real. That's what really does occur.
Oh, big stop.
But I mean, if you want to go down there, because you go ahead.
You can't just eat snow either. Like oh, I got plenty of water. I'll survive. No,
gotta
not
heat
the
it
same
up.
makeup, man. Not the same makeup. Not the same makeup.
Well, it's not just about the makeup; it's about the temperature.
Well, the organization of the molecule structure is different. It's not nutritious.
Like I said, frostbite would be a real danger that you'd be fighting every day. Like a severe danger.
Well, you can't heat up snow in Antarctica anyway. Yet you can't have fire.
Your extremities would be the first to go. Fingers, toes.
Yep.
That'd be the first to get that. I always talk about we never go into like in depth to like the really cold areas of this earth, like when it gets like wintertime. And then you could actually talk to people about like imagine if you didn't have the shelter that you did of a warm location. Like people die in the cold. Like that's a real danger. I mean,
and it happens real easy.
Yeah, really. Yep. You can go to sleep when it's cold and not wake up. That's for real.
Yeah.
That's serious.
That's for real. Because you're so comfortable asleep because you're not moving.
Are finally able to get to sleep or something.
And if you've ever woken up when it's really like, have you ever had that? Has anybody here ever like woken up on a really cold house? Like it's really, really hard to get up. Like your eyes, it's everything's real slow.
Yeah, you
like
don't
to get up
move.
and then you can hardly move. You know, has
And
anybody ever experienced that?
You don't want to move either.
No, you want to stay where you are because you were warm in that specific location. Anywhere else is cold.
Yeah, it's like not only is it
Oh,
hard to
wow, so
move,
fucking
it's like you
hard.
don't want to either. But you have to.
That's what I'm like. To me, like there's a level of like being daring and like trying like to, you know, like the thrill seekers and that. But this is something else. This is other, like another mentality to do something like this. This is like that stuff. It's strange.
Miggy, what are you worried about, man? 24-hour sun, bro. Like, no worries.
Like, you know how
the sun has no bearing on the, like, it's not going to heat you up like you think. Even
You
if
know
it
how
doesn't
Bear
look-
Grylls? Bear Grylls should do a survival, like a 1 week survival in Antarctica.
Yeah, right.
Obeying the Antarctic Treaty, like you're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do that. See if he survives.
Like if there were a situation like that where he did it, it would be so staged.
Oh yeah, no, totally.
Look, they might stop me from building a fire on the ice shelf, but what if I go in my hot air balloon? Then what are they going to do?
All right, then. No, you'll be fine. Hot air balloon's just fine.
Coast over the ice shelf, hot air balloon, you know, land for fish, go back up in there. There's a lot of fire. I can light fire not on the ground, but above the ground, see?
Yeah, it sounds logical. Got it.
Loophole.
Go for it.
I really truly enjoy your imagination and your enthusiasm.
It's the same enthusiasm that Hollywood had when you would come in there. Come on, guys. What are you doing talking on Discord?
I remember that back in the day.
To get power to my computer, and I can do live stream.
And we're all just sitting here like, dude, do you actually know what you're saying? Like, this isn't. I'm serious.
I'm hooked up to Elon Musk satellite internet. $2,000 a month. Live stream with the solar panels and my laptop, bro. I got it all figured out.
There you have it.
Tom Brady's about to make a comeback, dude.
Who?
Tom Brady. He's having a horrible season, him and Aaron Rodgers both.
Did he just go 0-4?
I don't know, but like he's about to beat the Rams who won the Super Bowl last year. He's got 13 seconds to punch it in. No timeouts.
Speaking of Aaron Rodgers, he was on Joe Rogan's podcast.
He did it. He did it.
Dude,
Wow.
I had no idea he had those kinds of thoughts. I mean, after hearing that, he's kind of awesome.
All right, real quick, guys. We got Awaken that just joined the server. Awaken, welcome to the server.
Hey, Awaken.
Hi,
Are you
guys.
there?
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, man?
What's
hey,
up?
I'm gonna give you VC verified since you started to speak, Awaken. But what brings you to the
Thank
server,
you.
man?
I'm just into. I like to listen to these topics. Like, I was in Geo server. I'm a member there, and I like to listen.
Okay. And just for context to give you, like, maybe people can know a little bit about you. What do you think the shape of the Earth is? Do you believe that it's a globe? Are you on the fence right now, like you're in between, or do you know it's flat? Like, what is the stance you have, or anything else? Or just simulation? I'll just throw in a few, like concave. Is there something you have that?
I think it's a globe, but I mean, I'm not like here to debate. You know, I like to listen. And,
No, that's no worries. I'm just gonna give you some tags just so you can post. I'll give you a globe earther tag for now, and if you change your mind, we'll switch it around if you ever want to.
It helps us to identify when we're talking with you. That way we know you're not like trolling us or anything like that. We know where you stand.
That's all it is. But Yeah, what would be the thing that keeps you like? Because obviously this discussion has to deal with the shape of the Earth, but why do you think that has really strong evidence for it, or like what do you think it is that globe Earth?
Yeah, based on the evidence that I have, like seen and learned throughout like my life, basically, and some observations that I have made coincide with that, but.
Any ones we can do like on Earth that you can point to? Like we're always.
I'll tell you what, though, I'm skeptic. I don't believe in the moon landing, in the first moon landing, and I don't. Yeah, the original moon landing in the 60s, 70s, and then I also believe in a creator.
Okay. So no moon landing for the very first one, but the rest of them, yes. The rest of the moon missions.
I think now they have the technology to go to the moon. I don't think there's been.
I meant there was one at the beginning, but there was like more after the first one. Do you believe that they still went to the moon, even though the first one wasn't the real one? You said.
It was like I believe they didn't have the technology. They just faked it.
So all the times like from what was it till 70 what?
72.
It was like 69 to 72 or something like this.
Yeah.
That they
like Apollo 11 and all. Yeah.
That is some common. That is some common ground. Because it's like, okay, we want answers about the first moon landing, and so do other, globe earthers who don't believe in the first moon landing, and yet none of us are getting answers. Not real.
Yeah, you can. I mean, any way you think about that. There's a lot of people that sit on a lot of different sides on that conversation, and they don't have to be flat earthers. They could just be somebody who's like, hey, I don't think the Earth is flat, but I don't think they also landed on the moon either. So, for political reasons or whatever you want to come up with, that's
because I've actually heard that quite a bit from people who still believe in the globe, and they're like, oh yeah, Apollo 11 was not real. Of course.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's globe earthers that are skeptical about the moon landing. I have family members that are skeptical and they believe in a globe.
There's a lot of globe earthers who are skeptical of the moon landings. I know it.
Yeah. There's people that will swear by just stand behind it 100% it was real, and just debate it like they were there.
Right.
Yeah, we hear that a lot in here for sure. Though they'll use the terms like we went there. Like, I don't know what you're talking. We went to the moon. You didn't go anywhere. They did.
What do you mean we?
What you mean we?
Like Dumb and Dumber. We landed on the moon.
Yeah, we landed on the moon.
Do you guys
finally did it?
Do you guys think there could be life? Let's just say potentially, like if it's a globe and there's other solar systems or whatever and planets. Could there possibly be life out there?
Planets.
I think the cosmology is different. I think that's probably the biggest distinction between globe Earth and flat Earth. The cosmology is completely not the same. So you have in the globe paradigm, you have an ever-expanding cosmos that expands into nothingness, right?
Right.
So you have that happening, right? And then you got galaxies and other planets and other solar systems, and you just like that whole. It's a whole bunch of stuff happening within like a giant paradigm, right? Ours is a little bit more intimate, more smaller. So we'd say that in all of creation, we are the floor of all of it. So we're the bottom, the ground, right? Like where we're standing on, you're standing on the ground of all of creation. So what you see in the sky, that's all that there ever is. There isn't like more galaxies or other planets or other places we can go and live. This place that was created here for you and me was the only place that you and I can exist. There isn't any place outside of this place that you and I can be like the way we are here, right?
Right.
Like we wouldn't function the same if you were try to live in the sky or live underwater. Like that place wasn't meant for us, but above ground, this is where we're supposed to be. Like we're in the place, we breathe the air that is here. It's perfect for us to actually be living on. So this is the place where we were meant and created specifically to be. But some people, might think that the paradigm is is different. So that's kind of the distinction that I'm giving you, is like we're the floor of the creation, and then everything above us is just all that there is. There isn't any more, like we can't go out into investigate.
Right, no way. Out of this, like it's enclosed, basically.
Yeah, it's enclosed. Right. So that's the kind of the idea, because we're meant to be in this place. But in the globe paradigm, it's like you can go travel to other planets and that have like life like here. And so when you say, do you guys think of other life forms and stuff? Well, the whole paradigm is different. So we can't even, that's not even like an imagination that you can have, because in this paradigm, there isn't any out. There's only in here.
And do you personally believe in that there might be more land in this plane?
Yeah, I mean,
there might be more land at there.
Yeah, that's quite possible. Like there isn't a when we talk about speculation, we only know what we can investigate with, and as far as like what we can say our boundaries are. But if there's more, there could be, right? Like none of us can say what the extent going outward is for us. Like if we're gonna go travel south anywhere, we
I want to
don't know
ask
the
a
extent.
quick question, maybe when you get done.
Yeah, go ahead. You go ahead.
I just like, so in the idea that there is more land, right? Don't you think that like there would be more life out there? Like you want to talk about like space and like all that. Yeah. What if there's more land beyond us, and you go out further beyond that and there's more life, there's different beings that live out there, and that they come here to visit us? Like, I just throwing that out there as far as like a hypothetical, like why does it have to be in space? What if we're like what Mickey said, we're on the floor, everybody's on the same floor, it just expands out further beyond what we know.
Yeah, we can only tell people what we can verify, what the extent of our limit of where we can go freely, right? What we can do. Outside of that would be more of what speculation would land, because like there's other testimonies, I would say, from like, let's say Admiral Byrd or something, where they're talking about more land outside of like where he was investigating Antarctica, just the other stuff, right? People we've heard, but for us to actually verify that stuff, I don't think we have the logistical means to do it. It would be quite a feat to do. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to cross a lot of boundaries and red tape and stuff just to get permissions to do maybe something that you're trying to, you know what I mean? So it takes a lot of
the environment. It's like
it takes resources. It takes a lot of money. It takes like the environment's harsh. Like there's a lot of factors you have to, figure out if you're gonna actually do that. To find out maybe an extent or what's the limit or whatever, you'd have to be prepared enough to do something like that. It's not just like what we would say, like we were talking about it before you came in here, Awaken. It's not like you're going to go to Walmart and get like, bologna and bread and then pack some sandwiches and you're going to, sleeping bags and go down there. It's not that way. Like you really have to plan this, like it needs to be like a big excursion, like huge. Massive.
Right. It takes a lot of money for sure.
Resources. Yeah.
You have to plan similar to like what they did with when they do going across the ocean, or just like, months and months of supplies. You're going to need plan for every aspect, cold and hot. You never know what you're going to come across.
So yeah, that's why we talk about our paradigm and the way we do, because we live for all intents and purposes, this is an enclosed system, and the idea of an open system is kind of like the paradigm of the globe. So you know what I mean? Like that's the difference. So we wouldn't say that you could leave. We would say like this is the place where we're meant to be. So I don't know. I guess you could say the people with that mindset would feel like you can at some point get off of this rock and go to another rock and then populate that thing. You know what I mean? And this one, we're not saying that. We're saying we were meant to live here. There isn't any other place but this place. And so we're specially created for this place. And I don't know. And that's why there's a lot that you would find different. Like if you were to say, well, do you think that there's, I don't know, other planets or, stuff like that? We'd be like, well, the whole cosmology is not even the same. So for us to agree with you, we couldn't.
Right. Because it's right. It's enclosed in your view, right? In your perspective.
So if we're enclosed in here, we couldn't tell you what's underneath. You know what I mean? Like some people say, what's underneath the flat Earth? Like we don't know who's ever seen that, because we can't. There's limits to the places we go. So
we know about 7.8 miles down.
yeah, there's a limit. So
how do you guys in here feel about like the ether? And
there's some for it.
like
There's some for it.
It's a
there's
mixed
people.
bag.
There's people for it, like that would say that there has to be something that's the fabric of our reality. That if you want to call it that, right? Some would agree.
Cymatic? Cymatics is real.
And they would advocate for it, but I would say for the majority of people, they don't lay claims to things that they can't verify for the most part. Although people would say, just I guess you could. I don't want to call it. It leans a little bit towards speculation, but also like, well, there's electrostatic and there's things that are real. You know what I mean? How this Earth operates kind of mechanically, if you think about it. Like it's always on different cycles that it's on, and they're repeating cycles. So you're thinking it's kind of like the sky works like a clock, and it also gives you a specific point where you're at on the Earth. So like everywhere you go, there's a navigational point from the stars to where you're at, and you could know where you're at, like what part of the Earth you're on. And with that, you can navigate with the stars, and you can also tell what season you're in. You can know what time of day it is. You know what the month it is because of the moon. So with all of these things happening in the sky becomes a clock and a navigational compass to tell you where you are.
And I was just going to say, when it comes to ether, I mean, I'm not sure one way or the other because I can't verify it. Yeah. But I mean, it requires something where it's like we don't know where it comes from.
There's there's what we call, like, from God's perspective, because the creator, we can say creator. That's a bit more fluid for everybody. If you say creator, then you're talking about like only what the design was actually meant to do. And the law is, things fall down depends on the medium the environment that it's in. But like through the medium of air, stuff falls. That's a law. It always happens, right? You see it happen. But at the same token, like that same thing that you had that fell through the medium of air could probably be buoyant in the medium of water, right? If you put that same object in water, it might, like, if you put it underwater and let it go, it'll rise back up to the top.
Right.
So you have this idea that this law always happens, and it's applied to the different materials, elements that are here on Earth. So because of that, we understand this law happens always. The cause of the law, no one knows. So if you were to say gravity, bending and warping of space-time, or pulling to the center of mass, like you couldn't get the cause down to be able to manipulate that variable of the cause, right, of the effect. You can't do that. Because try to tell somebody, okay, if it's gravity, then manipulate gravity to see if that's not the case, right? You can't do that. No one can. So they're just theories, right, that people have. What it could be, what the cause could be of the effect. But for somebody to stand in front of you and drop a microphone and say, look, gravity. Well, that's great because you're talking about the effect, not the cause. So now let's get to the cause bit. No one can tell you what the cause is, not even anybody that's lived on Earth. So it's a natural law. And that's what I said the creator instilled into this ecosystem in which we live, that these natural laws happen always, right? Entropy happens. Do you know about entropy? Like hot moves to cold. High pressure moves to low pressure always. Like these things are laws, natural laws. So So we do know that, right? That is something that's the laws of nature that we abide by. So to say that, I don't know, that something that happens in natural law is negated at any point, then there isn't any demonstration of the counter, right? Of the, like let's say in the globe, in the open system, that gravity holding air into the globe, but lets a little bit escape, as the way per the claim, right? A little bit escapes out that has more work being done. Some molecules escape into space. But the thing is, they don't tell you like how gravity's holding the air in, because you don't see a demonstration of that. It's only this concept, this theory that has been proposed. And this is what they're saying. It's an open system with a globe, and gravity's holding that air onto the ball. But there's no demonstration of gravity holding air. Like that doesn't. You don't see a practical demonstration of that. They're just telling you that that's what's happening. So on top of you starting to think about what the globe is, you start to think like, well, these guys are telling me also that gravity's holding air, but I've never seen a demonstration where gravity holds anything. If that's the case, you know, it's just supposedly like a downward force, obviously with what they're saying. But then we see things are working opposite to that, right? Like gases go into any and all directions. They fill the available space. There's like, they don't care about gravity. Like stuff goes upward and like, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of things that are contrary to the idea of gravity, which makes it more complex for people to wrap their mind around.
So you got clouds, right?
Well, that, evaporation, water gas, like, yeah, there's these ideas that stuff is happening that actually goes contrary to the idea of gravity. So if that's the case, then how is gravity holding onto anything? Otherwise, there would be a downward force for everything. Would not go up. It would be held. Gravity would hold it. That's not what we see. That's not natural law.
Gases float, right?
Yeah, they do all kinds of stuff, and it's like contrary to the idea of gravity holding on to them. And this is what I'm saying. We always get it back to like practical demonstrations, like for people to see like, hey, if this is actually happening, then we would definitely see gravity just grab a hold of like, you could make air pressure like in front of your face. You could blow air in a certain spot and it would just start getting really high pressure right there in that little bubble all by itself without any container. It would just be doing that. And it doesn't do that. We don't see that. So on the idea that at planetary scale, you have to go planetary. Well, you're on the planet. You're on it. So wouldn't the gravity be holding the pressure that you're, doing here on Earth? Like it never works that way. So that, like I always say that we look to the natural laws. We see the natural laws. We see them happen always. But the cause for those natural laws, no one knows. We just know they happen always. So they are laws. They're just laws of nature. That's what we truly know, that's how the reality in which you and I exist, that's how it operates.
Hey, Miggy.
Yep.
You want to hear something funny?
I
took a picture of Jupiter with its moons last night.
Yeah.
With my P1000.
It's not like those images that everybody says that, I don't know. Have you guys heard this? Like when you take those images of those stars, and then when you put them up, they're like, yeah, but that person doesn't know how to work a camera, because you know how like the stars look all like the lights everywhere.
Yeah.
They're like out of focus pictures, and then when they show you their version, it's like they look like little planets or. They're like, this is the way it's supposed to be. Like it's an embellished photo with like layers of like computer generated stuff.
No, I was trying to hold the camera as still as possible, and it's a little chilly out, but I'll still share it. It's like, so when I try to take the picture, the image goes out of focus and then tries to come back into focus, and I can't snap the picture while it's in a clear focus. It always like zooms into its own reference of focus. So I got to figure out how to fix my camera to do a manual focus where I'm doing all of my own focusing. But I'll share it. Hold on.
Gizmo, sounds like you need to put batteries in that smoke detector.
Dude, I can't. I've unplugged that thing and it won't fucking turn off.
You're gonna be in the El Boricua Club.